supposed to get possibly up to like 2 inches over a couple of days, which is not so far happening, luckily.
Yeah, the Midwest got slammed with tornadoes yesterday. Like it was a breakout, man. There was more than like 15 or 20 touchdowns in the Midwest, like right below you.
Yeah, no, I mean, tornadoes do happen in Wisconsin, but it's not like a tornado alley kind of a place. It's pretty rare.
Yeah, the sky was angry yesterday, for sure.
I think most of it went a little bit south of me. You know, and that's what we're talking about, the tornadoes and shit.
Hell yeah, dude. It was crazy. Like three tornadoes touched down like right around where I was at. I'm like, dang, couldn't even get to work.
It's been a long time, but years ago, probably 20 years ago now, in Stoughton, Wisconsin, near Madison, this one little friggin' town. They had like 27 touchdowns in a single storm. Freaking crazy.
Really? That's crazy. That's a lot of tornadoes, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, they got wiped out pretty good.
That's a hell of a conversation at a barbecue, though. Huh.
remember that night
man. We had
when there was 27
bro.
tornadoes? Yeah.
Hey, how can you come? What comeback do you have for that one? You know?
Well, I saw 37 once.
Hey, I did. Try to one up 37 myself. Fucking hell, dude. Just bust out the old Glober playbook, man. Just one up them, just just because you can.
I got hit by 13 hurricanes one night.
How did it end with the oh boy? I'm looking up at the sky. I see sky magic and space dust and spandex and rubber.
Yeah, he like I said, he sounded like he had like 5 cups of coffee when he was real jittery, like just. Some guys are like that. Who knows?
I just got done with my second big cup. I'm getting a little jittery.
You need to get a few reps in with these Glovers, man. Maybe get rid of that jitteriness.
Yeah, Crit brought up Bishop Nixon, and it didn't go well after that.
Dude, don't mention Nixon around Crit. Crit's, as soon as you mention Nixon, that's fucking it, man. Crit's gonna tell you, fucking Nixon ruined this shit like from top to bottom. Dude. Nixon, he's fucking the devil incarnate.
Yeah, that's what seemed to trigger the guy. That's what seemed to cause the other guy to bust in on Lesmo's discussion.
Yeah, he came in here
like Nixon
is my.
It's his hero.
Nixon's my man, dude. What are you talking about? Chris, like, shit. Let me tell you about Nixon.
And they wore wigs.
Yeah, this all kind of started. This all started just like I think it was 2 days ago. Some dude came in here talking about flat earthers are bigoted religious extremists, and I'm like, what the fuck? So that means they're wrong, right? If they got those identities, they're wrong, right? If that's who they are. He's like, yeah. I'm like, okay, I'm okay with that because that epistemology takes down NASA. You actually you false attributed attributes to flat Earth that really belong to NASA, and then so I'm good with you coming and saying that. Now let's hold you to that worldview. How many non-Christians work at NASA? Butt kiss. How many LGBTQ or minority groups work at NASA? Butt kiss. So now you've got a framework for how you can use your worldview to challenge your worldview and look at why do you trust such a bigoted, hateful, religious extremist organization such as NASA? Why would you do that?
We got somebody new in here named Alice. Alice, how's it going?
Do you see the news of the day? India wants to clean up the debris field in low orbit by 2030. How about you clean up? Have you looked at what the streets look like in India? With the rivers and lakes, and it's supposedly called the most
Oh, I see
polluted
what you're doing.
country. How about clean up your shit? If you can't clean up the garbage right at your feet, why do you think you're going to clean up sky garbage? This is like a catchy, GoFundMe. Oh, India's going to clean up space. Let's throw them some money. And all they're going to do is just, make more weapons. Watch India threaten their neighbors, Pakistan, with this money. Yesterday's news is startup wants to mine asteroids. They want to mine that ass. Astroforge, California-based startup, and international space agencies are teaming up for the prospect of mining asteroids in space. Matt Nuclear says that's a pretty cool idea. I'm like, get on ground level. These are startups, man. You put a few pennies down, they could be like worth what? How much in the future? Like zero. Like you lose your money.
We all saw Total Recall. That was on Mars. Like, wait till you get to freaking go start, mining freaking, becoming a miner on an asteroid. There was a video game that was kind of based off of Total Recall too that I played back in the day. What was that? Yeah. And anyway, yeah, you were a miner on Mars. Freaking, like, you went there, you worked for a mining company. Sounds fun. They were supposed to be wrangling freaking asteroids and dragging them into low Earth orbit in 2021. What happened to that? We were gonna freaking suspend a space elevator or a fucking skyscraper from one. What happened to that?
Yeah. All this space stuff. Won't you be excited for your space vacation when your space car and you can stay at a hotel after camping on the moon for a long weekend? You want to go camping? Don't settle for, like your just backyard state campground. You could pack up in your car that's really a spaceship.
If any of that's gonna really, if any of that's ever gonna really happen, the porn industry is gonna have to do it first. That's how this stuff happens.
Yeah, the first grabblers are porn, Walmart, and McDonald's. You know what I mean? The three big
Well, porn
companies.
popularized VHS format, and then they did it again with DVD format, and again with Blu-ray. Or no, they lost on. They wanted to go HD DVD instead of Blu-ray. That was like the first time that they didn't when it came to like video formats and shit like that. And that was because Sony popularized it with the PlayStation for the Blu-ray. But they've
What was
been
the other competing thing? What was the other competing thing, Lou, other than Blu-ray? It was
HD DVD.
something else.
Well, Laserdisc.
HD DVD, right? No,
Yeah.
no, it was a Blu-ray competitor.
Yeah, that was HD DVD. The Laserdisc was back in the day. That was in like the 80s and shit.
With the big
but
ass record that looked like a giant CD.
Yeah, it was a record size CD. Yeah.
I remember watching the movie Das Boot on that. Like a friend of ours had got it. You guys come check this out. And he had like surround sound. And you could like, they added audio tracks to it. So you could like hear the machines in the background, like behind you. Like they did this. I mean, it was like a whole production.
Yeah.
It was like, holy shit, that's cool.
Also, man. Yeah, that was it. I mean, I think I'll just be making up a number, but I know especially at the time, like to buy one of those CDs, like a movie, it was freaking pretty expensive. Like, and the player itself was really expensive, especially for the time.
Like when TV started getting better, better quality, better reception. They're saying someday you'll be able to watch like the sweat dripping down someone's forehead, like actually like the newscasters. You'll be able to see, like everything, like count the hairs on their nose or whatever. Like literally, it will be indistinguishable from real life.
They're getting there with the Unreal Engine where they can just make the shit. They're pretty darn close. Don't even need actors. Still having trouble getting faces to look just right. They look a little bit off. Hands also. For some reason, those two things are really, really difficult for them to duplicate.
I mean, this fucking space thing that they talk about, if you think, just imagine it was fucking what it is, what they say it is. There's not much happening there, is there? Why?
No.
What you gonna do when you get there?
Yeah, it's the fantasy in your mind that's exciting, or in the movies, in the video games, in the fantasy, yeah.
Well, you can understand a fantasy film about a so-called area called space and landing on rocks and laser and people on ships and they're living up there, and that isn't happening in their paradigm. There's nothing happening. So, what's the fucking big deal about it?
Yeah, if you want to be a realist, which is kind of funny, I'm doing air quotes with my hands right now, but like say you accept their paradigm about it, and you want to keep realistic to their paradigm, like let's say you go up there in some it's a fucking space coffin is what it is, like you just there's nothing for light years around you. Yeah, like nothing at all.
You might as well go and put yourself
Black
in a. You might as well go in your back garden and put yourself in a cardboard box or something and just lie there.
Yeah, right.
Come
There-
Fucking hell! And grown men are fantasizing about this place, and grown women, grown adults. Nothing to do with what sex you are.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, though, I mean, are there really any sort of anti-flat Earth women? I mean, Brenda, but I mean, is there any
doesn't
others?
count.
Is Brenda
there's a
actually a
couple.
woman? Is Brenda a
No.
woman?
Yeah, you guys don't do that, okay? You have to respect it, Denny, okay?
You just say
So-
it doesn't count and leave it there.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't.
It's
being
like a lot of these anti-flat earthers are like these dudes who like failed to launch. My take anyway. These are like the kids who like the nerds in school who just didn't get really good grades and they got bullied. Like the nerds who got good grades end up getting a really good job. They got a nice car, nice girlfriend, nice house or nice wife, nice family. The nerds who didn't get good grades are now working at like, Burger King or whatever, or got some really sort of, hourly job. They saw themselves as really smart, really intelligent. Like they thought they're going to grow up to be Sheldon from Big Bang Theory.
Yeah, but they're a bunch of incels.
Yeah, but yeah, they really are socially and mentally awkward, and they're having problems, and so now they have to blame somebody. It's not their fault for why they are in the lot of life that they are. It's somebody else's fault. And the group that can still scapegoat and be socially acceptable are flat earthers. You can't really scapegoat a lot of other minority groups anymore. All they had to do was just drop their atheism, drop their cringe internet behavior, get involved with the church, and everything would get better. They would clear up their seasonal depression. They would probably meet another family with, who has a daughter, who wants their daughter to marry someone, an upstanding citizen, or a man, religious man with some values. Everything would just fall right into place as soon as you go in line with the norms of society. Everything will work out for you. It works every time it's tried. But they want to be these cringe neckbeards somehow on the outside of society, calling balls and strikes, and people are just laughing and pointing at it. Look at that idiot. Everybody turn away. Don't give it too much attention. They'll start asking for shit.
Just going off the subject, what's the guy called? What's the guy called who annoys us all who comes in here? Scott Mackey, is it? Yeah, Scott Mackey. I was just listening early this morning. There was some guys on, and they were just like proper taking the mickey out of him, like, and they was convinced that he's actually an AI robot. But the way they was going on at him, saying, we don't think you're human, Scott. You've got to be an AI robot. We're not going to believe you're human. Coming in to get all the flat Earth sort of information and feed it back to AI. Things like it was just funny you had to be there.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. That's a showcase. The ones who pretend to have families. Okay, well, you're pretending to have a family and you're always here. What does your family think about you spending more time with flat earthers than them? Are they upset by that? Are they, I've got Scott Mackey coming here. I got $3 in a pool and like 2 cars, a great job. I've been married for 30 years. And you're like, dude, you're on Discord every single day for hours and hours at a time. Do you think would you want to say like maybe some of that time should be spent like, being a father, a husband, maybe cleaning your pool that you say you have? Like they come in here cloaked. Like, my life's so great that I've rejected flat earth. It doesn't sound like it. It doesn't sound like you're doing that great because you're here rejecting flat earth again for like the 1,000th time. Like you've been here for like 5 fucking years. Are you ready to move on with your life now or not? Are you okay? You're not. Okay, good. Let's do it again.
I mean, these people, if you think about it, they're living, the mind and the body and the soul are living separately, because the body's actually living in reality. It's here on Earth. The body is here in the physical reality, but the mind isn't accepting that. So the mind is distant from where the body actually is. And as for the soul, I don't think they've found the soul yet, or they don't understand what that possibly could be. So it's a three-way disconnect for them, and that must have some. That's it's unbalanced. Human body, mind, and soul is all in different places. Not at one. It's not in balance at all. That's how they are. That makes sense.
Yeah, that for me, yeah, I use that to explain Florida Man. Because in Florida Man, you've got a place that's observably flat and stationary, but then they tell you they're shooting rockets up, exploring space and above. So you get these people who are having a direct contradiction with what their lived experience is, so that it gets them to go a little crazy, a little Florida Man. And the best part is you can see that because the European version of Florida Man is Netherlands Man. And Netherlands is exactly the same thing, very flat. So when you get people who see the world as flat and stationary, and someone telling them the opposite is curved and rotating, and they kind of go crazy. It's like the show Bird Box, where if you see the demon, you just go nuts. And
yep, yeah.
Once they see it, you can never. Oh, go ahead, Wanda.
No, I'm just saying. I'm agreeing. Yeah, that's what it is. It's just they're here. They're living on this flat stationary plane, and they're experiencing that way. That's what they're experiencing and viewing. But then they're arguing for something totally against that. So the mind's fighting for one thing, yet the body and the actual physical being is experiencing something totally different. So that is a psychological problem, I would say.
Yeah, and they're trying to work it out, and it works out in these very sort of spectacular displays of insanity.
Because there is people with mental health issues I'm not bringing this up, but for saying that, there is people with mental health issues in these hospitals. I mean, I've worked in them. I'm a refrigeration engineer. I've worked in some of these hospitals in the kitchen areas, and I've seen them. But these are some of these people in there have the same sort of problems. They tell they don't know. They'll tell you one thing, and when they know it, they're. I've had a situation to tell you that, and it's just gone out my head because of. But I think you're getting the gist of what I'm saying.
Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, you've seen kind of up front, the sort of mental health crisis in the world. I call this the Golden Gate Bridge effect. So the Golden Gate Bridge is supposedly so big you can see the curve of the Earth represented by the bridge. I think some globalists have called it a monument to the curvature of the Earth. Same thing with the Lake Pontchartrain. But yet people on the bridge have used the bridge to jump off. They're committing suicide. So the government said, what we'll do here is we'll close. I remember the steps. I used to remember the exact steps in order. But one of the steps was we'll put phones on there. So someone who's feeling like they want to self-harm, they can pick up this phone and talk to on-demand psychologists that can help them. So that didn't work. So they closed one side of it, or they added like roving psychologists, and then that didn't work. So they closed a side for pedestrian walkways. Okay, I remember now. So the Golden Gate Bridge effect. So the first thing that happened was on one side, on the inland side of the Golden Gate Bridge, there was like this private property that had a clear view of the bridge, and they would have a live stream camera just broadcasting the Golden Gate Bridge and people jumping. Oh yeah, That I remember. It took me to remember all the talking points. So the government's first reaction was to try to get them to cease and desist. Okay, shut this camera off. Right? It's making a mockery of San Francisco. People talk about the San Francisco, this great liberal city, and you're showing like a dozen people per day, like jumping off the bridge. Okay, that's not normal. That gives them a vibe of like, Chinese, apartment complexes or work factories where they got put nets up and shit. So the person's like, no, this is my private property. I'll broadcast the bridge if I want to. So the government says, okay, we're going to close that side of the walkway, so people just can't walk on that side anymore. And people still jumped. Well, duh. They weren't jumping because they wanted to get captured on YouTube. That's probably like maybe a hindrance. They didn't want to be recorded at the time, their time of their death, whatever. So then they said, shit, that didn't work. They thought it would work because they're dumb. The government's really dumb. They think just closing the side of the, that just putting all traffic to one side would somehow fix it. So then, this is in terms of cause and effect in science and stuff too. So then they know that people are still jumping. So they put like phones, and they say, here, pick up this phone if you feel like jumping. People weren't picking up the phones. Or people would pick up the phone and no one would answer because, of course, another government make-work program is all fucked up. So they put roving psychologists walking up and down trying to talk people off. That didn't work. So they put a net. They put a net up. The net didn't work either because people would just jump onto the net and then climb off the net and then jump again. So they're like, they got this problem, this liberal city problem, and they couldn't think of a solution. What about offering these people, like, find the mental health crisis? What's the underlying crisis? Is that people are deeply, profoundly upset with the state of affairs in the world.
Yeah, people setting themselves on fire all the time now in protest. Like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, there's definitely something going on that, yeah.
Yeah, why would these environmentalists increase their carbon footprint by setting themselves on fire? They're going to wreck the earth if they keep doing that.
To that Golden Gate Bridge thing too. Like, I saw a video about that years ago. Like, and every so often, I forget, I think maybe 1 in every 50 people or something like that. Like, people would survive it. Like, watch them jump, and then they'd splash in the water, and then just swim out and walk away. Like, what the fuck, Like, damn.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. I was looking at that too, like the stats, like people who do survive. 'Cause for the most part, it's like the way the people jump and kind of like the angle they hit at, plus like how like the water is. It can be virtually like hitting concrete at that height. But some people, like the water could just be like it's not too cold, not too warm. It's just the right temperature. They hit it at the right angle, and instead of splatting, they sink. They go into the water.
Plus, like depending on where you are on the bridge, according to over the Earth, the gravity might be stronger at some areas than others.
Oh yeah, forgot about that.
Some places might be pulling you down a lot quicker.
Okay, seriously though, yeah, I think a lot of people that do jump, like as far as those survivors go, like they probably in fall kind of have a last minute second thought about it and they point their toes. You know what I mean? Like,
Look, I couldn't imagine jumping. I mean, not that I've ever thought about killing myself, but I mean, if I was like thinking of doing something like that, I'd just want to like take a fucking pill or something, mate, and just slide away, just gently and peacefully. I couldn't imagine.
Pills are very messed up because if you dose it wrong, you're gonna end up at a hospital and your whole like intestine tract is gonna be fucked for life.
This is about to get really turn into super dark. Like we're on the edge of it. This is.
I have like a female friend who did.
Yeah, we'll shut that shit down quick.
Yeah.
It's crazy trolls today. They come out of the woodwork.
Yeah, AT was all kind of worked up earlier today too when I was talking about how bigoted NASA is. He just said, "Crit, are you retarded? Can you not be retarded?"
I know they're all breaking down, and it's like I don't know, full moon, but it's not.
It's a mental break from reality. Like they in their mind they pictured NASA as something. They pictured the astronauts as something. And when they see that, it's quite the opposite. That's not what reality is. That's not what the facts show.
Here, if you
Then
win an argument,
break down, and they just start kind of thrashing. Like they're basically like say they're climbing up a ladder and the ladder breaks, and they just start grabbing at air, trying to stop their fall.
from Grace.
No, from their point high. they think they got like they're up above everyone else, looking down and laughing at all the flat earthers. Realize that no, they're actually
Sometimes
just in a
I
pool
feel
of
like
shit.
I'm falling from grace as the Earth constantly, orbiting the sun.
That's a Jeff Buckley album.
So
They're
Earth
falling
is
from
flat.
me.
Observably, measurably, and practically used as flat. So, well, is that a globe then, or is that flat?
How is it measurably flat?
Did your discreet skids go right past observation?
Well, first of all,
Can
you
you
have to have
repeat
a
that
long
without
enough
the
measuring
list,
stick.
please?
Dude, are you gonna freak out already? Like, holy shit!
No, I want to Google this. I want to go.
We're in a
I want to do my
conversation.
research.
I want to.
We're in a conversation about how globalists freak out just right away, and you didn't even pump the brakes. Okay, like holy crap, dude! You just joined right away and just
Okay,
freaked the fuck out.
He shot for the moon.
You sound
He
like a
sounds
Russian
like Grover's
Orthodox.
version of SE Montreal. He sounds exactly like him.
I was just thinking that.
Good morning, everyone.
Hello.
Is Crit here?
Yeah.
Wait, how do we have a morning?
I don't know.
Is that because?
I was just being polite. Sorry. I wanted to ask Crit a question, please.
Uh-oh.
There's someone in Geeks in here, and he is on a 20-minute rant about your guest room, and he has an essay about how he wants you guys to get off the server, but he's afraid to speak to you directly. So I
What happened to Geeks?
You got me.
he's afraid to speak to you directly. So
it wasn't 20 minutes. It was like 25 minutes.
Okay,
He wants to speak to me directly?
Why do you want them off the server? I mean, it's kind of fucking ignorant. It's kind of the opposite.
She wanted
He's
to speak
afraid
to
to come by himself.
Here's how we leave the server, guys. It's real simple. We will shut this place down, and we will disappear if you provide proof that Earth is a globe. It's that easy.
Well,
once you do, we go
What do you
away.
want us to do? Launch you into outer space, and then you can look back and be
wait,
like,
wait.
"Oh,
I have proof that Earth is a globe.
right as your oxygen tank."
If okay, let's talk about it. If the Earth was really flat, right? Then why are boobs not really flat?
They are. Have you ever seen Asians? Come on, man. Stop playing.
Okay, let's get the geeks
All right, there's two trolls muted. Who's next? Who else wants to mute? Who else wants to say something like that and get a mute?
Go fuck yourself.
Something like get a mute.
I think Geeks is upset because his whole shtick was that the channel was going to die because everyone here is AFK. He found out this is the least AFK channel of all the channels on the server.
Correct.
But
You're
why?
not looking cool.
Everyone knows the Earth isn't flat. It's like, what the fuck, dude? Why are you trying to convince people that to be dumber than they actually already are?
You specifically, because she heard a lot about you, and she heard you're like the big alpha of the group. And
But no, Geeks, you complained to us for 40 minutes about Flat Earth, but now that you're in here and we're here to support you,
it was 43
you're not
minutes.
saying anything to them.
So you said, and I quote, that you had a list of demands that you wanted to give them in order to improve the channel as well.
Okay, fine.
This is,
I'll give them a list of demands.
Yeah.
See, the best part was Geeks tried to set up an alternative Flat Earth channel. Like, he knows this is like one of the best topics on the server. Yeah. So he's like, hey, if I do it too, he can have a big channel that he's in charge of.
And the chicks will dig me.
The channel didn't last 24 hours. So it shows that you're the problem, Geeks. Not Flat Earth.
Geeks. You sound like my therapist.
There should be a channel for Flat Earthers, just like we tag Lost Cattle.
You love this channel. You love talking and debating with us. Like, what's
shut
your deal?
up and stop embarrassing me. There are other people here. Tell me.
See, this is the problem, Geeks, you have, is that you could have done a very good job making your own Flat Earth channel if you imitated kind of what we do. But what you did was you made a Flat Earth channel where all the Flat Earthers were muted. No Flat Earther could talk. 100% of the Flat Earthers got muted, and it was called that Flat Earth is a TOS violation. So you killed your own channel. It's your fault.
Did you actually do that? Did he do that?
Yeah, why would you start a channel that you think would be a TOS violation? So you start a channel that is a TOS violation in your mind to accuse us of doing the same thing, of making a TOS violation.
I know.
Why does that make sense to you? Are you bricked?
Any sense? It doesn't make any sense, does it?
I know. So explain yourself.
Well, I can't because it didn't happen. Because it doesn't make any sense.
I know you can't because you contradicted yourself. You don't have any logically consistent position, do you?
You got me. You got me.
Okay, so you
does anybody want to have a logically consistent position? Try it out with us. Who's next?
Why did you monologued about them, and now that you're here, you're fucking muted. I just don't get it, Geeks. Please don't do that again.
Because he has this idea that his
he's
life
incapable of forming a coherent argument, so I muted him. What's wrong with that?
That's a good point.
He's also self-muting too.
Okay.
Yeah, but he's server muted right now.
Yeah, I server muted him. I server muted him because he demonstrated that he's incapable of forming a rational argument. He contradicted himself right there, and he doesn't see it. So why do I want to listen to that?
That's a good point.
It sounds to me like whatever he was saying to you guys for 20-25 minutes is probably mostly not true, and he knows that. That's why he's not saying it to us.
Because it's easy to rant and get on a pulpit. See, this is what we were talking about earlier today, is that they've got to blame Flat Earthers for everything wrong with in their world. There's always somebody else's fault. They can never take responsibility for their own actions. That group of people over there is a scapegoat. They're the problem, not me. See that? Yeah, he left. Bummer,
Well, Geeks exposed himself with his Twitter feed and spiraling there about us.
Yeah, people kept on saying, you gotta check it out. I'm like, I'm not gonna waste a click, dude. Like, you see some grown man baby cry about, what other people are doing. Like, get over it. Like, he's a Karen. Somebody's doing something that has nothing to do with him. It doesn't matter to him. And he's all worked up by it. He wants to talk to the manager.
Who had the lost cattle comment?
I think that was only Casket, only the Casket.
Okay, yeah, I unmuted him. I wanted to know if he wanted to mumble about lost cattle again. Well, how the hell did you find us if we're lost?
Cattle? What the fuck are you talking about? I didn't say anything.
No, it wasn't. Okay,
if it wasn't him, his mic was lit up.
Someone was mumbling about lost cattle during the time where you were mumbling about stuff. Sorry, only Casket.
I wasn't mumbling about anything, idiot.
Now you are.
Well, you got the floor now. I mean, like, you all came in here with piss and vinegar, and now you want to shut up.
No, I don't. I believe I asked you why does the temperature change on average at different times of the year? Awkward.
Yeah, it changes throughout the day too, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to parse out your question to relating to the surface of the Earth. I'm not able to get there. Maybe you can connect the dots for me.
Why is
what
the
does it have to do
temperature
with the
during
plants
the
and
day
rice?
and during different times of the year randomly change? Like why is it? Oh,
Randomly?
this time of
It's
year
random?
it's usually this degree temperature, but this time of year.
If it's
usually
random,
this
why do
degree
I know when to take my summer wardrobe out of the closet?
So you accept there are different seasons, but you don't understand why. Maybe if you worship the sun god, then
No, I left your religion, sir.
so like, okay, so like if there's different times of year, like when, how, what, who, where, when, how does that happen? If there's like a summer and a winter, why is that happening?
The sun migrates in a different path. Its path alters in the sky throughout the year. Which means the sun is illuminating in a more direct fashion one portion of the Earth than the other as it moves and changes its circuit throughout the year. I mean, we can observe this in stellarium, right? When we look up in the sky and we match it to stellarium, you can see that as we move towards the winter, from the north, looking south, the sun rises further and further to the south. Then after the solstice, it starts migrating back north again. And as it migrates back north, it starts warming up the north, and then you got summer.
Okay,
Is
you
anything
think there's
that
no
explanation
better
wrong in
explanation
any
for
form or
this?
fashion? Did I say anything illogical or irrational there?
No, but if you look for
Okay.
more answers, you'll find out that we're
Whoa,
on a
what do you
giant
mean more
marble
answers?
Define better.
Better, as in we don't need to know anything else? Is that what you're trying to say?
As in worshiping the sun god, is what you said.
Okay, so I'm
That's
talking to you on a
that's
phone,
better
right?
to you, sir. Let that sink in.
Do you know that we're
Worshiping
using
the sun
satellites
god,
in order to communicate with each other? You
it's
know that,
20.
right?
I'm
No, we're
using a
not.
phone.
Yes, we are.
You don't use satellites to communicate with me. Are you on Starlink?
No,
or
I don't.
what?
I don't
Maybe you
go
are.
to outer space and then operate the satellite. That's not what
Yeah,
I
so,
mean. I mean the
so
satellite
you
is
think cell
reflecting
phones work over
information
satellites?
from. Yeah,
Yeah, then why are they building a tower? They're
GPS
building
works
40
over
towers
satellites.
every day.
Yeah,
around here.
that's mobile communication. That's slightly different, but you
Yes,
have
the
to
cell
put them
phones don't work
on
over
mountains.
satellites. Then they don't really do it, do they?
Do you use? Have you ever used GPS navigation?
All right. So, are you going to concede that you?
Just so you know, satellites are actually capable of
with cell
realizing
phones that they're
cell phone
by
tech.
towers. That
And
all right, I'll let you talk over me. Go ahead.
yeah, because you're stupid. But anyways, they're actually enhancing mobile communications using satellite information.
No, that's absolutely wrong. It's the other way. Differential GPS is enhanced by using ground-placed emitters, including people's home Wi-Fi routers. This is called Operation Skyhook.
That's ancient technology.
No, it's not ancient. It's about maybe 15 years ago. Skyhook program was basically war driving
That's
up in
ancient
the air.
in terms of technology.
All right, keep laughing. So Skyhook was a program where the government contracted with private agencies to fly planes all over the United States, and these planes would geotag the location of emitters, including home Wi-Fi routers, to that degree of fidelity. And with that, they would build this into their differential GPS network. And this is supposedly to complement the satellites. So it's the other way. You said the GPS is being enhanced today with satellites when that's patently false. It's the other way around. They're enhancing GPS with ground-placed towers and emitters. Okay, I'll unmute you. You can go ahead. And he left. All right, does anybody else have a claim? Anybody else want to talk about something that they have absolutely no knowledge of? Go right ahead. Step right up.
It's pretty funny too how Geeks got roasted in his own channel, told to come here, and then can't say shit.
Yeah, well, first he came in kind of embarrassed and sheepish, because I don't think he intended to be called out like that, because I think he's a weak man. And so he came in and he suddenly felt shame and embarrassment. So that's why he melted down and collapsed under the weight of his own nonsense and BS.
He thought they were going to, he was just bringing them all in to go, yeah, just come with me, watch, see how mean and they are, see how they act. And
yeah, Crit's in there. Crit, we'll expose Crit, guys. Go. And you know what? He did like any soft globe leader does, and he led from behind. He sent his minions in first, and then he came in.
Can I see your map?
I like a war general to lead from the front personally, not from the rear. Go ahead, Blobers, your turn.
All right. Do you have a map that you like? What map do you use? Can I see it like posted?
Where are you going?
Pick any map.
No, I mean like, because if you don't subscribe to the globe model, like what, like world map do you use?
How does a map prove Earth is a ball?
Well, I'm just trying to see like what y'all are what do y'all think if it was laid out flat, what does it look like?
In order for me to answer your question fully, I want you to help me understand why you think a map proves that Earth is a ball. I need you to logically connect the two.
No, hold on. I'm trying to figure out because like, some people think that the flat earthers are like, what?
You're not going to do this for me? I'm asking you to clarify your position so that the audience can hear and understand how you're thinking about this. I want you to conceptually link a map to reality and the reality that you think it's a ball.
Okay. All right. Let me get at what I'm trying to get at really quick. Can I just see like what map do you use though? Like what if the Earth is laid out flat? I don't have a problem with maps, sir. No, wait. If the Earth was laid out flat,
I don't have a single problem with maps at all. So I don't see why you think this should be a problem.
I'm trying to figure out where you think the ice wall is, like, or
what ice wall? Nobody's bringing up ice walls in here.
Well, that's like a common like thing. Where do you think?
Well, you know, it's a common thing for the globe. If you head to the Wikipedia page on Antarctica, the globe claim is that Antarctica has an ice wall around it. That's not a flat Earth claim. That's a globe claim, kid.
Some of Earth icebergs, bro.
Yeah,
they call it an ice wall. 97% of Antarctic coastline is an ice wall, according to the globes.
Yes, because
according to all the globies out there.
It's an iceberg. Yes.
They don't say that. No, icebergs are something else. This is an actual wall or shelf, as defined as such.
Yeah. What's so hard to believe about that?
Icebergs are floating in water.
Why are you asking me about it?
Yeah, there is land under the ice. Yes. Yes.
Okay, big deal. What does this have to do with the Earth's shape?
Well, you like went on a tangent about the Antarctica. Like, I'm trying to figure out like what.
Well, you did. You brought up ice walls, and I'm trying to keep you to the point of your question about maps.
Okay, I brought up the ice wall, but like,
can you go back to maps, please?
I'm trying to figure out like what kind of like because there's multiple theories of like the flat earthers use like.
Any map is the answer. I like all maps. Okay, I'm going to cut you off and say I don't have a problem with maps. What's your problem?
What do you think the edge of the Earth looks like?
I don't know. What do you think the edge of the cosmos looks like? Like the edge of the Big Bang. What does that look like?
Why are you deflecting?
Well, because I'm pointing out the absurdity of your question with the absurdity of your own cosmology.
He's not deflecting.
You're asking me a question.
I'm literally asking you what. I'm asking you what. I ask you, what do you think the edge of the Earth looks like? You bring up the cosmos.
I don't know, man. Do you know what the edge of reality looks like? The edge of the Big Bang? No.
You don't know?
Nobody knows what the edge of reality looks like. It's silly to even contemplate it.
How is it silly to contemplate? It's like we live here. What are you talking about?
You can't contemplate a higher dimension for which this dimension is bounded by.
Well, I'm talking about the
This is an
three-dimensional
embedded
space that we
space, my
live
friend,
in. I'm
right?
not talking about 4D or 5D, 6D, 8D. I'm
Yeah,
talking
you
about
are.
the three-dimensional space that we live in right now. Do you
Oh, you
think
can't
that?
contemplate the 3D space without understanding the higher dimensions for which that
So, do you
object is
understand the
embedded in.
higher dimensions?
No, you can't conceptualize 5 spatial dimensions or 4.
Yeah, no shit. Because we live in 3D, we can't see it.
Right. So you're
There's
asking me to
nothing measure
contemplate
with.
that, and I'm pointing out how absurd it is, and you're
Oh, so you
arguing
think
with
we're
me.
constricted by the higher dimensions?
I don't know. It's called Zeno's paradox. Have you heard of it?
No, not really.
It's a lesson. It's a lesson really about embedding spaces and objects within them, and how objects are defined by the space around them, and the space around them defines them in higher dimensions. So if you're confined here, you cannot access the higher dimension that defines this place, which means you cannot contemplate the edge of reality from outside the edge of reality. So you can only speculate what the edge of reality is like.
Right. So if I was on Earth and I kept going west, like where would I
Well,
go?
west and
Like if I was
east
in
are
California and I
circular
took
around
a-
Polaris, around the GP to Polaris. West and east are circular.
So in a space, so if I was going straight, you think so if I had the map laid out on a table, and you think that
Which
if I just
map?
kept going straight. So if I had, I don't know, I'm trying to see what map do you think? Because I'm trying
I
to
don't think you know
play
what a
on
map
your.
freaking is at this point.
I'm trying to figure out what you think the Earth is shaped like.
I don't know. That's
don't
your
have
answer. I
anything to
told you
go
several
off
times.
of.
I don't know.
Well, how does it look like on a three-dimensional space that we live on?
I don't know. How does the
what
Big
can
Bang
we
look in
see?
4 dimensions?
Where
That's a lot of questions, isn't it?
I have
Yeah.
a quick question.
is this
please.
deflection?
Go for it. I'm going to step back.
I have a quick question. You said, you said that if you travel in a straight line, what will happen? Have you ever tried to travel in a straight line?
If I ever tried to travel in a straight line, like
Yeah. Have you ever tried to travel in a straight
Okay,
line?
he did hear you the first time, I think.
Not even for long distance. Have you ever tried to travel in a straight line here on Earth?
yes, but if you're talking about like the
Welcome to the flat Earth, because traveling in a straight line.
yeah, but I know what you're about to get at. I know you're about to get at. I know you're about to get at. Is it possible to travel in a straight line if the Earth isn't flat? I'm talking about relative to the.
Listen,
Bro, you're trying to
welcome
go off on a
flat Earth,
tangent.
because
No,
on a
that's
globe, you can't travel on a straight
yeah,
line.
no shit.
It's a curving surface. It's not a straight, flat surface. So welcome to the flat Earth.
But
You can travel on a
no,
straight
that's
line
not what I'm
only
talking
on
about.
on a flat surface. You can never
Yeah,
travel
I know
on a
you
straight
can't. Yeah, I know
only on a
that.
flat
Rat ass.
Okay, so I
End
know
your
that, but
efforts, hey, rat ass, end your efforts to try and conflate traveling in a straight line with traveling directionally.
huh?
Uh-huh.
Don't try to act like going in a straight line is traveling west. You said, what happens when I travel west? And then you said, but if I go in a straight line, well, traveling directionally and traveling in a straight line aren't the same thing.
I'm talking about like if I was staying on I kept my longitude the same and I laterally traveled straight like from California coastline towards
How do we know, mate?
Eastern
How
Asia,
do we know?
what would happen?
How do we know?
You'd stop in Hawaii first.
Welcome to the flat Earth. If you have ever traveled
Hawaii's a little bit more
straight
Why
on
don't
the
you
Earth,
tell? Listen, mate.
But
Why
I'm
don't?
saying, but what I'm trying to ask you is like, would I hit Japan? I'm trying to figure out I'm trying to grasp like what reality
Yeah, half the coast of Hawaii left from Tokyo, and the other half departed out of LAX.
Listen,
it's a transverse Mercator world.
Listen, instead of asking us about the flat Earth, why don't you just shut us all up and tell us how you know we live on a globe?
Yeah.
Stop talking about the flat Earth. Tell us how it's spherical.
But
yeah.
Yep, this is your chance to make us look really stupid, so go for it.
The burden on proof is on you. What are you talking about?
Why is it on us?
It's already agreed upon.
Why is
It's
it on
already
us?
agreed upon point. It's a it's the burden of proof.
Now you have it. I'm giving you the mic, Rat Assassin. I want you to logically present why that is the case.
Yeah, so it's massive. Yeah, so it's already mass agreed upon. So you have to
It's already
present. You have
mass
to
agreed
present it.
upon?
So you have to present it to the scientific
why-
community. You have to
Why
bring
do we have the burden of
One at a
proof
time, please.
logically?
Yep.
One at a time.
Yeah.
So
we
your
have the
reason,
burden of-
your reason is we have to
Okay.
present what to the scientific? What is our claim?
that the Earth is not a globe as
Right, because the
led to
positive claim
believe
is that
by
Earth is a
modern
globe.
science.
We say you have not presented evidence that Earth is a globe yet. That's not a positive claim.
What?
Go for it, mate.
We're waiting
Go
on you
for
to
it.
present globe evidence so that we can talk about it. We have no
go for it.
positive claims on the table. We have only counterclaims to the globe. So you have the positive claim. You have the burden of proof.
Give us
No,
the
the
proof.
counterclaim. No, the counterclaim is
Yeah.
it's going against the burden. Like the burden of proof is on you because you're trying to go against the positive claim. That's like
I want to
the
see.
whole
I
point.
want to see what the proof is. Can you show me
What
what
is-
the proof is?
What is the claim?
The guy that was speaking, that you interrupted, wasn't talking about the Earth being a globe at all. You just interrupted him.
Sure he is.
Who?
Mantis.
Yeah. Mantis, yeah. Mantis,
You were
you had the floor.
you were in the theater with Miss Tom Servo.
It's very
On this
easy for
exam.
me to pick up the burden of proof. I cannot prove the Earth is a globe. Done.
I was about to head there, Crit. That's a good transition. All right, I can't do it either.
I can't either. Yeah. If there's anybody here that can prove the Earth is a globe, please speak up now.
They can give evidence for or
Pho-
to prove.
photographs from space.
Yeah, I can.
I got 3
They
proofs
can-
of the globe. Photographs from space. Why would they lie? Minority opinions are just stupid. And if that doesn't work, any evidence you present to the flat Earth doesn't matter. It actually proves the Earth is a globe. Cope and seethe, you Neanderthal cavemen, reject of society.
You forgot the big one, mate. Climatry.
That's earlier today. Yeah, climatry. Climatry, like, is the best one.
No.
It is actually-
Great. Best one. Great. The best one is talk to the shrimp. You forgot that guy?
Oh yeah, the shrimp. Yeah, dude.
Yeah, shrimp guy.
Here I
Talk to the
got
shrimp.
here I got a funny thing that came up from that because he actually does that on a couple different servers. So someone did this funny. Here we go. They did this AI version of here.
Shrimpsus.
Yeah, talk to the shrimpsus. That's how you prove the globe right there. Shrimpsus says so.
Yeah, Shrimpsus.
Would Shrimpsus lie to you? Can you
It
think
must
of one
be.
reason why Shrimpsus would lie to you?
Oh my god.
Rat Assassin, are you there? Would Shrimpsus lie to you?
Who the fuck is Shrimp sis? Shrimp Jesus?
Yeah, Shrimpsus can prove the Earth is a globe.
What does he say?
He says the Earth is a globe.
Believe him.
By what processes?
Have faith.
He's an expert.
Just have faith.
The proof is in the cocktail sauce.
That's what I'm saying. If you guys are gonna troll, come in here with something funny like that. Like you.
Well, it's not a troll. Like I'm not super versed like on this debate topic, but it just seems like the burden of proof has to be on you because it's already like
yeah, I can accept the burden of proof. I can no problem
because I'm trying to
accept the burden of proof. The Earth
I came in
is-
here trying to understand like your process of what you thought, so I had to kind of squeeze it out of you. What you believe we cannot perceive the edge of the Earth because it exists on a different. We can't like observe it and
You just need to ask better
measure
questions.
and measure it because it exists on a different dimension, no plane that we cannot like we can't.
Right,
see.
listen, mate. Listen, you're asking about the edge of something, right? So don't worry about the edge, right? What you experience and what you can see, is it curved?
What I can see, is it curved? Like, can I observe the curve of the
you
Earth?
experience, yeah. I'm just
If
saying,
you go
let's
up
forget
high
about
enough, yes, you can observe.
Can
the
I just
curve
finish,
of the
mate? I've only just started talking.
You just asked me a question.
Yeah, but somebody else interrupted. So I'll just reiterate. You keep going about this edge and ice walls and things. Forget about all that. Let's just deal with what you deal with in reality in your life and what you've observed so far. So, do you observe Earth curvature?
Yes, if you go up high enough, you can observe the Earth's curvature.
Have you done that?
Yes.
Present when ready.
What do you mean? I don't have any pictures. I didn't take any pictures. I mean, you could just see. If
Or
you
it's just word of mouth then? It's just what you're saying then?
I mean, it's seeing, not believing.
You have to prove it.
You went to an altitude which is above where Alex Branson went from the Red Bull jump, because the Globers say that you can't see the curve from that altitude. So you went above that, higher than that.
No, but also let me just finish. So okay, so the globe claim is you can see the actual curve standing at the beach. Yeah.
Hold on.
You don't have
went
to
up
go
high enough. Can you put some numbers to it? How much curve did you see at what height? That way we can test it.
Well, I didn't.
We can test your claim and see.
Well, I'm sorry.
if it matches.
The question was only that could I see it, and I didn't do like an entire scientific processes where I like measured how much the curve could I see. I mean,
well, eyeball it. How much curve was it?
You can see the effects of the curve. Like you can't see like obviously the curve itself because you have to be looking through the ground to do that.
So a 6-foot observer looking out to the horizon sees less than 1/1000th of the globe circle, if that makes sense. So you're basically stating that you think you can see curvature from the beach means you can see less than 1/1000th of an arc of a circle.
Well, it's more like you're obviously not seeing like you can't see, like I said, you can't see the ground because if it was a globe, you would have to like look through the ground like to observe like the curve itself. But, like you can see that the fact that you can't look all the way from one beach to the other beach.
But can I ask you a question?
Square kilometers away.
Can I ask you a question? So if you stood at the beach looking out at the horizon, what distance is it to that horizon according to the globe geometrics?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
So if you're stood at the beach looking out at the horizon, how far away is that horizon according to the diameter of the Earth?
I can look that up really quick. Hold on.
And then we can have a look at. I don't know if anybody's got any photographs. We can go through that.
Yeah, Rat Assassin, it's important you do look that up because that's the standard that we are testing our claims against.
And just to correct your idea about the burden of proof, so we see the Earth as flat. We have a horizontal horizon, so it's not curving. So we see it and we experience it as flat. We see the luminaries in the sky moving. But you guys, you say that, no, all that shit that you see and that you observe is just an illusion. It seems to be flat, but no, in reality, it's a globe and spherical. It's spherical and it's moving. So the burden of proof is not on us.
Well, we'll go through it with the guy. He's going to get some information. 6-foot observer height, looking at the horizon. There's obviously a distance to that, according to the globe claim of the circumference of the Earth. You can only see so far until it's the edge of the curve, and that's the one the boats drop over. So 6-foot observer height, mate. Distance to the horizon. What is it?
Hold on, I'm getting a picture.
Well, just give us the numbers if you want.
Oh, I can't even upload a fucking picture on here. You got that fucking.
You could DM it to me and I'll
rolls?
post it for you.
Wait, who said that?
Crit.
Now, will this be a picture of the curve or the effects of the curve?
It depends. I mean, I guess you can see.
Well,
You
you
can measure.
told us
You can.
can't see
You
the
can see the.
curve. It was a trick question. I was just trying to see if you were going to keep your story straight.
So this you can't. So if it was like just the Earth, like if it was a straight, like say if you had like
Never
sea
mind.
level, if it was straight sea level, you can't see the curve. But if you place objects out of like sticking out of the water
No,
and above
welcome
sea
to,
level,
that's what
you
we
can
have
see.
in reality. We have sea level.
Yes, so I'm just talking about.
Welcome to flat Earth.
Not sea curve.
No,
it's
that-
sea level, not sea curve. It's sea level. It's level. Flat and level.
Yeah. No, I'm not talking about sea level in the way that flat earthers use sea level. I'm talking about the one that.
Hold
say
on.
globers would
The
use.
way that flat earthers talk
curve.
about sea level. What in the world are you talking about?
Yeah, I sent you the
Level,
picture
it
I'm talking
means-
about.
Level is horizontal, and horizontal is always parallel to the horizontal line of the horizon. So level is not curved.
I think we're missing the point. We did ask.
Hold
we did
on, you
ask for a
guys.
distance.
He's got Lake.
We did ask for a distance. Sorry, mate.
He's got
just
Lake
want you to-
Pontchartrain.
What?
I'm just saying we did ask for a distance to the horizon at 6 foot observer height. And now
Yeah,
we're
we
talking
got
about
it right
posting
here. We got Lake Pontchartrain.
Oh right, okay. I'll have a look. Yeah. So what is the distance of the horizon at 6 foot observer height? Did he say?
He won't talk about it.
Distance of the
What's
horizon
that?
to the 6 foot observer.
That's
Where-
higher than
where's
6
the-
foot, right?
Does it only curve one way, the
What?
Earth?
So it says a 6 foot 6 foot tall person. The horizon is a little more than 3 miles, aka 5 kilometers. That's just the naked eye, right?
Have we got the?
I could
have
have.
we got?
No, that's the dimensions of the ball.
Can you see what I tagged you with?
So light. Talking about light refraction.
Oh Lord.
Ask.
Where
Can
are you
see
learning to chant? Who has taught you to chant these things? Can't see the
What,
curve.
light
Can see the effects of it. Not talking about sea
but what
level
would
the
be-
way
all right,
you
so
are.
no-
And now who has taught you this?
What light refraction? So I want it so we can get into the what makes the
That's
light
not-
refract. What makes the light refract to what you would describe as an illusion of curvature? What would be responsible for that?
Yeah, who has taught you to chant these things? That's what I'm asking.
Or why are you trying to go off topic?
No, I'm asking about the last three things you've
What,
said
my
today. Are
edu-
just
my
they're
education?
very common. So who taught you to say these things? I mean, who has helped you
Well, I
rationalize
guess
this away?
what self-taught? Like I don't know, the internet. I don't know. I get my information off of
So,
sources.
okay, when did you self-teach yourself that things you see in the distance aren't actually there?
The things you see in the distance aren't actually there. What are you talking about? They're
What
actually
you're
there.
talking
You can
about.
observe it. What do you mean? You're looking at it.
Oh, so you
Can
are
can
looking
we-
at it. You're
can
not
you-
looking
can
at
you-
a
can-
refracted. You're not
Yeah,
looking
so-
at
so
some.
so you're
Got
looking
it.
at the so you look at the refraction, but it's still there. It's there. It's just like the light refracting is letting you see.
Yeah.
it.
So when did you self-teach yourself that things
Yeah,
you see in the distance aren't
all right, so
actually there?
Can you
When did that
explain
occur?
what would be responsible for the light refraction? Then, like, what would you?
Well, what
say
would
that-
explain being able to see things beyond the 39, 59 mile radius dimensions? Well, the 39, 59 mile radius dimensions are BS.
So
That's
what
how
would
you
be-
explain it.
So what would you?
Or you
describe?
can
What would you-
rationalize it away like you are.
What would you attribute it to? Like, how would you be able to see that for?
Well, the Earth's not curving away.
What would you attribute to the light refraction? Why does it look curved?
Show me that. Where does it look
In the
curved?
picture, look, you can see
And you
a
don't
curve
see
and
the
it dips.
pictures I sent you below it?
Yeah, so I'm trying to get you to describe
couldn't see.
the scientific process of why it would do that.
You couldn't see anything. Even the
My
boat,
guy, I'm trying to. I see what you're tagging me in the chat. I'm trying to get you to explain the process of
experience of
why that
reflection on the
happens.
top of even the experience of reflection on the top of a flat surface, it shows you that it will just hide that object in distance. Yeah.
So I'm trying to get you to explain why it does that. We don't have an answer. You can just say you don't know. I mean, I don't know a lot of shit either. Like, you can just say you don't know why it does that.
No, hold on. I'm looking. I'm trying to do. I'm trying to do something with your image for a second. Be patient. Be patient. No.
Oh, you're trying to like you're going on Google Draw or something, or the Microsoft
No,
Drawing
dude.
shit.
Patience.
But nobody else, but in the meantime, can explain it. Nobody has the process of why
What you
this
looking
happens.
to be explained?
Why does light refraction happen?
To deal with the topic here.
Because we're trying to. So when I posted a picture of the curvature, you can of observing the curvature on like we're looking at sea, whatever level we want to call it. It looks like a curve when you're looking at the poles sticking out of the ground, and you're saying because of light reflection. And I agree with you, but I'm trying to get why you think that. How does light refraction work?
Okay, Rat. Do you see what I posted in the chat?
Yeah. What is that? Like a high contrast?
It's a negative of the image that you just posted.
A high contrast. Yeah.
Do you see it's not actually curving? Do you see where the horizon actually is?
Yeah, so that's like the sea, right?
Okay.
But you can observe the curvature because it's sticking out of the ground. The stuff is sticking above the sea level.
Yeah, but you can see it's not going over the curve.
But it is. That's why it looks like. That's why you can see like it's not like a straight line.
That's why I put the negative image in there.
Yeah, you see the cutoff right there with the water, but you can still see the electrical pole sticking out of the ground, and it looks like it's curving over the horizon.
Yeah, it looks like it's curving, like that road I showed you.
Yes. So can you explain why light refraction happens?
Where the road is just straight, and when you put the camera on the ground, you will see those barriers in the sides of the road just bending down like you see in those panels. So, and you will see the same effect. Also, the mirroring of those panels on the surface of the water.
Right,
Like
but can you explain the scientific process to get to the conclusion that you just got to?
Guys, I have a question.
Like the light refraction, like why does it do it? Obviously it happens, right? But why?
Guys, can I ask a question?
I mean, I would like my question to be answered first, but I guess while they're thinking of why, but you can ask your question.
No, I have why. I will put.
Well, I keep posting these pictures. Do you see that? Do you see what I've circled now? Above what you think is the horizon of the water, there's a horizon beyond that. Those poles are actually reflecting down on the water. Do you see that?
Hold
on. I posted the wrong one.
Yeah.
Hold on. You see it? Yeah, I guess I didn't.
Wait, which image? You talking about the one at the very, very bottom with the circle?
The same. Hold on, I'll crop it.
Here you go.
Okay, my guy, I understand, yes, light refraction exists. I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing with that light refraction exists. I'm trying to get you to explain the scientific process of light refraction.
I think you're looking for your magical terrestrial refraction going around a ball.
Guys.
No, I'm trying to get you to explain. I'm not trying to get you to do anything. I'm trying to get you to why.
Okay.
Like,
hold on.
Your
refraction or terrestrial refraction?
Huh? Light refraction.
So not terrestrial, not the magic going over a ball. So what does this have to do with the price of rice?
Guys, seriously.
What, Neo?
Seriously.
What, Neo?
Neo, just wait your turn, okay? If you don't wait for your turn, you won't get a turn.
Yeah. So can you? I'll get back to the conversation. Like with light refraction. So Necros stated that the curvature that's being observed is due to light refraction and not the Earth actually curving. I'm trying to get someone to explain how does light refraction work.
Guys, it
Dang.
Yeah, refraction simply is light moving through two different densities, two different mediums. And it bends its direction when it hits the denser medium or the less dense medium. It changes direction.
So it curves.
No, it
Kind
bends.
of.
Like bending an angle.
Yeah. So it bounces off of like molecules in the atmosphere.
Yeah. So
And
the best way I've
the light
explained this
reflects off the
hold on.
molecules into your eye.
Yeah, you're missing. Okay. The best way I've explained this is I used to bow hunt carp. I live in Minnesota, and you could get on a boat, like a little paddle boat, paddle out to the weeds, and you have like a bow that you shoot that has a rope attached to it. Hits the carp, goes through, and you pull it out of the water. So in that, when you go to aim at the carp, it's actually not where it appears to be.
Talking about the light refraction in the water. That's like a
Yeah,
that's refraction.
Yeah, or sorry, right refraction. Yeah, right refraction. But yeah.
If you stick a pencil in a glass of water at the surface where the pencil has met the water, you're looking through the air. There appears to be an angle change, like of the pencil, right? That's refraction.
That was long. Yeah, that's refraction, mate.
Yeah, this is what you're asking this to be explained to you. It should be observable. You should have made these observations yourself. So it's kind of difficult for someone to come in here and say, "Hey, explain to me your observation." I'm not sure where to start with that.
It's a common observation. In fact, you guys already had pictures of like my exact photograph, so I thought you would be able to explain it. I don't know how. It's not really hard to explain. What's the
explanation? What's the explanation?
What?
What is the explanation? Yeah, you asked for an explanation. What is it?
No, I just got it. It was talking about the reason why light refraction works, or is in this instance like light refraction, not actually me seeing over the horizon.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is if you're seeing over the horizon, wouldn't that be a contradiction? Because wouldn't the horizon block your line of sight?
Well, yeah, obviously, but you can see like when you put the sticks out of the water, you can observe the curvature. You're not exactly observing the curvature itself, but you're looking at its effects of the curvature. So therefore, like the stick sticking out of the ground, like I said earlier, you would have to be looking through the ground to see the curve. That's like obviously
We are not
impossible.
talking about the sticks. We are talking about the surface of water itself. When he showed you the inverse colors of the image, he showed you the horizon, which is at a significant distance. We talk about the surface of water. So now that image that you sent, you were thinking that it's a hill or it's a curve of a giant sphere. So no, because Crit showed you that the real horizon is just beyond that distance that you were seeing there. So it's not two hills, the water going up and down and again up and again down. That's the surface of water. Like the image I just sent you, which compares the two images, the one which have less refraction and the one which has more refraction that you have sent earlier. And the one with the less refraction, you will see them just going in a straight line.
So not geometrical horizon then.
Definitely.
Am I listening to this correct? Not geometrical then. The horizon moves due to weather, correct? See when the
How you doing, pal? But the guy's already confirmed the distance of the horizon is 3 foot at 6 foot observer, right? We do have videos and photographic evidence which shows the horizon past that distance. Black Swan, January 2020.
yeah, because it's refracted, it's not geometrical. Why bother are not arguing for geometry? That's the claim, rather than refraction. Yeah, welcome to flat Earth. The refraction. Yeah. Is that it?
I just don't know. The guy was he's been asking a lot of questions, the guy, and he's putting a picture up of a bendy bridge. But we're pointing out that he's got a globe claim on the table, but he thinks it's us. He's got no. There's no reason for him to try and prove that he lives on a globe because it's already been proven.
A bendy bridge. Well, a bridge comes in different shapes and sizes. That means nothing.
Yeah, we're talking about the Earth and the measurement to it.
Oh, I
that
see.
You presume. But we don't live on a globe, do we? Because we know the Earth is measured flat.
Well, the globe measures to be flat, and the Greeks knew that. There is no curvature. No. Spheres, they don't have horizontal planes.
Horizon, horizontal, sea level, plane, level. No curve whatsoever. Are you, George? You all right?
Yeah, enjoying this beautiful Saturday morning. Nice.
Yeah, well, I'm just I'm working today. I'm just out and about doing a couple little jobs. I'm just having half an hour in my work van, and then I've got to fly up to another job up in Halifax, and then hopefully that'll be me till tomorrow. I'm on call this week, so you got to just take the calls. I do it every 4 to 6 weeks. You've got to just take care of things. So a little bit of extra money, a bit of overtime. I don't mind.
Oh, Geeks is back.
Oh, here he is.
Yeah, Geeks, like, what's going on with you, dude? Just let it out, okay? Just say everything you want to say about flat earthers. Get to the bottom of it, and then move on with your life, okay? The floor is yours. As long as you don't say anything TOS, keep talking.
There's nothing's changed in my view at all. That's it. They were just having fun with you. I like you guys.
He's in pain, that's why.
I'm in vain, but I did watch the.
You know how close friends are always throwing jabs at each other. Come on, that's all it was.
Hang on. So I watched because you obviously got the replay and everything. So I was watching that back, and it's a good shout. But apparently, I've got a Twitter, which I didn't even know about.
It's called X.
Yeah. But,
I'm joking. I know.
Yeah, fair enough. Anyway, let's see if I can get it. I didn't even know I had a Twitter account.
Yes.
X. Was it crit? Oh, Stan.
Yeah,
Was it you? I don't know. I just
demonstrate.
Oh shit! Sorry, too loud.
Whatever. I'm saying you gotta check it out. I'm like, I'm not gonna waste it.
Oh, there we go.
Exposed himself with his Twitter feed.
So there we go. So, it's Troll. Wait, he's not here. He's dead, me.
Are you done with the color commentary?
So that someone else is having a Cope spiral in their X account?
Well, I don't know. Can you show me? What?
We'll have to get to the bottom of it. What?
Who cares?
We'll keep an ear out for the X Cope spirals.
Is this going to prove the Earth is a sphere or not?
Wait, have you got a link to it? Because I like to see what I've been inspired. I don't remember it.
Next time he's in, you can take it up with him. He might have mixed you up with someone else.
No. Apparently, Crit had access to it as well.
That wasn't who that was. That was someone else.
No, that was Miss Trollhammer, and then maybe Crit didn't say that.
And spiraling there about us,
and then Crit says,
"Yeah, people kept on saying you got to check it out." I'm like, I'm not going to waste it.
So yeah, Crit, you weren't going to waste the time. People kept saying you got to check it out. Go check it out. So only Amish has got.
So what are you trying to tell us? You haven't taken your act to X yet.
Well,
thank you for clearing it up.
No. I'm not going to call.
So glad you popped in, mate. I'm so glad you popped in.
It's always this meta stuff, geeks. Why is it always like the meta?
I would never
get rid of him.
So, I just haven't seen it. So.
Yeah, he's in the wrong forum.
Sorry?
You're in the wrong forum. You're not in the right place. This is flat Earth debate. Do you have anything to bring to the table or what?
Well, Crit said that I could speak. All right.
Yeah, Crit's gonna let geeks get to the end. Okay, we want to get. The goal here is an intervention. Okay, the point is to help geeks because he's going around the server, freaking out, pissing people off. They're getting upset with him. It's damaging his social, economic, or physical, mental, and spiritual health, wealth, and welfare. So let's let geeks get to the end of a full logical conclusion, and then he'll be able to move on with his life.
I didn't have anything else. I just want to see where my X account is because I don't have access to it. So I'll wait for Amish to come in. So.
Why are we bothered about you?
That's all, guys. Thanks very much. Appreciate it. How did the Nathan Oakley marathon go, by the way? I heard it came in a couple of days ago. Did it go all right?
Watch it on YouTube. Listen to it yourself.
Nah. But how was it? Was it like were there any like big moments or anything? Like, or was it just standard?
No, it's pretty standard.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, because obviously when you get Oakley in here, the number of users that's in the channel,
mate,
it takes up the entire row. Yes.
Geeks.
Yeah.
Geeks, do us a favour, mate. Can you finish the mouthful of food that you've got before you carry on speaking, please? Or put more in there whilst you're speaking. Would you mind muting whilst you're eating and not trying to speak at the same time? I can hear your fucking cornflakes in your mouth. Stop it, please.
Sounds disgusting.
These young generations have no manners.
Dirty fucking Anglo-Saxon.
I'd actually like to hear what you have to say, and I'd like to speak to you as a human being, but I refuse to listen through mouthfuls of food, my friend. Thank you.
Understood. It was disrespectful of me, and I apologise. So, yeah. But yeah, I'm done my end. So. Cool. I'll see you guys later.
Well, hold on, geeks. Are you done? Is that it? Are you ready to move on?
You don't need to run away, my guy. I'm not chasing you out of here or anything like that. I just, it'd be nice to hear what you're actually saying properly.
Or the nature of Earth, maybe.
I explained. The guys were having a little bit of fun with you. I like coming in here every now and then, even though we have differing opinions. And the Twitter thing, which I'm just kind of winding you up about. But that was it. Nothing else.
Well, look, geeks, we know you like coming in here now. So why were you on your rant with your friends in that other room? Like, what were they talking about? According to them, you were saying how you want us gone.
I would never want you guys gone. Come on.
Nah, don't switch up. Stand 10 toes down. You gotta stand 10 toes down.
I knew it. He was in the wrong forum. He thinks this is about opinion. Anyone is entitled to have an opinion. This is about measurements or the lack of measurements for a sphere.
Yeah, I'm glad someone else noticed that other effort to wind us up. It's an opinion, right? We've got different opinions. I like blue, you like green. Hey.
Well, I brought it up in the chat. I mean, we kind of move on to it. Just the other thing I wanted to bring up so I saw like a disproving flat earthers video like a while ago, and I saw this picture in it as well.
The
like,
picture.
The star constellations.
Yeah, Rat, hold on. That is a globe projection called the AE projection. That's not the flat Earth. That projection.
No, I know that. Yeah, I know.
Hold on, Rat. That projection is made using math. What they do is they take a projection of the globe from a top-down view and form it into a cone, and then project the base of that cone.
Oh, so you don't subscribe to the actual. Surface. You don't subscribe to this Earth that is projected here.
That's a globe. This is a globe, dude. So if you think explain this, that is you're adjudicating either one of two things: math or the globe. Which one? Which one do you want to adjudicate? Is all of math wrong? Is all of geometry wrong? Or is that projection wrong?
Well, I thought they were like consistent with each other. If the Earth is a globe, what it's used to explain that we can see the same constellation because the Earth spins on its axis, and therefore when it's nighttime in different locations.
Oh my God!
You can see into the sky and see the same constellation, even though you're theoretically looking at different directions on the 3D space.
So back down to Earth, how is it measured, the curve?
Back down to Earth?
Yeah.
Well, I'm just trying to see like if the Earth doesn't like spin on an axis, and it's
you keep talking about the lights in the sky. Are you presuming an axis?
Constellation?
Yeah. How do you measure Earth's curve? How do you measure the curvature?
Well, I'm just trying to get you to explain what.
Well, try not to rely on circular reasoning.
Secular reasoning?
Circular.
Oh, circular reasoning?
Try not to do that. Because you can circularly reason your way out of this for eons.
What do you mean by that?
Well, you're saying, well, I see this in the sky, so it must mean that we're spinning on its axis. You're connecting the dots in a full circle ad nauseum.
Well, you can say it's a full circle, but there's a scientific process that explains it. But you might not think it's untrue. So I'm trying to see what. Okay, hold on. I'm just trying to get what you think it is. If it's not,
you mean there's a theocratic edict? Is there a theocratic edict or is there a scientific process?
Listen, I'm not trying to. I'm trying to look at it from a objective standpoint. If you don't think it's
okay, so don't use theocratic. If you're trying to be okay, fine. If you're trying to be objective, don't use circular reasoning.
What do you? I'm just trying to say that whatever the talk. So I'm trying to explain the talking points that you may object to try to understand what you think it is instead. I'm not trying to use circular reasoning, whatever you're saying. I'm just trying to get you to explain the process of why we can see the constellations if they're looking at different places at the same time. Or sorry, not at the same time, but at different times.
What's that got to do with the shape of the Earth, may I ask?
Well, the way that they would explain is that this Earth is a globe, spherical, not perfectly sphere, obviously, but
Fantasy.
somewhat of.
Well, apparently it's got a radius.
On an axis. That we spin on an axis.
Yeah.
So
no, let him finish. Let him finish.
And that it spins on an axis, and therefore when we
to us about unicorns, what the fuck?
No, it's not that. He's using a flat plane for that description. The lights in the sky is talking about they have ground positions and elevation angles to them to describe the movement of the sky. He's using a flat plane.
What?
Yes, you are using a flat plane. Yes. All the lights in the sky that you are referring to, yeah, they do have ground positions. Positions they are seen over your head.
Yeah, so they have set positions.
It's called celestial navigation. Yeah, the movement of the lights in the sky over the ground, seen from the ground, and the distances between those ground positions.
Nothing to do with the
globe.
globe.
You are using a flat plane. Nothing to do with the globe. That's how orbits are described. That's how parallax is described. Elevation angles to the celestials. You're going to need a horizontal baseline for that.
And that's going to be Earth, mate. No globe.
So what is the process that you would describe that why we
elevation angles? Do you know what an elevation angle is? Can you?
No, you can explain it.
Can you define an elevation angle for us?
No, you can explain it to me.
Research.
Sorry, say it again.
Google it.
So why would I Google? You can just.
You never researched something in your entire life, so try for the first time.
My guy, for the sake of the conversation and keep it moving, you can just tell me what it is instead of just making me go.
An elevation angle is an angle above the horizontal plane that the observer is standing on.
I'm sorry, explain that one more time.
See?
An elevation angle is an angle above the horizontal plane that the observer is standing on. I'll say again, horizontal plane.
Is
yes, it is relevant to the.
Yes, it's relevant, yes,
to the observer.
Correct, because the ground positions of the stars that the observer is observing, yeah, you need to have a right angle to those ground positions, meaning a horizontal plane of reference. This geometry cannot work. This geometry cannot work on a sphere. Spheres don't have horizontal planes.
You don't live on a sphere, mate.
Yeah.
It's not curvy.
You think you do. You imagine you do, but you don't. It's measured flat.
See, I can't measure a right angle if I live on a globe.
No, not from a curve. You cannot have an elevation angle from a curved baseline.
Not if you're using sea level, mate. No. Not if you're using sea level. No. You know sea level's not curved, right?
Sea levels don't curve. You mean like?
You know it's not curved, don't you?
You saying you can't see over a sea level horizon?
You know sea level's not curved, don't you? Correct?
They do curve. What do you mean?
Sea level is level, mate, not curved.
Like we're talking about relevant to the observer. Level, obviously from the observer, but I'm talking about like the sea itself. Yeah, it would have to curve due to its gravitational, the Earth's gravitational pull on the water towards itself. The only thing where the mass has.
Straight away.
So sea level's curved, guys.
Begging the question, policy.
So relevant to the observer. No, you can't. Obviously, it's not. It looks like it's not curving.
So when you're measuring
the sea level, I see the old picture with the right angle.
Okay. George has just told you what an elevation angle is. So when you're measuring elevation angles to Polaris on the ocean, what you're using for your baseline?
For Polaris, I don't.
Adjacent, they use a flat baseline.
You'd be using the sea level. You'll be using the sea level for your baseline for the horizontal elevation
Get rid
angle.
of vanishing point. Are those curved?
Even on the curve, globe curve calculator, yes, surface level, it doesn't curve. Surface level is parallel to eye level on the Earth curve mat.
Globe is flat, mate.
Only
Measured like
anti-flat earthers come in and say that level is curved. You know, horizontal lines are bent. You know, you guys are breaking your own geometry. Without straight lines, you won't have your own geometry.
You're not
The
living in
geometry of a
reality,
globe
guys.
is driven from a flat Earth.
You don't live on a globe.
Elevation
You've got no
angles
proof you
to
live on a globe.
Polaris.
You only have photographs from NASA. You've got no Earth curve measurements. We measure it flat all the time.
The grid system that we use to pinpoint our locations worldwide is based on a flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris. That's what gives us the latitude lines, the circles of equal altitude.
And your distance to the equator. Polaris at 0 degrees on the horizon. That's your equator. Flat Earth elevation angle measurements. No curve whatsoever. You don't live on a globe. It's measured flat.
One deck. Can I have an experiment that
Equal
you can do?
altitude is that circle where everything in that radius is just on the same elevation. It means they are not on a hill. They are not in different elevation. They are the same elevation. Circle, flat circle. Equal altitude.
It's circles of equal altitude, meaning zero elevation throughout. Yeah. You could be doing this reading on the top of a mountain. It wouldn't matter. That circle, it's zero elevation throughout. That's what gives us a flat Earth. Zero elevation.
And you will be using the horizon to establish a horizontal.
And level is horizontal. Always parallel to the horizontal line of the horizon.
And the elevation is from sea level. Altitude is from sea level.
Not sea curve.
All of these things require level to be level.
Yeah.
14.7 psi we are breathing, yeah. Where? At sea level.
Yeah, even your pressure at sea level is taken from a horizontal reference of point.
Yep.
Yeah. It's a horizontal reference point, sea level. So, yeah, the gradient starts at sea level, and it's a horizontal reference plane, not curved.
And all the
horizontal.
GPs of the stars are always parallel. Every GP of a star is always parallel. Just think about that. It's on a flat plane.
So you should be able to calculate the height to Polaris then, right?
Height, yeah, 90 degrees is at its highest point.
You do that for us now, then, mate.
You should be able
to do it for us now. Do you do it for us now, mate?
What? What do you mean?
Go ahead.
Well, you're in the ocean. You've got a 60-degree angle to Polaris. What's the height of it?
Well, I would need somebody else, another observer, right? Somebody like near the North Pole.
Call your friend.
I think we would take the distance from the North Pole to that location.
Yeah.
And then we divide by the tangent of 60, wouldn't we?
I think that's how trigonometry works, yeah.
Yeah, but it's not trigonometry, though. Yeah. Because here you need a co-altitude angle.
That is trigonometry, my friend. You're solving for a right triangle.
No.
Me, mate. Just let me one George. I'm going in a minute, George. Just one last thing. I've got to go back to that job. Listen, mate. When you say that elevation, you're claiming the heights and trigonometry and all that. It's a load of bollocks, because when you take your elevation angle to Polaris at 60 degrees, you can raise yourself in altitude another 3,000 miles, yeah, above that GP that you was at, and you will still have the same angle.
That's honestly really bizarre. So is Polaris very far away on the flat Earth?
Yeah, we don't. It's got an apparent location. It's got
So
a apparent
very
location.
far away, but
you need a co-altitude angle. Do you know what the co-altitude angle or complementary angle? Do you know what that is?
Quick question.
Polaris is very far away, but then when I go, below the equator, I just can't see it anymore. That doesn't make sense.
Wonder, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you believe in gravity?
No. Only
Why
specific
don't you
gravity.
believe in gravity?
What's
Prove
that
it
got
to
to do with Celeste?
There's that word.
Prove it to us.
I've never
Please.
seen it.
When you let an apple fall 100 times, will it suddenly start going the other way around? Will it suddenly start floating and go out
Well,
of
we
the
can get
atmosphere?
onto we can probably get onto gravity later, but at the moment we're talking about how you need an elevation angle using Earth's surface, proving without a doubt that it's flat and horizontal. So therefore, you don't live on a ball with some force in the middle dragging everything into it because the Earth is flat, my friend.
Yeah, but
It's measured like that.
for
again,
his example of the apple falling down, you need a flat plane for that. Up and down is in
No, you don't
respect to
need
a
a flat plane
horizontal
for
plane
that.
of reference. Yes. Up and down is in respect to a horizontal plane of reference. You don't have up and down on a sphere. You have inwards and outwards.
Yeah, so if
Center of
something's
mass.
falling down, mate, you're
You
going to
don't
need
have
would
up
have
and
a
down.
flat surface.
No,
If you
you
would
need a
have a
different
flat
description
surface
for
and
the
you
apple
believe in gravity,
falling. Yeah, you cannot
it is a
say falling
contradiction.
anymore. You cannot
Because
say falling anymore.
a flat surface is not it will just collapse on its own gravity. It's not possible. It's not stable.
Collapse, what do you mean? Down? Yeah, up and down is into respect to a horizontal plane. You don't have up and down on a sphere. You have inwards and outwards.
Well, he didn't say up and down. He just said it would collapse in on itself.
Collapse,
And
yeah.
He mentioned he mentioned an apple falling down. You're going to need a horizontal plane of reference for that, my friend.
When he says down, he's talking relative to himself. So, like when people
Well,
say
I'm
down,
sure he can speak
they're
for him.
not
I'm sure he
talking
can
about
speak
the
for
three.
himself.
No, down is in relationship to a
I'm
horizontal
sure he can speak for himself.
He said it like relative to the ground.
It's relative to. He's talking about relative to himself. Like, obviously on a 3D plane, if we took like the Earth, like, and if we took the space around it, there's no up, down, left, right. But he's just talking about.
Oh, really? So a building wouldn't have an up and down and a minus one.
Relative.
Relative to
There's
what?
no up and
A
there's
horizontal
no
plane of
relative to your
up and
relative
down.
to yourself, relative to your viewing angle. Yeah, I don't like I said. There's no up, down, left, right in space. It's
Yeah, you
just,
need a benchmark for that, which is a horizontal plane of reference, where you're going to start your up and your down from.
But it's not.
You don't have that on a
But it's
sphere,
a
though.
contradiction to the theory of gravity, because
gravity
objects having a
Theory.
mass.
You're going to need.
Theory.
You're going to need a globe.
Hold on,
You're going to need a
second.
globe.
Theory. What's the hypothesis?
Yeah, but I'm just trying to tell you that
Wait.
if you
What's
believe
the
in gravity, you
hypothesis?
cannot believe in a flat.
What's your hypothesis for gravity?
So you don't believe in gravity?
You tell us how it's proved.
You said it's the theory of gravity. I'm sure it wasn't you who came with this.
Yeah.
Somebody else thought about it. Can you post what's the hypothesis, please?
What's the what?
Tell us what gravity you're talking about. What gravity are you talking about? Which one?
The gravity that Einstein proposed.
That's the bending and warping of space-time in the fourth dimension.
Yeah.
Right. So tell us how you observe that then.
That's why we observe it
Where do you
through
observe
different color shifting of stars, which is only explainable through them taking the shortest distance, that the light is taking the shortest distance around massful objects. And secondly, what we can also observe is his theory of gravity is a consequence of his pre-work about the equality between mass and energy.
What's the name of that geometry? Do you know?
What geometry? You mean the space-time continuum?
What's the name of that geometry? Do you know?
I just gave you the name. What do you want me? What do you want from me?
Pseudo-Romanian for space. Do you know what the word pseudo means?
No.
You don't. Do a quick Google search for the word pseudo.
It means fake.
Not real. Yeah, that's the geometry of Einstein.
Yeah, we ain't bending time, mate. We ain't bending time and we ain't in any fourth dimension doing that. You live on Earth in this
Dude,
reality.
when you say bending space time is one thing. You're not just bending one and not bending the other. What are you talking
Wait,
about?
so I have a question. Do you not go through time? Can you not go through time?
Yeah.
Time.
How much time is in a cubic meter of space?
Well, that's absurd. I never said that you could go through.
Cubic meter of space.
Yeah, that's how absurd it is. Yeah, correct. It's absurd.
It has
It's
nothing
pseudo.
to do with the theory.
It's pseudo, not real.
Saying
Not
No
real.
one talked about how much time is
time.
in a
You know,
whatever
we use it.
in a
Do you know
certain
down on
area.
Earth, mate? Listen, what we're using for time on Earth, we're using the sun. You know what a sundial is, don't you?
Yeah,
I
the
know
light
what
in the
it's on.
sky is our calendar.
Yeah.
That's
So
how we
a
measure time.
sundial, and that sundial is going to need a horizontal plane of reference as well.
So this horizontal plane of reference, can you calculate the height to Polaris?
So you
interested.
make your conclusions
the height
based
of the
on simple
celestials in this
perception, right?
context is measured in degrees, up to 90 degrees, never more than 90 degrees.
Yeah, you can't
90
calculate
degrees
first-
means that the star is right above your head.
Absurd. I know.
And the distances to the stars are driven from the co-altitude angle. That's why it's not trigonometry.
It's not on
Do
your
you know what the
script.
co-altitude angle is?
It's not on your script. So you can't answer me about it yet. You just say.
Do you know what the
you can't do
co-altitude angle
trigonometry on
is?
it
Or
because we
the
can't do
complementary angle?
You can't do trig because you can't do trig on it. Wow, nice.
We're not talking about trig. We're talking about
One day,
celestial navigation.
can I
We're
ask
talking
a
about
this
celestial
isn't-
navigation.
nothing
We're
to do
talking
with
about the
celestial
co-altitude angle. Do you know what
This has
that
to do with
is?
right angle trigonometry.
Do you know what the co-altitude angle is?
This is about right angle trigonometry. We're assuming a flat baseline
and the
and an
co-altitude
elevation
angle
angle.
is exactly that. But do you know what it is?
We're assuming a flat baseline and an elevation angle. You claim that there's a flat baseline, right?
And the co-altitude angle.
It's not
No,
He's
I don't
forgetting
really.
about the co-altitude angle. He
I
doesn't know
don't
what he
really
doesn't know,
care.
does
I'm
he?
talking about right triangle trig.
You don't care. So
Yeah,
how
I'm
do you
talking
get
about-
the distance? How do you get the
Keep
distance?
coping,
Yeah.
man.
How do you get the
Welcome to the
distance
flat
to
earth.
a
You
ground
never
translation?
to this guy posting me the picture. That is
How do you
true,
get
but
the
that has nothing
distance?
to do with what we said. It's just the difference between the classic theory of gravity and Einstein's theory of gravity is that
Yeah, we're talking about two
Einstein
different subjects here,
there
man.
is no force, but that certain objects have to go through these curvatures, and that's this extended length which they have to travel is what we would call the force, right? In Newton's theory, there is no bending or whatever. He just simply proposed the idea of a force, but that's not right in terms of Einstein's theory.
Cool story, brother. You can't prove any one of them. You can't prove mass attract mass.
We
and you
already
can't-
went through that,
You
man.
should get a better. You should be
you
better
can't prove it, but
educated
you
on
can
this
give
topic
evidence.
before
You
you
can give
talk
evidence.
Yeah, I'm
every
educated about
before
the
you
topic.
talk shit on the internet
I'm
about
really
it.
educated about the topic. That's what I told you, that you can't prove them in reality. You can talk about them all the night. Yeah, but you can't.
You
prove it.
probably don't even know what it's about. That's the funny
Like I can
thing.
talk about unicorns.
The guy thinks
how
you can bend
unicorns
time.
fought- I
Talk
can
about
talk
concepts,
about how
mate.
unicorn fought rainbow, but I can't show it to you. Like you can talk about bending space of time and mass attracting mass, but you can never show it in experiment. Yeah, stories. Bunch of stories.
Science fiction.
Yeah, believes.
So how?
That's
so
why he's
how,
in the wrong
how
forum.
get on the idea of a flat surface, right? You just do simple perception, right?
Measurement.
It's measured flat, mate.
Yeah, so
Earth is
simple
flat. It's
perception.
measured like that.
Measured flat.
Consecutively.
Okay,
It's
simple
measured
perception.
flat. Measurement.
So
Physical
what
measurement.
proves then me wrong that gravitation exists if you can not do simple perception with an apple falling down on the ground?
It
How is
doesn't
that
exist.
not?
The apple falls
That's
to the ground.
that's
because
simply
the apple is
idiotic, man.
The apple falls to the ground because the apple is denser than the air. The helium balloon rises because the helium balloon is less dense than the air. So yeah, nothing as gravity in there. The apple falls down
because
it's denser
denser
than the air around it. And if
So would we expect
it's not
things
an
to
apple,
weigh more? Would we expect things to weigh more higher up because they're less dense?
I'm sorry.
Would things weigh more if we go higher up because the air is less dense?
I'm jumping out, guys. See you later. See you later, George.
Things weight more higher up.
Later, man.
Yeah, but things weigh more if we go higher up because the surrounding air is less dense.
Okay.
Well, things weigh more in a vacuum.
Things weigh more in a vacuum.
Yeah.
The fuck?
Yeah.
They
Because
weigh
there is
more in
no
a
air
vacuum.
that will
Exactly.
hold
What the
that
fuck? You
physical.
take the medium of air and they weigh more? What?
So things weigh more when there's less, or there's a more dense medium.
But weigh
Less
is
medium.
just pressure down.
They weigh the same.
That's what weigh
It's just
is. You
stupid.
confusing weigh with gravity. Yeah.
Wait, hold
Gravity
on.
is
I'm
not
sending something
weigh.
to the side chat.
Weigh is pressure. Yeah. Pressure
said
down on a
the side
scale.
chat. What is?
Nothing to do with gravity. Gravity is just a concept.
Yeah, and so things would change with weight as the medium gets less dense, right? Because it wants to.
Exactly.
It does. Oh, it does. So look
It's
on the side
medium
chat. How does that work?
Yeah, it's medium dependent, isn't it? It depends on the
If the
medium and
helium
the object
balloon,
itself.
if you release the helium balloon inside normal air, so what is the weight of that helium balloon?
It's just mass times gravity.
What's the weight of the balloon?
What is the weight of that helium balloon which is rising up? What is the weight of that helium balloon? I will put a scale on the table, and I will fill a balloon with helium, and I put that helium balloon on the top of that scale. So what is the weight? We are talking about weight. What is the weight of that helium balloon when I put it on that scale? Knowing that the helium balloon will just rise up.
The amount of moles in the helium balloon, and then multiply it by 9.8, and you get the weight.
Give me the weight. I asked you.
I just gave you a way to figure out the weight.
What does it read on the scale?
What does it read on the scale? The weight.
Well, he can't give you. He can't give you an exact. Well, he can't give you an exact number. You have to get, actually physically get a balloon and do that.
You're just
describing a process for you
when
to
you
do
put
it.
when you put the helium balloon on a scale, you will never measure anything because the helium balloon will never go down. It will rise up. So the scale to measure weight, it has to has something which which has more density than the air around it, and to push on the top of that scale.
Yeah. So the mechanical
nothing. And if you put that helium balloon inside a less denser environment, so that helium balloon will just sink, and then you will measure will measure weight on the top on that scale. So yeah, is it answering your question? If something will measure will measure more weight in less dense air, yeah, it will.
It will. Then look in the side chat.
Yeah, it will.
Why does something?
It will. I told you.
Yeah, but why does something? No, there's an observation. There's an
helium balloon will rise up. You are putting there. You are putting a steel ball. I'm giving you another example which you can never think about, because in the script that they give you, they tell you to tell us. They never talk to you about the other examples. So now I'm giving you a helium balloon, which will measure 0 on the scale. If you put it on the scale, it will just rise to the roof of that room. And if I put that helium balloon inside a less denser environment, it will just sink to the floor or to the top of that scale, and I will get measurement. So you're wrong.
You don't even need that, yeah? Just weigh yourself, yeah, next to the swimming pool outside of the water, and then put the scale in the bottom of the swimming pool and jump on top, yeah, and see how much you weigh.
So I would expect, so if I was at sea level and weighed myself, I would calculate myself to weigh less than if I went up in the atmosphere, like to the top of, a mountain, like 2 kilometers high, and weighed myself, I would weigh less.
You just hand waved what he told you. You just hand waved what he told you.
No, I would weigh more, right? No, I'm not hand waving. I'm using what he told me.
Put yourself on the top of a scale in the dry land. Put yourself on the top of a scale inside water and measure your weight inside water from the Dead Sea. You have 3 examples. So the third example, you will never be able to touch the topper surface of that scale.
Well, I have an
Yeah, just
observation
stand
in the
still on
side.
top of the scale in the bottom of the swimming
I have
pool.
an
Yeah, just
observation in
stand
the
still.
side chat that proves that this isn't true.
It is true. We are showing you that it is true.
No, look in the side chat, man. Why are you not looking at it?
I saw it. I told you that you are using a steel ball.
I'm using a what?
You are using one single example, steel ball. But we are telling you that different. Okay. So now that's that same steel thing that you have in your example. Now you will take a bucket, fill it with mercury, and super glue.
That's a red herring, my friend. We need to.
No. Wait. Stop. The mercury
why are you
is
doing red
more
herring,
dense.
man?
The mercury is just more dense than that steel ball. So now you will put a scale in the bottom of the bucket, and you will attach it to the bottom of the bucket, and you will fill the bucket with mercury, and put that same steel thing that you have in your photo from that flat Earth point WS. That same source from where all the indoctrinated Globitardians come with their informations. So you put that steel thing on the surface of that mercury, and you will never be able to measure something from that, because it will never be able to sink to the bottom of that mercury.
All right. So your monologue, red herring, is very entertaining, but I would like to go back to the observation that you can do yourself.
Yeah, so do it. Just go do your observation and be good with it. Or don't. I mean, you really don't have to do anything that you don't want to do.
So we can just pick and choose what we want to believe?
Yeah, you get to have your belief system is your belief system. See, I would say if I dive into the globe world view, how are you immune to like the overview effect? So you've got the globe, you got people who went to space and saw it as a globe. They came back and told you they had an instant cognitive shift. They saw everybody's interconnected. They leveled up the story of the Bible. The story of the Bible is treat your neighbor how you want to be treated. They came back and they told you a story. They told you a story that you're all interconnected. How you treat other people is how you're treating yourself. And you say, hold my beer. I got some people I want to other and demonize because they disagree with your worldview. This is why people on social media, scientific communicators, block you guys. Because you're just toxic assholes.
Do you know what the difference between a belief and a conspiracy is?
I never demonize anyone in here. I was just saying a simple observation.
Yeah, so go make your observation and do it. You don't need somebody else to do your observation. Do you? Is your observation someone else's dependency or your dependency?
Right. So what you're saying is everyone has to have their own observation to talk in here?
No, if you're going to have someone else explain your observation, what's the point of you being here? If you can't articulate your point of view from your personal point of preference, from your observer dependency, why are you here if you can't even talk about yourself?
It would all be the same process. It would have to be consistent. So he can talk about someone else's observation because it would be consistent with his observation, theoretically.
Yeah, so what you do, that's to be like some sort of method or practice that would be somewhat in line with science. Repeatable, observable, and measurable.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's scared of finding out for himself.
What do you mean? This observation is most definitely repeatable, observable, and measurable.
Yeah, so tell why are all these astronauts so wrong with their concept of the overview effect.
Why are we talking about astronauts and overview effect? We're trying to talk about
because your observer dependency is so wrong that you can't even get there.
Why are we
You're unable
just
to
the
get
absurd
there.
red herring? We're talking about the observation at hand, Crit.
Yeah, and you can't get there. You can't talk about your observation.
This is crazy. I've never got Crit this mad. I mean, I don't know.
Not
What
mad.
observation are you talking about?
I could be. Well, how about this? Do you want me to be mad? What would happen if
No,
I'm mad?
I don't really want you to be mad.
Okay, what would be the result if I'm mad? Would I just turn your mic off? You think?
Probably. Or
Okay,
ban
so
me.
do you want me to hold you to your worldview, to your observer dependency?
Not
I
particularly.
can just
I don't want
toss. I
anyone
can
to
be
be
any
mad.
crit you want. Just tell me what crit you want, and I'll help you do that.
I want you to be nice, Crit. I want you to be
Okay, well there you go. So don't start dropping some weird observer dependencies that doesn't match even your own needs and wants. You have a need and a want that you want other people to do these observations with you, but you're not unable to even explain the steps that you took. So start with that.
Do I have somebody else in here who is at a higher altitude than me? We could do the experiment together, cooperatively.
No, how about
Which
you
altitude
do
are
it
you?
I
and
can get on
then
a mountain.
follow
I'm
the
in Korea.
scientific method and then publish or post or explain your methods and practices and see if somebody else gets the same result. Then you compare the results without talking about people. You'd be able to do this in any forum. Go to any of the forums and say, hey, I did this observation. Can someone else do it with me? And see what feedback you get. And the more feedback you get and the more repeatable results.
Do it alone.
No, the idea is once you do it alone, then you share your method and practices and see what someone else does on their own. You don't factor in.
Hasn't this already been done?
You don't factor in other people. That would be an uncontrolled variable. See, people have free will. So if you factor in free will, a random variable with complete free will, how's that going to change your experiment, do you think? Think it through. Think this through.
Brother, we're talking about weight changing with height. I mean, I don't think people's free will is going to change the measurement on the scale, but...
Yeah, there's a problem. You're not thinking. That's the issue here. You're starting with an I don't think. You want to start with I think, not an I don't think.
Well,
this is completely wrong. I don't know what
the old ever so precise, oxymoron of the day, the ever so precise kitchen scale.
I already explained that to you in your DMs. I said scales.
And here we are, and it's beginning again today.
In VC. Go ahead. In VC.
Yes, kitchen scales can measure down to milligrams. I mean, that's a 1/1000th of a gram.
Okay, to what degree of accuracy?
Yeah, no one is disputing that, man. Problem is, some things go up, some things go sideways, like liquids. Not everything goes down. You don't have a downwards bias. Gases, they don't go down. They move freely in all directions.
No, the gases get sucked by a vacuum a bit. Like last time I checked, and I was like, I talked to a physicist, and I asked him, like, what would happen if I would put gas in a vacuum, right? It would be sucked out, right? So gas does require a solid container in order to be contained, right? So what is the solid container of the Earth atmosphere?
You guys really hate this observation.
Nothing.
We'll do anything.
Okay, so hold on. We got a claim
There is
on the
no
table.
solid container. Hold on. It's no solid container. Therefore,
here, Dark Servant, listen. Hold on. Here.
Yeah.
This is a squawk again.
Yes.
Okay? He squawked that he's able to divine people's feelings and emotions. Okay, he said we really hate what? Did you say? The container?
This observation of things changing with weight with height.
Yeah, so what did you use to adjudicate how you can tell what people hate and what they don't hate?
Because I've gotten multiple people that sound very unhappy with me right now.
Okay, so you're basically you're a noticer now. So you can notice what people are feeling and they feel like you're being unhappy. Okay, so if you're in a room with people that are making you unhappy, what should you do next?
What do you mean? What should I do next?
Would you want to change that, or do you like being in rooms with people that?
Why are we even talking about this? Can you just talk about
because
like,
the idea is to follow his idea to a full logical conclusion, so he can get to a place where he says, "I think," instead of "I don't think." See, right now he's working with an "I don't think." I want to flip the rails there. Okay, I want to try to uncross his wires.
I don't even
and get
get
him to a place where he's able to think.
Well, can we not infer what he maybe does think?
No, he said he jumped out and he said, you might have missed it. He said everybody here hates this idea that he's presenting, and he's used nothing to adjudicate that. It's basically what it is. It's a meth-fueled emotional reaction because people are telling him to just post your observation.
I'm not emotional.
Yeah, you're all worked up that you are assigning attributes to people. Yeah, so how about this? Because let's say it's true, okay? Pretend it's true. Everybody in here hates what you're presenting. What would you do next?
I don't know. Try and explain it to them to a point where they wouldn't feel the need to hate.
Or would just subjectively change that point of view. So now people don't hate. You just added some subjective idea. You wave the magic wand. It doesn't matter what feedback people give you. It doesn't matter how many times they keep telling you the same thing. Just unwave your magic wand and subjectively change it back to something more functionally normal. That way you're able to interact with the chat at a functionally normal level. So just unwave the magic wand. How about that?
Yeah, like, hey, trigonometry, like yesterday when you posted that, I was driving and I said, hey, I'll get back to you later. I hate doing homework. Okay. Who doesn't? So if I hated that meme, why would I have done the homework that I hate in the first place, even if it's, popsicle stick bridges? So, it's not hate.
I don't even know why we're going off on a tangent about this
science
anymore.
website is using kitchen scales. I think it's comedic.
Yeah, he thinks this is a new argument, He thinks we never heard this before. This is 2015, 2016 argument. That's why we're not paying attention to what you're saying. We've been down that road before.
Well,
we know that gravity is just a concept.
Yeah, you DM'd. We had a DM
they don't want to. I understand that.
How could it possibly be hate?
Everyone's getting, geez.
Gravity is just a concept. We already went through that.
It's a theory, but like the whole thing of science is that nothing.
Not
is
even a
proven.
theory.
There's only evidence for. You can't prove one way or the other.
Same goes
It's
to
only
the flat
evidence
Earth
for.
thing.
What do you mean you can't prove?
Right.
The thing is, I don't get why flat. The thing is, I don't get why globe earthers have the urge to hate flat earthers so much. Like, we don't hate you. Like, that's the thing. Flat earthers, they don't hate globe earthers. Well, your actions, it's actions speak louder than words, brother. Like,
who even talked about personal things right here? We just
only
talked about.
I don't even know why we have to talk about personal things in the first place. Why are you even talking about this?
Like, last time I argued with. Hold on. Last time I argued with a globe earther, I debated. Like, he said, "Oh, yeah, the Earth is flat like your brain." Like, he mocked me, basically.
Hold on.
And it's most of them.
Okay, Dark Servant. The only person, Rat Assassin, the only person, okay, listen very carefully. The only person who's invoked any sort of hate on one side or the other, the only person, are you listening right now? Is trigonometry. He's the one who added that variable. So, okay, so let's follow it. Okay, let's follow that line of logic. It's all inside his mind. Only inside his mind. He waved a magic wand, sprinkled hate into the conversation, attributed that value to other people who said no. They gave him feedback. No. And no means no in like 80 fucking languages. This is not a hard word to understand. It's a very easy word to grasp. So he can simply unwave the magic wand
Well,
and
see how
take
hard
back.
you're trying right now
And
to
yeah,
run
because this
away
is
from
very
this
difficult
observation.
Why
to
are you
explain.
muting him?
This is
What is
very
the reason you are
difficult to
muting him?
explain to people. If you add a concept to a conversation, that's you, not me. You added that concept to the conversation.
I don't know what
You
is
went
the
off on
mute
a
for? Can I
tangent
know
about
the
the
reason for the mute?
overview. You went off on a tangent about the
About observer
overview of
dependency. Yeah, because
Yeah,
a
okay,
concept
yeah.
matched observer
Jeez,
dependency.
give me like 10
Observer,
seconds.
yeah, observer. Remember, observer dependency. The concept matched observer. What did it match? The concept matched what?
We're talking about this
Observer
observation,
dependency. Okay, repeat after me. What did the concept overview match? Your
I don't
explanation
care
of
about
what?
that. That was your like
Observer
weird red
dependency.
herring monologue.
No, it's observer dependency.
Yeah,
The
observer
concept matches what?
dependency
What does the
of
concept match?
scale.
The concept matches what? Observer dependency.
Why am I entertaining this? This is absurd. Look how far you have to
Ask
run
yourself
away.
that. Why are you doing
No.
what you do?
You have to
Start
run
there.
away from
Start
this
with
observation.
you. Start with you. Okay, you're inside your worldview now, in you, and you've got a question. Why are you entertaining something? Now think that through. Think that through to a logical conclusion, and come back when you're smarter, or come back when you're healthier, mentally, physically, or spiritually. Come back when you're able to have a conversation and know why you're doing it. What is your goal?
I mean, I am.
What's your
trying
what is your
to-
purpose?
You're just basically trying to deceive him at this point. You're not even doing anything.
Okay, so you
rational.
think I'm doing something just now? Unwave the magic wand and just take that out of the conversation again. You
What do
added
you have
that.
with your
Simply
fucking
take
magic
it away.
wand, man? Can you just stay rational and
Simply
stop
take it away.
putting
See,
like emotive words into it?
you added a concept. I'm trying to do something I'm not trying to do, and it doesn't matter how many times I tell you I'm not doing that. The only way to fix that is for you to unwave the magic wand and take that out of the conversation again. You added it, you take it out. You, not me. Your fault. It's your fault for the concepts and ideas that you add to the conversation, not me. You. So just keep the magic wand, just put it down on the table and leave it there for a while. And when you later on, when you want to fill out your diary, then put your feelings back into it. Dear diary, Crit tried to manipulate me, or Crit tried to do all these things. He told me no, he wasn't
Stop
doing
yapping.
that. Then that's when you can fill in your emotions, how much people hate you, and how the world sucks, and how you want to wear white after
Who
Labor
is
Day.
talking about hating? What the fuck?
One person did. There's one.
Yeah, I
there's
did. I
only
talked about
one
that.
person who
Said
brought
he
in.
hated your. He
There's
didn't
one
say
person
anything
who brought in
personal.
hate.
Not individual hate, but hate for
Okay,
an
Trig, are
observation.
you done with your color commentaries? Can we move on?
What do you mean?
I've been trying to get these
going on his
people to move
monologue.
on. Can we just talk about?
observation.
Can we
So he
just
had
talk
to
about
run
like
in
something
here
other
and
than like
save
our
the day
feelings?
because he knew that something
Can we-
bad was
can we-
about to happen because you guys didn't have
Can
the
we move on?
Can I just ask some? Can I
Can
just
we just
ask
move
some?
on?
Yeah, can I just ask something? Like, how comes that? Like, how come? Why do people feel the urge to argue? Like, I'm always asking myself, like, why do people have to?
It starts again.
Why do
Like,
why do people have to argue?
trigonometry, brother. Why are you arguing trigonometry? Why are you arguing?
Why are we trying to have a meta conversation while people are arguing? You mean like debating?
Man, but to be honest, look, that's the thing. Like, man, like, I'm trying to have a conversation, even with even with people that I utterly disagree with. You see, like, for the sake of basically the stimulation, the brain stimulation, right, and everything, right. But they just don't want it. It's like they build those walls around them, and they don't let anybody in. They don't leave anybody into, like, no, look, this wall.
Yeah, Rat, you came in here because of Geeks. Geeks was having a thermal nuclear meltdown in another chat. People are telling him to shut the fuck up.
Nuclear meltdown.
Well,
Thermonuclear.
I don't know what that has to do with me. I joined to see if what he was gonna do.
Bro, I can't.
I mean, it has nothing to do with what I was gonna do, but I mean,
Wait,
yeah,
what
other
was going
than
on with
geek, the
Geeks?
reason why you found this topic is because of how triggered Geeks is about it.
Wait, yeah, what was going on with Geeks?
no, he was just I thought he was just talking shit. He was like in the other chat. He was saying he was basically just like making a joke. It was like you guys should be like your server should like or your channel should be eradicated or whatever. I was like, oh, how funny, whatever. And
Yeah, he's
like,
not
yeah, we're gonna
joking.
go in there. Whatever. Even if he's not joking, it's still pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I don't think that someone should have their channel deleted just because, like, I don't know. Even if
That's
you do
what the
think
globe
they're-
Earth will do to the mind. That
Well,
level.
I would think it's zealous. You can say that about anything. Any topic that someone is super passionate about, and they let their irrational feelings get in the way of objective, like.
All right, so
reality.
you realize we don't think that's funny. So you're having a laugh at our expense, troll.
What? What are you talking about? How am I having a laugh at your expense?
You said it was funny.
Well, I thought he was making a joke.
Yeah,
Joke-
exactly. And you thought it was
joke-
funny, you said. So, and you
So
know
what-
that we
Brother,
don't
like
think it's
take
funny.
it like a joke.
Well-
take it like a joke, my brother.
Well,
like take
if-
it like
Well, how am I
cheerfully.
supposed to know that you don't think
take
it is a
anything,
joke?
man.
Like, do you think the guy is a joke or not?
Yeah, Geeks is one of those people where it's a kind of my pet project. I want to see, can you pull someone back after they've dehumanized the other? He like it's hard pressed to even get him to say flat earthers are in fact human. In his worldview, being a flat earther qualifies you as you're no longer human. You're some sort of subhuman mongrel who
Yeah,
who doesn't
global
deserve.
earthers are so racist.
Just don't
Global earthers are
listen.
so racist, and
Just don't like. I don't know. Like, I don't want to keep saying like, it's the internet. But, like, people are all. You're gonna find all types of people on here. Like, they may bring up certain
they're so
points and arguments,
discriminating.
but if as long as they're bringing their personal feelings into a purely scientific and supposed to be objective like argument, like why you gotta take them super serious? Like,
Because how to fix the world, okay? The way to fix the world right now, starting today, would be science. All conflicts. Anytime there's a conflict between two people, you settle it via experiment. That's how you'd settle the conflict. I might come up with this idea, okay? This isn't me saying this. This is called Newton's flaming sword. He came up with this idea. He said, if you've got two people who are having the argument, you stop the argument, you do the experiment, and then you debate the results. And whoever,
yeah, but
I'm almost done. Red, I'm almost done.
Go
right?
ahead.
So, in
I agree
their
with
point,
you.
the globalist point of view, the globalist point of view represented by Geeks is that you use the globe as a weapon to destroy and silence the other. You use the
Yeah.
globe to shut people down.
Yeah,
That's
it's
how
like-
you use science. Use science as a weapon to seek and destroy people.
Insane, man.
Yeah, science. To be honest, science should be used to build, not to destroy. Science
Well-
should be used to heal, not to kill, right? Because in the end of the day, like look at what look at what happened with like the nuclear fish chain reaction, right? It was Leo Szilard, a Hungarian scientist, Martian, named Leo Szilard. And what he did is basically he developed this like nuclear fish chain reaction. He discovered the nuclear fish chain reaction, right? And what happened is that he gave the pattern to the British. He gave it to the British, and what did they do? They built a bomb out of it, and he meant it for like a nuclear reactors, so they can have electricity, like energy, to create energy, to be able to strive and to actually succeed, to be stronger. You see, no, they build a bomb to destroy, and this is the problem with like today's secular scientists.
The first nuclear bomb
Today-
was invented in America.
gotta do with it,
Yeah. But hold on. The first nuclear bomb, I agree, it was invented in America. The first nuke that we know of was invented in America. But like the nuclear fish chain reaction, it was basically discovered by Leo Szilard, Hungarian.
Who's
Yeah,
that?
that's true. Yeah.
So yeah, it would be in a perfect world, right? We'd be able to use science as a way to build our society up, right? But you gotta also like,
yeah,
you know how irrational people are. We're never gonna be completely 100% logical human beings unless we integrate ourselves into like a fucking AI or something, which could happen, but
Well, no,
that's
this
like
is
for
a.
another
But to
time.
be honest,
When people look at sci-fi,
we just need to take out our ego. We just need to take out our ego. Kill your ego. Kill it, man. You have an
Wouldn't
ego.
that
Kill it.
technically-
Kill it.
That would technically be a cyborg.
Pride. It's pride. It's always pride that ruins us. Because no, we cannot simply admit, okay, I am wrong here. You are right. No. I must be right. I must be right. And
Well-
basically, you see, then we bomb each other's, kill each other's, steal from each other's, murder each other's, basically. For what? For, money, status, power, like, women, terrain, and instead of settling everything up, we just, we just kill each other's. And, yeah.
Yeah, think
Well,
about
because of our pride.
It's not it's just because of the ego. It's like how
Rat, pay
life
attention.
always.
Yeah,
What?
you're going down a rabbit hole, a rat hole there. Okay, think of it this way: you think the Earth is a globe, and you think that sooner or later space travel is going to be possible. That humanity is going to be an interplanetary species, an intergalactic species, an intersolar, whatever solar system. What do you think
If we don't destroy
that
ourselves
culture will look like? And then
that-
try to imitate that. Be what you fake it until you make it. See, some people will say, yeah, they pictured Vulcans, like like Star Trek Vulcans. That's where humans would have to go. Like a show like Babylon 5 had talked about the Vorlons or the Minbari. That's where humanity could go. Either like a very caste warrior system, or like or Vulcans, not Vulcans, Klingons, or Borg. I think a lot of these globalists are going to turn. They're Borg.
What's about Balkans?
You always see the you guys
Balkan.
come in here, and it's always we. It's hardly ever do you get one of the globalists to start with I, which is why it's interesting to hear Trigonometry speak, because at least he does identify himself in the first person. A lot of the other globalists don't do that. It's always we prove the Earth is a globe. We went to space. We have satellites. We. They have this hive mind. So they see their future. They see their future in space as the Borg, and like you just said, like taking out, like implanting cyborg materials, making a hive mind that's all connected via like some sort of neural link.
But that's not necessary though to be like a type 2 civilization like on a Kardashev scale. That's not like necessary. I would say it would be a lot easier if we all had an ego death and we all integrated, but that's not a necessary process to achieve like a higher civilization.
I think we should kill our ego. I think we should kill more than our ego.
I mean, so
Like,
you would,
we
so would
should
you,
just get
so would
rid
you,
of-
be- so would you want to integrate into an AI yourself?
No, I don't believe in the AI. There is no possible AI. Like AI
Well,
is just
I'm saying
like
if there
a concept.
if there was a theoretically, like if there was an AI that we can all integrate to become like a hive mind, and then all be like more or less working we would be working together because we're all on the same botnet under one control.
But ego
Would you want to?
makes individuality. Are you
Yeah.
saying that individuality shouldn't be a thing?
No, all I'm saying is like ego in the bad way, like pride, in a prideful way.
Oh, okay.
We should
Yeah.
basically like I am better than you, therefore I deserve more the gift of life than you do, and therefore I kill you, right? No, I should be like, okay, we are brothers. Like I am who I am. I am myself. Like I'm not the same of you. You're not the same of me. But we are all equally deserving of respect, love, and life. That's
Well,
it.
Would that be
And-
only applicable to humans, or that would be all to all life, or what? Because unfortunately, this is like a product
Apart from humans.
of life of itself. Because to live is to consume, and so we have to consume each other to live ourselves. It's kind of like it's how it is. Like we're always gonna have like
No,
an ego.
because-
It's a product
no,
of our
because-
being.
No, because like you see, that's the thing. Like okay, I don't agree. Like that we should I mean, we as humans start from humans. You have to start always from humans. We are the same species, right? We are Homo sapiens, Homo habilis. I mean, if you believe in if you believe in creation, we are humans basically, and we are a creation of God. We are built in His own image and reflection, God. And also morally speaking, like, you know, I'm always bringing this morality thing, but I think it should be done. Like, I don't think anybody should come with an idea, morality is subjective. No, it is objective morality. Because if morality is subjective,
there's no such thing as an objective morality. Yeah, there has to be. That's a completely like human made up thing. That's like in our minds. That's not like anything you can. That's like
yeah, but in my subject, then if you believe in subjective morality, you have to accept rapists, you have to accept pedophiles, you have to accept because in their morality they do the right thing, right?
Well, no,
so,
I don't.
think that.
Well, no, that's not sound. That's not sound. I don't have to respect other people's morality, like their stance on something.
You have to because it's their morality, and by their morality, you have to.
No, I
by
don't.
their morality,
why would I? If I believe in subjective morality, why would I have to? I can respect that one has agency. I don't have to respect that what they did with that agency, with whatever conclusion that they reached.
Yeah, but then you believe in objective morality, and
no, I don't.
Well, then, look, like
that's so. I don't know why would I have to come to that conclusion that I have to believe in objective morality to say that somebody else's stance on something is wrong based off their morality.
By which standard you base yourself? On which standard you base yourself that it's wrong? Who are you to say? Who are you
exactly?
To say?
That's why it's not objective. It's subjective, right? I can say that it's wrong. And whatever rapist and pedophile. Yeah, it's all subjective. That's my whole point. It's all subjective. There's no such thing as objective morality. We may have most societies may have a common moral stance on things just because it seems like the best way to proceed. Like it's a common.
Brother,
it's common. That's all. That's all.
The
point
is subjective. So if you see something wrong, that subjectively for you it is wrong, you will not have to go and project your morality into others and tell them that what you did now it's wrong. So I'm gonna punish you about that. No, for him it's not wrong. You believe in subjective morality, so you don't believe in objective morality. So for you, he don't have to believe that it's just wrong. So for you, because you believe in your concept, you believe that guy can believe that that thing that he did is not wrong, and you in your subjective morality, you believe that you think that it's wrong. So you can't go to him and tell him that what you did now it's just wrong. That's what I think in my subjective morality.
Yes, you can, because if you live in a society, right, and you choose to live there, you have free agency in that society. If you choose to be a citizen and live there, you have to abide by rules of that society that we draft. And if you do not follow the rules, you are with your free agency
but
that
then
you do
believe
have.
In objective.
That's not objective. Because the laws are also subjective because they're written up by humans. It's completely made up. It's not measurable by any science.
No, then you believe because like if a society tells you the society tells me that society tells me that I cannot go and rape women outside. Let's say, yeah, it does. But by my subjective morality, well, let's say, I think that raping women outside, raping women, it's the right thing because, we are hairless monkeys spinning on this globe, going, I don't know how much miles per hour, and our whole goal as a humanity, it is to bring forward the species. It is to reproduce, right? So how it is wrong to rape? Why it is wrong to rape if our whole end goal, subjective end goal, it is to reproduce? That's a pretty nihilistic. Subjective morality, it's a pretty nihilistic.
Well, because the pathway that you're choosing to reproduce, and that is a reproduction method.
Well, that's just your opinion. That's just your opinion.
Yeah, it's just an opinion. But
your opinion. Who are you to enforce your opinion onto me? who are you to?
But actions,
Yeah, but
but
who are you
actions
to
are
force
not without
me?
their consequences. There is no right. That's the whole point. Is you don't have a right. It's
Well,
a
what is
simply.
the
But
right?
if you,
What
if
is right?
Is,
Like
is
human rights are against
might as
at the end of the day.
always
Like
equal
I
right. That is like the
respect it.
one true thing that might as always equal right. So if a lot of people say, "Hey, we shouldn't, you can't rape women,"
Okay,
and
so
you
you
say,
might not
"No,"
be right. Well, that's just your
so
opinion.
Swing the
That's
topic
just
back
your
to
opinion.
flat Earth,
well,
please,
might as
gentlemen.
always. What do you mean? So how?
Okay,
In what instance
Ralph,
has might
can
not
we try
equal
to
right?
can we try to just bring this back in because you said, yeah. I mean, I get what I get it. You could speak forever about that topic, but you kind of had this fatalistic, hey, we're just going to consume, everyone's just going to consume everyone. Well, that idea comes from, and when Crit was talking about what this epiphany that's supposed to occur when everyone realizes we're in the unboundless space. Well, this whole fatalist idea came from the same people who want to say, oh, the rainforest is dying. The water's being poisoned. They've embedded this whole idea. And that's, I mean, can we just try to rein it in on that? I mean, back to the topic
You
somewhat.
want to get it more relevant? So what do you exactly?
No, everybody, just try to, no, I mean, I like the conversation. Just try to relate it to the topic of the server.
All right, so you want
Rein it in a little bit.
So you want me to relate how does how life is to consume because we have to consume to survive. That's just like a, I don't know. How,
Yeah,
you don't refute that.
We don't have to consume to survive. I mean, we just have to eat.
Life literally has to consume.
That's not so bad. Yeah, but not over. Yeah, consume, not over consume. The problem is not consumption; it is overconsumption. That is the problem. When people overconsume, because hold on. Because back in the time, when my grandma was basically young, when our grandfathers were young, we used to eat. Let's say, we used to eat the whole week. We used to eat soup, and once a week we ate meat. So basically, the meat consumption was not affected that much. Yeah, we still consumed a lot of vegetables. However, we planted those vegetables and everything. You see. Like industries actually produced vegetables to eat, right? So basically, it wasn't a problem back then. It wasn't a problem of overconsumption, right? And there was more people on Earth then than now, right?
Right.
Because after lots of wars, because look, like birth rates are falling, wars happened, and birth rates were falling since, since a long time, basically. So we did not reproduce as much as we gave. We did not brought to the world
if I might
people
butt in here,
much.
we need to bring it back to the
so
topic.
hold on.
I have a way to help you.
Yeah, sorry.
So I was going to add to this and bring it in and say NASA teaches catastrophism. They've been so successful at teaching catastrophism that it's altered people's economic choices and how people think about scarcity and resources and how to manage those, including for all the governments out there in the world that feel like that they should be responsible for that task. So the existence of the outer space cosmology as it's preached is one that guides and alters the path of economic development of entire nations. Okay, carry on.
How do you want us to relate to that? Can you elaborate on the catastrophism thing so we can know how to relate it to the conversation?
Sure. So when I say NASA teaches catastrophism, I mean NASA teaches a cosmology in which asteroids can clobber Earth at any second that we don't see. Rogue planets could smash into the sun. Gamma rays can fry Earth. The sun could micronova and barbecue the planet. NASA teaches that you can die, and when they send rockets up, they explode with school teachers inside. That's what I mean by NASA teaching catastrophism. Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand. So what does that to relate to with the scarcism on Earth?
Well, now you have a cosmology, a setting. You have a stage is set now to preach economic scarcity based off of fictitious stories that are invented about outer space.
Well, how would that?
You can control how people think about the economy.
Well, how would an asteroid hitting Earth influence like the world economy?
If we can talk about something more tangential and related.
Not about the world economy.
At the same time. I'll posit to you this. Listen, NASA's teaching that we're undergoing man-made climate change with some assistance from the sun, and that this is a planet, and that this is the only place we live on, that if we screw this up, we're all going to die. They teach that man has this amazing capacity to basically destroy the earth that we live on. And this is backed up by everything else that they talk about, that Earth has this atmosphere and it has all this greenhouse gases and it's trapping the sun's heat. And if we have too much carbon, it creates too thick of an atmosphere, which increases the reflection of all those heatful rays to heat up Earth. This is all based off of the outer space mythos. And this is all guiding nations to alter their economic policy trajectories in order to do things like institute carbon credit programs and carbon climate offset programs. And basically everything coming out of the World Economic Forum today.
Yeah, true. Like you will owe nothing and you will be happy, right?
Right. So if we debunk that entire cosmology, let me end this and then I'll go. If we debunk the entire heliocentric cosmology that NASA preaches, and we have, then you can toss out all of this fake notions of economic scarcity and resources and our planet's going to die because of the ozone layer and everything that goes with it. You can just ignore and wipe from your mind because it's all fake. So it will alter your choices in your life when you wake up to this, and you may behave differently. So consider that.
Okay.
And also like you know, you pay 15% more to the travel fees.
I'm sorry, what?
You also pay 15%.
I pay what?
You also pay 15% more to the travel fees on a globe model. Basically, on the flat Earth model, the distances are very short, and then on the globe Earth, and basically they on the globe Earth model. So yeah, like just saying, you pay 15% more.
Well, I wouldn't even see like the reason. Okay, so I can understand just from the influential standpoint, but usually the why like a organization or a company would do this is because they want to like. It's because of human greed. Maybe they want to generate profit, but the EV push isn't that much of like at the moment. Really, isn't like really what's it called?
The Merc sales
isn't a big financial. Well, they would be much even if they didn't make this up, as you say, like it would just be they would generate a lot more income just selling the same vehicle. Like it's not financial like.
Selling the same vehicle,
the same gas combustion engine. That's what I mean.
Yeah, but there wouldn't be the scarcity of the oil.
There wouldn't be the scarcity of the oil.
The Romans, no.
Yeah.
So
they couldn't play that game any. They could whether or not there would be when is the scarcity of the oil? Never. But the point is. They couldn't play that game. They couldn't play that game anymore.
The scarcity. The oil does take a long time. Like it's a.
Yeah, dude, that's the story, bro. Yeah, I know it's fake.
So can we create?
Wake up, bro.
Can we?
Because although they know God, they did not glorify Him as God, nor they.
Well, can we?
All I'm saying is, hold on. You were asking. You were befuddled.
I'm trying to ask a question.
Let me answer, bro.
I didn't even ask a question yet. I didn't even get to answer your.
Yeah, well, you're going back to the thing. Well, oil does take a long time to be produced, and still, you're missing the point. If we're not on a 39, 59-mile radius water ball, they don't get to say how much oil there is. Okay.
Oh Lord.
Well said, old Haas. I don't know how much more plainly any one of us could put it.
How would us
Gage
be
is
on the
back.
ball?
He ran.
So you think there's
God, he's so skittish.
so we'd have to be on the so there's no scarcity if there's no ball. But you think we could just dig infinitely into the earth?
Well, it means we can't define scarcity the way we do now, right?
Well, would still be scarcity. I mean, you'd have to
Right.
even if it weren't on a ball, it would have to like the process to keep digging more and more into the earth would be more and more expensive to the point where it'd be
Or to go somewhere else.
financially.
Right. All the assumptions that go into notions of scarcity today are based off of a lie. So yeah, we'd have a different way to assess scarcity. That's it.
Okay, so it's cool. Like a lot of the things that you guys say, like you try to where you disprove.
You're not letting it sink in, dude.
What do you mean?
The
I'm just
point
trying
is,
to. You're not even letting. You're cutting me off.
Hold on.
You're
Let me
cutting me off.
try to clarify, and then we'll get to the bottom of it.
But you
Isn't
when
it
you
big
cut me
news
off.
when a
Oh, I
new
cut you
oil
off.
reservoir is discovered?
What'd you say?
Isn't it big news when a new oil reservoir is discovered?
Yeah. If you look like, into that.
So if they
yeah.
said, say if they said, oh wow, I thought we knew where all the oil fields were, not the oil reservoirs, but the oil fields. Now they said, hey, we have a new boomer sooner thing. You don't just have a 3959 water ball to search for oil.
Well, they never really say that they know where all the oil fields is. That's where all the known oil fields are. Obviously, they find them like they just found
the
one.
Point is,
they found like
have you lived through the whole peak oil conversation? Like the whole we've been frightened out of our minds for 50 years about peak oil, and you're saying the opposite.
My point is,
how am I saying the opposite? We find.
Hey, dude, rat. If they say, hey, there's all these other places we can go search and find.
What do you mean? Where are they not searching? The only place
how do you think they're going to like the prices?
Who are you? What are you talking about? Like, where are they not looking for them? Where are they not looking for them? Because that's a lot of money. If whoever finds these oil fields is a very rich man like themselves, so there's a lot of incentive for individuals to go out, or not maybe individuals, but smaller companies go out and find the oil fields themselves to generate profit for themselves.
Okay. Do you agree that they define the Earth as a ball of a certain size already?
Of a spherical shape. Who is they?
Whatever. I don't care
who is they?
Shape, but correct. You agree upon that?
Wait, who is they?
All the oil magnets.
I'm not sure.
Can you agree that they've established the size of the Earth?
Who is they?
The powers that be, the globe manufacturers. No need to need to tap dance now. We're almost there.
Well, no, there's no tap dancing. Like when you use vague terminology.
Okay, listen. If the ball isn't the only place to search for oil, what does that do to supply and demand?
Well, it could throw it off, but unless you find the new oil, it's not gonna. Hold on, it's not gonna.
So wondering why how this had any effect on who's profiting, who could possibly profit.
What do you mean?
I've never heard anybody agree and concede so much at the same time before.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
But it's more like it's more like a yes and no like kind of thing, right?
You're on a rat wheel.
There could be planet.
Yeah, he's on a rat wheel.
Bro, and you guys were just going on about how making jokes at another expense is hurtful to you, but like you have no problem with
let it sink in.
Trolling at this point.
How am I trolling? You think I'm trolling because I'm not getting to the same conclusion?
I can hear your smile from ear to ear.
What? I'm not even. No.
Okay.
I'm really talking to you in the most monotone like voice I can. Honestly,
I know it didn't work, did it? Oops.
I mean, I don't know. I'm just not like a very.
Yeah. Are you sitting in a talk right now?
A talk? No.
Oh, so you know what I'm talking about? That's interesting.
Yeah. What do you mean? That's kind of like.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Okay, he goes on mute. Boy, that was kind of cool and weird. Old Haas, you catch that?
I just missed the last 30 seconds.
I said, hey, man, you sound like you're in a talk right now. And the awkward silence, he goes, what? No, I'm not. I said, oh, you know what a talk is? That's interesting. Wow. Fascinating. You go on mute.
I think he meant, like, I think he misheard
like in a
you.
group
Like,
talk. Yeah,
no, TOC.
All right, whatever.
Crit knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I think he misheard you. This guy came in with geeks. You geeks was really triggered this morning, and so I don't think he's at a talk. I think he just misheard you
okay.
and thought talk like TALK, like he was trying to parse it out.
Okay, well, he can come off mute, but I'm gonna get going.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this all started because he said, what incentive could there possibly be? And then when it gets down to the brass tacks, if I say, hey, if there's more of the product, what's going to happen to the prices? Doesn't want to talk about it.
Sorry, my internet connection cut out for a second. What was the answer to what a talk is?
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's it's kind of like, I wouldn't say an inside thing, but either you know it or you don't know it.
Oh, okay.
So if you don't know what it is, good on you. Okay, that means you're still not completely jaded yet. Okay, like once you figure out what. Okay, so once you realize these places exist and there's people in them on the internet working for the government, spreading misinformation, then you're gonna just be like, holy shit.
Interesting. Okay.
Oh, well, yeah, that makes sense because the other ones that come in here doing that, they always have to, they hit the dead end of they're playing stupid, just sounds stupid to them, even. Huh? What?
It's like they're stuck there for another 4 hours and they just got off of lunch and they hit the end of their script.
Yeah, this isn't how it went in rehearsal. Huh? What? Maybe that's what they do in rehearsal. Everybody, huh? What? You're all individuals.
That's funny.
I mean, yeah, it's sad. I thought I was jaded. It's funny to find out that I'm not.
Yeah, they exist. They're real things, and people got videos of them. It's like you ever seen the show Homeland, the TV show, like kind of like a drama? They actually demonstrate what it's like in these centers, and how they have them set up. And
well, they have them set up for failure because they've got them convinced that they're bright. Huh? What?
Yeah, government training at its best. They really don't. Once they run out of their script, they just don't know where to. They can't really think on their feet.
Testing, hello?
Yeah.
It sounded like Discord disconnected everybody.
Yeah, I kind of had a hiccup too.
Testing the globe. Testing the globe.
Hey, Sonny. You know what? I would hate to get that. If I was working in that place that we were talking about a minute ago, and somebody said, "Hey, your next assignment is the flat Earth community," I'd be like, "Oh, fuck."
No, sounds like the globe failed the test. Let's see. We'll go step by step. Let's see. A curvature. No. Rotation. No. Existence of gas pressure without a container. No. Failed all three.
So by extension, what does that mean about the whole lore about dinosaurs? All right. And then the lore about where oil comes from.
How are they laws?
That's the
lore. Sorry.
A narrative for the gullible.
Stories for the gullible globers.
And we got lots. The lore of terrestrial refraction.
Yeah, it's more like a religion now. That religion of refraction. It's like a sect or denomination.
I saw this hilarious meme. You know how you got globalists, like you see Simon Dan, has a bunch of Legos in the background in his shots. He shows his computer room. There's Legos over here and toys over there.
Too.
Yeah, Nicktoon also. So I saw this hilarious meme where it shows the globalists all excited by the epiphany that he had. That Legos are made from plastic. Plastic is made from oil. Oil comes from dinosaurs. And then he's clapping like a complete numbnut. Lego dinosaurs are made from dinosaurs.
And Sunny, when you show a glober an observation and hear you just say the word refraction, it's like you are showing a picture of a naked woman to a Muslim and he say Astaghfirullah. It's like just like that. When you show to a glober a picture of an long distance observation, they say just refraction. Like you show a naked woman to a Muslim and they say, "Oh, Astaghfirullah."
It's a catch-all, right? It's the wild card.
Yeah, gravity and refraction. Those are the two catch-alls.
Gravity is the imaginary force that hold the heliocentric lines together.
Hey, Amish, you there?
Yep.
Look in the safe space channel. I'm going to give the glory to God here.
Okay. That's funny.
It just took a little bit of persistence, like stay the course.
People behave with such predictable archetypes, man. Sometimes that is hilarious.
You know, it's flat Palestine. Take that, terrorize.
What? Some unintelligible gibberish, then cut, then dip from the server? Didn't get it.
I'm looking for that GIF where it shows like the C-130 and or the C5, and it's like just shooting flares out that says gravity and refraction. I can't remember where I saved it.
Gates back.
Oh, I found it. This is what globalists do as soon as their worldview is challenged.
What?
Right there in chat, geeks.
What? They release flares.
Yeah, gravity and refraction. It's their catch-all excuse.
Maybe Geeks wants to try a more honest approach with our community.
Sure.
Okay, all forgiven. Hello, Geeks.
Hello. Should we look through what I've been saying on my X or Twitter account? So we can go through those.
Okay.
Can you bring it up for us?
Well, it's your Twitter account. Why not you bring it up?
Yeah, I'm driving.
Oh, I'll come back when you're not driving then.
Well, just post it. I'm sure I can describe what. So you got a Twitter account that you got some content on that you want to share. Share it.
I don't know where it is.
Oh, so you don't? Okay, so why did you say you had one then?
So Amish said he found mine, but I didn't know where.
But he also said, let's start over, brand new. Hi, geeks, welcome to the server. And then you said, yeah, let's do that. And you brought up some drama from this morning.
We have honest discussion, so do that.
Yeah, starting new, like right now. He says, hey, geeks, you ready to do it again? Yeah, I'm ready. And then you brought up something from this morning.
Right. Why can't he talk for himself? Anyway, great. You should see the code that I'm working on, mate. Like, it's gonna create some cool new functionality for the politics server.
Oh. Yo, I'm here for the yeah. How's it going, guys? Everyone's good?
Yeah, Blue. What's up, dude?
Hey, not much, Crit, bro. You owe me an apology.
For what?
You posted some messages from the other server, and you said it was me, and that definitely wasn't me, bro. Like, I never wrote any of those messages to you. Like, I've only been in the VC clowning you in the other server. So I don't know where you got those, but that wasn't me.
Well, I mean, the main point is that people were saying that they were advocating for your position. They were advocating for you and your group of people. That you said that Flat Earth was.
That was super funny.
Well,
I'm not
tell
gonna lie.
them.
You got that guy, by the way, and you got that guy good. Like, I agree with you. He's a bum, for sure.
Okay.
Because I wouldn't cry and bitch to a mod about
Well, let's see. Okay, Blue, the problem was they misinterpreted, at the very best, right? They misinterpreted your freak out, okay? And they thought it was something like a problem. And at the very worst would be that you did have a freak out and they took it too far. They probably should have just said, hey, if you don't like the channel, don't go to it. You know, they could have talked you down.
But it wasn't me, first off. Let's just keep that very clear.
Well, they did blame you. They blamed you and some other people.
They didn't blame me. Nobody called my name, bro. You need proof for that. Second of all, why would it? I think it was more of a troll, bro. It sounds to me like those messages are like super ironic. There's no way anyone would type that. It sounds like they're holding back tears as they're typing those DMs.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the rest of the text channel after that, with the people talking about like, wow, dude, you probably should dial this back a little bit. He went even further. He went even further than that, and stuff you can't repost because it's TOS type stuff. This is why you really got to be careful with who you talk to and who you expose private information. I had some people that I basically gave them some private information, and I thinking they were my friend, and thinking like, hey, I can talk to this person. I can like you'll let them know like what I'm doing. Here's a little yard project I worked on. Show them some pictures and stuff. But it turned out they were they were LARPing, and what they did was they then showed that to people like you, who then used it to say, "Hey, here's Crit's house. Here's generally the area where he lives in." All these really. So you gotta be careful. Because you never know the true motivations. And I would say always expect the worst, but hope for the best. Plan for the worst and hope for the best. Especially as someone who comes in this conversation started off as an anti-flat earther or as an just expect the worst possible traits out of humanity from them.
But why are you so mad about people like not liking flat earthers? Like
I don't care what they like or what they don't like. It's just irrelevant to me.
But you guys,
what they can do with that, they can take all their likes and dislikes, put them in a bucket, bring it to the bank, and try to cash that in and get some money. Because I would say that and 25 cents won't even get them a cup of coffee.
Yeah, I pity the fool, Blue.
You self-pity. Good. No, but you guys just don't like people who believe in globe Earth, like to that extent where you like punch walls. Like it's kind of weird, you know what I mean?
No, dude. No one cares what anyone believes. It's when they come in here on their high horse with the mythos and act like it's a lead pipe cinch science. That's arrogant. So people who come in with that ignorant arrogance, they get arrogant responses. You don't always get what you want.
Bro. Hang on,
bro.
You guys took on an 80-year-old.
So what are you doing? Why do you come in here and just complain like all the rest of them? Boring.
Because I know Crit. We go back.
Well,
I would say I don't know you at all. I couldn't advocate for your position. I couldn't steel man anything you think or say. It's really quite odd that you think you know me so well, but I have no idea who you are or what you think. It's really you're a fan. You have a what they call it. You have a parasocial relationship. You think you got some sort of relationship with me, but you don't. This is you're like celebrity. You're like you have a celebrity worship.
We used to spit and slap on you. Like
you're a celebrity worshiper.
Okay.
Blue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what's going on, bro?
I don't know anything about you at all, and I wouldn't even try to advocate for any position you hold. I don't know. I wouldn't even be able to guess. Other than you're kind of like some emo kid, so I could probably pick some other emo topics that you are worked up about.
Sure.
That's about all I could do. And really, the best thing to do is the only thing I know for sure is that one time we were on the server together, and you freaked out so badly that one of the moderators, one of the admins, had talked about wanting to shut the channel down. And that you feel that you're getting cyberbullied.
That
the Flat Earth was bullying people like you.
No, that wasn't me. You posted.
Was that on Earth Awakening?
Somebody else.
No, it was on a server called I think. Well, there's two of them that he might have been.
Which one?
Is you a Globe? Is you a Glober?
I think it was on Redrick, but it might have been on a different one too, though. There's two of them. Where they had like a thermal nuclear meltdown over having the Flat Earth section. The one was called the Chessboard Chatterbox, and the other one's called Redrick.
It amazes me because these guys are experienced in the world flat, horizontal, and plane, yet they think it's a globe.
What's funny too about these channels, they had like a role, like your emoji, like click this emoji to get this role. Sometimes it's like game together or whatever. Like message, question of the day, DMs open, DMs closed, all that sort of stuff. So there was a channel, there was a spot that said you have to consent to see the Flat Earth content. That channel was locked behind a button that says you consent to see Flat Earth. And you can click, there's also a button to withdraw consent. So these guys were talking about they were being victimized by Flat Earthers. He said, how can you make that claim when you click the consent button yourself? Yeah. You said you wanted to engage with the content and then said the content is X content that you faced harm from. You can't. It doesn't work, dude.
The only harm they get, Crit, the only harm they get, because once they're presented with celestial navigation and how it's actually measured flat and horizontal, in practical applications, they can understand that what's happening on sea level and the distances between the GP and the observer being a flat horizontal level sea. Yeah, so they understand that. But once they admit they can understand it, then they no longer live on a globe. That's why they have to start saying level is curved, horizontal is not horizontal, and go into this like really weird world. Because you can't let the globe go. Just let the globe go, guys. Let it go. Doesn't serve you any purpose. It's just an imaginary place that you live in. It's not reality. You're living in cuckoo land. Don't even ask for any evidence of Earth curve because there is none. Never has been, never will be. The Earth is flat and it's measured like that. It's observed like that, and that's how we use it. I don't need to ask for globe proof. That's pathetic. To even ask for that. The globe's over, mate. Dead as a doornail. Bombidi bye bye. Low down on the floor because the globe's gonna die.
What is it like to hold the gat of someone you love?
I'm not sure I follow.
It's a. He's talking about around ass.
Didn't sound like it. I don't even know if you fucking speak up, bro. What are you saying?
Put him on mute.
All right. Oh, that's what it's come to now. This is what it's come to. Definitely don't live on a globe. If you think you live on a globe, you've been absolutely brainwashed. You only experience this Earth as flat, stationary, horizontal. That's how it's measured. That's how you deal with it in everyday applications. Why would you want to think you live on a spinning ball? It's absolutely ludicrous. It's insane.
Good day, One Deck. How you doing, mate?
Hi, pal. You okay?
Yes, sir. I certainly am. Aye. Are you having a nice sunny day down there?
It's not too bad, mate. It's about 14 degrees, I think, Manchester. Bit cloudy. Sun's come. Yeah, it's nice. Just a nice little spring day. But I'm actually working today, mate. So,
all the better.
I'm sort
Learning while you're learning, bro.
yeah. I'm out and about doing some jobs, trying to get a bit of overtime in, bit of extra money. So I did that now and again. I've just stopped for a little rest and quick drink, bite to eat, catch up on some I say paperwork on the app, on the work app. Just fill some times in and descriptions of the jobs that I've done today, and hopefully I won't get any more jobs until tomorrow.
You stay.
Because I've had enough now.
Yeah, mate, I know. When your brain's awake from 2:30 and you have to get moving from somewhere after 5 in the morning, I know. Yeah, listen, I'm planning something this year. If I can put it together, man, I'm going to rope you guys in, further along the country from me. I made the mistake earlier of saying, "How you doing down there?" As in, we're on a ball, dude. But now I'm planning something to try and hook us up across the country. I want to do something at night with infrared on high ground and use flares and EPIRBs and rockets, bro. And I want to be filming from Scotland with infrared. So yeah, I'll be in touch with that, definitely.
Yeah. I mean, that's great. I mean, no disrespect, it's great, but this is where I am with it at the moment. I mean, we already know it's flat. We already know it's horizontal. That's how it's measured. You know, there's so many things you can talk about and demonstrate already. You know, we don't really need to keep finding other fucking proofs and other proofs, because we've got loads of proofs. Yeah, measurements, horizontal, sea level, celestial navigation. Yeah. We don't need.
Yeah,
we don't need. I mean, we don't need to go any further. I mean, the globe's dead on its fucking ass.
See, it's the mechanics of it. You know, the like you say, the celestial navigation can't work if it's not on a plane. You know, if it's not, you can celestial navigate from up a mountain if you're orienteering. Yeah, I'm not saying that. But if the ground's curving, you don't get the 90. And it's physically, it's wrong, it breaks itself. So these things are there. The mechanics of water are there. But like, you know how the water goes glass flat at certain times of the year? I want to get away out in the water, and I want to go zooming around the UK from massive distances away. And I want people to understand that we can see these physical distances. It's not an angle of the sun that's looming stuff up. You know, I want to expose that more as well. That it's right there in front of you, but people don't understand it because they think it's something else.
I mean, from the old days, globe proof, whatever they try and give you for a physical Earth curve measurement is actually a flat Earth measurement anyway.
Yep.
There's no, you know, they'll offer elevation angles anyway, sticks and shadows. You know, Al Ballouni measuring the height of a mountain off a flat plane. There's no actual. So when they put that forth, it's just all flat Earth measurements anyway. Yeah. And then all they can do after that is start talking about, well, you know, look at the lights in the sky. We're not bothered about. Well, I'm not saying we're not bothered. I'm not really bothered. I like the lights in the sky. Don't get me wrong, but it's got nothing to do with the measurement of the ground, and that's where they go next. And then if that doesn't work, it's, well, we see photographs. We trust the authorities, and we've seen pictures from space. So, I mean, it's pathetic. They're living on a flat horizontal plane. They're experiencing the life like that in physical reality, as in their body is experiencing that. But the mind is the body's doing something and the mind's doing something else. So they're disconnected. The body and the mind is disconnected. It's out of balance. It's out of syncretism, because you're walking around on a flat Earth. You know it's not curved. You experience it as flat and horizontal, but your mind's telling you it's round and spinning. So as a human being, an intellectual human being, you've got two conflicts going on within yourself, which isn't a good place to be.
Exactly, bro. And it breeds a state of cognitive dissonance. You're arguing with your subconscious on your own levels, because there's a bunch of people out here saying the Earth's not this thing that you see in television. And that's the only way you're able to see this globe. Even at high altitude flights, you'll see the circle of the periphery of the lit part of Earth. And more often than not, the camera lenses will warp it to make it look like you're thinking you're seeing a ball. It's not physically possible. You do the math, you're certainly not far enough away from the ground to see its entirety. And even then, you would only see a certain amount of the lit part. And that's what people see. But they believe this story we're told from very, very young because it fits. They just don't know the mechanics that hold it all together. And when you look into that, it's sticky tape and lies and nonsense and guesswork and mathematics.
Yeah, I mean it's torture. I mean, I look at it. It's like putting a child in a situation. A child who knows a little bit of something in a situation. Say you put him in a, I don't know, an area. I've not even thought about this. I'm just making this up. But you know, you tell a child, right? I'm going to put you here in this square area, a cube. But the child's sort of learned what a cube is. But when you put him in the cube with different things, you're telling him this is actually something else. So the child's thinking, well, no, it's not. I can see what it is. But then he's got an authoritative person telling him, no, you might think that, but this isn't true. Your senses are not working. Yeah. This is so that is a psychological situation. Yeah.
Yep.
It's psychological. So it's a psychological problem right there.
Yeah. I mean, my analogy is that you teach a child, you know, the right paradigms of reality, and then you put it in a round room and you tell that child to stand in the corner. What's it going to do? It's going to wander around wondering what the hell am I meant to do here? Where's the bloody corner? Is it here? I'll stand here. So you tell the child that's not a corner. And off it goes again, looking for a corner. In a round room, there ain't one. It's in its mind.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was trying to sort of get to. Sort of the same sort of thing. But you imagine how the child's emotions and feelings are going to be at that point, and what effect on that child it's going to have.
Exactly, sir. Exactly.
It's soul destroying. I can only see it as some sort of mental torture.
Yep. It breeds dissonance. So you have a mental break from it. Your first reaction is to shout at people who say these things at you and make you feel like this, as if we're crazy and we're hurtful and we're nasty. Yeah, you know as well as I do, there used to be jokes about different ethnicities. You know, like how do you confuse a certain type of person? You know, give him 4 shovels and tell him to take his pick.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's where we are with it at the moment, especially in this arena, because we know the people that are coming in, what we're dealing with. Outside this arena, in normal everyday Joe Blogs land, there might be people just starting to realise that, well, you know, like we did before we got here. You know, we just didn't end up here, did we? I mean, I realised that the Earth cannot be a spinning ball. And then I had to do some thinking and research and reach out to people and start talking. And that's how I ended up here. So that's happening as well before the people come here. But, you know, people will just find this out naturally when they start to realise that this is some sort of, well, it's a lie that you're being told. It's not truthful. You can obviously see that it's not truthful. You know, there's evidence, measurements, practical applications. Just there's nothing that we do to account for Earth's spin or curvature. And like I've said, the any measurement, any attempt to give us any measurement will be a flat Earth measurement anyway, converted to a curve mathematically. So we don't live on a ball, a spinning ball. The Earth that we can view and appreciate and experience is definitely not a spinning globe. We all know that. Every one of us. if it was spinning and was curved, we'd be able to go out and see that that was the case. We could take some measurements. We could observe things away from that reference frame, and see them appear to drift because that you're turning underneath them. That doesn't happen.
Airy didn't fail, bro. Airy didn't fail. He discovered that the stars are moving above us. We're not whizzing around underneath them, mate. And Airy's failure, it would have been Airy's success if he discovered that Earth was moving, mate. But no, they classed it as a failure and threw him out the science club because he touched on reality. People don't understand this. They think they're the latest generation. They've got all the internet at their fingertips and Google's going to tell them the exact truth in the first search. Not true.
There's a lot of people sort of addicted to this so-called, this space world and traveling to different planets. And so when the globe goes, that goes as well. So your little fantasy world and what you've been thinking about Mars and, going and building hotels on the moon and all this. As soon as you realise that you're not on a globe, that goes. Yeah, that's all tied in with this globe model. And it is a model. Not that I've ever seen the model. Has anybody got a documented copy of this model I can read through?
Where's the manual? Actually, I've got a Haynes manual about space. Yeah, Haynes did a series on space and the globe and everything, bro. It's funny.
So what we need to do, what everybody should be doing is just being real with themselves and being truthful. And what are we experiencing? Let's have a look at the actual evidence and how things are carried out on this flat. Sorry, mate, I'm just echoing a bit there. Sorry. Anyway, how's everybody else? How you doing, Sonny? You all right?
Yeah, I'm just listening to you guys. I'm doing all right. Hey, old dude. Yeah, not bad at all. Just hanging out early Saturday morning.
Hey, listen, Sonny's amazing guitar player, mate. Me and Sonny have had a jam on them guitars playing Neil Young, man. He's awesome.
Bro, I've listened to Sonny jam when he was in the free mood to properly jam and we gave him space. Yeah, that man should have a different career, my friend. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I thank you.
No, I thank you, bro. I can't do that. You've got that. That's given and studied and earned. Yeah, thank you.
It's taken a lot of work. It's taken a lot of. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just saying, what was the lyrics we put on Heart of Gold? I've been searching for it was a globe, wasn't it? And we put some new lyrics on Heart of Gold, me and you, and we turned it into I've been searching for a spherical globe. Something like that. I've been searching for a spherical globe.
And it's getting old.
Hey.
Yeah, summer's coming back, guys. Get back into it and get that stuff down because I need to add it to my playlists. I love sending people flat earth music, reality truther music. Yeah, and the good thing is I can link them back to the real, the actual artists, like you people. I can say, yeah, you can talk to Sonny. Yeah, you can talk to Undeck. Of course you can. Here. So go for it, guys, please.
Right on.
We was going to try and do one of my poems, weren't we, and sort of bang a tune onto that one somehow.
Yeah, but what I would like to see is Old Dude's Garage because he does some things that I definitely can't do with automobiles. I might be able to.
Rats.
What's that?
My garage is full of rats and old birds. Shit. It's been 2 winters and I've left it alone. But yeah, I know what you mean, bro. Yeah, I like I'm sitting here with motorcycles in my living room, mate. But it's an engineer's life. These are the things that we do. I've seen you rip electronics apart to see how it works and stuff. It's good fun, man.
Yeah. Like one thing I love is I fell in love with this motorcycle, the Royal Enfield, and there's clubs here that have nothing but Royal Enfields, and they go driving by sometimes with 20 or 30 of them. I'm like, I start drooling when I see those. I'm like, damn, those are nice looking, man.
Yeah, the sound, the feel of the ground as they pulse the ground on their way by, Sonny. Oh,
Yeah.
man.
I wish I had one of those to play with. That'd be cool.
It'll come. If it's in your future, it'll come to you, dude. You're the guy that said VW campers and turned them into Porsches. Come on now, you know what's going to happen. You want it to
Yeah,
happen.
exactly.
Yeah, there's more and more people preserving like the older stuff as well now, like the Enfields, and like you with the older style of guitars and whatnot. You know, you're like sort of on the verge of making guitars again. I know you've got your finger on that pulse too.
Right.
And if it wasn't for people like you, these things would be left to industry, Sonny. It would all be farmed out, and it would be lost to computer science. So never stop making things, guys, or preserving the old stuff. Especially
Right.
information and knowledge.
That's one of my favorite things to do is taking older things and make them new again, making them look new, cleaning them really well, you know, like old radios. Like if I had more space and more shop area, if I had a shop area, I would be busy working, doing these kind of things because I just love doing that. My first car actually was a Ford Cortina, a 1970 Cortina.
Now I'm drilling. Hang on, I have to sit down while you tell me this. Go on.
I wish I hadn't gotten rid of that car. That was my first car. I bought it for $250. It didn't have a starter. I used to have to push it.
Oh, that's beautiful. That is so beautiful, man. So cool.
Yeah. The front end, the suspension by Lotus on that car.
Yep. The Americans had a big problem with the Fords at that point. When Lotus did that, you'll remember the racing series when the big Galaxies, the 5, 6, 7 litre engined American stuff, couldn't touch all the little British Fords for loving their money.
That's right, man. Yeah, the Africa 1000, the British Cortina, man.
That's another thing. I mean, we've been sold that, you know, that the cost of living and everything to get around. But, you know, they made Americans have big cars, but they gave you cheap fuel. And now they've messed that all up. And everybody's struggling to live now. It's just so different and so hard. But these things are still all out there, and they can be economical still. And it's still green to the greater or lesser extent.
I know, man. I know. Like all I need is a car that isn't completely broken. I'll fix it, man.
Yeah, same as the globe. We'll just fix it, make it right again.
Fix the globe.
Take all this bend away. Yeah.
We need a wanted immediately globe repairman.
Oh man, I was driving. If you can imagine, like, you know, I live in Manchester. There's some little scruffy, you know, there's different, like you. There's areas and little villages, and there's some that are rough, and there's some that have got no money, and that doesn't matter. But anyway, I was driving around just outside Manchester, a place called Rochdale, and I was just driving around there the other day. This isn't no big deal either, but I just looked up, and there was do you know what a taxi rank is? Where people just walk in and say, "Can I order a taxi?" There's a guy behind the desk, and you say, "Can I have a taxi, please?" And you want to go somewhere, and then you pay the taxi driver. You're familiar with that, are you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, this place was the big fucking. It's only it's a shitty fucking area, and they had this big sign outside on the fucking wall, right? And guess what the taxi place was called?
What? The Globe?
Global Taxis.
Global Tax. I know, man. I've even seen I've even seen toilet paper with global on it.
You don't mind wiping your ass on that, oh, do you?
Wrapping your ass up on that one, eh?
You don't mind wiping your ass on that shit.
Yeah, true.
Fancy a poem?
Is this the time for the old farts to come up and talk? 'Cause I'm an old fart.
Come on in.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to suggest definitely do that Neil Young parody. I've been searching for a spinning globe. And
That's another word.
You know. I've got the patent on that. Me and Sonny have got it. When I get my ukulele, I'll be doing that. Don't you worry. I've been searching for a spherical globe, and I'm getting old. Yeah, man, we've got to put some lyrics to that. I'm going to go in a minute, but I'm just going to I'm going to read you a poem called that I wrote, and it's called "The Greeks Play Tricks." You ready for it?
Yep.
It's called "The Greeks Play Tricks." It was way back in 200 BC that a Greek measured Earth using mathematical trickery. So here's what it is. I'll explain what he did. By measuring angles using shadows and sticks. He presumed in one location, at the zenith of a well, he had sunlight coming down straight and parallel. In another location, 500 stadia away, a stadia, for ease, is a mile, we'll say. He again measured the angle of the sun. Whoops, I'll just explain what he's done. He just measured an angle using the surface of Earth. But you can't measure angles by using a curve. This is point 1, proving Earth is flat. But we don't want to get hung up on that. The angle he measured 500 stadia away was 7.2 degrees, we'll just say. Right then, what next? What do? We just need to presume a sphere of 360 degrees. Here. Then divide 360 by 7.2. That gives us 50. Now what do? He times that 50 by stadia 500, which equals 25,100, giving us supposed Earth circumference. So that's how the Greeks measured a sphere, using straight line angle measurements. Oh dear, oh dear. It's surprising what mathematics can do when you sprinkle on some wizardry and trickery too. That's it.
Wow.
Nice, bro.
Dude, you have to get that down in like meme form as well, so that people can see it. And we'll like I'll watch the mics and not let anyone talk over you when you know what I mean, bro. Put a book together, please, and we'll make it an ebook.
Well, I've done a few. I've got my own little thing on Nathan's thing. I've put a couple of poems up there with some pictures. It did give me a little space there to do it, so I'll do a little bit there. But I've not got them all up yet.
Yeah, nice one.
I'm keeping it to 12 poems because it's 12 constellations. That's the only reason I'm sticking to 12.
Sweet, that's cool. I like that. Listen, I'm not going to ask you to dox yourself or anything, but if I say 2 words to you, I'm curious in your reaction. Salford Mods.
Say that again, sorry, I missed it.
Salford Mods.
Salford Mods.
Yeah. Does it mean anything to you?
Well, yeah, I mean, Salford means something to me because all my family live in Salford, and I'm not far from Salford.
Well, I didn't want to dox you, bro. I really didn't want to dox you. I swear I didn't. You did that.
And then mods. Mods. I mean, I know the mods, mods and fucking teddy boys and rockers. and scooters and things like that. I used to work with a guy who was a mod called Howard.
Sweet. No, I knew you were there, bro. I know your accent well, eh? I'll drop something in your DM, man, and if you happen to know these people, go and shake their hands and buy them a pint from me, please.
Yeah, we'll do, yeah.
They still have mods there, eh?
Oh yeah.
That's a trip.
Well, remember Quadrophenia?
Oh yeah, that's what I refer. As soon as I think of mods, I think of that show, that movie.
Yeah, Quadrophenia.
Yeah. Basically, it comes from like the people who rode bikes, and us. We're street moderators, really. Sorry, but for people that don't handle any hassle, we sort things out there. We don't break the law. We just sort things out. Moderate society, man. What can I say?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, you got me thinking some lyrics. Let's see if y'all can figure out what song this came from. He was a hairy-handed gent who ran amok in Kent. Lately, he's been overheard in Mayfair.
Oh, I got it. Werewolves of London.
Oh
yeah. Yeah, rest in peace. What's his name?
Mr. Warren Zevon.
Warren Zevon, yeah, passed on. I didn't see them, but never saw him. But I remember when he was when that song was popular. I was at a big rock concert, and early in the morning they're playing that song. Werewolves of London.
Early in the morning at the break of day.
Hey,
just before.
Does anybody have a video of the no curvature Earth? I've seen a lot of pictures. I just need a video of someone like jumping from a plane showing no
You
curvature.
don't need a video, mate.
Yeah,
All you need to do, mate, is go
Well,
and
I
stand
would
on the
like
beach,
to have a
mate.
video.
Yep.
No. Just go and stand at the. Hello, Globers. Hello. Just go and stand at the
don't
beach.
interrupt
and
me.
look.
I would like to have.
Hello.
I would like to have
No,
a
you don't
video.
need a video.
at-
You don't need a
Well,
video.
I would
You
like
don't
to
need a
have
video. You just go and use your eyes, pal. Go and stand at the beach and look at the horizontal horizon.
I would like to see a video. That's what I want. That's what I'm asking for, and that's it.
Hey,
I'm not
bro.
asking for anything
Hey,
else.
hey.
I don't care about
Okay.
whatever you're talking about.
Listen,
So that's it.
Listen,
I'm not listening to anything that I asked. And
Will
if
you
you can't
shut
provide
up
it,
for a
that's all I want.
second, dude? Fuck me, man.
No, you're saying all this other shit. Just calm down.
Shut your
I'm just
phone
asking
hole.
one thing, and you can't provide it. So
Who the
it's
fuck
done.
is this
It's
guy?
done.
I'm gonna mute this fucker. There are
Yeah,
plenty of videos. Go fish.
Go look at the Black Swan video. There's your video for you.
There's one
Hey, Q, go check out the GIF I just posted. There you go. You have concave, flat, and convex. You happy?
Yeah, but listen. You can tell his frame of reference, man, because he's asking for a video, because that's their evidence, a video or a
Right,
photo. We can fucking measure the Earth flat, mate. We don't need a fucking video to prove it. We can measure it.
Just need real life.
I was thinking of one example that when Felix Baumgartner opens his cabin, there's a flat horizon at 120,000 feet. There's a video for him. But like you said, it's just a video, right?
Are you guys saying
need a
that
video.
the Earth only curved in videos? Huh, that's weird.
Jamsy. Buenos dias, my gente.
Yeah, well said. Buenos dias, mi gente. You're basically saying, good day, friend.
Sí, Simón.
That guy must not have been a Warren Zevon fan. He busted that conversation up.
Boy, he sure burst in, didn't he?
Yeah, I was going to ask these guys if they've ever run amok in camp and what that's
I
like.
want a video. I want a fucking video because videos are my fucking proof of life.
Yeah, we were listening to a story about someone who had missed a Warren Zevon concert. I mean, those are always the best stories. It's like the story where Bill Murray's brother, Bill Murray got his brother all excited that he was going to go see the Grateful Dead, and then they walked around the entire city. They were playing in Madison Square Garden, and he walked around the whole city with his brother, and his brother started getting worried, like, aren't we going to the concert? He's like, just don't worry about it. They're going on late. And then, before they knew it, they were drunk, and they walk into this bar, and there was the Grateful Dead. And Bill Murray was buddies with them. It blew his brother's mind.
Wow.
Yeah, I was going to say, old Hoss, my opinion only, but best Warren Zevon song is Lawyers, Guns, and Money. Just my opinion.
I love that one, man.
Send Lawyers, Guns, and Money. Give me that.
That's right.
Dun, 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 dun.
I heard Warren Zevon. I had a friend quote Warren Zevon to me who was an aficionado, and he said, what Warren Zevon, someone asked him how he got through this life, and he said, these cigarettes. I don't know if that doesn't tell you something about Warren Zevon. I don't know. But that was a weird era because they had those songs like maybe the Line Man song, these storytelling songs. But of course, I only heard Werewolves of London 15 years after it was released, probably. But it was, it was on the radio. It was great. That piano.
I went home with the waitress, like I always do. Send lawyers, guns, and money.
I love a bit of Supertramp, mate. Breakfast in America. That's a great album, isn't it?
Which one?
The Breakfast in America, Supertramp. I love that.
Yeah, that is a classic one, man.
The best line is, there are times when all the world's asleep, the questions run so deep for such a simple man.
Take a look at my girlfriend.
Maybe the guy that won a video, maybe he's looking for something to share with other people. Maybe that guy wanted like a video, but there's a bunch. If you go to the other server, there's many videos in the other server as well. So, and people post links in here. So if you want a video, there's a bunch. Just you have to go through the records. Give me a video. Give me a video, but video about what? Give me video. Give me video about what? What video you want? There's so many.
No, I want a video. You want a video? No, I want a video.
There are skydiving competitions. There's plenty of footage of skydivers jumping. Go find it. Like, this guy's just lazy.
I want a video of Flat Earth.
Yeah, there's lots of spinning globe videos too.
Hey, it fucking won't be moving much, mate.
Okay, a musical moment.
God.
Give a little bit.
Give a little bit of your globe evidence.
Just a little bit of globe for me.
My life is in a video.
I know when I want questioning reality, I always search through videos to figure things out.
Guys, you need to start a rock night again. I know you remember it, Jamesy, the rock nights that we used to have, man. Like the singing and stuff. Can we bring that back, please? Like we could have a whole room on 24/7 doing this anytime and all the time. So much stuff we don't do anymore. Hurts. I miss the Rock Knights, something terrible. They were great.
Definitely. If the guy is also looking for music videos, there's a bunch of those out there about this topic. So yeah, we're not even missing on that. I mean, we as a group, because I haven't done my part, but yeah, you guys are rocking it.
That's a good point, Jimmy. Actually, one of the most interesting videos is with the Eurythmics. Sweet dreams are made of these, and she's spinning the globe around in the video. It's pretty cool. And she's talking about how sweet dreams are made of these.
That video she's presenting a case.
Now you roboted, Jim.
Actually, you roboted, I think.
Oh, I'm the one robot in my bed. Am I coming in now?
Yeah, you're good, bro.
Yep.
Another video anybody should check out if you haven't seen it. Who are those guys? The song's called "Pop Goes the World," and the guy's actually dancing on a flat Earth map through the whole video.
Yeah, I know the song.
Men without hats. I wish I didn't know that, but I do know.
Na.
I missed the jam then. I had to I'm working and I had a bloody. I'm on call, so I have to be available for jobs this week. And I was just having a chat with you then, and I got a bloody call coming through as Sonny was getting the strings going. So sorry I missed that. But, anyway, I've just got home and do you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna have a fucking beer, mate. I'm gonna have a beer and I'm gonna put my turntables on in a bit, and because I like a bit of that guitar and I like a bit of rock and Talking Heads and Pink Floyd and all that. But I've also got turntables, so I like a bit of house music. I'm gonna mix and blend tunes in together, so do a bit of that as well.
How can you play an album on a spinning globe, though? Dick, I don't understand.
Hey?
How can you play music on a spinning globe? It don't make any sense.
No, well, spinning globe don't make sense, does it? It's satanic thoughts, and it's a separation of your mind and your senses. It's an unbalanced human being, like the calendar. They've unbalanced the calendar, so you don't fit in with the synchronism of time and spring and New Year's and the month names. Yeah, everything.
Literal inversion of reality, right? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So everything they've done with the calendar and time, they've interfered with the creation's time in the calendar and the months and New Year's, and then they've done it with your senses that you think you're living on a flat stationary. So it's absolute. It's taught. If you did this to a child, you would get locked up. It's evil. And it's not right what's being done to humanity, whoever's doing it or whoever's leading this thing, what's going on. Because if you did this to a child, when they can clearly see that it's whatever time it is, and you tell them it's not that time, and then you put them in a round room like the other gentleman said and ask them to find the corner, it's torture. It's mental fucking torture. But people don't realise it, but that unbalancement of your being with nature will have an effect on you. And
what you're
people around you.
is what makes this so insidious. It's kind of like in the background. I just kind of sneak it in there. It's real sneaky shit, right? You know, it's insidious.
Yeah. Well, they've done a really good job at it because it's proper implanted in people. Unless they sort of have an awakening moment and start thinking about it, they're quite happy to accept that their senses aren't correct and the seasons are out of season and time isn't aligning with what's happening as the lights in the sky, the signs and seasons for the lights in the sky. So they've disconnected us from nature and the creator. That's all they have to do. That's all they have to do.
General public thinks we're all just random specks in the middle of nothingness. That's okay with them, right? All right.
Yep. Oh. Just got home again. I like to be here when I can.
Maybe
I come home cold and tired.
Phrasing that. You said that we're disconnected from the creator, but I wouldn't argue that's the case though, because the design, the construct is in place, and to be disconnected from the creator completely, it will be, I don't know. I don't think it will work. This whole thing wouldn't work without the design and the designer. So being disconnected completely, because we observe the luminaries, right? And the machine is working, so it's not disconnected. It's not like a machine that is off, right? People can see the obvious. It's just that we are over programmed, over entertained, over occupied, over scared or fear of, the fearmonger, the warmonger. So we're preoccupied with other stuff and not concentrated on the real thing.
Yeah, but I mean, you look at the luminaries; they tell you the mistakes and just explosions and fucking gas bangs. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, for spring, for instance, the spring equinox. That is the real new year. That is the real new year, March the 22nd.
And people celebrate the festivals, right? It's like all over the world, not all over the world, but in many regions of the world, people do celebrate around that time of the year because of that fact that you're speaking of. Yeah, so it's still in the culture of many people. This new thing that the new year starts in whatever, January 1st. Yeah, that's
January in winter, in the death of winter. You don't get a new year in the death of winter. There's nothing new about it. It's dead.
But the beginning of the year towards this region of the world, but also like it's winter at the other side. Like if you go to Argentina, Uruguay, it's winter over there, right? So it's like this new year for one side, and kind of like it. I don't know how to phrase it correctly, but
no. You know what you're saying is like we're talking about Australia, so our spring is their autumn. It's vice versa. So yeah, so their new year should be when our autumn is. When our autumn is will be their spring.
Mm-hmm.
So you're using them luminaries for, as is stated, times, signs, and seasons.
Because we also have like by near the equator, all of these nations that have like spring the whole year, right? Like Colombia has mostly spring for the whole year, even though they do call it winter when it's kind of raining more and stuff. The rainy season, they call it winter.
Yeah, it's like a perpetual spring here almost.
Right.
Where I live.
Yep.
So do you not notice the four seasons? Neil Young again. Do you not notice the four seasons?
If you go out into the, if you go out more towards the forest, you can, but generally not near the beaches or anything. No, you can't really tell that there's like one season to the next. They're all pretty much the same.
So, I mean, I'm not quizzing this. I'm interested in that. I mean, do you think on a lower, is it happening, but it's not as noticeable as then in the northern circle or the southern circle? Is it
right? It's just not as noticeable. You still have the oak trees and everything, or you still have the trees, that will change color, but
yeah,
they're not like masses of trees that are all changing colors like you do, let's say, in the Midwest or the East Coast, where you can see it from all the trees change color at the same time pretty much, or drop all their leaves. Well, here they virtually never drop their leaves or only for a very short time. And then they'll start growing again regardless of what time of year it is, just like as if it were spring again. Year-round spring. The only thing that we have different is sometimes we don't have as much of sometimes we have nearly summer weather all year round. So that's kind of odd here,
And a bunch of and the fires are a big difference as well between these regions of the world that are not like perma spring or perma summer or whatever. There's not as many fires, I think, but yeah, it's kind of crazy. The extreme change between the tropics, the south and north, and it's so interesting that it's like clockwork, and it just shows design, in my opinion.
Yeah. So there could be a few different stories and scenarios then, couldn't there? Really, when we talk about, like I've just said, I'm talking from a northern circle perspective. The sun coming back in, moving over the ecliptic into the northern circle. That's the springtime. So that's me speaking from the northern circle. Obviously, the southern circle far out, Australia would be the opposite of that. But then you've got the mid-ground then, which is neither one or the other, possibly. And so there's three stories going on there. There's three different things going on, depending on your location on the flat stationary plane.
If you want to throw this one that you are in Australia, you said, right?
No, I'm not. I'm in UK, mate.
Okay. Because during this season, during this season, that here in the north we get the sun coming kind of like around our sky. We have longer days. That's what because I'm in the northeast of the U.S. So now we have longer days, right? But on the south, they report like the Antarctic region that right now they have like a full night. The whole day is basically night, right? It's a long night for a certain period down there, and they claim that you can observe the actual 24-hour circle of the southern celestial south. You can actually record it for 24 hours, basically, at a certain time of the year.
And at the same time, in the Arctic up north, there's 24 hours of light.
There's an old photograph taken from the geographical South Station, South Pole. There's a station there, and they have a dome observatory. It's like a little dome. I mean, it was back then during Operation Deep Freeze 3. and they recorded. They say there's their photograph. I haven't seen a video, but a photograph of the full circle of the celestial south, whatever, right? Oh, there you go. My bad. Let's check.
Imagine if there was two suns, but you never see them both at the same time ever, wherever you are. I was talking shit now. It's not Speculation Sunday, is it? Who fucking knows what that sun is? It's fucking amazing, though, isn't it?
I was just thinking that. Are we starting Speculation Sunday early?
Yeah. I do like. It's nice to speculate, though, isn't it? I do like. You can say these things because we don't know. There's a lot we just don't fucking know. To tell you they know it in the heliocentric fucking globe garbage model, so it's all wrapped up and you don't have to think to yourself anymore. But that's just a story to just shut you up. We've worked it all out. Keep your head down. Don't ask any fucking questions because we know better than you. So it's nice to say, well, there's other possibilities.
Yeah, I love that about Speculation Sunday. If nothing else, it gets us thinking new thoughts.
Yeah, that's what you've got to do, isn't it? You've got to think and. If you just accepted everything you was told, and your mind's a muscle. You've got to work it, haven't you? It's like your body. You've got to work out a bit and stretch your muscles and give it some growth. You've got to do your brain's like the main part of your computer. It's your processor. It's everything that is you. Apart, saying that. Talk about the soul and everything else and other body functions. What is this called?
There's a famous individual coming out saying some things that I had thought of long ago about mathematics, and he's saying the same things that I was thinking, and it's quite interesting to hear, actually.
Oh, go on. What does he say?
Well, for example, the whole area of multiplication where when you times something by 0, it automatically becomes 0. Like, how is that possible? Where did the number go to? Like, how is 2 times 0 not 2? And then maybe, I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen. So the gentleman's name is Terrence Deshaun Howard. He's been in several movies. He was in Get Rich or Die Trying, Hustle and Flow. Anyways, he's basically proposing the same thing. And then I was wondering if maybe there might be a possibility for 2 types of math, where if you're timesing a physical object by 0, the physical object can't go nowhere. But possibly with numbers, maybe, I don't know. But even doesn't make sense to me that 2 disappears when you times it by nothing. And so he's in the same mind frame as I am, and he's out there talking to universities about this new way to look at mathematics rather than the traditional ways, I
mean, so you've got 2 and you times it by nothing. You've surely got 2, haven't you?
That's where I stand, and same with him. And so he's basically starting to open up the field of mathematics.
I'm sorry to be acting thick. So why is that not the case?
Yeah, exactly. I'm not sure. Because I know if I had 25 cars and I times them by nothing, the 25 cars aren't disappearing.
Yeah, this is a very underrated topic, and the way you said it, like, children are taught that 1 times 0 is 0. Well, I have 1 apple, and if I time this apple by 0, I still have 1 apple.
Correct.
So I get what you're saying. You're relating the description of reality in numbers. So I have 1 apple. I'm gonna describe it as 1 apple. That makes sense. And then you add.
Well,
Well, multiply is to grow,
Yeah.
isn't it? To become more. Multiply, is that not the case? So if you've got 2 and you times it by nothing, well, you've still got 2. You haven't just
Yeah.
haven't. It's not multiplied any more than it was.
But you see how damaging this might be to a child's mind, this math, that,
This is what we're saying.
since you're a child, they're being told this fictional math of fictional worlds, or not reality.
This is what we were saying. You might have been there when we were saying it. This is the thing. You're being told that you're living on a globe, but everything you experience is flat and horizontal. It's just like giving a child a round room and saying found the corner, and telling them that that's not that they know that what they're looking at is something that they can see, obviously, and they know it's level and horizontal, but someone's saying you might think it's that, but it's not. It's just appearing that way. You're wrong. So everything, it's like brain psychological torture. That's what this whole heliocentric thing is. Wrapped up in a fucking in something with fucking ribbons on. And we've worked it out. You see, we're the lucky ones. We've worked this out. We've escaped from the fucking Matrix, pardon the pun. But we have. We've come out of, for whatever reason, we've come out of it. We've realised that we've managed somehow to escape, and that sometimes that escapism isn't necessarily an easy fucking journey.
There, I just posted what he's presenting to us, and I had these thoughts before I saw him explaining things, and he's a little more better at speaking and whatnot, right? He's an actor. He's been in front of cameras all his life and practiced talking, and me, I'm a bit street, so.
What's this? I have no idea. Which one is it? Was it? You've been lied to.
Oh, sorry. I might have posted it in the live stream voice text and the other 24/7. I'm not sure what this, like, when I go to post something in this live stream, I'm not sure which one it is when it says pick where to share it, because there's live stream 1, live stream 2.
No, if you just go down on your little middle button in between the mic and the rocket.
Yeah, but I'm sharing from YouTube.
Yeah, so copy. So all you do is just copy the link.
Copy the YouTube link? Okay.
Yeah, so just copy the link, then come back in, press that little talking bubble in the middle, and paste it.
Okay, let's see if this will work. Just give me a moment, gentlemen. Sorry.
Yeah. But when you doesn't matter. When you've done it, just pop back in and say you've done it. But I'm just going to pop out for 10 minutes, guys. Nice to talk to you. Nice to catch up with you, Sonny. I've just got in, so I'm just going to have a shower and get changed and have a quick beer and just see my dog. I need to see my dog and make sure he's all right.
I just figured it out. It's in there now.
All right, I'll have a quick look and then I've got to go for a bit. Oh yeah, so we got the Terrence Howard. Yeah.
That's the one.
Yeah, I'll open it and play it, and then it'll be in my saved thing, so I'll watch that maybe later or tomorrow. But yeah, thanks.
You'll need a minute and a half. It's about an hour long, but it's very interesting, brother. You'll love it.
Yeah, I like watching everything I watch like that. It's an hour and a half, 2 hours talks and things. I just listen to it while I'm driving around sometimes.
Brilliant.
Right, guys, nice to talk to you, and I'm just going to hook off for a bit, so I've got a few things to do. But
sure.
The globe is flat. It was measured like that. The globe is flat. The Greeks all knew that.
Got awful quiet in here. What happened? Yo.
Sorry, that other guy got me all excited, and I'm watching my skydiving videos now. I could add about that Terrence Howard thing that I posted too, though. When he starts speaking on multiplication and money, it gets really interesting because 25 times 1 is 25. But if you times 25 quarters by 25, it's 25 quarters. Each quarter is worth 25. And it's how do you want your money counted? It's a really interesting part of the video. You should check it out, Sonny.
Post it. I just got done shaving my face and I look 10 years younger. A little off topic.
My coworker said that to me when I walked in the other day. Wow, you look different because I cut my hair and shaved. And she hasn't seen me in months and months and months. Anyways, I posted at 12:12 in the live stream. I should focus on saving for a trip to Kuala Lumpur. There's a base jumping event that happens there in the summertime. You jump from these very tall structures. They're probably as tall as the CN Tower, maybe. If not taller, I don't know. Anyways, when you land, you get in a golf cart and they drive you back to the base of the structure and you get in the elevator, go up and jump again. It would be such a blast.
Yeah, some people are into jumping off of things. I don't know. I'm like, I prefer closer to the surface. I don't know about jumping off of shit.
Well, the scary part is when we base jump, it's one shoot. So if it malfunctions, it malfunctions. There's no backup.
That's it. Wow.
That's why you get good at packing your own chute and you know it's packed properly. There's chute inspections, like where they'll even inspect the reserve chute every so often to make sure nothing's shifted or anything will malfunction if it's needed to deploy and so on. Accidents still happen, but they're getting fewer and fewer. There's a AAD, automatic activation device. It'll open your chute even if you passed out. So there's certain, safety things that are being put into place to help save lives and stop accidents from happening. It is still a risk, but it's getting safer as time goes by.
Hello, everyone.
Aloha. How goes it?
I'm doing good.
Just awake, or are you still partying from last night?
What? Did I just get up, or?
Yeah, did you just wake up, or are you still partying from last night?
No. I've been awake for like 4 hours now.
Cool.
Hey, just the other one we forgot, and Sonny and the guys about we were talking about music. What about the Mind Bomb? That's a fucking classic.
The what? The Mindbot what?
Yeah, it's a group called the, and they've got an album called Mind Bomb. Fucking, anyone heard it?
I think so,
No,
dude. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go and look, man. Cheers. Hang on.
Yeah, you get in, you check the out. Any of their albums, he is a genius with lyrics and getting things across. But that Mind Bomb, it's really to do with yourself and your emotions. But have a listen to that later. You'll be glad I mentioned it to you. The Mind Bomb. Anyway, just wanted to say that.
Is Magic Earther here, or no?
Don't mention magic, mate.
I didn't. I wasn't the one who had to use magic to explain something. That's Magic Earther.
When we used to go out raving in Manchester to the Hacienda when the house scene first came off and when we was all going down there and having ease and things, that's what it is. It's called magic. MDMA. Pure magic. And it's like ecstasy tablets and things like that. That's what you call madge. You go to a rave, mate, you have a bit of madge, and you fucking dance all night.
No, magic was something be able to be in like different positions or a different place at the same time.
It's what I call MDMA. MDMA. Pure ecstasy.
Yeah, got pretty worked up today earlier about scales and density. Always interesting.
I know they get worked up about these things, but that's got nothing to do with the shape of Earth either.
Well, yeah, I mean they just made a claim that density is what causes objects to go up or down.
Yeah. Well, I mean, talk about that all day long, but the Earth's measured flat.
Is it though?
Yeah.
Sure. Is there a way you could do something with it to measure it flat? Like
Yeah, you could take angle. Yeah, you could take angle measurements to Polaris on the ocean and work your way back from 90 degrees to 0. When you get to the equator, that'll give you a distance from the GP of Polaris to the equator. 69 miles per degree.
Excellent. So you have a distance to somebody in the North Pole, so the GP of Polaris, right? And you have an angle of elevation of an observer at a lower latitude. And
yeah, that's how you.
Yep. And I measure the angle of elevation, and I have a 90-degree angle. See where I'm going here? I have a right triangle.
Yep.
I can do some trigonometry, and I can figure out the height of Polaris.
Well, what is the height of Polaris?
Depends on where you are. That's why it doesn't make any sense. How can the height of Polaris change?
So let's go through it slowly then. So you're in the middle of the ocean. 60-degree angle measurement to Polaris.
Yep.
So talk us through how you get the height of Polaris.
Well, you have a distance to the GP of Polaris, so that's your baseline of the triangle.
So how did you get that? What's that distance? What's that distance?
Well, you'd have to agree upon a distance, but you could do it from knowing the latitude. You could figure out the.
No, once you've got the GP of Polaris, what's the distance between you and Polaris?
You could figure that out by where you are latitude wise.
Well, that's what you're doing. So you've got the GP of Polaris at 60 degrees. What's that distance between the GP of Polaris and yourself at 60 degrees?
Distance between you and the North Pole.
Well, Polaris at 60 degrees, yeah, once you've got its GP, what's the distance between the GP and yourself? In miles.
Miles would be the distance to you to Polaris, right? I mean, that's where.
Well, how do you work it out? How do you know? What have you done?
Do we not know the distance to the North Pole?
You need the base of your triangle, don't you, mate? The length of it.
Yeah, so we don't know the length of. So we don't know the distance from the North Pole to New York, or.
I'm asking you, how do you determine the length between the GP and yourself?
We have lines of latitude which correlate with distance to the North Pole.
Right. So it's 60 degree angle measurement to Polaris GP. What's the distance between the GP and you? What is it? Give me the figure.
Give you the figure. What multiply or finding the distance?
Yes.
From
Give me the figure. Give me the figure. What is it? What is it? What's the mileage?
At 60 degrees. You want me to do it for you? Like write it down and paint or something?
You said you was measuring the height of the star.
Yeah, and you're asking me for something. Do you want me to do? Put it down on paint with the formula and everything.
You said you was going to measure the height of the star. You talk us through it. I thought that's what you was doing.
I'm just calculating the height to Polaris. All I need is a baseline, which you can figure out by using latitude.
So what's the distance between the GP and yourself at 60 degrees? Mileage.
What's the distance between?
Oh my God! My battery's going to run out in about half an hour, mate. I thought you had a claim to make here or something to put on the table.
I don't know. Go on Google Maps and figure out the distance between them.
Why would I want to do that when you're coming in saying you can measure the height of a star?
That's what I'm doing.
Well, you're not doing very well.
We can't figure out the distance between the North Pole and somebody on the on the globe.
Can we not?
Yeah, we can.
You just said we can't.
What? When did I say you can't figure out the distance from the North Pole to somebody?
You just said we can't figure out the distance between the North Pole and somebody. That's what you said. We can't. That was your words. We can't.
I did not say we can't. That's absurd. No one has ever claimed that before.
And the distance between the you can then. Can you? Hello?
Can I figure? Yes, you could go on Google Maps, bro.
Right,
Look it
so
up.
what's the distance? What's the distance between the GP of Polaris and yourself at 60 degrees on the ocean?
Well, 60
mileage.
degrees south. No, I'm not doing mileage, you fucking cunt, man. Screw off with your mileage. Learn kilometers.
Go on then.
Mileage refers to the distance traveled, not the length of units you're measuring that distance in. It could be kilometers or miles. So, like,
have you got a distance yet? The baseline.
Right, so it would be 90 divided by, or it'd be 90 minus 60 divided by 90 times what is this? 60 degrees. It's like 6,700 kilometers.
Yeah, and that's your baseline, is it?
Yeah.
So it's a horizontal baseline.
Yeah. Okay. That's for 30 degrees.
Yeah. So you've got a flat baseline of Earth there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah. We only got into it, man.
Yeah.
Wait,
so you've
why
just
can't we
proved the
measure
flat
the
Earth
height
anyway.
to Polaris? Why can't we measure the height to Polaris if we have a baseline and an angle, man?
Okay, so you got how many kilometers did you have?
How many what?
Kilometers.
Like 6,700 baseline.
Okay, so what are you going to do now then?
I have a baseline. I have a 90-degree angle, and I have an angle of elevation. So I can
Okay,
take the
so how high?
tangent. Tangent is opposite of adjacent. So the height to Polaris would be the adjacent side, or the opposite side. The adjacent side is the baseline.
So what's the height of it then? What you're going to make a claim of the height of Polaris now?
Yep. So 30 degrees, it'll be. It will be. It'll be 3,868 kilometers in height.
To a light in the sun.
Yeah.
How many light years is that?
That's not light years.
Well, according to the globetrotter, it's 433 light years away.
That's according to a flat Earth, man.
No, that's the globetrotter.
Really, the globe rhetoric is that the Earth is flat? Listen to yourself, man.
Yeah, if you look at what the globe claims the distance to Polaris is, it's 433 light years away. You've just debunked that.
How have I debunk that? Because
So
if I go further and further away from it, why can't I see it anymore? I can't. Why can't I see it anymore on the flat Earth if it's increasing in height?
Well, you know you're on a flat Earth because you've just got your baseline from the flat Earth, haven't you?
Yeah, but it doesn't work because Polaris is changing in height. It's in multiple places at the same time.
Yeah, but
how does that work?
you wouldn't. You're skipping past the elevation angle, mate. You've already took your elevation angle from the GP of Polaris to yourself,
Right, so
which
Polaris is magical. It can just float around in multiple places at once.
I've not made a claim about
That's
Polaris.
what you're claiming. That's what you're claiming.
I've not made it. No, I didn't. Everybody
Yeah,
can
but
hear in
Polaris
this room.
can-
Everybody in this room knows I've not made a claim about Polaris.
What do you're trying to say that it's on a flat Earth, which means that it should
It
be
is
in
on a flat
multiple
Earth.
places at the
It
same
is on a
time.
flat Earth, and you've just demonstrated you took a flat Earth head measurement to get the distance between
Flat
the
Earth
GP and
measurement?
yourself.
Okay, Nathan Oakley, Stan, come on.
Dude, you're just running, man, you little fairy tale earther.
Yeah, you don't even know where Polaris is. It's in multiple places at the same time. Shut up.
It's a light in the sky. It's a light in the sky, mate. You've just claimed it's got a distance to it.
How the hell did you
Yeah, we
measure
just
the
did
height of it if you don't know where it is, dude?
We just did trigonometry on it. We have a baseline and we have an angle.
You
Why
don't
can't
know
we do
the
that?
position of it. You just said that, man. You just contradicted yourself like within a fucking 10
What do you mean
second
I don't know
period,
the
man.
What do you
You
mean I
just
don't know
said
the
you did.
What? Yeah, we don't know the position because it's magical, apparently. It can be in multiple places at
Yeah,
once.
you just found the height of it, man. I get it.
Yeah, it can be in multiple places at once. Congratulations, Magic Earther.
Congratulations on your contradiction, bro. Fairy tale
Yeah, it is
Earther.
It is contradictive because it has to be in multiple places at the same time to work.
Anyway, why don't we get back to the point there? Go
I
ahead.
know you
Mike.
believe in
I'm
magic,
sorry, bro.
dude. I know you believe in magic.
I understand, fairy tale boy.
Yeah,
No,
you
you've
believe
measured-
in magic. You think it'd be in multiple
Trigonometry, man.
places at the same
You just
time.
measured a flat Earth, mate. On the ocean, you've just measured a flat baseline using the sea level. Welcome to flat Earth.
And it doesn't work out logically. How does that work? Why does it not work out logically at all?
Well, it is logical because you've got the GP of the star onto the top of the ocean where you are, and that's your horizontal baseline. It's flat and it's level. Welcome to flat Earth.
And then I do trig and it's in multiple places at the same time. How does that work?
Well, I didn't say that.
Yeah, you didn't say that it worked because it doesn't work. I know. Thank you.
I've not claimed a height to Polaris. You have.
Yeah, because you know it won't work, so you won't claim a height.
Well, it just did
You're
work.
running away.
No, I'm not running away. All you're trying to do is find your position on the surface of Earth. What's the height of the star got to do with it? If there is a height to a star, that is.
Because there has to be a height to the star, right?
Who said that?
So it's a physical object that doesn't have a height? Okay.
How do you know it's the term? Oh, getting the physicality. What's physical?
Because it's emitting light. How does that work? So the non-physical objects emit light?
Hang on a minute. The star's physical. What is the star made of?
I don't know, but I know it emits light, so therefore it's physical.
Right. So can you go and physically measure it?
Well, it has to be a physical object if it's emitting light. Do non-physical objects emit light?
So you've made a claim the star's physical. Talk us through how you know it's physical.
Because only physical objects can emit or reflect light.
That's here on Earth. Where's the star?
Ah, so you are claiming magic. It only works for stuff in the sky. Okay, nice.
No.
See, look what you have to resort to.
We can,
it's in the sky, so it doesn't follow the stuff down here. Yeah, nice one. Magic Earther.
Bro, he just wrecked you, man.
What, he wrecked
Go
me
ahead.
by saying that
Take your victory lap, you little fucking fairy tale Arthur.
Yeah, non-physical objects emit light and reflect light.
You got destroyed and you think you've won. That is hilarious.
What, that non-physical objects can emit light? Really?
Go ahead, change the subject, bro.
No, that is on subject. That's how I know
We were talking about the height of Polaris, weren't we?
Yeah, I was saying that it's physical.
Is the star on Earth?
No,
is the star on Earth?
No, but shouldn't it follow the same laws of how things work?
Who said that?
Non-physical object.
Who said that? Who said that?
So, see, this is what I mean. You have to claim you're a magic
told you
Earther. You can't even claim that something is physical. It's just made up nonsense you come up with. That's on the.
I don't know what the star is. I can't get to it. I don't know where it is. All I can do is test things on Earth.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay if you believe in magic, man. That's fine. Just don't claim it has anything to do with the shape of the Earth.
It's nothing to do with magic. All I can do is test things on Earth. I don't know where the star is. I can't interact with it. I don't know what it is. You're claiming you do.
If there's a balloon in the sky, right?
Stop asking me questions. And back up your claims.
I am backing up my claims. Non-physical objects can't emit or reflect light. Non-physical objects can't.
On Earth, where's the star? Is the star on Earth?
Non-physical objects can't emit or reflect light.
Is the star on Earth to manipulate?
Doesn't matter.
Derailed you one deck, man. You should get back on topic, man.
Hello,
Fuck this
everyone.
bullshit.
If I have a
Hello,
plane in the
everyone.
sky that's not on Earth, why is it still reflecting light? How does that work?
Stop asking questions, right? How can you manipulate the
Because you
starlight?
know it's stupid, man. Come on.
You're stupid. You're stupid.
Yeah, I'm stupid.
Everybody's
Non-physical objects can
stupid.
emit
Everybody's
light.
stupid.
Yeah, non-physical objects emit light. Welcome to flat Earth or something. I don't know, man. That's what he told me.
Well, you just measured a flat Earth. That's what you've admitted. The GP of Polaris to yourself on a flat baseline of the sea level. So that's flat. Welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can't even Polaris has
Okay, answer one
light.
question, sir.
Floats around, does
How
random
can
stuff,
pressurized
does
gas?
emit, reflect light. It's non-physical. Magic Earther, it's okay.
Sir, but how can pressurized gas exist?
Yeah, we're not jumping,
in a-
bro. Please don't.
Yeah, but no globe earther could ever answer me this question. How can pressurized gas exist in a vacuum?
Is this one of your guys that you hire to do red herrings that I have to entertain all the time?
No.
Is this your little pet?
No, I hire myself, sir.
Hey, Tricky Man, maybe click on Resolve's name and go to the Discord there and have a good look through the server. There's a heap of information that will get your head back a level, man.
I got banned from there and then got unbanned, and then I can't join back for some reason. Crit unbanned me, but it doesn't work.
Do you think it might be your attitude towards people?
No, I got unbanned. He unbanned me, man.
Good luck with that,
He's
man.
referring to the previous ban. Do you think it might have had something to do with your attitude? You're not listening, mate.
I wish I was retarded, less intelligent. It all would seem much better when your mind is different. This
seem so
IQ is
happy.
just a curse. When people when stupid people surround you. If only I could fulfill my wish, I would become stupid too. And if I was retarded, I would never feel depressed. For if I had no brain, I would never feel pain.
Nice.
Can you help me, my brother, just smash a big stone on top of my head and set me free?
What, will the stone go on your head because it's more dense, or sure? Relative density, I don't know, specific gravity, some other nonsense.
From sexual need. Sorry. Anyways, yeah, can some Glowbirter answer me this question? How can pressurized gas coexist in a vacuum? Because, apparently...
Well, here we go. I have a question for you that'll answer your question. We'll do this together. I'll steel man it for you. All right. So if we're on a flat Earth right now, and we go up in altitude, we observe a decrease in pressure, correct?
Yeah, it's called a gradient, bro.
Yeah. So what's stopping this gradient from just continuing forever?
How about you tell us?
What? It's a gradient. Why can't it keep on going?
I don't know. You tell me, man.
Wow,
Because of sphere.
very
Maybe,
intelligent, dude.
maybe
It's
because of
it's
sphere.
your story, bro. Why don't you finish it?
Yeah, why can't the gradient keep on going? No, what's stopping it?
Why
don't
don't
know,
you
man.
tell me where you got the pressure from in the first place?
What?
Can you have gas pressure gradient without container?
Yeah, you can in space because things work differently there. Because I've been there and tested it myself, and stars are physical. You can touch rainbows.
Oh, he turned off his voice changer. This is probably what he actually sounds like.
We've been to the moon, and those rovers and the chopper on Mars are helping lowering the costs of gas, food, clothing, education, travel. I mean, space is helping us in so many ways. Let's grow lettuce on the ISS for the 55th time.
Oh yeah, I agree. NASA's bullshit. I hate NASA. Why are you grouping me in with a bunch of people that you don't even know my opinions on things? I mean, it's nice when you lump a bunch of people together, right?
Yeah, just like when Globers come in here and say all flat earthers say this.
Well, all flat earthers do say that the Earth is flat. I think we can agree on that, right? That's what my argument was based off of.
Experienced and observed as such.
Pa džezba bolane, šta ima?
Ne mogu sad pričat, vozim.
Jebote.
Sorry guys about language.
Yeah, no, we had to. It's our secret Martian language. You see, we are people from Mars, so yeah, we communicate with this weird language. It's Martian, by the way.
Sounds like Chinese.
Nah, it's Martian. I'm telling you, like we are Austro-Hungarians. We come from Mars, basically, as Leo Szilard said. When Enrico Fermi asked him, like, do you believe that there is like other intelligent forms of life out there, like, and you know what I mean, like, Leo Szilard just answered, yeah, they are already here. They just call themselves Hungarians, you see.
So why can't the gradient keep on going?
Say again?
Why can't the atmospheric gradient keep on going? Does there, like, we were talking about how it needs a container or something?
Yeah. Can we agree that pressurized gas cannot exist without a solid container and cannot exist especially into basically it cannot stick to a ball in a vacuum? Can we agree on this point?
No, we can't. But can we agree that
Why? Explain me how does pressurized gas coexist in a vacuum without getting sucked?
We first need to agree that it could exist on a flat Earth too.
On flat Earth, I can show you that you have a pressure. You have a flat surface.
The gradient could just keep on going forever. There's nothing stopping it from happening.
How you can have gas pressure gradient without container?
Yeah, because the flat Earth has one thing that the globe does not, which is a solid container called dome, firmament.
Well, I want to ask him.
Yeah, but you don't even need the dome. You could just have a continuous pressure gradient that just keeps on going and going.
If you're right, it's okay. How you can have gas pressure gradient without container?
Mm-hmm.
No, why?
But if you can demonstrate, I will be glad to see that.
We observe a pressure gradient that gets ridiculously low. I mean, around 50 kilometers. Like, it's
gradient, I understand that. But I ask you, can we have
less than 1% of Earth's atmosphere at sea level. I mean,
yeah, we observed that at sea level.
Sea level, not sea curving. Sea level.
Thank you.
Yeah, level is just pointing downwards to the center of the Earth.
No, it's not. A level is literally a level thing. You want to see what's a level?
Yeah, you think of a level and you think of a bubble level. I mean, can we get back to the point of gradients? Why can't the gradients?
No, I'm not talking about bubble level.
Yeah. Why can't gradients keep going? What's stopping them?
A vacuum, maybe. How you can have static gradient in the system moving 66,000 miles per hour?
Yeah. How? Just how?
It's quite funny.
Trigonometry again. How you can have static gas pressure gradient in the system which is moving 66,000 miles per hour?
No, that's impossible. Absolutely impossible.
It's impossible, exactly, because the Earth is flat. It must be flat because your globe, it's literally the least explainable thing. Like it's the least scientific thing, to be honest. Like all sciences point towards a level, unmoving Earth. It's a flat and non-rotating Earth. Even your dear NASA, so loved NASA, says it's like a flat and non-rotating. Assume a flat and non-rotating Earth. So yeah, I believe in the NASA, and I believe that they say a flat, non-rotating, stationary Earth. So period. Yeah, like listen to your masters, NASA. Listen to NASA. They are apparently your masters, bro. Like,
Can a
just
flat
listen to
earther here
them, man.
explain to me why the gradient can't keep going? What's stopping
Man,
it?
the gradient will not give you the sphericity of this
We
earth.
observe
You
a
know, you can
gradient. Why
speak
can't
2
it keep
hours
going?
about gradients. You can speak 2 hours about gradients that will not give a curvature, man. Do you know that?
Why can't the gradient keep going?
I mean,
Gradients
how
can
comes
keep
that? How
going,
comes that?
but how
Okay,
big is
okay.
the
One
system?
thing,
You
one
don't
thing.
know how big the system is. Of course, but gradient you always need pressure before to get the gradient. So the gradient is just the effect of the pressure.
Okay, one question. Gravity constant, like, does
Can you repeat
gravity
the
apply
question
on
7 times?
every side of the planet or equally? Does, like, one question. Does gravity apply equally to all sides of the planet?
I would answer the question, but it's just a red herring distracting from the question that you need to or answer that you need to concede, which is that yes, the pressure gradient could keep on going. Can you agree with that?
No, you have to answer to this.
Yeah, of course. But we have to understand the density, and you have to take in many aspects. You have to take in all the dynamic effects that is in every local area you are in. Yeah, you cannot just say black and white. Nothing is black and white, really. So yes, you have to take in all the aspects. If you don't take in all aspects, it's meaningless speaking.
So, dude, why are you making claims in chat that the gradient can't keep going? You're very mad at this, right?
But to be honest, the globe is dead. Like you see, like globe Earth is so like, it's so backwards. It's so primitive. Like, come on, man. Like, we all knew for ages that it's flat. It has been ages that we knew it's flat. All sorts of all the theological books wrote about a flat, non-rotating Earth, level and non-rotating Earth.
How am I doing a red
all the
herring? I'm trying to answer his question by asking him for the 10th time, can the pressure gradient keep going? So, dude, are you slow?
Oh, you distract from the argument every chance you get.
But you ask
You
the same
run,
question all the
You're a
time.
clown.
You don't have
and
to
you
ask the same
run,
question all
and
the
you
time. Yes,
run,
it
you
can.
little bitch.
Yeah,
Yes,
so,
it
dude,
can.
how about you debate me? 1v1.
It keep going. It keep going, and then what? It keep
1v1.
going, and then what? It keep
We already
going.
did that, bro.
We did? I wasn't
Trigonometry.
keyed
It
in
keep
on this. I
going,
didn't know
and
this
then
happened.
what?
Are you imagining things
Gas
magically
pressure
again?
gradient. It
Magic
keep
Earther?
going, and then what?
Do you remember how we got Fairy Tale Earther?
Oh yeah.
No, I think that was just a name you gave me because you're mad because I called you Magic
No,
Earther.
you're a little delusional as well as a fucking red herring master.
Oh, I am? Yeah, how about you 1v1 me then?
Like I said, we already did, bro. And you've been 1v1'd all morning, man.
I have? More like 1v4ing everyone. Jeez. You need like 3 people to go against me.
Yeah, and you're a trigonometry man, and you don't understand how the Earth has been measured flat and how it is measured flat. Do you know how it is measured flat? Do you want? I have to give you a lecture so you understand it for one time.
How am I a red herring master if this guy's trying to get me to go on to something when I'm trying to talk about the
Oh,
pressure
you think
gradient?
there's
How can I
some
keep going?
a spherical measurement or for the navigation, the spherical navigation
Why
happening?
can't the pressure gradient keep going? I'm trying to stay on my point.
No. What's
I want an answer to my question.
What's
I
your
want an answer.
trigonometry? Where is your spherical understanding in this? How can you tell anybody they are using spherical navigation, for example? Nobody's using that. They're using the ground. And your elevation angle
I want an answer to my
the star,
question.
that's is very close to understand. Yes, and you have the TP, that's the ground position, and then you have a circular vehicle altitude, that is thousands of miles you have to go around. How can that be a spherical?
I mean, this is absurd. Like, I was asked a question, posited a solution to it, asked why it's not possible, why it wouldn't make sense, and it's just silence.
Yeah, it's
No one can answer
absolutely
me.
impossible. Yeah, and
Yeah.
the TPS and everything is about
Yeah, gradient just can't keep going. It'll just stop for some reason. I know.
coordinate system that needs 90 degrees and the coordinate system that needs a flat plane to make it through.
Why can't the gradient keep going?
Oh, I can hear in your voice that you are young. Maybe you have to go to some school that can teach you.
But why a gradient can't keep going? I would like to be taught that. I want to know why the gradient can't keep going.
So what happens after it reaches zero, bro?
It'll never reach zero.
It'll never reach zero. You know that,
It's
right?
infinite. Yeah, it'll never reach zero. It's just infinite.
How do you know that?
Gradient keeps going. No, I just posited the solution. How
You're
could this
just
not
making
work?
it up? Is that how it works?
It's fairy tale magic earther. Is that what you are? Yes, it is. Come on, man.
I get it,
You know
man.
what I'm trying to say.
You want a fairy tale. I understand, bro.
Why can't the gradient keep going? And then you just say, "Have you measured it?" No. Yes, I have. I measured that the gradient just keeps on going and going. What makes it seem like it'll stop suddenly?
You did measure it, eh?
All these kilometers up above the Earth, and I think it'll just needs a container. Really?
You measured it, right?
Yeah, I measured it up to like 100 kilometers. Why does it just stop
Oh,
suddenly?
you measured it up to 100 kilometers, did you?
Not myself, but it's been done many, many times before.
No.
Have you measured it up to 10 kilometers?
So it never gets to zero, right?
No, it'll never get to zero.
I can tell you what it's about. I can tell you. It's the higher you get, the less dense the gases will be, and then everything will change because of crystallization of the gases. Because of the temperature, everything will crystallize, and it will be like a soup again. It will be heavier. It will be dense. Everything will be dense. It will absolutely make some kind of a barrier because of plasma high electronic reaction to very, very light, not heavy gases. It's very, very gases that's expanding in all directions. And it will easily be crystallization. It's called crystallization and electronic fusion. It will make a barrier.
So what's the composition of this fusing plasma cold gas? Or solid crystallized cold plasma gas?
Yeah, you can see that. You can see the reaction. You can see the lighting go up to it, and you can see the light is following it, and you can see the crystallization and the valve is there over.
You've seen the crystallization of the dome?
Yeah, it has been filmed. It has been done. And the Russian is the best scientist that has followed this project. But it's not only that. It's many layers. So we are talking about several layers. So
you've
it's
seen
not
the dome.
only
You've seen
one
the
layer.
dome?
It's many layers. The
This
first
guy's
layer is
asking for a
crystallization.
speculation like it's fact, right? Like fucking.
It is not. It's not speculation. It is crystallization of gases because of a.
Yeah, I wasn't talking to you, bro. Sorry.
Yeah, so dude, you gotta reel your boy
cold
back in. Do you listen to this guy? He's saying crystallization of plasma gases. Come on, man. Reel him in. Help your boy out. Some dude. Get him. Get him.
No, I'm telling you. Do you know? The more, the higher you get from the ground, the more electric static electricity you get. The higher
Volt per meter? Yeah, 100 volts per meter.
100 more volt of static electricity, the higher it came from the ground. But it's static, so it's not really like electricity that you might think of it is. No, it isn't. But you can absolutely use it if you know how you're doing. Yeah.
You understand this is a red herring, right? You little fairy tale.
No, it
fucker.
isn't.
It's not a red herring. He brought it up.
Listen.
I'm not talking
if
to
you know
you,
what
Johnny.
you're doing, you
Johnny,
can
I'm not
let
talking to
drone
you.
fly
Johnny.
without any moving part. You don't need anything moving part. You just have to know how to manipulate the energy in the air. Yes, you can do it, and it has been done.
Johnny, I wasn't talking to you, bro. I was talking to this fairy tale earther.
Yeah, I'm the one with the
I will
red
not
herring.
listen
Bro.
to you.
Did
I was
hear this guy?
answering this
Did you
guy.
hear this
Okay,
guy?
take
Come
it easy.
on.
Take it easy. Take it easy, baby.
The dude is just he likes talking about me in the side channel, but will never actually talk to me. It's cool. It's funny. It's like a secret admirer, right? See, he's typing it in the chat right now. He's going to type a response. That's so cute.
I just added a new title to your fairy tale, Arthur.
Yeah.
Okay, it's very, very dangerous to talk about speculation, but it isn't speculation. It is a fact. You will get crystallization the higher you get in the air. It's not a speculation. It's a fact.
Yeah, but doesn't the density of the gas decrease so there'll be less and less crystallization? So there'll be like a peak point of crystallization, and then there won't be any more. Like, there's not going to be. It doesn't keep on increasing. There's not going to be a dome or firmament or whatever crystal magic plasma soup that you're claiming with this.
Just because you have some visualization in your mind of it, so and you're trying to take me into it. I'm just saying what's happening in the higher altitude, and I'm just talking about that. I'm not making any visualization. I'm not talking about no specification of it either. I'm just saying what will happen in the high altitude. Yes, it will be a crystallization that will make some barrier. It will stop explosion of got it. It's possible it will hold in.
And what height will this barrier form at?
I am not giving you any visualization, and I'm not claiming any visualization of this.
So it exists, but we don't know the height of this this plasma gas cold barrier crystallization.
Oh, I was saying that there is not. It's electricity is getting more. The higher you get, the more electricity you get. You will get crystallization, and the gases will change state from one state to other state. Gases can change state very, very easily.
Do you know how cold solid nitrogen?
It's just like it is. So what is wrong with that? I'm saying absolutely nothing.
Well, do you know how cold it would
Maybe
have
you have to educate you so you know what I'm talking about.
Do you know how cold and low pressure it would have to be for the nitrogen and oxygen to like form into a solid crystal barrier? I mean, sure, there can be solid couple atoms, but we're talking about trillions of atoms, quadrillions of atoms that would have to be solid. That's not it's not a thing that's observed.
Okay, but we are not talking about single action. We are talking about several things that's happening in that moment. It's not A or B. It's more than that, and that's making this happening. So it's not only this and that. It's several things that came into that act I'm talking about. What I'm talking about, yeah, it's a lot of things. It's a different because it's different pressure, different noble gases or whatsoever that's meeting together. We are talking about absolute extreme cold temperature. That's so cold you cannot fantasy how cold it is.
But as it decreases with height, the density also dramatically decreases as well. So there's going to be no huge solid barrier. I mean, sure, you might have a couple solid pieces of nitrogen floating around at some point. I don't know, but it's not going to be a huge dome container.
Okay, what I am saying is that in this state, everything will change from one state to other state. Do you know what the term "state from other state" is in physicality and we are talking about something.
Phase change? I don't know.
Do you understand that?
Yeah, I understand what you're trying to say. Yeah.
So it's like something is fluid and then it's not fluid because of different things that's happening. It can be temperature,
so like freezing,
or pressure or whatsoever. Yeah. freezing.
So like freezing, yeah, freezing or sublimating or evaporating.
Press, because of press or whatsoever.
Can I ask a quick question, please, Johnny? So this gas, are you familiar with a terrarium? Can you have a gas pressure gradient in a terrarium?
I mean,
to have a pressure.
No, John. Let
you
the
need
Glober
a
answer.
container. That's just always need a container. It's impossible otherwise.
yeah. Well, can I answer his question? All right. So, if you had an open air terrarium and you put it outside, yeah, it'll change in pressure gradient. Yeah, increase in let's see if
Hang on. In a sealed terrarium in my house, could I have a gas?
So in a container,
gradient?
you're saying, right?
Oh, it's in your house. Yeah, there'll be a change in pressure over. Yeah, there'll be a gradient. Yeah.
Inside the terrarium.
Do you think your house is a container?
You can have a pressure gradient just because of the temperature.
Yeah, I
Do you
love how
think
he's
your house is a container? Are you
No,
crazy?
no. The terrarium is a sealed container.
All right. No, the pressure will. There'll still be a gradient.
Equalize?
Yeah.
You sure about that?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, okay.
Could you measure it? This terrarium?
Yeah, you can measure the bottom and it'd be higher pressure, and if you freeze the top, the pressure would be colder and
Oh, so
less.
there is a gradient.
Right, in a sealed container. You're hilarious, bro.
You can make a
Thank you for admitting that there's a gradient, man. You're great. You're on my side. It's good. Good to hear it.
So where did the pressure come from?
Where's the pressure? Oh, it's pressure gradient.
The
We don't have to have a
container,
container.
because
Oh, so you're gonna red herring again, right?
No, you're you just come in here. I asked you to debate me, and then you just throw around insults.
Dude, you
and
ran
stuff.
off onto this whole fucking bish.
No, I
dish
didn't.
ball of
This is
fucking-
what I said. I'll entertain this red herring of the guy talking about gas pressure without a container.
And then you wanted to know how far up does the gradient go? Does it ever stop? No.
Yeah, is that a red herring? Is that a
Yeah,
red
it
herring?
is. Where did the
How is
pressure
there a
come
red
from,
herring?
bro? Just answer
How's
the
it a red
question.
herring?
Where did the pressure come from?
Why can't the gradient keep going?
Red herring.
That's not a red herring. It's a red herring when you barge into the conversation and I can't continue the conversation logically.
When you
Yeah,
distract
sure.
and switch onto another subject, bro, that's called a red herring. And you keep constantly doing that over and over
Because
again.
I'm trying to talk to one person, not
Yeah,
you.
it's
So,
pretty
dude, if you
sad,
want to
bro.
talk to me, we can start up a new conversation. Would you like that?
Okay, so where did the gas pressure come from?
I'm not talking to you either. The conversation
Where
was
the vacuum
going
come from
through.
then?
I don't know where it came from.
And the story
You
about the
look at how triggered
vacuum.
I get
and
everyone
now
when
you
I
wanted to
use
go
logic.
forever. Okay.
It's crazy.
You are talking to all of us. Thanks.
Yeah. So
You're
I
talking
was
about.
asked.
Do you believe in vacuum? Do you believe that you have a vacuum and beside gas pressure? That's the question.
So I was asked originally. This is where this conversation started from. I was asked originally, how come you can't have gas pressure without a container? I said, even on a flat Earth, I was going to steelman his argument for him. Even on a flat Earth, you still could have gas pressure without a container. You just
Why are
have
we
an
talking about a
ever-increasing
flat
gradient.
Earth here, bro? We're talking about the globe, man.
I'm just saying that it can work on a flat Earth and a globe too.
So that's
It's
another
very
red
simple.
herring, right?
No. We are listening. We are talking about the globe says there's a vacuum and it's beside the vacuum.
It's not a
just-
vacuum.
we have a perfect system, a dynamic system that has a gas pressure and dynamic system with everything that's inside it. But
I've never claimed a
out
vacuum.
of it,
There
it's
is no
just a vacuum, and hocus pocus is a vacuum. Do you believe that?
I've never claimed a vacuum. No, there's no vacuum.
Oh, then everything is wrong then, and then you're not on my side. The Earth is like it
Yeah,
is,
welcome
like
to
I
flat
said.
Earth, man. Fuck.
No, do you know what a
Welcome to
vacuum
flat
is? It's where there's absolutely nothing in it. So of course I don't believe that. There's a single hydrogen atom in there, then it's no longer a vacuum.
So it's not called the vacuum of space.
Welcome to flat Earth, my friend.
I mean, it's so ridiculously low. You could consider it a very close near vacuum, but it's not a perfect vacuum. I don't believe in a perfect vacuum. That's absurd.
But you have to if you're a doctor.
No, I don't. No one claims a perfect vacuum.
Really?
Yep, look it up. You can say,
Oh,
is outer space a perfect
all the
vacuum? You will
stories,
get no. Outer
all the
space is
Star
not.
Wars and the vacuum, all the floating, all this fucking acting. Yeah, because we are in a vacuum. No.
No one has
You're
claimed a
lost.
perfect vacuum.
Welcome to flat Earth. Just be real, be honest, and be one of us.
Google, is space a perfect vacuum?
I'd have to say, since nobody can go there, nobody can know.
Well, we're talking about, what the globe proclaims. So, I mean, if we want to go that far, sure. Yeah, I guess if me and you haven't been to space, we can't say anything about it. But then what conversation do we have at that point?
Just let go of, be one of us, and be a real person for one fucking sake.
Sounds like a cult. You're saying let go of everything. Join us.
I mean, from the call, it's free. You don't have to be have no space here. Just be free. Okay, don't be like me, but just be yourself. Don't be so fucking stupid.
I just posted you and one of your grandchildren in the live stream. Only it'd be okay, Grandpa, not Grandma.
Yeah. Nice. So, where was it? Where did I claim that space was a perfect vacuum, or anyone claim that? Because if that's what you thought I was saying, then yeah, that wouldn't work. There would be no such thing as that. Yeah, there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum. I've never claimed that.
So where did the pressure come from?
I'm just claiming that there's a gradient and that the gradient can explain it.
But you don't know where it came from.
I do, but that's not a part of my argument.
I see.
Yeah. If you want to talk to me, we can go on a debate, but I know you're
Well, we've
scared of
been
me.
talking. I understand that you don't understand that, but we have been talking.
Well, no. What you do is you wait for me to, get through me explaining something, and then you try and
See, this
call
is
it a
another red herring, bro.
Yeah, see,
Another
look,
one.
you don't get it. As I said, it's another red herring.
It's just one on top of the other with you, right?
You're so predictable.
Are we talking right now?
No,
No, I don't really think we are. You're just saying red herring, red herring. That's not a conversation.
I understand everything now, you fairy tale earther.
Yeah.
Sorry, red herring, fairy tale earther.
Okay, so where did the gas pressure come from in the first place?
I made no claims to that. It's not my argument. I just said the claim that pressure gradient can explain it.
Yeah, we're just asking you a question you don't want to answer.
You haven't been able to answer why a pressure gradient couldn't solve it. Everything else is a red herring.
How is gas pressure created? In order for you to have a gradient, you need gas pressure first.
In order for you to breathe, how about that?
In order for me to breathe, well, you still haven't been able to answer my question. Everything right now is a red herring that you're trying to do. You haven't been able to answer
another one, right?
I get it. Going on forever.
Yeah, it's just red herring earthers left and right. Like, come on. I know you're scared of answering the question of gradient, but
I'm gonna answer it for you.
Yep. All right,
So,
Steelman.
Well, sort of. Like, you believe that this gradient can just keep going on forever. Fine. How did it get created in the first place? And how did you measure the pressure?
I don't know. I have no claims for that. I don't know how it was created.
Cool. Good job. You're a genius.
Do you have claims for anything else? I mean, I'm just trying to explain that a pressure gradient
Yeah,
can
I
explain
told you I can have a sealed container with a pressure gradient in it.
All right, so Occam's razor time. So if I go up 50 kilometers with a balloon, which is what you can do, commercially available helium balloons, and I see that there's a gradient of the atmosphere, and it just keeps on going up to 50 kilometers, but I can't get any higher because the balloon will burst. My logical conclusion should be, well, there must be a container because the pressure gradient needs to stop at some point. No, it should be the
You have
pressure gradient
pressure
keeps
to
going.
begin with, therefore containment.
Well, if there was a container, then everything would equalize, right?
No, because we
There
live in
wouldn't
a
be a
dynamic system.
So what's stopping
There
the
comes
air
the bubble.
pressure? Hold on. What's stopping the air pressure higher up in the dome from being lower pressure? What causes that?
Temperature.
Temperature. So there's like some incredible. How much power is going into that system?
That's a great question. Why don't you ask God, asshole?
Okay, so now we're at God. See, look, Magic Earther. He has to explain everything with God. You know, this is great.
No. I didn't explain anything. You asked the question that you cannot know the answer to.
And you said, why didn't you ask God? I mean,
Yeah, why don't you? Why don't you?
Yeah,
You don't believe in God.
nice one.
All right, good job.
Yeah, no, I know I did a good
I
job.
hope you enjoy your life, sir.
Huh?
I got your Red Bull right here, man.
OG, you're hot micing, and Johnny, if you're talking, you're not talking.
Did you open it? Got it. No, I'm just trying to be friendly. Got it right there. It's on top of it. Later, all right?
All right, I hear you better. All right, so I got my answer. It's God. All right, that satisfies my question.
Coming back on it. Chucky. I don't know. You big Charlie?
Is no, it's not voice channel.
They had a big head start. Half my energy was gone when I started. Yes, it was. My power was already down. Running. Oh, you scared? Oh, you scared? You gave up.
I beat you.
You scared?
I beat you. That's the first thing.
Oh, running back. You beat me running back.
So, dude, would you like to discuss it with me, or?
You won't answer the question, dude. There's no point in talking to you.
What question? What
Is
question?
Meatball hot micing?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Johnny B's.
Where did the gas pressure come from?
I never made a claim to gas where the gas pressure came from.
I didn't say you did, dude. I'm asking you a question, man.
Nope, that's a red herring. I never made a question, or I never made a claim.
I'm asking the question.
And I'm saying I never made a claim, so I don't have to answer the question. I never made a claim to that.
Oh, so we don't have gas pressure on the globe.
No, that's not what I said.
Oh, so you're just gonna ignore it altogether?
Yeah, I'm trying to steel man for the flat
It's
Earth.
called
I'm
a
trying to
red
steel
herring,
man.
bro.
I'm trying to steel man it for the flat Earth that you can still have a very, very, very low pressure area on a flat Earth.
So ask me if I want to talk
Okay,
to you, and then fucking you don't want to talk. I get it.
What do you mean I don't want to answer your question because it's not a part of my claim?
How about say your claim
Okay.
again? Let's reset.
My claim
Johnny,
is you
Johnny,
can,
shut up, dude. Okay, say your claim.
my claim is you can have gas pressure, you can have a gradient that we observe on a flat Earth without a container.
That's
Where does the
very-
gas pressure come from?
from the surface.
You just said
From
you
the-
can have gas pressure.
Yeah, the gradient. You have a
And the
gradient.
container
Where
around.
does the gas
That-
pressure come
that
from?
is right.
Well, what do flat earthers like to use? What is it? Relative density? That's where it comes
That's
from. It
called
comes
a
from
red herring. When you
comes from relative
something
density,
else,
my
bro.
friend. There you go. Comes from relative density, subdued.
It does it?
Yeah. So if it comes from relative density, then why can't the gradient keep going?
Yeah, and you get buoyancy because of relative density. Yes, and then you have a dynamic system with different temperatures because of variables that's coming in and out, and changing the system all the time.
I mean,
that would give you a different differential pressure in local areas.
Yeah, that's kind of what Rob Keane was saying. I think is that
Yeah, so trigonometry, you got two choices, okay? Either you
Yeah.
talk to Subdued or you talk to Johnny. Okay, which one do you think is going to be more fruitful?
some dude. I think it's going to be Johnny.
Okay, there you go. So you and Johnny talk it out.
Yeah, I don't want to hear some
As-
dude anymore. How about that?
As long as you stay on topic, you're not going to talk about Johnny or how much his wife hates him or how he never went to school. All these things. As long as you stay on topic, you can keep talking.
Yeah.
As you just start ad homing and making fun of them or whatever, you're just going to boot your ass out of here.
I've never done that before, though.
I'm just letting you know ahead of time.
Yeah, I know. All right. Can you stay what you were saying again, Johnny? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just saying that we have something that's the Earth is streaming. It's a connection between the sun and the Earth that is giving a differential energy, and the energy is making things go up from the surface and makes gases. And it's not only one thing; it's a different gases, and because of different things that's coming up, you also have something underneath that's coming up, and you have something that's you call green energy that's on the surface. You have a different gases that's going on up in all directions. You cannot have anything that's going up if you're on a spherical Earth because the reference is up. You cannot have reference to up if you're on a spherical Earth. That's just a point that I have to give you. But in other understanding is that the more the gases expand in all directions, you have a different densities of the gases. The lighter gases will stay at the top. It's just like in a container. And it can never be like that if it's not a container. First of all, you cannot have a pressure gradient without a container. So the answer is yes, we have a container. What is the container? What is the container? That's the only question. But you don't need to ask you if there's a container or not. It has to be a container. The question number 2, yeah, okay, what is the container? Yeah, it's because of everything gets dense again. It's because of crystallization of gases, and you have something that's holding it in. Yes.
All right. So if
There
I
you
have
have
if I have a 100 meter tall building, right, and I have a fairly accurate pressure sensor, like atmospheric pressure sensor. And the building is completely open air. It's not sealed or anything. I will observe a change in pressure and height, just like I do with the atmosphere, because it's completely open. So it's not even about what is causing the gas pressure itself. It's just the simplest solution, logically, following Occam's razor. Like I said before, with if I send a balloon up to 50 kilometers, and I've seen this ever decreasing gas pressure gradient from 0 kilometers to 50. What would lead me to conclude that there should be a wall if all I see is just ever decreasing gradient? I mean, there's no reason for me to suddenly assume that there needs to be.
But you're wrong there. I have to stop you because you say decreasing gradients in 50 kilometers. Where is it that for that? I am telling you, you might be wrong there. You have to think over now.
All right. I will. So we assume that there is a container. All right. We'll go to the container hypothesis. So I would observe a container and a gradient of gas pressure. There would have to be work being done on the gas to keep it in a gradient if there is a container.
But that's actually clear that we can read that it's happening. It cannot be otherwise.
Yeah, but there would have to be work. There would have to be external work being done, like a ridiculous amount of power being done, like trillions upon
Like
trillions
what?
of joules. Heat, like thermal, just work, the capacity to do work, energy. Energy would have to be done on the gases to keep them how they are if there was a container.
No, it's not. You're not listening to what I said. Everything is cooled down and extreme cold. It's because of extreme cold, everything stopped. And the colder everything is, the more stable. It's like a stone. That's everything that's holding the stone together is because it's not moving. It's about the colder something is, the less energy is that's going in all directions. The colder it gets, the more solid it will be also.
So let's see how. All right, so we have a dome and we have a pressure gradient, right? Can we agree? Like, let's imagine this hypothetical. Okay.
Yeah, I'm listening.
All right, and we're gonna have the same pressure gradient as we observe here on Earth, but we have a container, and because of laws of thermodynamics, there can't be there can't be a difference in pressure without there being work done on the gases to keep that pressure gradient involved.
Do you know energy is about temperature, and because of the pressures, because of heat, and the heat that makes the pressure. If you cool something down so extremely, it stop moving. It will just like a quick stop. Nobody can go, nothing can go through it because it's so extreme cold.
So
That is the container.
does the heat of the sun not affect those gases?
Yeah, to the surface and the noble gases and the interaction. But the sun is cold. It's the light. You have to understand what light is. You have to understand how it works. And you might think the sun is hot, but it isn't. It's just interaction with the Earth, and that make heat is because of electricity and interaction of life.
So the sun is cold, is what you're saying, or something? I don't want to miss.
Yeah. Yes. Actually, yes. Yes. The sun is cold. Yeah.
Have you ever felt the light rays from the sun hit your skin and it feels cold before?
Don't be stupid now. I
No, I mean
told
that's
you
a question.
we are talking about energy and interaction and with all molecules and gases and life. Yes, it will make heat. It will make interaction. It will absolutely have a direction to that you know as a heat. Yes, it will be like that. But the sun itself doesn't have to be hot to do that.
So then, where does the heat of everything on the Earth come from?
Interaction, how everything interacts with the energy.
Am I the one that's not understanding?
Yeah, what you're gonna do here is think about what he's saying, and then try to target a pointed question, so then you can gain understanding.
No,
I could break it down to you to your education level, but that's not the point of the exercise here.
No,
the
correct,
point of
'cause
the
I-
exercise. The point of the exercise is you wanted to talk to Johnny.
Yeah,
So
and
do so.
I just honestly can't understand. Like, I'm just trying to ask if this is like, I don't think that this is reasonable at all. Something about like the sun is cold and the energy. I'm trying to understand the best I can. I'm trying to be honest. It's I can't understand.
Okay, do you know there's something that's just going somewhere and they have some and going faster, the more energy, the hotter it will be. But it was not hot in the beginning. It's just because of the interaction with the media and the material or whatsoever it's going through, it will make something that's hot. But it doesn't mean it has to be hot from the beginning.
Yeah. So the heat or the heat or the cold, which is the you're saying that's what causes the temperature of the gases in the higher atmosphere to have a lower gradient, right?
It's because of interaction and how it reacts. And also, light can never bend. Or everything, every structure in our life is going in a straight lines. There is no fucking bend this line for nothing. But it can looks like that because of interaction with the media that's going through. Therefore, you might think the light is bending, but in the rule from A to B, the light can never bend, but the material around the light the light is going through can give you the illusion, or maybe not illusion, but the material will show you as the light might be bending, but the light is not bending. The material and the medium that you are looking at is showing is bending because of a different density, haze or whatsoever it is going through. Will show you think that's the light, but that's not the light. It's just the effect of the light that's going through the medium.
I don't know what to say.
Okay, how about if hold on, Johnny? Let me try to talk to his education level. The light is moving through the air and gaining heat as it moves through the air, like a bullet. Think of a bullet, like a bullet in a gun. Before you fire it, it's cold. It's just a normal ambient temperature. As it moves through the air, the bullet gets hotter and hotter as it's colliding with more and more air molecules, until it finally reaches the target and it's almost a molten slag. That's what the light from the sun is doing. From the sun, it's not very hot. As noticed by, the higher you go up, the colder it is. The further you are from the sun, the more air it's traveled through, and it's gotten hotter over the distance.
So it's like drag or something? Is that what, like it?
Yeah, if you could think of it that way, if that helps you conceptualize it, then yeah, you can use that.
So
I know it can be kind of difficult to understand Johnny. I've had conversations with him going back years, almost over half a decade. So I know what he's saying because I've spent the time. I put in, the time to really break down where he's coming from and been able to now articulate his position for people who aren't really listening or paying attention or are just kind of generally bricked, if you will.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to be rude or anything. It was just hard to understand, Johnny.
Yeah, I gotcha. That's why I
Yeah.
said, you got a choice. Do you want to talk to Subdued or Johnny? And you said Johnny.
Yeah. So the sun that causes the temperature gradient. The decrease in altitude causes the heat to change.
Because the amount of light you're being hit with.
It's about the interaction also. It's not only one thing. There's several things that can come into the play. But yeah, you can say that. It's about the temperature. And what's making the temperature? Yeah, the interaction from the sun. So there you have it.
Yeah, I know, Johnny. I tried to do a small version for him because I didn't want to make it too large. But yeah, there's that second piece there too.
Yeah, there's several pieces there, but I cannot go there. It's too much for one grasp.
So if
Can
the
you
sun
repeat back what you understand? Just to make sure we're on the same page.
Yeah. So as the light from the sun reaches down into the sun is up higher, but sun is up higher. As the light comes down into the atmosphere, it gains heat. Until it's very hot low to the surface, but colder up higher.
Yeah, think of the interaction, the interacting with the medium.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
it's quite the opposite as it goes through water. That medium absorbs the heat, so the light as it goes through the water, it drops the temperature. Where air, it picks up heat as it moves through. So you've got that sort of physics demonstration there. The same thing with a projectile, like a bullet. You fire a bullet through water, it's the hottest as it came out the barrel, and it rapidly cools as it goes through the water.
But the atmosphere changes temperature as it goes up. Like there's bends.
Yeah, he explained that
colder,
too.
And then it gets hotter, and then colder sometimes, and hotter.
Yeah, he explained that too. Do you want to hear him say it again?
Yeah, maybe I may have.
Okay,
yeah.
Go ahead, Johnny.
But because you might think the light is bending, but the light always goes in a straight line. There's no way from it. It's just the physical nature of light. And night is invisible. So that you are seeing is just a reaction of the media that the light is going through.
So if it's all in a straight line, then what can cause I'll send a picture in the side chat just so I can.
So you might see like a visualization of light is bending. It's just because of the medium of the stuff that you're looking at is showing you as the light is bending. But that's just the stuff. That's just the visualization of the medium that the light is going through. But it's not the light itself. And light is invisible. You cannot see light. Light is you just see light like a color, so because of how it interacts with the medium that's going through. That's all it is. Light is not visible. You cannot see light.
All right, so if you're looking at the picture in the side, I just want to know the cause of the temperature gradient in the atmosphere, right? If it goes through more air and it gets hotter as it goes down and down and down, and it's only traveling straight, as I understand what you're saying, or as that is what I understand is what you're trying to say. How could there be decreases with altitude up to around 10 kilometers, and it starts increasing up again to about 50 kilometers, and then decreases again?
We are talking about time system. There's no one rule. There is no one answer to it. It's flexible. It's a malformed question, I have to say.
And then, could we have just the sun doing that to keep to do work on the gas to have no container at all? I mean, if the sun is strong enough, couldn't we have no container at all? If it could, do work on the gas to hold it down to the earth or keep a gradient?
Sun has nothing to do with it. It's just cause and effect relationship to the reality of the realm we are living in. Everything gets so solid and cold, and the sun don't have any effect to make any reaction to the highest level.
Oh God!
But it can do that on the lowest level, and therefore we are living like we are able to live. Therefore, also we have a gas pressure. It's because of extreme cold and balance between that. So I don't know what's underneath. I think it's extreme cold also. So we are like in a frozen egg, and the sun energy is making all this live, and the interaction with live gases and a lot of things that's happening. And then we have energy. We have to take in all the aspects. It's not only this and that, it's much more. So, yeah, I like we are living in a cosmic egg that's heating up in the middle.
So if the sun doesn't cause the gradient, then what causes the gradient? It's as a density.
It's the temperature makes the gradient. So yes, it's because of the sun. Yes.
So if the sun is causing the gradient, then could we not have a container at all if it was just the sun?
Yeah, we will not have any life without the sun, and then we will not be here thinking about it. It will not be any gradients without the sun. So, yeah, but it's not only about the sun. There's many things that's in the play. Why you have the gradients is because of density and how all the physics works, and we have different material in the world that has different state, different attitude, different.
Yeah, I need my gat in Ohio. Okay.
Wow, just name it. The life is wonderful. It's very complicated, I have to say.
Ohio Sigma Riz.
You need the sun to get gradients. That's absolutely right.
The gat.
That guy gone. Yeah. Okay.
Yo.
So what is the? Oh.
Bro, what do you believe in? The Earth is flat or round?
Okay, give me a small pass now. I have to go out to smoke. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, just tell me. What do you believe in? Is the Earth flat or round? Bro, someone talk to me. Oi!
Or are you on the fence?
What do you believe in?
Wow, Geeks is just wandering around like a lost puppy. Now he's in the communist area.
Why was he banned from here?
No, we lifted the ban this morning because A couple reasons, okay, but generally he wanted to tell us how wrong he was, but he just couldn't get it out.
Yeah.
Because he basically went on this tirade on another channel about how he hates flat earthers so much, and people in
Had
the
a
channel
meltdown?
were like, "Dude, why are you talking about flat earth? Just go to the flat earth channel."
Yeah.
He said he can't go to the flat earth channel. So they came in here and said, "Hey, can you unmute Geeks? He's got this 5-page essay,
Wow.
this 15-minute presentation about how much he hates flat earthers." And we're like, "Okay, how about this? We'll make a deal. We'll give you the floor as long as you need. Just tell us all about, and then once you get it out, move on with your life." Okay?
Yeah.
And he barely got through 10 seconds, and people just started laughing because
Did
it
he
was
have
like
a
one of those things
meltdown?
where it's like he unlimited time. You get to talk all you want. So then he said he would come back later and do it because he didn't want to, because the people in the chat at the time he thought were making fun of him. So he
Yeah.
thought that he doesn't want to be here if people are going to laugh at him. So we were like, okay, sure, we'll mute anyone who laughs at you. And a few people laughed and started joking with him and teasing them. So we muted them, and that still wasn't good enough because he just kept talking about how these people are muted, and he doesn't really want people to be muted. So I said, how about just come back later? So I think he's been coming in and out at some point during the day. I hope I'm around when it happens. He's going to give us his 20-something point, 15-minute presentation about how flat earthers are wrong with everything in the world. If we would just change our minds right now, today, suddenly the world would get fixed. All the problems in the world would go away. It'd be one large kumbaya moment, and everything would just be peaches and cream, sunshine and rainbows, the land of milk and honey, all violence, all problems, everything would just go away. So at some point, I guess he'll come in here. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
I love you say milk and honey. Oh,
It's
wow.
he kind of like
Nuclear turn to pudding.
it sounds like he just went completely schizo. Like I mean, I could tell there was something up with Geeks. Like he's a character.
Yeah, he cracked, and he thinks it's our fault, is what the problem is, right? Like, it's somehow these interactions with flat earthers did something to him that he won't take questions on or explain. But also, yeah, I think once he gets platformed, right, he gets a chance to really say what's on his mind, then I think he'll fix it. Because maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. But the whole shtick, my point of view for him, is I just want him to be able to move on with his life, okay? Move on to bigger and better things. It's okay that there's flat earthers in the world. There's always been flat earthers in the world. There will always be flat earthers in the world. Michio Kaku did a full TED talk on this. Okay,
Are
you talking
you
about
cannot do anything about it. You cannot do anything about it. And you're thinking about
yeah,
Trick.
Geeks.
Wow.
That's it? Isn't that the guy that was hitting on Vlad? Yeah, Geeks. Yeah,
that's the
yeah.
same guy.
He told Vlad he was hot, and Vlad said, "You better watch it. I'll smash your ass." And he said, "Ooh."
Oh.
I was getting grossed out, man. That dude's got more problems than Flat Earth. He said, "Sunshines and lollipops, rainbows every day." Yeah.
I can play the melody again and again, and I'm always.
Can you, Johnny?
Right.
Sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows every day. Yeah.
Yeah. Down, down.
Johnny knows the song. You know it.
Yeah. It's like a Revi song. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like before a hair band in the alternative rock, there was bubblegum.
Wow, yeah. I heard about somebody described it as a thermonuclear meltdown. It was Geeks' moment in the other chat, and I was interested in what it was.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that was basically. Yeah, he melted down. I think almost what you describe it as ego death.
Yeah.
You know, that he thought the whole world was against flat earthers. So when he was in the room shit talking flat earthers, and people are making fun of him,
He said he has the whole world. He said he has the whole world.
In his hand, he's got the whole world in his
in his
hands.
hand. Yeah.
I seen you on Con Air. I knew that was you, you psycho son of a bitch.
Yeah, I do love me. I know you love
You seen that movie Con Air?
Kind of. I'm not
They had the
sure.
multiple killer that was on death row. He was on the airport for transport. He was on an airplane, and it's about to crash. And he's singing. The serial killer singing. He's got the whole world in his hands.
Yeah. It was crazy. It was creepy. As fuck.
He wore his wife's head as a hat. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
That's crazy as it gets, right? If there's more crazy than that, I don't need to know about it.
No, it doesn't have to pick it up.
To be honest,
it's
though,
like
I like Geeks. He's having a midlife crisis, huh?
I am in the middle. I'm over it, so I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, I'm over that hill. We've been past that crisis for a while. I'm 50, so.
Yeah, young.
Well, thank you. I feel it.
Yeah, you feel it. Yeah. The 50 is not like it was before. You know what I mean? It's not a big deal.
Yeah, when I was a kid in the 50s, people were starting to show deterioration.
Yeah. They cannot
elders.
walk. They were so fucking tired. They was ugly.
Yeah.
Oh, this fucking guy is dying. He's fucking 50 years old. He's dying.
I think I'm a little healthier than my previous generation at this age, but I work good and eat good, so.
You remember it. But they were working much harder. It was a hard-working people.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Everybody looked like a coal miner back in the day, you know. And coal miners, you're in that shaft. It's only 4 foot fucking tall.
They were black in the face all the fucking day.
Yeah, you can never stand up. So when you finally can stand up, your back barely supports you. Yeah.
Now we are talking. Yeah.
They did everything by hand too.
Yeah, and they give us the world of all of this that we are enjoying now, and we are postponed fucking childhood is hard working people. And
Yeah,
we take
my
it like this.
grandparents, they did their laundry by hand, you know, in a scrub bucket. Yeah.
Well, you had to because the clothes were so heavy back then. They wouldn't. Back then, those clothes would not work in a modern washing machine. The modern washing machine would just break.
Dude, I still got overalls from the 60s, man, that are just hanging in the barn, ain't been touched in years, but it's still solid.
Yeah, like you see current clothing that are just, I mean, they go threadbare like in 6 months. Like you would, like back in the day, you'd have a coat that basically lasted your whole life.
Pair of jeans, yeah.
If you're in here when Geeks, when Geeks does his thing, and I'm not in here, can you DM me?
Yeah, we're also live streaming too.
All right.
Yeah, don't count on it. I think he realized
Triggs don't want to miss out.
Yeah, I know.
I don't. I want to
So this
be
is
here
like
when.
an example. Never go full globetard. Okay.
Yeah, I
Don't-
want to be here when the world becomes right for him. You know, when he rights all of his wrongs and everything.
Are we getting close to the focal point? What's the focal point? What's
Geeks
the
has just gone
definition of-
completely schizo. He's just gone off the deep end.
We're at the precipice now, so.
Yeah, you used to have kind of a reputation in the server of being like a good debater, and look at he's lost all that. Like, dude, you're just a freak, man. Look what.
Yeah, I saw
It's,
him when I was first here. He was like writing on a whiteboard, and is that what he used to be like? Did he actually debate?
Yeah, he used to be able to talk and have a conversation. Now he just
Really?
just basically like you see that commercial where someone's stupid and they blow and just rub their finger back and forth on their lips. That's
Yeah.
like what he's been degraded to.
What are you
It's
talking
like in
about,
that
man?
one Netflix Beyond the Curve or whatever. She says it's dangerous for people to think the Earth is flat. Where I don't necessarily think it's dangerous if people think they're on a spinning ball in space, but it's disingenuous. It's misguiding, misleading. It's, you know what I mean? Doesn't help them. If they're thinking
No.
going to the moon's going to lower the price of buying land or owning, the price of gas or whatever, they're just insane.
A loaf of
Of course
bread.
they're insane.
Right.
Everybody's insane somehow.
A little bit. I wouldn't argue with that, John. You got to be in this world.
The people, why are people thinking now? Oh, I will just go to Alaska and do my own log and I will live under the like a bunker. I will not live in this
Like a hermit.
things. Yeah, just I will be with the nature and fishing and take care of myself. I'm not doing anything more. It's over. But of course, that's the wrong way to do it. You have to be in the front, and you have to take it for you. You have to do that. You have to be the man and point out what you want.
I've been to Alaska. I like it. My cousin was stationed there. He was working at HARP.
Yeah.
He was
It's
an
very
airman.
cold. It's not so easy. It's no fucking romance.
no.
Romance edition. No.
It's not for the weak at heart. That's for sure.
What's good about Alaska being a duty station is people can use a loophole to make that your home of record, and then you get that kickback that they get for oil and gas industry. Like all Florida residents get like a tax rebate, a federal tax rebate.
Yeah, you don't pay state taxes at tax time. But
that's another thing too. Yeah, a lot of people switch their home of record to a state without taxes. Like if you're stationed and you're like income tax, like Florida or whatever.
But there's a higher state tax on everything you purchase, though. So.
Well, that's why you just buy everything on post.
Start buying it out of state.
Yeah, either buy like the internet or buy it on post. Avoid state taxes that way.
I don't know what's the taxes in the Alaska. I have to look it up.
0.26% of your wage if you're a working man. If you're a self-employed, it could be as high as 0.36% or 36% of your income.
That's quite high, very high. It's unbelievable.
It is for a self-employed person. I hear people bitching about where does their money go, right? That they work, they got kids. They got back $12,000. They didn't pay in $8,000, and they're bitching about their money goes to the school system. And I'm like, bitch, you didn't even pay taxes. The fuck are you talking about? Your money went back in your pocket. Plus, you got some of somebody else's money, and you got no right to bitch about the fucking educational system. But I do, as a self-employed single man. I pay for all your kids to go to fucking school.
My friend, the fucking education system sucks. It's not giving anything.
It does.
It's just it's a pushing fucking system.
That's a good point, really, see, because I was homeschooling my children and paying for your fucking kids to go. I was mad as hell.
There you go.
I'm serious.
That's the right way to go. Yeah, I'm with you.
I'm serious, though, man. I used to get so mad. I am paying for other people's children to go to a crappy fucking school, while I homeschool my kids.
Yeah.
I think we need to start our own educational institutions. We can do that.
We have to do everything. I think we need a police that take care of the police, and we need own people that take care of the fucking politics. System that they are not doing something wrong. So we have to have people to take care of the people that we are trying to let work for us. Oh, it's crazy.
Well, you need checks and balances. Do you want to be a check or do you want to be a balance?
Okay, so we
I
need
fought wars for my country.
institution
Listen,
that take care of everything, all the fucking people that's working for us. I mean, we have to hire people that take care of these fucking people, and they do their work. They work and not stealing and mumbling and money laundering, fucking system scam that they are doing. Do you know that the fucking Ukraine, the battery is about? It's about money laundering, nothing else.
yeah, it's a big game of Monopoly. Same people been the bankers since the beginning. If a game of Monopoly doesn't tell you, then
Do
there's
you
no
know?
reaching.
Do you know the U.S. now is in debt of $33 trillion.
Is that the corporate U.S. or we the people? Because you come to collect that bill and you might not find what you're looking for.
Yeah, well, it's not the American bank, the federal system. It is not American system.
Yeah, the Federal Reserve
it's
is.
a private fucking company. Not
It
giving you
is.
the fucking money.
It's a private hedge fund too. It's got nothing to do with we the people.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what Switzerland's all about.
Yeah, that's yeah. Yeah, you can say so. Yeah, it's a system.
Well, the hedge fund for the Federal Reserve is based out of Switzerland, so they're like the money holder of the world. But that Federal Reserve belongs to D.C., and D.C. isn't a part of America, although it is a home base of the corporation, the corporate entity. But Trump repealed that, and America's no longer a corporation.
Yeah, then the Saudi Arabian, and then we are talking about the petrodollars and so on.
Oh yeah, we pimp the world with the petrodollar. You got to exchange all your money to American before you can buy oil from the Saudis. That's why we were in the Gulf.
Yeah. It was everything was about, man.
We got them more money, and we made money while we were doing it, and the world got pissed off. Don't think they didn't. We laid the pimp hand down there like, oh, these motherfuckers.
It was so crazy. They say to with the Iraq president, what's the name? I forget his name.
Who, Saddam?
Yeah. Hussein, Saddam.
Saddam
America said with Saddam, go into Kuwait, and he did, and then they go to the war, save Kuwait, and Kuwait was about oil. It was the Desert Storm.
It went from Desert Shield to Desert Storm, and then Iraqi freedom.
Wow,
yeah,
man, it was a scam. Everything was a scam, and they were taking him down. And wow, it was a fucking setup.
Well,
they told him to go into Kuwait.
Yeah, we were burning down their oil wells. Why'd we do that?
Wow.
Most of you have seen it on TV and didn't even realize that, hey, these guys are they're burning trillions of dollars of oil and crushing an entire nation while they do it.
It is so obvious. And then we have 9/11, yeah.
We taught the Kuwaitis how to slant drill, right? So that you drill at an angle, and that reservoir that's actually over there in Iraq, you could tap it from Kuwait if you just drill at an angle, you know?
Mm-hmm. It's so obvious. Okay, it was hard to see it in a live stream, in a live time, maybe. What the fuck is happening? But over time, it's absolutely obvious what it was about.
Hey, I'm gonna. Should I message him and say, "Hey, Geek's here"? See if he comes in.
Say his name 3 times. I think Geeks just drank a little bit too much wine that night. When he was on video, he had a glass of wine in his hand.
Yeah,
is it
he
right?
drinks.
Is it Dana White in the chat? The boxer. Is it true or is just a joke? No, of course it's not.
No, it's the real Dana White.
Is it? No.
UFC 303 with McGregor, guys. Make sure you tune in.
No.
Conor McGregor is fighting again. UFC 303.
It's hard to believe. Okay. But if it's Dana White, okay, come in and say something, Dana White.
I just said UFC 303.
Okay, I know. It's just of course I'm joking. Also, of course you're not Dana White. I was just saying. Why can you not be real on your own name?
I am real.
I'm not real.
Of
I
course
look
you're
up
not
to
real.
Dana.
You're just playing.
Yeah, I look up to Dana though.
But what do you think about Dana in reality? Do you think he's doing a great job?
I thought Dana White did a good roasting of Jake Paul, where he said
think
where he said, "Hey, Dana White, take a."
intelligent business. I think Dana is one of the most intelligent business people out there, and he's also one of the most vicious businessmen and one of the most influential beings that young Americans should aspire to be like.
Is that a current photo of him? Your PFP?
Yeah.
God, he's looking old. Holy shit.
Oh, he's holding great.
The cocaine ain't helping.
He doesn't do coke.
Oh, so he was on coke.
Yeah, I know. That was a joke with Jake Paul. Jake Paul said he should have to do a cocaine test. And Dana White says, I'll take a cocaine test if you take a performance-enhancing drug test.
Okay. Wow. Yeah. No comment. I don't know. Yeah,
You do
maybe-
coke?
I did, but not anymore. It's over. It's not good. It's break it down. Your bone, your everything, your teeth, and yeah. Just,
Hey, good afternoon,
but
everyone.
it's quite fun in the moment, but a big cost. So don't do it. Don't use it.
There's nothing wrong with little cocaine.
Yeah, but if you lose the control and you're doing it on a daily basis, it will absolutely take you off.
I mean,
It's a
here's the thing.
risky business.
Coke is a great stimulant, man.
Yeah, you can say that you're young and everything is okay, and you're in the middle of the jam. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I know it's fun.
What do you think is wrong with cocaine? I guess I would ask you.
It's break down everything between.
Yeah, guys, can we get off the cocaine talk, please? Gentlemen.
The fuck is it? It's about
Johnny.
to take. Yeah,
Hello?
I'm with you.
Johnny, yeah, can we get off the cocaine talk, please? I'm hearing advocacy for cocaine here, and I don't like it.
Okay.
Topic
I'm
of the
with
channel's
you.
flat earth, guys, not drugs. Sorry.
Yeah, I am saying I don't like it. I'm saying nobody should use it.
No one's advocating for coke, man.
Yeah, dude, I heard you say, oh, there's nothing wrong with a little bit of cocaine. I heard you say
Yeah.
it, my friend. You're risking a
Yeah.
ban. You're risking the channel. Change the topic.
What are you gonna do if I don't?
I'll have to ban you. Sorry, mate, you're pushing on TOS.
I didn't know that was breaking TOS.
I'm afraid it is. It can be seen by TOS violation in umpteen countries. We're broadcasting live across face earth here. I'm in Britain, I'm in Scotland, my friend. and technically that was an advocation for cocaine. So can you drop the cocaine talk, drop the drug talk, the topic of the channel's flat Earth, and topics to do with flat Earth, not problems that we all have or have had or may have, please.
Hey,
Thank
hey,
you.
I'm with you. Very, very good. It's good you came in front or pointed out.
Are you a corporate sellout? Just asking. Elon Musk is fighting for you, by the way. He's fighting for people like you.
How does that relate to flat Earth?
I'm
I
just
wouldn't
saying-
take a nickel. I wouldn't take a nickel from Elon Musk. I don't want him fighting for me. I can fight my own battles. And he's the world's or Earth's biggest welfare collector. 3 government grants totaling $9 billion, and the best he can do is Johnny Depp's leftovers. So I don't need to hear about Elon Musk.
So you don't like Elon Musk, even though he's revolutionizing the world?
But he has a problem. He is a liar and he cannot go away from the lie. Maybe he's trying to do something right, but he has to lie. He is standing on. It's very hard for him, I have to think.
Elon Musk is a puppet. He's not his own person.
And he's a liar, but he's trying to do something. But who cares?
So Dana, what's your take on the subject of the channel? How do you feel about Earth?
It's round.
Round like a
The Earth is measured flat. Finito.
It's round unless you can prove to me it's flat.
How can it be round? How can it be round if it is measured flat? Are you stupid? Sorry.
Prove to me that it's flat.
Well, do you know
How
the
can it be
dimensions?
round if it is measured flat?
Do you know the dimensions, Dana? Do you know the size of the globe that we're given and stuff like that? Do you know how it's measured and tested?
What was the eclipse? Was that a graphic?
Well, I can give you a graphic on it if it'll help, but basically Earth has been said to have a circumference of 29,000 and something miles. Forget, is it 24 or 29? I can't remember.
No, it's 39,
My question was the eclipse a
39,
graphic?
59,000 miles.
Yeah, 3959, I'm thinking on the radius, yeah. And 24,000 circumference. And on that, we get a curve
Was
rate.
the eclipse a graphic?
Was the eclipse a graphic?
Yeah.
In reality,
Was the eclipse a graphic?
how do you mean a graphic? Like, was it a picture in the sky? I don't understand what you're asking. I need to turn you up. Hang on.
If the Earth is flat, how did we have an eclipse?
Oh, I see. Something occluded the sun, my friend.
What was that?
Something occluded the sun.
Yeah, something. Why do you believe it's impossible on a flat Earth? And if so, why?
So the moon covered the sun, but
Do
yet
you
the Earth
believe
is
it's
flat?
impossible on a flat Earth? If so, why?
So the moon covered the sun, but the Earth's flat.
Do you believe an eclipse is impossible on a flat Earth? If so, why? Come on, man. What?
Because if the Earth is flat, that means there's a firmament.
No, it doesn't. They don't likely logically follow. Just because it's flat, there has to be a firmament. That's not logical.
Yeah, I mean, so what's the whole flat Earth thing then?
Basically, we measure given on the dimensions that we've got, and it doesn't curve. But there was something occluded the light from the sun, other than all the clouds on the day of the eclipse. We can't go to it. We can't test it or touch it. The moon wasn't seen in the sky before or after, but we know something occluded the light from the sun, bro.
So what would be the point of lying? What would be the point of this big lie from NASA?
You go from one to the next. We can only listen. We can only
Let's
guess
say
at why. We can only guess at why a person would
Let's say I
lie.
do accept it's true. Let's say I do accept it's true that it's flat. What would be the point of lying?
Okay.
Yeah, we can only guess at that, but a control would be an easy one. Most people lie for their own personal gain, but we can only guess at the exact reason why you lie. But usually, it empowers you one way or another.
The next
Like
point of that is, why would they lie? You say they. Now, this is actually not everyone that's lying, bro. In all reality, we don't necessarily know who exactly is completely behind the lie or fully aware of the lie. It's broken up by compartmentalization. There's people like the janitors and the tea ladies at NASA have absolutely no idea what's going on inside that capsule that you see that you think you're coming from space, or what the board of directors are deciding to release to the public as truth. Compartmentalization. Yes, it all goes on. Yes, they build rockets. Yes, they put them in the sky. Yes, they go away. But you're told a story after that. For control, dude.
What's that story?
It's for control.
It's a story you can't verify. That's why it's a story.
The whole heliocentrism, science, space, the race for space, the chasing of it via NASA and all the funding that we put into space, it's a diversion system.
Here's the thing. If the Earth was flat, why do we see some sort of curvature when we get at a certain higher up distance?
Right.
I never have.
If you get really high into the ocean, you can start to see it to curve off.
Really high in the air, not the ocean.
You get really high in the air, in the ocean.
Yeah,
above the ocean.
So I've been on multiple planes. I've never seen that. I don't know that what you're saying is true because I've never viewed it from a plane.
Me
If
as well.
If you're talking about high altitude flights, there's a lot of planes fly around 30,000 and above in commercial airspace, bro. There's a pressurized system in the cabins. The way that the windows are built, they actually flex. It's a lensing effect that curves the periphery of the horizon. Look through that little porthole that you've got of a window. Now, if you were to link that up with each and every window, you don't live in a McDonald's Earth, dude. It's not like lumpy, lumpy, lumpy. That's the wrong curve of the horizon you're seeing. There's also a thing about what you perceive a curve in your vision. When you look away, way, way, way out, it's perceived as curvature, but it's enhanced with the windows more often than not in the cabin of a plane.
You think that it's basically a brain trick? You just tend to see it. It's not actually a real curve, kind of like a mirage. So is what you're
Perceive it as curved because of how you've been told that we live in a ball. You're expecting to see curvature from that height.
No, you're not expecting to see it. You just happen to see it.
I've had neither nor. Neither did I expect it, nor did I see it. Not when I was in the plane or when I jumped out of it to paratroop in the desert. Yeah, never seen curve.
There you go.
Of course, I know that I wouldn't have a big enough field of view at that elevation to even attempt to see it, but I mean, so that's why it was never a question. How far away from the surface of Earth would we have to go to actually see curvature?
I ask an annoying question. I just want to get to the root of this.
Yeah, go on. Go for
Let's say it is flat, man, and everything's true. What would be just like I know you said power.
What
and shit, like,
changes?
there's
What changes?
no other big thing besides lying and power. Like wow, like
Oh, really? So if there's extra land, extra resources, really a creator, you're hidden from creation, you're hidden from new lands, you're hidden from resources. People who told the lie now have so much authority over you because you live in a fiction and they live in reality. They know what the world actually is. And you only know what the part you're playing in the current fiction.
so you're basically so it's kind of viewed as like a monkey in a cage.
Diverted from your true purpose as well. Harnessed with debt, whether it's
You could
debt,
put it
student loan, a
Like
mortgage.
we're in a zoo, kind of. 'Cause
Yeah, your
well,
days
you could put it
broken
that
down
way.
your days broken out down into 3 8-hour blocks, 8 hours of sleep,
I mean,
4
we
hours
even put
from work, 8 hours
monkeys
of work.
and dogs in rockets. You know, we put monkeys and dogs in rockets. So you think they're really benefit from being launched up in a rocket? A dog or a monkey?
What's your theory on ice walls? What's past the ice walls?
Yeah, I don't have a theory on the ice shelves of Antarctica other than Admiral Byrd told us about them.
Admiral Byrd did actually say that he went to a different universe, though. He went to
Well,
and
he said that
he said-
he said that he found lands.
and they told him
approximately the
about
size of
the
America.
they told him
And
not to use the atomic bomb. That we were never supposed to be able to create the atomic bomb.
There was an awful lot of stuff said about Admiral Byrd at the end of it all. He was alleged as having mental instability, dude, and we can't guarantee any of it in reality. We can only take parts of it and consider it. He did speak of like untapped resources, minerals. Now, you don't say words like minerals unless you actually see oil and gold lying on the ground. But he obviously saw from the types of the lands, survey team that he had down there, that there were other lands, or there is other land, past the ice, beside the ice, who knows, we don't know. Law and legality is the truth of the ice wall. The Antarctic Treaty has it closed. If you really want to go, it'll cost you millions to fund it, to back it, and it needs cleared in the first place through every country. So technically Antarctica is closed. That's the true ice wall of it all. That's the real part of it, dude.
Just don't see. Okay, so these Jews know the real world and we don't. These Jewish
Whoa, I'll
leftist
stop you there, bro.
fucking elites.
Dude,
What?
it's nothing to do with an ethnicity. You can stop that or I'm going to have to ban you again.
What?
Yes,
What the fuck
you're
is
not
up with
sitting
the
here.
censorship?
Did you even read the terms of service?
I know, but I can't say shit without fucking getting threatened to get banned.
Well,
You're generalizing an entire group of people.
Isn't that what the conspiracy theorists think? It's a bunch of Jews on the left fucking controlling the world.
We do not. You've been told that. You've been told. Society has been painted with this, that this is what we think, and it is not the truth.
Oh, I thought you guys were just some blood-sucking fucking Jews running the world, and you guys are some they're trying to fool us that we're monkeys on a spinning ball, and you guys everybody's fooled, and everybody's fucking stupid, and we're the smart. We're Neo in the fucking Matrix, being able to see through the Matrix, and you guys are all not awake yet.
Exactly. You were told that. You were made to think that, weren't you? We're all fringed lunatics that are all like religiotards and nut jobs, dude. That's what society has been painted of us. That's who you think we are. No wonder you're talking like this right now. I'm sorry, my friend. You can't use words like Jews or talk about stuff like that in here. That's why
I thought this was your
badly for
guys'
it.
language. I thought I was speaking music to your ears, if I'm being honest.
There you go. There you go, my friend. You actually thought that of us. Now that's no fault on you, dude. You've been led down a path to believe this, and thank you for helping to expose what's been done.
And I also pointed out how you're generalizing a group of people. It's like coming in here and saying all flat earthers say X, Y, and Z.
Well, they always say that they're trying to fool us that we're monkeys on a spinning
No
ball.
one of us can speak for all of us.
So, how did you first find out the Earth was flat? I want to get down to this.
For me personally, it was 9 months of researching and studying to come out of my cognitive dissonance and realize where I am and what it is and how NASA's bullshit and we should fix homelessness and unnecessary wars before we're even considering wasting the amount of money that is wasted on these CGI images of Mars and whatnot. That's what it took. That's what it took for me. 9 months seeing little short clips of Globers pouring water on oranges and going, obviously the earth is flat. Look, the water doesn't stick to the orange. And me seeing through their sarcasm and keep researching and digging. Unfortunately, at the time when I did it, there was a lot of good information about flat earth. And one of the things that helped move me towards the truth of where I am is in my research and studying, I saw a lot of anger on the globe side. A lot of mean anger telling us to kill ourselves and not reproduce. Like it was so poisonous. And a lot of the flat earth.
Who was telling you not to reproduce and kill yourself?
I'm still speaking. Do you want me to shut up and you can take over?
Who was telling you to not reproduce?
I just said from the one side, which was the heliocentric model side, the globe side, the people who believe in NASA and whatnot, were very angry and mean and upset and like vindictive, ridiculing, laughing. They didn't want to even consider the idea that they might be misguided. And so just seeing how polite the one side was trying to present what they saw and what they were figuring out, it helped me say, you know what? Those guys are being paid billions of dollars to do this, and Hollywood fakes space better than they do. So, you know, and this side are people, regular everyday people like myself, questioning things and doing experiments, investing together to spend up to $6,000, $10,000 to send hot air balloons up without non-fisheye lenses up to 120,000 feet to see the results, doing laser tests over large bodies of water to see if there's any curvature to the water. That side of it was more polite, more logical, X, Y, and Z. It made me feel more comfortable. Where the globe side was like, fuck, you flat earthers are so stupid. It's not flat. Obviously, we went to the moon in 1969 and blah, blah, blah. You should all kill yourself.
So,
Don't
let me say
resist.
this. Let me say this. So, gravity, which is scientifically proven, it acts as if the Earth was a sphere because it pulls objects towards its center.
It's
The shape
almost
of the
like
Earth.
you totally disregarded everything I just said.
I did.
First
I
off,
did understand you, but let me. Can I finish, man?
Stop you with the word gravity.
finish? 'Cause I-
First off, you said the theory of. So, in being a theory, it's.
I didn't say it was a theory.
It's
You
not
said that.
proven.
I said it. I said it. I didn't say it was a theory. You did. But let me finish. The shape of the Earth explains phenomena as the curvature of the ocean horizons. So if you actually
What are
look
you
into,
talking about? There's no curving ocean. Go look. Go look at the ocean.
so you don't see curvature of the ocean horizons? Look it up, man. Go look at the ocean.
I don't. I
It's not-
live
it's not-
by the ocean. I lived by the ocean for a large part of my life. I've jumped from airplanes. I don't need to go anywhere. I know where I am. I know what I verified, and you know what?
So also, you do know that you have limited perspective. Also, the atmospheric refraction. I mean, there's conditions that cause light to bend, distorting the appearance of distant objects. So if you actually look into what you're trying to
I'm
see,
done wasting my time with you, troll. Somebody else can take over here.
Yeah, bro, I've got you. I've got you. You
when I
see,
start
Dana,
actually
that's the
debating
problem.
science, I start actually debating science, and people want to clap me. I guess that's fine. I don't care.
No, you're fine, Dana. You're fine. I've got you, bro. See, that's the problem. What you see when you look away out to sea, what you think you're seeing as curve, it's in the wrong place, bro. There's a reason for you perceiving it as curve, ships going behind the horizon, all that stuff. But it's in the wrong place. And if you study the geometrics we're given for the globe, you realise that it's far too far for it actually to be Earth curve. Now, you'll come up with, oh, that's refraction, bending light up. But if you realise that refraction can't bend light up to perfectly flat and level in two vectors all at the same time, you know, as in straight out to sea and right and left, the horizon is horizontal, flat and level. And the actual what you perceive as Earth curve is in the wrong place entirely by orders of magnitude, dude.
So, and then I will have to come back and say this. So, if you look at the curvature of the Earth from where you're at, I mean, it's subtle and it's hard to detect. So, when you're looking out at the endless horizon, where it looks endless, the horizon of the ocean, your brains interpret it as flat due to the limitation of your senses. So, it's almost like an optical illusion. And just like how you said to me, everything that you told me has an inverse. So you have a confirmation bias because you already believe in flat Earth. So you're going to interpret your observations in a way that it's going to be flat to a preconceived notion.
Isn't that interesting how modern technology can help with what we observe? Just as how I posted in the live stream. That boat that went over the curve of the Earth you're talking about, I can zoom it in. I can zoom into it and see the entire boat from the shore. Weird. I
what
thought
you
the lump
think-
of water was blocking the boat. Go
What you
ahead.
think I perceive as what you think I perceive as
You live in a
level
world. Well,
because
can I
I
address
believe in
the
it.
photo? He said we
Well,
live in a
I-
world where AGI and CGI and all this shit's possible. That photo, you can't actually get real distance. A photo doesn't give you 3D distance, buddy.
Yeah, but
Go
Ship Tracker does. If you can plot that boat on Ship Tracker and it's beyond the geometric horizon, You see, you have to actually employ the mass of the globe to realise how you've been fooled. And what you think is us believing in flat Earth, it's not. We're actually all globe earthers, and we came to this and tested the globe. That's why we're flat Earth now. It doesn't actually fit in reality. And when you study the mechanics of light and what's happening with refraction, you actually discover that it's not Earth curve. This isn't some airy-fairy once upon a time I told you so shit. We're not in this because somebody said something. We went out and tested that somebody saying something for ourselves because we thought
I
it was
know.
fake, and it's not. The
I
globe's
know,
fake.
and to address what you're saying about the light, so the conditions of the atmosphere can cause light to bend as it passes through different layers of the atmosphere. So the refraction
He's not
can
here
make
to listen to anything.
the
He's here to
refraction
just
can make
control
the
you.
objects appear higher. They appear higher and more visible despite the curvature of the Earth.
That's
So
what
when
you've
there's a
been told.
distant boat, it's obscured. When part of the distant boat is obscured by the Earth's curvature, refraction can make it appear as the entire boat is visible, just like right there, just like in the
That's what
photo.
you've been told. You're taking terrestrial refraction, which is 7/6R. Now, if you boil that down and you trace it back, you'll come to a dude called Aristophanes, who figured these distances and numbers all on his own. He pulled numbers out of his ass, basically, dude. It's all based on the assumed size of transit, assumed size and transit of Venus being the same as Earth.
Can I
Even
ask
though
this
we're
new
Paris
Glober
left.
guy a question just real quick? I've been hearing him just try and spew everything he knows about the globe without any actual
You
demonstratable
know the apparent size of objects.
experiment.
Hang on,
Go ahead.
Dana.
Hang on. I just want to ask you a question. Do you have anything demonstrable that you can show us to prove that water curves other than a raindrop? Like, can you show me a body of water at rest curving
So
without an optical instrument?
okay, so
Like, I want a measurement of
So
curved water.
I'll just say one thing,
Thank you.
and if this doesn't address what you're saying, then that's fine. So, if you watch a ship sail away from shore, as it moves further away, the bottom of the ship will gradually disappear.
Well,
from
I
the
heard that
followed
shit
by
in
the top.
2015, bro.
This phenomenon known
I
as
heard that shit in
pull down or bottom up
2015.
disappearance because the curvature of the
I
Earth
heard that
obstructs our
shit in
view.
20. I got over that in 2015. Where have you been?
Listen, dude, that's been on Google debunk flat Earth for 20 years now, and it's the lamest one they got. I mean, do you really want to pick something better?
Well, this is what I know. So, I mean, if you're standing
Well,
on
we're
a
going to
coast,
cover the fact
hang
that
on.
you're
when
listen.
standing
You're,
on a coast, when standing on a
hold
coast
on, dude.
or a tall
Listen,
cliff overlooking the
I
ocean,
just
you can observe distant coastal features or islands.
Okay, let me ask you one more question. Or no, I'm going to make you a statement.
You'll notice that the bottom of
I'm
of
gonna
these
make a
islands are
statement right
obscured
now.
by the
Bro,
curvature of the
relax.
Earth.
Relax.
Only the higher parts
I'm
you
gonna
can see
make a
because the Earth is
statement.
curved.
hey, give me an example. You
I'm
can't
gonna
even
make a
listen.
statement.
You don't know your argument. Give me an example. Show me that actually happening.
So show you somebody standing on the top of a cliff, showing that only the top of the
Isn't
island
that
is visible
what you
because-
just said? Yeah,
hang on,
show me
because
show
the
me an
bottom of-
example of what you
because-
said. Not repeat
because-
yourself.
Because the bottom of
Not
the island is
repeat
obscured
yourself. Show me an example
by
of what
the
you
curvature
said.
of the Earth.
Show me an example of what you said. We know what you said. We knew it after you said it.
Aren't you the flat earther? Didn't you
I
do
asked
research
for an
9 months?
example.
Didn't you do research for 9
I
months?
asked for
in
an
this field?
example.
If you've done research for 9 months, didn't you?
Who said 9 months? Who the fuck told you 9 months? Listen,
For 9 months, didn't you have all
listen.
the
My
resources?
research
Didn't
doesn't
you be
cover
able to
your
debunk me?
premise.
Didn't you be able to debunk every single topic and every single photo?
No,
You've done research and
listen.
you're a fully faith flat earther?
Yeah, you just said it. Every photo. Now show me an example of what you're fucking talking about. You haven't given anything other than an assertion.
You're the flat
And
earther, so I'm
the
sure you've
assertion
seen it before.
includes the idea that if you increase field of view on a flat Earth, you wouldn't see further, which is fucking
You're the
ignorant.
flat earther, so you should have already seen the photos I'm going to post. So there's no point in posting it. You're the one that's super knowledgeable in the Earth.
No, you're so you
You're
so
Neo
you
in the
can't build the
Matrix,
bridge.
Where everybody
So-
else is dumb and you're Neo in the Matrix.
I'm not Neo in the Matrix, but if I try to explain a premise, I can actually back it and lead you to it. I can build the bridge that gets you from where you are to my point. But you can't do that for your own because you're just reading from
Let's just
Google
say
and
hypothetically, I
hoping
sent you
to
a photo
sound
of-
intelligent while you overtalk people and interrupt people.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Well, show me an example of what you said. Your assertion.
Let's say I
Now
did
back
show
it.
an
You made
example.
an assertion. Now back it.
Let's say I did show you an example. May we move forward from that? So what's your point?
Blood clot.
You didn't show an example. That's my point. So
okay,
it's just words out of your mouth, and words
There's this
not
thing
backed
called
by
Google.
proofs can be
Type it
thrown
into
away,
Google.
hand wave,
You're
without
the
proof.
flat earther. You're the flat earther. You should be able to know every single rebuttal because
Listen,
you
guy.
truly believe that the earth is flat.
There's
right?
nothing. There's nothing to rebuttal yet because you haven't backed your assertions with proofs. So there's nothing to rebuttal. I'm not going to act like it's valid. I'm not going to dance around this unless you can build it up and back it with proofs. It's just words coming out of your mouth that you read off Google. Don't give me that bullshit reversal burden of proof. It's your premise. Prove it. Fuck.
You're telling me to prove something that's proven by experts in the field.
Okay, well then it shouldn't be that
How far
hard
is
to
the
find an
curvature?
example.
We should see evidence of this curve
How far is
everywhere.
the curvature?
You're not as smart
How
as
far
you
is the
think you are,
curvature?
guy. And you should actually do your homework before you come so you can back up your assertions with proofs. It's not our problem to give your presentation. I'm not designing a PowerPoint for
presentation,
you
I'm
so
just
you can
saying.
make your fucking point.
You're the one that's a genius, right? In flat Earth.
Nobody said that but
Where's it
you,
at?
dude. You're saying a bunch of shit because you can't back your assertions. The words
the
of
Earth
your
is
mouth.
flat. Where's it at?
The words in your mouth. You can't back it with proofs. So now you want to reverse that onto me. Listen, when you can actually build a claim and support it, holler back at us, kid.
Okay, I'll upload the photo right now. You want the photo?
Quarter mile turn right on North Buffalo Drive.
You want the photo? I just sent the photo. There it is. There it is. You're a fucking
Where's the
idiot.
island?
Go home.
Where's the island? Hold up. Your premise was that if I climb a cliff, I could see an island in the ocean that I couldn't previously see, and the bottom would be obscured. This is a soundly photo. You're a fucking moron, and this is why you're having fucking problems. Fucking idiot.
Okay, so you want the actual island claim?
Pick up on the right.
Listen, I don't play little kids games. You know what I want. I said it aggressively, belligerently, even. In fact, it's
Yeah,
already been stated.
educated
I'm
people
not
don't need to
I'm
talk
not a
that way.
child. I don't have to repeat things 1,000 times.
Yeah, educated people don't need to talk that way, but here it is. There it is. I gotcha.
Well, listen. How do you reach a moron on his own fucking level, right?
Educated people don't need to speak that way, buddy. I
Well,
sent the
how would
photo
you
now.
know? Because you're not intelligent.
I have 2 degrees
you-
of
if
master.
you were-
I have a master's
if
in
you
computer
were-
and electrical engineering.
Dude,
I have a
listen,
master's in computer, and I had an internship at
I
Lockheed
doubt
Martin.
that. I doubt that. But
I have an
you'd have
internship at Lockheed Martin.
one of the first things you
my
learn is to be able to research and accredited sources. So
There it
you
is.
would have you would
There
have
it
done
is.
your
The bottom's
that-
obscured. The bottom's obscured by the curve of the Earth. This is by a math.
How far is the
This is by a
curvature?
mathematician.
How far
This is
is
a photo by a mathematician.
How far is the curvature?
a
How far is the
mathematician.
curvature?
Does that make it any more grandiose?
Yeah, how high is that mountain you said he climbed on top of to take that photo?
Where's the
You're so
curvature of the Earth? Where's the bottom of that?
disingenuous.
Where's
You
the
are
bottom
so
of that piece?
disingenuous.
Where's the bottom of that piece, man?
I
You
swear.
said he climbed to a
This kid is a
mountain.
moron. This kid.
How far is the curvature, man?
I'm not even going to entertain this child anymore. You
What?
guys have
Because
fun.
I show a photo that shows a view across a 20-kilometer wide Spanish Bay, and the curvature of the Earth is hiding the base of the building? Come on! Come on, bro!
You call a straight line of water blocking your view a curvature? That's idiotic.
Line of water curving your view. No, it's a curvature of the Earth hiding.
Well,
the
why
base
doesn't
of
it
the
curve
building.
left to right? If it can curve in 3 miles and disappear a fucking island, it should be able to curve left to right also. Shouldn't be a straight line. Should curve in all directions, right? 360-degree spherical manner.
Who is this heart guy calling me a troll, man? I don't even know who the fuck you are.
Because you're trolling. That's why.
Dude,
You're not no, he's just a dumbass, dude. He doesn't think he's trolling. He thinks he's actually doing something. He's an idiot.
He is calling him Staying Away, and he is talking about trolling. And he cannot.
Listen, I got $20 on idiot too dumb to troll. I got $20 on that, and I got PayPal. I'm 2 to 1. 2 to 1.
Earth curves away from a horizontal line by 1/8 of an inch for every 100 feet of horizontal
You're
distance.
giving him too much credit.
Curvature.
Yeah,
will
that
swap
should be
out
seen.
Your instrument.
It's actually more like, you know, say horizontal and curving in the same time. How can it be horizontal and curving in the same time? It's impossible.
Yeah, listen.
It's oxymoron.
Yeah, so why don't we view this curve you're talking about from left to right? We only view it straight on. That's what he's saying. It should be horizontal also. Should be left to right and forward and backwards. It's a
You know
sphere.
what the Pythagorean theorem is?
I do, and it should curve in every direction, but listen, the theorem doesn't save you. You're missing left to right curvature while you're a certain curvature in, what is this, 3 miles at island, 4 miles? Do you even know?
Math literally proves it. So if you have,
Do you even know what's the distance? What's the distance to that island
What's the distance to that island? 20 kilometers.
from the observer? And so we don't think we got a 20-kilometer curvature from left to right.
No. It's across a 20-kilometer wide Spanish Bay.
Yeah, I know. And left to right in our field of view, how much do you think we got there? 15 kilometers in that field of view from left to right?
Do you need me to pull up how far? Do you need me to pull up how far he?
I'm talking about the peripheral, not the distance to the island. No longer. I'm talking about the ratio between the distance to the island and the field of view we have, left to right view.
Yeah.
Because if curvature exists in 15 kilometers in front of me, then it should also be true to the left of me and to the right of me. And we don't see any evidence of that in your photo.
Well, if you use dimensional analysis, it can help you keep things straight. So.
Well, yeah, with dimensional analysis, that's what we're doing. It should be exponential.
Do you have a computer algebra system that can do the conversions for you? Do you have proof?
I'm sure I can download the app, but I can do algebra on my own. I don't need a
illustrate how you
motherfucker.
perform the unit conversion.
Oh my god, man! This.
How stupid can it be, Dynamite?
Listen, so you're the one that needs an explanation of why there's no curvature on the horizontal plane left to right, but there is in the forward view plane at the same distance. And so that's my very premise boiled down. If curvature exists in 10 kilometers when I'm looking forward, then it should be true. If I have a 10-kilometer view from left to right, I should see curvature from left to right and straight forward. Because it is a sphere and it's going to be exponential, right? Or is this... I thought you were intelligent and you got an MA and you can't grasp this concept.
It depends from how far you're.
It does not depend. It's 360 degrees in every direction at the same distance. If you can see curvature at this distance, if you can see curvature at that distance, it should ring true in every direction you look.
Yes, but it should be at every distance. But it's a far distance, so you're not going to be able to see that with the naked eye.
Oh no, there's easily 15 kilometers in left to right view, easily.
You won't be able to, you won't, just like I said, the light bends in your eye. And
if I couldn't see it from left to right, I wouldn't see it forward. No.
You got that bias.
No.
That's why you have that bias.
No, light doesn't bend. Light doesn't bend in the first place.
Yeah, light doesn't bend. It gets redirected. That's what refraction is,
your
scattering.
eyes have limitations in perceiving curvature, right? Especially over vast distances.
No, I don't know that.
So when you're a flat earther and you have a confirmation bias and you believe in optical illusions, and you get tricked by certain things of your brain. Obviously,
we're not tricked by optical illusions. That's why we're saying it has to be true in every direction at the exact same distance, and it's not true in this image.
You are tricked. You can't see it with your naked eye, man. Math literally proved my point. Math doesn't prove your point.
So in one photo, you're telling us you can't see curvature at any given distance from Earth, but here you see it. So both things exist in one photo. The contradictions, that is,
if you're not going to
right?
see anything,
That's
You're
a
not gonna see-
contradictory
if you're not
statement.
gonna-
You're
if
not
you're
going
not
to
gonna
see
say
the
anything-
curvature, but you see the curvature.
If you're not going to say anything intelligent, I think my time here is done. So do you have anything interesting to say or anything else to talk about? 'Cause we're
Listen,
gonna
you're
get-
not the judge of intelligence here, buddy.
Math doesn't get proven.
Then
I have
Wade
2
is
degrees.
making his more stupid than he really have to do.
I know.
But he has absolutely lost.
What are you, 15?
I have a
Talking-
master's in computer and electrical engineering. but
Yeah, I
work at
doubt
Lockheed.
it, dude. I doubt it. Where from? I went to MSU. That's my alma mater. I
Went to where?
graduated in 2003, MSU, Michigan State University. Where did you graduate? That's not doxing yourself. I live in Michigan. I went to Michigan State University. I'm a Spartan by alumni. Yeah. I even donate money to them. Yeah. Summa cum laude. That's what I graduated.
I have a feeling he's lying because he's not saying.
I mean,
anything.
right.
saying you're-
I also have a BSc
Where I got my credentials, man.
with a major in mechanical, but you know, whatever. I'm
So how
currently
do you
a
not
highway.
accept
I'm
based
currently
on-
a highway engineer. Don't start with this. How do you not accept based on your education? Don't be a
how do you not
moron.
accept-
Listen. Your ideal education is an evaluation of my intelligence. Okay. I asked you to build your premise why the same curvature doesn't exist at the same distance throughout the entirety of your image. You can't give me any one, you just ridicule it. And you act like I'm the dumb one. That's cool. That's fine. I know you understand what ratios are an exponential curve on a sphere, right?
It's ridiculous to me that you're the one that's educated and you still don't believe math. You're
Yeah,
apparently
it's
a STEM major,
ridiculous to
right?
me that you come in here claiming an education you
Why would
actually,
you? Why would you get?
you
why would
actually
get-
don't have.
Why would you get?
Any
why would you
grown
get a
man
degree?
can hear that
Why
you
would
are
you
not
get a
even.
degree?
You're
in your
not
own
even
field that you
20
don't believe?
years. You're not
Why
even
would you
20
get a
years
degree in the
old.
own field that you don't believe? Math.
I
STEM.
I
Why would you get a-
absolutely believe of
Why
the
would you
applied
get a degree?
sciences.
No, you don't. You don't believe in
And
math.
and I believe math
just-
for
you
what
don't
it's
believe in
used
math.
for. It's a useful tool. How do you know?
Because you literally don't believe in the curvature of
So-
the Earth, which is proven by mathematics.
It's not proven by mathematics. It's described. So a coordinate system is described with mathematics, and that proves its shape. How?
You're ridiculous, brother.
I'm
It's time to
ridiculous.
change
You
the
don't
topic.
even understand what you're saying. A coordinate
topic,
system is based off mathematics. We built a
time to change the
coordinate
topic. I'm
system
gonna go
for
to
the
a bigger
purpose
room.
of travel. Yeah, I thought so, punk. Come here, fucking 18-year-old comes here and thinks he can just lie to a bunch of flat earthers and assume a position of authority and an academic level and not even be able to prove academically that's his level.
Yeah, exactly. He's just a child, and he is not ready to.
Oh, he sounds like, man, he ain't even got, he hasn't, dude, you can hear the fact that he hasn't finished going through puberty in his voice, but he's got a MA.
I think maybe he's 22, maybe 21 are the highest. The highest,
Late
21.
bloomer. Yeah, he sure the fuck isn't old enough to have a MA.
Yeah, but he's very stupid or arrogant. Okay, there's something wrong with him. That's for sure. Why I'm saying this wrong with him? Because he is not able to listen.
I mean, that is a
And
valid
he
question,
doesn't understand the term, and he think math is something hocus pocus. That's proof.
Well, the
No,
math-
it's describing things. You can use math to describe something that you have measured and so on and so on. Yes.
So
And
if we
then
use
it can
math
come
to
reproduce
describe
it.
this image, we'd be describing a curvature over a forward view, but on left to right, there'd be no curvature at all. So it'd be a curved horizontal. Would that make it a cylinder?
Yeah, and it has nothing to do with science, and the measurement has nothing to do with science. So it's a category error.
How you put the spinning head by your name? That's pimp. That's one of them nitro perks.
He's a child, and maybe it's a big moment for him to grow and to learn and to understand,
Well,
to be better. I hope so.
He believed
will
everything
use
he Googled, like uneducated flat earthers with misunderstandings, and he thought he could come in here and just say he has a degree, and everybody get scared because no flat earther could ever possibly have a degree.
Yeah.
That
I was a
shit
little
is-
scared. I was a little skirt. I was a little skirt. I was skirt.
Don't be scared. Just learn them the words and square dance.
Is he squirting? Wow. What I'm saying.
We gonna have down, you know what I mean? I'm dang
I
old.
don't know what I was saying.
I'm just a farmer. I'm just a dang old Yankee farmer from the north, and by God, they can't even whoop the farm boy. I mean,
Oh,
you know what I'm
fuck,
saying?
what do I know? I'm just a jazz pianist. What the fuck do I know?
Dang old growing apples and corn and shit, and dang old beating them on physics and philosophy.
Yeah. I love your accent.
I got a hell of a syllogism. Yeah, that's my best.
Oh, it's
That's
funny.
my best Yankee. You know, you guys over in Europe, you think we're all Yankees. You know,
Yankee talking.
I've been to Europe though, and I mean, most people are there. You can have a good conversation on just passing a person on the street.
Of
Over
course,
there,
of
where
course.
over here you might get, if you look at a person and try to start up a conversation, you might get met with force, you know, just for trying to say good day or something to somebody, you know.
Yeah, you have to know what's the color and are you Democrat or this?
Yeah.
This, that, or-
Well, I
are
live
you
in Michigan.
are you right extremist or this and that? You have to be very.
I live in Michigan, bro. You can get shot for being the wrong color driving in the wrong neighborhood, you know? And so you need to know these things. It should be on the map, but they don't put it on the map like white people don't go here. They should do that. Fuck people's feelings. Nobody gives a fuck if you get offended if that's said. We just want to keep people safe. You know, I mean,
Crash
so,
block. Crash block.
but overseas it was a more pleasant environment. People aren't so challenging.
Yeah, and everybody want to move to Alaska.
I found it refreshing. I mean, you know, there were some things that were, you know, open homosexuality. I wasn't used to that coming from the States in the 90s, you know. But it wasn't that bad, you know. It's not like any gay guy was trying to rape me, you know. I mean, they would hit on me, but that's just so chicks hit on you in public. So what if a guy wants to hit on you? I guess you don't take it as a compliment. You don't have to get offended. It's not what you go
Yeah,
through, but how you deal
yeah,
with
it
it
was
that
no,
defines you as a man.
it was just no problem. Okay, I this and that. It doesn't matter. Everybody was doing their own things. It was no big
Right.
deal. Yeah.
Well, imagine a clean-cut young Christian boy walking around in a nice uniform in Europe. I get hit on by man and woman alike. At first, it kind of took me back, but after a minute, I was like, yeah, okay, well, the culture's different here, you know. But you
And
just let people be who they are as long as they're not, you know, trying to kill you, you know, which is cool.
but just now it's a big problem, and that is because of fucking propaganda and our script, and the media is running the script day long,
Yeah.
day after day, and that's in the end they got what they want, a fucking divided fucking shit.
Yeah, it is getting a little overboard to where now certain people have special privileges, laws written just for them, where that all laws should apply to all people. It's just the way it is. If you're going to make a law that says you can't do this to a certain group of people, well, then why wouldn't that apply to all people?
Except the handicap, man.
Everything was just fun.
Asphalt,
You can say
everything.
love is in the air.
Oh, well, yeah.
And it was just fun. Nobody cares.
Listen, if you got two working legs and you're parking in a handicapped spot, you're a special kind of idiot who needs their ass fucking kicked, in my opinion. But yeah.
It's not my problem. It's not your problem. Just
Bottom line, what laws don't apply to
do
all
your
people?
fucking thing and let me do my fucking thing.
So I agree. They should
Everything-
apply to all people. I think they do. Which ones don't?
I don't know. I'd have to get into that, but there are some since, I mean, hate speech, certain hate speech is limited. We'd have to go through the entirety of the fucking bill, but I mean, I don't want to search that up and argue the entire point.
I never heard this.
So I
fucking
don't know
hate
that there
speech,
is, but there are
not
people that
reality.
lobby for special laws just to protect them.
There's a lobby for some terms. but in reality, I don't hear any fucking hate speech, really. So
Yeah, I keep
I
up
think
with
it's fucking
politics
made
fairly
up.
well. I've never
Made
heard of
up.
one of those. Maybe you
Yeah,
can
well, you're
enlighten
not
me.
from my nation either, so you know.
Not from your nation?
Oh wait, you
I don't
are.
hear
That's the
anything
other guy.
around
Wait,
me. So
wait. No,
fucking
I
hate
got
speech
you.
that they're talking about. I never heard it.
I'm sorry. I
It's
thought you
okay.
were dogs are gods. I'm sorry.
Where's
That's
Dog from?
I don't want to. I thought he was from Australia or something. But
Oh, yeah. Well, God, I hope I don't sound Australian.
I don't want to
I think I
insult
do.
you, man. Okay, you are from my nation. I'm sorry. Fuck. I don't know, but I know that people have lobbied for laws that would be one-sided.
I don't think that's true, though. I know people have said that's happened, but if you actually look into whether it's actually happening, it's not real. That's just something that some people have said
Well,
to
they
try to
have
drive wedges
lobbied,
between
but
us.
that just because you lobby for an unfair law doesn't mean it's going to make it.
Lobby for them.
Hmm?
They don't even lobby for them. Nobody wants an unfair law.
Nobody what?
Nobody wants unfair laws.
Well, I would hope
Everybody
they
wants to
don't.
be treated equally. Everybody wants the same rights as everybody else.
I would hope that's what they think because
It's
that's the
true.
very premise that our nation was founded on, that all
I
men are
agree.
equal. Yeah.
I agree, and I think almost everybody in
You
this
wouldn't,
country
you
agrees with
wouldn't,
you.
you wouldn't have the Senate. You wouldn't have the Senate filled with freaking the people, the same old people, year after year, if that shit wasn't leaning one way.
Well, there are some laws that protect politicians from laws that the average people. So, but I mean, that is a demograph. How many politicians you see that embezzle and actually go to state prison for 15 years for embezzlement? But
Not a whole lot.
let a guy steal $20 from a cash register at 7-Eleven, and he's looking at 20 years. You know, rob the nation though, and yeah, if you to go to prison, it's going to be in a federal facility where you got a Walmart and a fucking 7-Eleven. I know because I've been inside some of them federal facilities when I was in service. And yes, they do. You know, we transport people. You can be in service and in a federal facility, waiting for discharge, or you know, your time in front of a tribunal.
Yeah, I'm a lefty. We believe all corrupt politicians should spend hard time.
Yeah, I think they should too. They should be, but you know.
Yeah, that's not the thing that distinguishes us.
I think anybody in the Senate should freaking be an American citizen first. Definitely.
I think
they are.
Not this dual Israeli
Well, listen,
crap.
Listen,
There's
they're
nobody in there
interns.
who's dual Israeli citizenship in the Senate
That's
right
it.
now.
Listen, anybody that's not a nationalist of their own state is an interim politician. They're not a true politician. If you were a nationalist of the state, you could challenge that seat. But you have to declare yourself a nationalist of that state and not a citizen of the United States of America. You can do that legally. If you were a state nationalist and your mayor or your governor was an interim, meaning he's not a nationalist, then you could remove him from his seat of position and demand a revote or assume his position until it could be filled by a nationalist. But to invoke that, you have to actually be a nationalist. And then you have to file the right motions with the right courts on the right platform, which can be tricky, so...
There's nothing wrong to be a nationalist. It can be positive if it is in the right attempt.
It's positive in American terms. The states were sovereign. They all had a certain say. And the nationalists of the states are those people that are referred to when it says we the people of the state of. So if you're not a state nationalist, then you're not part of the we the people of the state of Michigan. You're just a citizen of the
That's exactly what this is about. Obviously, America was founded on.
Yeah, it was founded on all men being free. Yeah, all men being free.
Yeah.
And so a nation built
in the nation,
each
and therefore you have to be a nationalist,
yeah
in a healthy nationalist, not a greedy thinking about yourself. You have to think about the nation as the one thing that is trying to do something great thing. Therefore, America is a great, and therefore is the term that Donald Trump is using, "Make America Great Again," is to make it great nation. It's you have to be a nationalist to be able to do that.
you either you let your light shine or you spread darkness. That's how I see it. But
So it's not a negative term to be a nationalist.
it's not. That means you're a nation within a nation. You're a free
Yeah,
man,
and you're not
sovereign.
thinking. You're not thinking about yourself. You're thinking about everybody around you and your country. Yeah,
As
and you care about your country. That is about.
when
And you have to have a header, and you have to have pride, and think about the history and make a history that you can be proud of. All the people that come after you should be proud of also.
yeah, when you're
But because of yeah.
when,
Okay.
when you're a nationalist, a state nationalist, you're as much a part of the state is you. So your people have lived and
Yeah.
died there, and the soil is bloodied with your blood, the blood of your ancestors. You're a part of that state. You belong to it, and it belongs to you.
Yeah. And it's a team playing. You're in the team. It's yeah, it is a team play, and
You know, the most common thing I hear in
is a
America
team.
are complaints. Everybody has complaints. They can all point out the problems, right? But the way I was raised, my dad said, when you see a problem, fix it. So you can either be a problem person or a solution person. Which are you going to be? I would like to hear the people that have solutions, because I would assume that all intelligent men, or at least logically thinking men, can see the problems for themselves. But
Yeah,
how
but
many?
I am talking about it. I am talking about it. You have to care about the environment around you. You have to care about the neighbors. You have to care about your country. That is that is what you have to do to let everything go, like everybody wants it to go. I think it's a positive effect that we get on that. That is the resolution. That is the thing that everybody has to go into. So I'm not talking. I'm not negative. I'm absolutely not negative talking like that. I'm giving you the tips how to make it through, how to do it. That is about nationalism. You have to care about your country and so on and so on. Yeah, you have to buy something that's made in your country. You have to think about. Yeah, of course you don't have to do it all the time, but you have to have the knowledge. Do something that somebody can get money for. You have to don't give your money to something that's never come back to your own. You have to think about yourself. You have to think about your family. And if you don't can think about the country as your family, then the family cannot, the country cannot do anything for you if you cannot do it for your for the country. It's exactly the same thing. You should never ask what country can do for you. You should always ask what you can do for the country. Oh man, Kennedy said that also. Don't ask what the country can do for you. You have to say, what can I do for my country? That's the right thing. And JFK said that also.
He also said we should go to the moon.
But he didn't know. It was 1961 or two. I don't. I think I was. Oh, war is 63. It was the same year. No, I think I was 62. Yeah, he didn't know. I don't understand that really. Yeah, that was a very, very strange speech. I don't know what I can say about that. Maybe it was nice. Maybe it was used. I don't know. Oh, maybe he was in on it. Yeah, there's possibility also.
Yeah, there's many theories on what why he was taken out. I don't know.
I think
feel like-
everybody knows that the CIA was behind it. There's no question about it.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
many years ago,
I feel
always came to the same point. The CIA. It will never be possible like it was done and everything.
Yeah,
happened
I
after
feel
the
like they were making too much money in Vietnam. I mean, they were making too much money bringing that back. But I think it was about many different things.
Yeah, but you also.
I think he did want to do some good things, and I think that's basically why they took him out.
Sorry, I have to say it before I
For real.
forget it. You also have to think what's happened directly afterward. That was Johnson. What did he do after that? Yeah, started the war. He go into Vietnam and everything goes on. Yeah. Then you can think. Something. Everything was happening after he was taken down. Yeah, they were able to start a war that he was against. JFK was against it. And this fucking liar and the criminal Johnson, he was able to start it.
Yeah, a lot of his I don't know if they were actual family members, but I think brother-in-laws, different ones. They were one of the guys he was related to was the guy that made all the compounds, like the little I don't know what the hell you call a military town, but he would put up those, made a bunch of money doing that. And the other guy and his family, I'm pretty sure he owned ammo manufacturing. So
yeah, but everybody knows what L.B. Johnson was about and what he has been doing and how he was taken down and he was without any power all the time and he was the vice president and he didn't really have any power. They didn't like him and he was a murderer and nobody really trusted him and he has a connection to the mafia and everything whatsoever. Wow, it's so long history of fucking shit that's happening around L.B. Jones. But I was listening to all the conversation after this. He was talking with Jackie Kennedy, and this telephone conversations. Many years ago, I was listening to all of this conversation. It was in the open. I don't know if it's not somebody can find it now, but he was flirting and try everything to go over Jackie Kennedy. He was trying all he was able to do to get her, and it was very, very strange conversation to listen to. He was after the killing of JFK. It was not normal, and I don't think Jackie Kennedy was normal either. I didn't understand that, but I maybe I will not talk about it. But there was very, very strange conversations there between also. But then later, Jackie Kennedy with Onassis, the big rich ship king, yeah, and everything there. Very, very strange. Wow. I also was listening to telephone conversation between L.B. Jones and the FBI. What's the name of the FBI? Hoger. Listen to that. It's very, very. It's like they're talking together in codes, and you can hear that they know what it was about, why JFK was murdered, and directly after, and how they are talking together. You can really read between the lines what they are talking about. They really know. They did. So I think L.B. Johnson was put in place, and that was a plot. It was everything was a plot, and CIA was behind it. FBI was also behind it. It's a dirty fucking memory.
Are you kidding me? Did I miss Geeks? Oh my. I'm Hello, is anyone here?
What's up?
Was Geeks here?
I was monologuing. Nobody's here talking, so I was just monologuing about JFK. And no,
Oh, I thought Kurt said Geeks was here.
I think there's a sleeping time now, and nothing is happening.
Wow. That's unfortunate.
What are you thinking about? Something that have in your mind?
No, I thought Geeks was gonna be in here.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe I will go to Jim Panda, see what's happening.
You can go to the gym?
If they let me in, maybe I'm on route there. I'm not sure. But anyways, let's see. Bye bye, so long.
Bye. Yo, Scott. We got Anarchist Earthler base. Hello, Mick. Is there a flat Earth horizon? I was just looking at one of these boat zoom outs. What would that be? Rich Evans, do you ever talk? I asked if you ever talked. Like in VC. I do want you to talk, yeah. I wanna. Is he giving me some time to prepare? Is that the silence? Said he would.
No, I was just getting my microphone ready.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm blown away. Yeah, good thing I needed that pause. Oof.
I said I needed the pause in order to get my microphone ready.
I think I needed the pause too.
I'm glad you had it then.
Collect myself. Yeah. Well, that was.
Oh,
that was
your
excellent.
your brain's no longer lagging. You caught up.
After hearing Rich Evans speak, yeah, I think everything's set straight. Yep.
Oh, gee. Hello, Rich.
And what exactly was set straight for the record?
I don't know. I just never heard you speak before, so I see you in the text chat a lot, so I don't. Yeah.
I'm surprised he's unmuted. To be
It's
honest.
Saturday. I'm not working.
No, I mean, you're not server muted. Duh.
Oh, I'm surprised about that as well.
Yeah, I actually looked in before I asked you. I was like, I normally see him with the red mic. I'm gonna see his server muted before I ask.
That's what I was saying, yes.
Yeah. Is server
Oh,
mute the
give
guy
it
who doesn't
10
talk
minutes.
very often. Yeah. Crit's gonna come back now.
Yeah, it won't last forever, bro. But so you better enjoy it while you can, I guess, Rich.
Well, take that answer and use it for whatever you want to use it for.
Oh, that was a comment, not an answer. It was a statement.
Well, take that answer in your subjective worldview and use it for whatever you want to use it
My
for.
subjective. I thought it was relative.
You know I'm just quoting Crit, right?
Oh.
Oh, what, yesterday? Or wait, is this today? I can't
I
even
guess
remember
that can be subjective. If it's a quote, yeah.
where I was talking about the weight on the scales, and I don't know what was going on yesterday. That was kind of crazy.
This is my cheat day. I got a box of donuts, man. So excuse me if I'm picking out on donuts while you guys are debating.
Nah, you gotta bulk up, man.
It's a 150-year recipe. No, I don't gotta bulk up. I like my weight.
So someone's
That's
going to
why
get Gregory in here, or?
Oh, okay.
The syllogism of your false dichotomy is hyperinflated by the suplogism of the proposition.
Okay, you can eat your donuts, but please do not speak and eat your
Hold
donuts at the same
on. I
time.
want to do my ballad Gregory impression.
I would rather listen to you eat and speak than listen to Gregory.
Yeah.
I like Greg, but
You're a liar.
he has superfluous verbiage. Verbosis.
Superfluous.
Okay. Verbosis.
Very verbose, yes. It's called stilted language.
Sure.
Well, Battle Mod making fun of him is the closest thing you're going to hear to him for a while.
Of Gregory? Wait, is Gregory not here?
Oh,
anymore?
yeah, that's right. He's been in my DMs crying. You reminded me, Heretic. I walk right past that stuff, I try to ignore it, but I mean,
Wait, what happened? What happened with Gregory? Did something happen?
I don't know.
Well,
that's
that's all
drama.
I'm going to say.
Yeah, that's drama, and I
Okay.
try to steer
Okay.
clear of drama. That's why I walked around that.
All right.
I like the
Are we
kid.
just going to sit in here and verbally brawl? Or are we going to have a real discussion about the flat Earth?
I think Gregory's.
Sir, you are over talking me. I don't know why you feel that you have to. Sir, you are now over talking me too.
I was not done. Listen, that can be anybody at a given time. Tell me people don't interrupt you and it doesn't piss you off. Lie to me. Come on, I'll wait.
Yeah, no one's lying.
Would I lie to you? You want to hear something there, Trigonometry Man?
What?
I'm pulling it up here.
Okay, this is Google Quotes with Rich Evans.
All right.
An ignorant ass.
No,
shut up.
I played
and
that.
actually ask
And
myself the question:
I got banned.
do I know what the fuck I'm talking about?
Yeah, but I recorded that, so I'm allowed to.
I was there when it happened too, and I got banned for posting one of the videos.
Oh, you're lucky I'm not mad. I would have just give you a 3-day ban just for that. The man's not
Oh,
here to defend himself.
No, it's just still a funny recording.
Oh, hell, I only need any little reason to ban you, right?
You don't even need that.
I don't.
So
I mean, for all we know, that the recording's already on YouTube anyway, right?
it's not like him being like, my name is Gregory and my address is...
Yeah, no, I didn't say you were doxing him.
No, I know. I'm just saying it could be a lot worse. It's just him.
It could be, but
calling
that doesn't
himself
make
out.
it any less aggressive. I mean, you are attacking the man, and he's not here to defend himself, and that was my only premise.
People wouldn't attack people when they couldn't
I
defend
want people to
themselves,
know
right,
that I
Mr.
will say
Amish?
the same shit to you face to face that I will say behind your back. So, as long as you can ring true to that, then by all means say
Yeah,
whatever you
none
want
of
to
this is stuff I wouldn't say to Gregory's face.
I'm not really one for that one where people get muted and them or banned and then they get talked about for 2 days. Yeah, I don't really like that. Just ridicule the man to his face or the woman when they come back.
Yeah, Amish Earther's a good guy. I wouldn't. You were saying something about him.
I was just saying, you wouldn't mute someone and then talk about them, right, Amish?
I wouldn't. No.
Well,
I just
Amish, your voice
talk
changed,
about-
Amish.
Talk about you to your face.
I do mute people and I talk about them when they deserve to be talked about.
I'll fly
Oh,
them to
so you
Michigan if they want to talk about it, you know. Even buy dinner. I don't care. And most people take that as a threat, and it's not a threat. I mean, it's more of it'd be a different conversation if we were sitting at the same table together sharing a meal rather than on the internet and joking all the time because there's no course for any of your words.
I honestly do wonder what like a conversation or even debate would look like. Like if we had everyone in here in person, like what would that be like?
I've met some of these people in person at the get-togethers, or like M. Stone, he came to one, you know, Flattoberfest, and he wasn't as aggressive person to person, face to face as he is on the internet. You know, on the internet, I'll whoop every one of you. You're a bunch of retards. Did he say that shit to my face? Fuck no. I mean, but was I challenging him or threatening him? No, because it's just not what life's about. There's better things to life. I'm more you can do whatever you want, but it stops at the laying of hands. If you touch me, we got a problem. Or if you attempt to touch me.
What if I cast a spell on you?
Well, I don't believe in that shit, so you know.
So then you wouldn't mind if I cast a spell on you?
Just walk right on past it. I walk in faith, so.
Good, because magic only works on people who think it isn't real.
That's funny. I heard you had to believe it for it to work. Because it's just
opposite.
psychological bullshit.
It's the opposite.
Just like the globe.
Yeah.
It's like anti.
It's like gravity. Here, let's test that. Do you believe in gravity?
Not anymore. Oh, I'm floating away, guys. Ah!
Oh, you heard that song. Watch, he's defying gravity.
What? Jesus, Battlebot. If there was a reference I didn't expect, it was going to be Wicked.
Well, you said you flew away. Go back and tell him he defied gravity. You didn't like that movie? Or
I'm stunned. I'm stunned. Out of all the references, you go with Stephen Sondheim.
You didn't think I knew that song, huh?
I saw a show called Sondheim Does Sondheim.
I never seen the show, I'll be honest, but I've heard the song quite a few times.
It's a good musical.
My daughter liked it, so yeah. I prefer
Just out of curiosity, sorry to interject. Just out of curiosity, what was it that that Gregory got banned for?
Oh yeah, no, we're not going to cover that. So
You can't figure that out on your own, man.
Nah, man.
Let's not piss and tell, girls.
Yeah, I mean, just go back into the live stream and find any time that he's been in the room, and you'll figure it out.
We could just say
what he gets elevated a little bit, or
right?
what?
That's normally what happens. Conflict. So
Okay.
just leave it at that. It's some type of conflict, and we're not a party
Gotcha.
to it.
Fair enough. Just curious.
I mean, you know, one thing you guys don't know is a lot of these conflicts go back 10 years, 6 years, 5 years. You wouldn't get it even if I spent a half hour trying to explain it to you.
That's a good point.
I'm actually an angel, and Gregory's a demon, so we've been fighting for centuries.
Yeah. I've been here since I was like 13 in the 24/7 Discord. It's been like 5 years.
How old are you now?
I'm 18 now.
Who is that?
This is Trigonometry Arthur.
You know,
Gosh.
I think I remember. Listen,
You probably do.
I let you stay when you said you were 13, and everybody else was like, "I don't think he is 13."
No, I was 13. Yeah.
Well, that's why you're a libertarian. That makes sense now.
Whoa, Scott, calm down. Calm down.
Did you just discover Ayn Rand?
No, listen, he's got two dads. His two dads taught him that.
Ayn Rand sucks. Ayn Rand sucks.
Okay.
His
So who
two
did you just
dads-
discover then?
His two dads told him that, and now he backs
yeah, my two
Israel.
dads.
Friedman, Hayek,
I don't. Mises.
Mises on Mises? Yeah.
Mises. You got to go with Mises.
Well, whatever.
Rothbard.
Yeah. That's the normal
I love
post
Rothbard.
for people.
Rothbard is great too. Yeah.
So do you
Yeah.
stand with Israel?
No, I don't.
Holy shit. The
No,
topic
it's
is
all-
flat Earth.
We
you-
want open borders for Israel.
Yeah,
You
flat
think
Israel,
it's full of the false
Israel,
Jews? Is that what you're saying? Israel's full of the false Jews that Jesus spoke about? I've heard you zealots talk about that.
Man, I haven't talked about Jesus or Israel or anything. This is the first time I've talked about it in here.
I'm just trying to be hip. I knew it was a liberal concept.
Well, little did you know, it's hip to be square.
Yeah.
Look, I'm Gen X, not a boomer, but I knew that.
That's what Gavin Newsom says, right? Didn't he sing that while he was axing people? Oh, wait, no, that's American Psycho.
No,
Yeah, well, you may not be a boomer, but I'm 13 years old.
I thought it was Huey Lewis in the news.
Scott, how far left are you? Have you taken the political compass, like just to gauge, like you?
Yeah, the left-right dichotomy really doesn't fit anybody. Not just me. It doesn't fit you. It doesn't fit Battle Mod. Doesn't fit anybody.
Yep, he's
That's
a
a really
Nazi.
bad metric.
Yeah,
Wow,
it
something
is.
I actually agree with Scott with.
Because you can be far right but not get grassroots, and
Oh,
for
I
me,
mean, yeah, I'm
I
very
don't know how. How can you be far right without being a constitutionalist? It amazes me.
Because you could be a free man on the land and
I
not
mean,
subscribe to the
You
Constitution.
made the statement that I'm a Fed because I took an oath to support the state, but I
Yeah.
didn't. I took an oath to honor the Constitution, and I would honor the Constitution. Now, in my opinion, the Constitution is a contract owned by we the people, and I would defend we the people and the Constitution, not the government. We can always elect a new government when we get through whatever problem we're having. But
Is the
people
government not made up of we the people?
No,
there's no meeting of the minds, so it's not a valid contract.
No, they're not we the people, especially we covered this with nationalists. If they're not state, they're all intern government officials. None of them are nationalists. So no, they're not including we the people.
But they're American citizens.
We the people are statesmen, state nationalists. They're not American citizens. They're not part of a corporation. They're a state nationalist.
Do you happen to be a fan of Black's Law Journal?
A fan of the legal definitions of the court system of America. Sure, I am educated in that. I have a couple different years of it. Our library threw away 10 years. I got that, and I got last year's series. Not just one edition, but the entire series. So it's legal precedents and definition.
Are you the man, the entity, and the person battle mod?
No.
No, he's the state. The state of battle mod.
No, I'm not. So
State of battle mod confirmed.
I'm not a man, or I'm not an entity or a person, but I am a man.
What?
I am not an entity or a person. Those are attributes of a fiction.
Does anybody own an encyclopedia pre like 1950?
No.
Why would anybody? No, I don't think anybody does.
Battlemod told me. Battlemod told me he fought in the Civil War. I mean, he made.
I saw a video of a guy opening a 1965 encyclopedia, and there wasn't anything about the Holocaust in it, and I was like, "Whoa, is that true?" I just wanted to see if anybody else had
Oh, brother.
ever opened up one. Dude, it's just a question.
No, it's
What difference would it make? I'm curious where you're going with this. What would you conclude if it was true?
Well, Scott, that's 20 years after.
It wasn't in the
Zyklon
history.
B isn't in the encyclopedia. Therefore,
What would you conclude if it were true?
I don't know. It'd be odd. It'd be very odd that they left it out. That's.
I'm just asking
my opinion.
questions.
Just asking questions, yeah.
Also known as jacking off. JAQ, just asking questions.
Tucker Carlson's favorite mode of operation.
I'm just saying, if the government wasn't run by lizard people, why would there be climate change making the world get hotter like a little terrarium?
Can't argue with that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that makes sense.
terrarium. I mean, it has a dome too, right? So even
Yeah.
if it's better.
Yeah. Has to be lizard people.
I mean, there's.
You would
states
just
between
be denying reality to deny it.
Yeah, objective reality.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. This is where we need a Gregory statement coming in about logic. I've refuted you profoundly or something.
Are we just going to allow these people to say all of this nonsense about our position when no one will defend it?
It's not bad, man. It's not bad.
I need to work on the lexicon. Like, I gotta have
Your first one is really good.
Yeah.
Your first one was great.
If we are going to allow these gish gallops and prevarications from these liars, then I'm going to leave.
And then don't
You
leave.
would never hear Gregory say that. That was the most unrealistic thing.
Yeah, I'm going to leave part. Yeah, that's not happening.
Oh, Rich Evans, you're a funny guy. You know that.
Oh, thank you. I've saved one of Gregory's scripts. So you're either going to appeal to Newtonian Cavendishian matter attracting matter universal gravitation, or Einsteinian GR and SR bendy space-time universal gravitation. If you appeal to the former, then you'd be appealing to an empirically inadequate and unverifiable hypothesis that can only be reduced to absurdity. He doesn't understand how this is straw manning, and it's hilarious.
It's funny. I was up a couple weekends back when it was still winter and cold, skiing with a buddy, and he was listening to me as I was talking to the folks here. And he comes and looks over my shoulder, my computer, and that exact quote was up on the side chat from Gregory, and he reads it, and he just looks at me and says, "Who the fuck are you talking to?" It's like, is that guy okay?
Good question.
Not sure. And then I showed him the other one about people's propensity for sin, and all the reasons why people would lie. And he just looks at me again. It's like, oh my God, why do you waste your time with these people?
That's a funny conversation. I happen to have a lot too with people that overhear my conversations.
Yeah.
And, oh my God! Here's a funny story I haven't gotten to relay yet. I was driving to grab do some errands. I got out of my car and I look over and there's a guy, like a surveyor, he's doing his thing. So I walked over to him and I asked him, "Is it flat or round?"
You did not.
I did. I swear to God.
Did he smack you?
No, he was really nice. He was explaining how how they have to take in the curvature of it in order to have like their starting position, I believe.
Mm-hmm. But of course, Apocryphon will tell you that you won't find one who says that. But I'll assume you're telling the truth and you actually did this. I would never do that, but you sound like the kind of person who might, yeah. But
I don't mind looking a little silly just for I was literally thinking I can then go back to them and tell them I asked a surveyor. So there we go.
Uh-huh.
You should have filmed it. What were you thinking? Come on.
Okay, if you were a surveyor, you're a surveyor. You see this guy walk up to you with a camera rolling. Is it flat or round? Is it flat or round? It'd be like that Buzz Aldrin video where the guy ran up to him, "Swear on the Bible." Oh, that was so funny when Amish tried to recount that story, because he was like, this guy came up to Buzz and was just like, "Hey, did this actually happen?" And I was just like, "You fucking asshole!" He ran up to him and was screaming at him to swear on the Bible. That's not what happened whatsoever. And he was like, "Oh yeah, I guess so."
Yeah, I don't recall talking about that.
That
wasn't me.
Okay, well, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and say that wasn't you who said that.
Yeah, I don't really know much about that event.
Okay, fair enough. Rescinded. Strike that from the record.
I think you're confusing the Amish with the Mennonite.
Is Mennonite Earth? Oh wait, no, that is a thing. Yeah.
I'm just making a joke because Amish and Mennonite are confusing, sorta.
Scott, here's something funny about Mennonite. He just kept on posting straw man, begging the question, just all these fallacy names in chat, and I was like, "Can you give me an argument for the flat Earth?" And all he said was, "We see too far," and I'm like, "That's not an argument." It's just a claim.
I think it is.
Well, yeah, it's an observation.
It's an individual proposition. It's not an argument.
It's the very baseline. Well, if you observe something, I guess you don't. If I see I see a bird fly in the sky, it's not an argument, but it's a supposed statement of fact.
Yeah,
I don't know if
I
they're
agree.
the same within the same categories, right? Technically speaking.
But if he
So
just
if you want,
if he sat down and thought about it, it could be like, if the Earth is a globe, we should not be able to see past this distance. We see past this distance, therefore the Earth's not a globe. And then we can just reject the first premise, right? But he didn't even go that far. He just said see too far.
yeah, a very condensed way of saying the same thing. Or
No, but
something
it's still
similar
not an
to it.
argument. Like it's
there-
one premise
True,
of the argument.
Yeah, right. Technically speaking, yeah, you're right. It's not.
Is there ever a place where we've
Good
actually
point.
seen too far, or is it always just easily explainable? Like,
The examples you guys have given are fairly easily explainable. If you can come up with one that's not easily explainable, we can discuss it, and that'd be interesting. I for one, find anomalous phenomenon very interesting, and it's worth looking into. But like I said, the examples you guys provide are not even very anomalous. They fit right dead center in our understanding.
you guys, I'm not. I'm.
Sorry, I can't tell who's talking.
This is
I'm on my phone. Trig. Okay. Sorry, my
Bendy
bad.
Crane's law.
My bad.
Yeah, the law of bendy cranes. Yeah.
Yeah.
You were calling me out in the chat for calling out DJs there, Trig. Do you want to get back into that?
What's your claim? What's your claim?
It was really funny. He was just like, Rich, make a claim. And I was just like, DJs are hacks. And you didn't respond.
I don't know. I think it's like.
I was just yanking his chain because, like,
I know, I
I'm
could
really
tell.
not a fan of that guy. So I was
could
just,
tell.
like, fucking with him. But
I could tell. It was just because, like, there are some DJs who are bad, who, like, they don't actually do DJing. They kind of just sit there and, like, act like they're doing something.
I did think it was really funny when he was like, I'm a part of the music industry. And I'm like, so the ice cream man who puts a track on, he's also a part of the music industry?
Yeah, I will concur with that. DJs are fake musicians. Trust. I've played with both.
Rich, what did you say? What did you say the surveyor said when you went up to the surveyor again? Can you tell that little story again?
He said, I will join the Discord server and prove them all wrong.
What did the surveyor say again?
The surveyor says they have to account for the curvature of the Earth when they're placing, like when they're getting the actual position of where they're starting. They have to go off in the distance in either direction and make sure that they're
Yeah, but
accounting
plumb
for
lines don't work,
the globe.
apparently. Plumb
That
lines
they're,
don't
not
work.
on, they're not on bendy ground or something.
I don't know where you live, but the road itself had a bit of a dip, right? So they're accounting for the topography and the curvature of the Earth. Oh, he muted up. I guess we're good.
Rich Evans W. Oh my god.
Can we get a plaque to commemorate this great day?
Yeah. Well, plumb lines don't work. We discovered that yesterday, or Scott did. Scott discovered the plumb lines don't work. Apparently.
Apparently, yeah.
Yeah.
Still waiting for the data, though. Still waiting for the data.
It just works. The lines don't intersect, man. What are you talking about?
Sometimes they're less than 180, sometimes they're greater, sometimes like 45 degrees off. Apparently, I mean, just random.
Nathan
No
Oakley
consistent.
said, Nathan Oakley
Oh
said
my
multiple
God.
times that triangles can have angles greater than
If you
280
think
degrees.
you can come in here and say what I was saying, then you're not going to be able to say it because I am here now and I'm going to say what I need to say.
Little boy.
That is freaking uncanny. Was that a
Is that Oakley?
soundboard?
He's back in here. He's
It's a soundboard. Are you fucking dumb? No, this is not a soundboard. This is someone who has to deal with Nathan Oakley.
That is amazing.
go on America's Got Talent and like do this. Like, I want to impersonator. I want to impersonate some people.
Yeah. Oh, watch.
No, no,
Hello,
no.
my name is Rich Evans, and I'm here to impersonate Discord debaters.
Yeah, you may get some of these.
I gotta admit, man, you do have a knack for that. Good for you. That's quite funny.
Well, thank you.
I think you should get mod for that.
Oh my god, could you imagine? Dude, there would be some people in this room that if I got modded, there would be a revolution. Like, people, like, fucking... I'm trying to think of who would be truly... Mennonite would burn down this channel.
Yeah.
I actually offered to pay Heretic for mod powers, and he turned me down. He said he'd rather be poor than be dishonest.
I offered.
And I said, "That's fair, man. That's fair." But I was going to pay him.
I offered Crit to mute Elijah. He didn't accept, unfortunately.
Why would you want to mute Elijah? He's got such a soft mic.
No, I promised Heretic I would only use it to unmute people that were I.
Sure.
Can you hear me now? Okay, I wasn't
Yes,
coming
sir.
through. Sorry, I thought I was just getting talked over. Maybe it was a glitch.
Nah, I got
Yeah.
loud and clear, sir.
Right. So these guys are retarded if they think that the dirt is curving. Right? Dirt is not fucking curving unless
Way
it's
to segue.
topography. There's actual topography, right? And topography, right? So it can curve into like hills and valleys and mountains and things. But to think that like the dirt is, displaying curvature based on the size of the sphere that they say we live on is retarded. That surveyors would have to account for it is retarded. Absolutely retarded. I'm sick of hearing
That's why I had him repeat his story. I had him repeat his story. The guy said they have to take into account the Earth's curve when they start frickin' surveying. I'm just like, I'm just gonna mute up and just let everybody hear that.
Well, they have
They're
to take
establishing what's called an astronomical plumb line to the sky. And with the astronomical plumb line, they get their fixed coordinate reference, which is usually using latitude and longitude, which is a spherical reference system. And they know this, and that's what they're speaking from.
Yeah, okay. But to think, yeah, they're going to have to account for actual elevation change, right, across dirt. Because they have some coordinate system that he thinks that's accounting for curvature. No,
It's only
that's just
accounting for
plotting
curvature
down
of the
where you
coordinate
start.
system.
Sorry. Say again.
They're accounting for the curvature inherent within their coordinate system. And that's not the same. The celestial coordinate system is not the terrestrial. So they're using arc measurements of latitude and longitude along these geodesics, which they think is Earth curve, but it's really sky perception curve.
Are we talking about geodetic surveyors, or are we just talking about your average
Oh, at this point, any type, any average surveyor, if they're using lat and long and they're fixing control points, then they're baking in curvature into the map.
How about in reality, though, when they're actually performing, their duties with their instruments? The other
Yeah, I don't
guys.
know. I don't know how they're picking up actual curvature. I don't think they are.
No, they're just taking into account elevation change. That's what they're looking for is elevation change, right?
Yeah, that at the end of the day, that's absolutely right. That's what their instrumentation is set up to do. So I could do like a survey, right, from one point to another, and I can say, okay, I'm at 42 degrees north by 35 degrees west or whatever, right? And I can say, okay, what I can see in the distance appears to be that mountaintop. I see that that's at 42 degrees north and 34 degrees west. And so I would say, okay, I can calculate the distance between the two. I can use, I don't know, maybe Haversine or something, right, to figure out the arc length of that. And then I would say that's the distance between the 2 points. Therefore, Earth is a globe. Did I just prove Earth is a globe? No.
Yeah, exactly.
I could
you
even
tell
have
me-
the other
you tell me-
theodolite set up over there and get the actual latitude longitude and confirm that that is the coordinate system. And I can calculate the distance, and the distance will be calculated based off an assumed curve.
But you tell me how you can tell the difference, right, between like a curve, like over dirt, over land, right? How you can
Yeah.
determine the difference between curve that's actual topography, right, and curve that's due to the Earth being a sphere.
That's the
So
fun
land
part.
over dirt.
They can't tell the difference if they believe that Earth is a ball unless they use a datum as a base of reference. And from the datum, they measure divergence. They measure divergence off a concept, off a completely imaginary idea. Isn't that insane? They take measurements and say, oh, it doesn't quite conform to the ball. Let's apply some corrections to that. There are large swaths of the Earth in the globe model, the globe concept, in which you could be sitting in a depression in a bowl, might be 100 miles radius around you from your location on, I guess you can call it the geoid. How would you know you're in a depression? A depression on a greater ball with a 39, 59 mile radius.
Do it over water.
Well, we're talking surveying, right?
You can
Over
also use
land.
you can also use theodolites, on a beach and then have things go out like boats or stuff, other things,
Sure.
Is there like an absolute point where I can't see anything on a flat plane? Or is it always changing based on weather conditions?
Oh, it is always changing based off of weather, but even on a flat plane in the absence of weather, there are going to be limitations to your sight based off of your own eyeballs, right? Or any optics that you're using. There's a diffraction limit to everything.
So what if something is like really high up, like not really, like 12 kilometers, like airplane altitude or something?
Oh, what about it? You mean you go up in an airplane and look out?
No, I mean like if there's an airplane, like what should be the limit of its view for me on a flat Earth?
Looking at an airplane?
Yeah, looking at an airplane from like sea level on a beach or something.
No.
There shouldn't be a limit to how far I can see it.
There is due to your optics and due to the weather. Yep. What happens if a storm rolls in, right?
Yeah, I'll just use infrared or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that might help, but I mean, it doesn't completely cut everything out.
Yeah.
The further you look in the distance, the more storms, the more weather patterns, the more chaos is present closer to the vanishing line in the center of your field of view. And that compounding effect means that there are absolute limits to light from the distance beyond all those weather systems potentially reaching your eyes.
So if something was like, I don't know, 10,000 kilometers up, really, really high, would I?
Yeah,
Would
the
I be
air is really thin and particulates are really spread out.
up at 12,000 kilometers?
It's pretty high up.
Yeah. I'm just saying, is that like a place that I could go to if the Earth has a dome?
What, you mean you can hike up a mountain? Yeah.
Nah, 12,000 kilometers.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, yeah,
12,000 kilometers. I don't know.
Yeah. I was also trying to explain earlier too how you can have gas pressure without a container on a flat Earth. I observe
Good.
I observe a decrease in pressure and altitude. So like you can, I think the limit around for like helium balloons is around like 50 kilometers or so. And at a certain point, I mean, as I'm going from 0 to 50 kilometers, I'm going to see a decrease in pressure the whole time. So wouldn't it make sense, like most sense, Occam's razor wise, for it to never, it's just a continuing pressure gradient forever?
Yeah, and because there's a gradient, there's pressurization. You have to have pressurization first before a gradient.
But that solves a lot of problems. But if you bring a container in, it introduces more problems into the system.
No, you have to have the containment for the gradient to be created within it.
Then that means that there's an incredible amount of work being done on the gases to keep them in the gradient that they're in.
Yeah, the sun evaporates and then things cool off and condense and fall back down.
Well, if the sun is closer to the higher up places, then that means that the temperature would be higher up there, correct?
Well, I mean, in the globe model, that's kind of what we see. There's a thermosphere up there.
So you can go up like hundreds of kilometers.
I guess so.
Oh, okay. Well, that's effectively where space is. I mean, the atmospheric pressure there is so low.
Okay.
So there's so the sun is doing a tremendous amount of work to keep all the gas molecules in a gradient.
Yeah, it's dynamic. Gas is always moving. You've got high pressure systems, low pressure systems, and one moving into the other. You know, you've got areas of higher temperature and lower temperature, higher humidity and lower humidity. You've got volcanic particulates and stuff migrating through the air. You've got pollution. I mean, you've got all kinds of crap through the atmosphere.
I mean, it's just an absurd amount of like work. Like it's like quadrillions of joules, and it would just be.
You got a lot of electrical and heat energy, radiant energy from the sun. You've got a lot of gas being released and built and created from the surface, like from trees.
I mean, that's. I guess if the sun is
Yeah, and you got plankton too in the oceans. You got methane bubbles in the oceans. You got all. I mean, it's extremely complicated. It's all.
Can I ask you guys to visualize something for me?
What?
Can I ask you guys to visualize something?
Oh, brother.
Like imagination time?
No, just like picturing like the way that you could determine like based on like, I don't know, engineering that we don't have because it's like science fiction level engineering of like building a superstructure above the earth. And if you built it, you'd have to, like, you'd see that it was flat because it would cover the entire space, right? So the visualization is like, picture a supergiant I-beam just above ground level and then attach another I-beam onto it and continue doing that, and tell me at what point you think you have to build a curved I-beam to continue the pattern.
The flat Earth space elevator.
No, like going horizontally above the ground if it was just like floating there, like hypothetically, right?
Yeah,
And
no,
you're
it's
building straight I-beams across the lowest point of the ground level that goes across the entire, like, hypothetical circumference of the ball, right? At what point do you start curving the beams that you're producing? Because if you try to picture that, I think you'll picture the beams going across the country and out into the ocean. And at that point is where your brain tells you that you have to build a curved beam. But then you go out there and you know for a fact that you're going to have to put another straight beam on top of the last beam.
So that's where we disagree. The beams have to start curving immediately.
You think that you're going to build a straight beam, right? And build a series of straight beams across any landmass and have them dead straight and then continue out over the water. You don't think that's possible?
If they've built on a level, they're already curved.
Yeah, they would start diverging from the landmass immediately.
Well, the landmass isn't level, but you could keep the beams level if you're above the landmass. Does
Yeah,
that
but you
not make
asked-
sense?
you-
Like planes fly in a straight line, right?
No, they don't. Of course not. They follow the curve of the Earth.
So they'd have to deliberately build the beams to be non-conforming, non-curvature conforming, right?
I
They'd have to say,
mean,
we
I
can't
think what
build
you're
these.
saying is
We
that
can't
you'd
build
have
these
to build the beams like to the exact curvature of
Not
the
level.
Earth, which means you'd have to have the length
No,
of
no.
each beam to be the
Already.
rate at which the curvature manifests. But we can already see that that's not
Correct, we
happening.
would. No, I don't think we can see that. I think you're making that up. I don't think you
I
can see
think
that.
there's a significant amount of long, flat spaces on the land and the water where you can see that there's no curvature at the mathematical formula for the ball to be curving the way it is, the way
Well,
it should be.
we don't think we should see the mathematical formula because that's not the way light works. Light can curve, and if light curves or bends, whatever you want to call it, we're not going to see the mathematical formula as the mathematical formula using a straight line would say, right?
What I know about light is that it goes in rays. That's why even when you're
But they bend.
making like a fiber optic cable that can snake around any direction, it's because of total internal refraction, which means it's refracting like close to infinitely to make it seem like it's curving. But light itself manifests as rays, at least in nature, unless it's gone through like a prism. But the atmosphere isn't really a prism, so.
Well,
And even
but it
then,
kind of is.
it's
But it
going
kind of
to
is. And
refract
this is
the
where
rays. It's not going to curve the rays. So.
But this is where I think the atmosphere is like a prism. It does have variances, or what's the word I'm looking for? Density gradients, right? In terms of optical density gradients, and it does curve the light. We know this. And that curving of the light explains everything that we've seen so far.
No, you don't know that. You don't know that.
No, I do. I do. And it doesn't matter to me if you agree that I know it. I know it.
Know it.
No, I do.
If you had like
I do.
an explanation, a non-conventional explanation for a rainbow, and said that that was evidence of like a dome, or it's refracting as a dome, and then that makes a certain amount of logical sense. But it's like a rainbow is actually a circle if you go up high enough. So, I mean,
it can be.
It's specific ways that we're supposed to approach this, and I don't know. I think most of the evidence points to it's observably a flat plane.
I think none of the evidence points to that. I don't know what most you're talking about because I've seen none. Zero. What am I missing?
you just admitted you don't see the math. You don't see it. You don't see the curvature. You don't see a ball.
That's not what I said. You see the ball, you don't see the math. They're not the same thing. The math and the ball are not the same thing.
You were saying, but what you were saying was you're not going to see that. You're not going to see the actual like curving.
Yeah,
the,
if you're doing
the
something
rate
as linear,
at which it's curving.
if you're doing
Saying
something
you're
as
not seeing the
linear,
math, you're saying I don't see 8 inches mile squared.
What did
I don't
the
see
what
the
did the first guy
1.225 miles horizon.
what did the first guy who ever entered the stratosphere say that the Earth looked like?
What does it matter? I mean, what if whatever
What
answer
does
we
it
give to
matter?
that?
It was the very first-hand human
I know,
evidence.
I know, but whatever answer we
Before
give to that, what
before
difference is
like
it going to make?
before the full adoption of the heliocentric model and like the changing of the teaching system and all of these other things that go
I don't
along
think
with
they
the
started changing
heliocentric
the
model. Like,
heliocentric system in
Yeah,
19.
yeah.
Okay, yeah.
It was long before that, man. Long before that.
I mean, look, you didn't even have NASA at this point. Is the point I'm
I
trying to
know.
make?
I agree.
It's
We didn't need NASA to know the Earth is round.
the modern advancement of the heliocentric model is what I maybe should have said.
I agree.
I
We
mean,
understood. We
before there
understood the
was
Earth was a
this,
globe long before NASA.
before there was this, like any other way that the information has been presented, the first way that the information was presented is first-hand human evidence, which is recorded on film and in newspapers. It was a disc with upturned edges, like an Antarctic ring. He described it before we came to these conclusions through other methods, but there you go. I mean, that's just relevant, I think. I mean, what
Why
else?
do you
What
think
else
it's
would
relevant?
what else would he have been mistakenly seeing when he looked down from the stratosphere? How can you explain what he described?
I've never heard what he described.
We'll look up Auguste Piccard.
Who?
Auguste Piccard.
Mm-hmm. And what was he famous for doing?
Going into the stratosphere the first time, he built like a hot air balloon with like a steel frame, like capsule on it. He was like one of those Jacques Cousteau guys. He broke like depth and height records.
And we should take his understanding or his word over the astronauts who've been there subsequently?
Well, I mean, depending on who you trust for your information, then yeah, because my point was that there was no motivation that you could draw,
Okay.
even hypothetically, for him lying about what he saw.
But this is where I think it comes down to, and I've tried to get to this and I always get diverted, is like it comes down to who we trust, right? How do you determine who to trust?
Well, I start by not like when you have anyone who works for the government, that's a strike against them automatically.
Why?
Like they're going
Why?
because as soon as the government tells them to lie to you, they're going to, because it's not against the fucking law to lie to somebody.
And so what you're saying is the moment
I mean,
any
you
person
do
gets
realize that they proved in court a few years ago that the government can lie to you all it fucking likes. Like, I'm talking the US government here. They had court cases about it, and they proved in law that, yeah, unless it's like in the specific nature of like a senatorial fucking process or whatever, then we can lie our asses off as all we like.
Yeah, I don't think that's true though.
Well, yeah. Okay. Next point then.
And what difference would it make?
Well, you're asking who to trust, and I just gave you several reasons why you shouldn't trust the government, because lying is part of the fucking job.
Okay, so on what cases? How much? What does the government do? Let's ask that. You seem to think that lying is part of the job of the government. What is it that governments do?
I don't think that's a productive question for this argument.
Well, you seem to think that they're lying all the time. What are they lying about?
Well, the shape of the Earth, for one.
Give me another one.
I don't know, like we could go through a whole list of conspiracies here, but the channel's about the flat Earth argument.
Okay, but you said the government lies all the time, and it seems like it'd be very easy to come up with one thing that the government lied about this year. Any
Sure.
government.
I'm not going to bother because the list of things that they've lied about is so ridiculously massive that you asserting that I need to prove it is just ridiculous. Why would I even engage you in conversation?
I know. But this is what always happens.
You're asking me to give you a dictionary
One
definition
example.
of something that's so
I'm asking you
commonly
for one
understood to
example.
be the government and something that's so commonly fucking repeatedly proven that they lie and then are taken to court for lying that, like, why the fuck would I have this conversation?
Yeah, you're displaying massive confirmation bias right now. You know that, right?
No, you're detracting away from the actual argument, which is how can we observably state that the Earth seems flat versus whatever point you're trying to make about trusting these billionaires, mate. That, like, yeah, they got a lot of money in
Hey,
fucking
the billionaires or the government? Which one? You this is the first time you mentioned the billionaires.
I'm not gonna
I'd say that
continue
we'd
with
never
the
be under her rule. We'd never be under a carbon tax. We'd never have one. And then as soon as
Yeah,
she got
well,
in,
your
bang,
entire
bam.
underlining basis is one of total condescension. That's why I'm using kid gloves with how I want to really talk to you.
No, go ahead. I'm a big boy. I can take it. And plus, from the internet, you can't touch me.
Again,
Right? I'm
it's
sitting
not
in my back. I'm
productive.
sitting in my
That's
back.
no fucking
Since I'm sitting
point.
in my
We're not
backyard,
disrupting the
pulling
fucking
weeds.
argument.
You can't hurt me. Go ahead. No, you don't want to.
You need to grow the fuck up and act like an adult.
Okay. Been just fine this long. 60 years now. Been okay. I've done quite well. Well, I really hope the rest of you can do as well as I have, because it's a nice life. But I
You're
think
good at exposing moronic flat earthers.
You know, totally has
That's
your best interest, right, at heart, and that they will never lie to you. Yeah, and
I didn't
just
say
like,
that never.
just breeze on through life. Just give them your vote and
What do you think they
think
lie
about
about?
it. I just gave you an example.
Wait, what you did?
Yeah,
Of a
Julia
specific
Gillard.
lie?
When Julia Gillard said, "Will never be under my rule. There will never be a carbon tax." And as soon as she got into power as prime minister, bam, carbon tax. Sorry about that, guys. I was, had to re-look at the books and whatever bullshit.
You guys introduced a carbon tax in Australia? Huh.
Julia Gillard did after saying that she wouldn't ever do it.
Politicians constantly lie. Don't you remember the famous one with the George Bush? Read my lips, no new taxes. Dude, they lie constantly. It's all they do. And NASA lies constantly. It's all the space program does. It's what they do. All their nonsense.
This is something people don't talk about a lot, right? It's how much the whole moon landing thing would have appealed to the fucking Nazis had they won World War II. It would have been exactly in line with their whole government's information policy, which was create a stupid lie, make it big, make people believe it, and then you've got them. You can convince them of fucking anything. And it's all about feeding the nationalism, because when you got this nationalistic weapon of the achievements that only your country is capable of, it becomes ammunition against any kind of seditious argument.
Well, it also it gave them excuse to tax people at really exorbitant fees. If you look up what Ronald Reagan was taxed as an actor, was ridiculous. It was like,
do you get how people don't draw that connection between Werner von Braun and like fucking Hans Goebbels? You know what I mean? Who was that kind who did all the information warfare for the Nazi Party?
I don't know. Name one time when like the country's actually like conquered an area and like done something amazing, and then all of a sudden they're just like, we can't go back there. You can't do it. We did it once in 1969, but we got no interest going back. Do you know how freaking amazing it'd be to have a freaking an advertisement on the moon? Dude,
Well, here's the thing, right? Like, I
you
went
could go to
to
the moon, we would freaking like you say. Well, I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. They would go to the moon so freaking quick and put a freaking Amazon freaking symbol on there, a Pepsi sign, or something. Like you can't go to the moon. It's shit like that. They just lie, and you know they're lying, Scott. You know damn well they're lying.
Yeah, I mean, I think the moon landing is a big part of the flat Earth idea because if they're lying about that, then it's a very important reason that they've created that lie. And this is the connection people don't draw between Werner von Braun and how the Nazis did fucking everything that they did. You know, it was all like fucking information control for like really occultic fucking reasons, man. You know, like
Okay. Question
shit
for you
how to
guys
like
then.
manufacture
What happened,
identity.
what happened to Joseph Goebbels after the war?
Was he done in by paperclip?
What happened to him?
Don't know.
What happened to Werner von Braun?
He founded NASA.
Yeah, what do you think the difference between those two people is?
Well, I don't know, man. Like Werner von Braun, he killed the 4 slowest Jews every day in his factory. That was his
Okay,
policy.
fine. But what do you think was the difference in America's eyes between Werner von Braun and Joseph Goebbels?
Maybe Werner von Braun did a way better job killing Jews, and they rewarded him for it. I don't know. I mean, what the frick?
Stop. But what do you
It's
think?
good they
Come
built
on. I'm asking you guys to think right now.
he built the
Sorry.
V2 rocket, right? Look, he built the V2 rocket, and this is what NASA
He built
is.
the
It's
what?
intercontinental ballistics research. That's why the US dominates the world with their fucking power to just push buttons and send massive fucking missiles, man. That's what all the NASA research is really all
Yes.
about. And
And-
because it's compartmentalized, they can put people in the stratosphere and send up their fucking satellite crafts. And that's what everybody's doing. But like the core group of people who are running like the Mars missions and shit, man, it's so easy to have that core group of people. They're running other agendas, bro. Like they're just refining these fucking rocket technologies that they founded their fucking institution on. Like Operation High Jump, where they say it was like going to the moon, it was also researching the fucking atom bomb. You know, it's
Okay,
all
let's
just
slow down for a
look at like this is what the Nazis were about, man. It was creating nationalistic fervor to excuse the fucking military fucking like horrendous fucking nature of doing shit. And the US is the same, man. Like they just use this nationalism to divert away the accountability that nations are supposed to face when they're this fucking like bloodthirsty.
Okay. Let's slow down for a sec. So Joseph Goebbels was known for what? Why do we know him?
Stop asking rhetorical questions and just make your own point.
He was known for propaganda, right? He created propaganda. Correct?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. He created propaganda. Werner von Braun is known for creating rockets. We kept the guy who created rockets and we killed the guy who did the propaganda. Now, if what you guys are saying is true, that NASA is just propaganda, don't you think it made more sense to keep the guy who made the propaganda and kill the guy who made the rockets?
I didn't say it was propaganda. I said it was ballistic research.
His rockets went nowhere. His rockets were magic tricks.
Then why
Helium
didn't he save him?
freaking magic tricks.
Then why didn't anybody bother to save him or bring him over if his rockets didn't work?
Are you slow, Bear? Please. Oh wait, you are. Never mind. Sorry. Do you really don't think that Werner von Braun actually like pioneered rocketry at all, or anything, or built the
I think
V2?
they made some rockets that went up, but they didn't make anything that goes to space. That's nonsense.
Really, the V2? How did it get to the UK if it didn't go to space?
None of it went to space. Nothing went to space because space doesn't exist. But I'm just telling you, like if you watch the old videos of the rockets that fell apart, they were cloth and they were helium filled on the nose cones, dude.
What?
That's
just a lie. How did
you can believe whatever you want.
How did
But
V2 rockets get to
they did
the
it.
UK?
They did it with shuttles. They did it with shuttles, and they did it with old rockets. And they weren't even really rockets. I don't even think they went that fast. This is my opinion.
Do you know
so
yeah, it is your opinion because you don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
do you know what
fine.
a rocket is at all, or?
Dude, I'm telling you, the difference between a missile, and a rocket are two different things. Missiles are real. Rockets going to space aren't. That's it.
Okay, so you think missiles and rockets are inherently different? Really? Okay.
No, they're basically the same thing. Sidewinder missile is basically a rocket that I'm controlling.
Yeah, it's just a guided.
But I'm saying what we saw going off, where they said they were going to the moon. That is not the same thing as a Sidewinder missile. It's not the same thing as what our weapons are. Is all I'm saying. These
You know this kid. Listen, you know this kid's going to be semantical. So
no,
if we hold on, kid, can you let somebody finish for once? So there's a lot of people that believe it was just propaganda to win the Cold War, and it seems like that's what he's saying. And there's a lot of evidence to back that, so it's not really a conspiracy. It's more of an investigation.
All right, so the V2, the trajectory it took, couldn't have been accomplished if there wasn't space.
That's what they say.
No, that's not what they... Okay, so,
No, it's not what they say. Where'd you hear it?
All the people in the UK...
You read it, right? No,
Yeah,
you read
okay,
it.
So I have to
So
go
it is what they say then. I was right.
Yeah, so how do I know you're in Desert Storm? How do I know that operation wasn't fake?
That's the exact point.
Oh, so you weren't
How
there?
do you?
Okay, so... Whenever I
Well,
bring
how
something
do you?
up-
That's logical reason. I wouldn't have a
Yeah.
problem with you questioning what I say to you. I'm just some guy on the internet.
All right, so
He made his point. Trigonometry.
Yeah, you made my point for me.
Yeah,
I mean, you signed it, sealed, and gift wrapped it.
so I can't know anything ever, is what you're telling me.
Now, nobody said that.
It's hearsay.
My point
it's
was-
hearsay. Anything that you listen to, it's going to be hearsay.
Yeah, it's
so
not
you don't
first-
know. Listen,
First order
you don't
knowledge.
know. Yeah, you don't know if Mike actually did that unless you were there or you had some experience that you could say exactly what he would corroborate with what he's saying.
Right,
So
if
the
you
same
were-
thing with any story you hear is the same thing.
Yeah, and that would be fair of you to say, I don't believe you. I'd say that's fine, that you're right. And I don't blame you, to be honest.
All right, that's absurd, but okay. I wouldn't
It's
expect
not
anything
absurd.
less.
If we took men by their word, then everybody in the fucking world would be the king of the fucking world. They'd be the most intelligent person on the planet, or whatever they call it. They would be above everybody else if we took everybody at their own word, and nobody would ever be wrong. But that can't be true. Somebody's got to be wrong,
Did
or
World
nobody
War
can
II
be
happen?
right. If we took people at their word.
Did World War II happen?
What the fuck's that got to do with what I was saying?
Literally everything.
It doesn't have anything to do with it. History, listen.
No, it is.
So we
actually.
can look at historical events, and we can go ask people who actually lived through it. But so you
Okay.
can verify it. That's my point. But just because it's said doesn't make it true. So that it doesn't really change anything.
But hold on, me asking people, that's just hearsay according to you.
It is. It's just like him telling you that he's been. in
Here's the
Desert
thing.
Storm.
If you're an eyewitness, to it, then yes. If I brought in my fellow Marines from Desert Shield or Iraqi Freedom or whatever, that would be eyewitness testimony and collaborating. And you're
So
trying
what
to
about astronauts?
You're trying to minuscule it, but see, you always go straight to astronauts. So
Yeah.
while we're on the verification of, we can go get eyewitnesses and verify. We can look for evidence of the war here on Earth. We can get an eyewitness. Okay, these two say they got it, but we can't go look for any evidence that what they did was true.
Yeah, we
Hell,
can.
we might even find the rocket in some museum that they said they left in.
Oh, or we could just look at the sky and look at the things flying around that they said they rode on.
No, you don't know that. All that stuff is technology that's above your head.
They
You don't
always
know what the things
hyperinflate
are.
some bullshit to make it analogous to
it's
something
always-
it's not.
Yeah, that guy, because they're space cadets, all of these guys. They believe in the fantasy so much so that they want it to be true. And the moment you start talking about it being hearsay, they want to question everything. And it's like, that's fine. You can question everything. The problem is, how are you going to primarily investigate that information if you weren't there? or you weren't an eyewitness. Think
So
about
then you
it.
don't know
It's
that.
all.
So then
It's all
you don't know
something
that's a splat, right, Miggy? Because you've never done it yourself, right? You haven't done a single experiment. All you have is hearsay for there's
Well,
a splat.
see, that's
You didn't do
that's the problem.
you didn't
That's
do
the
the
problem
laser
with you
test,
guys.
right? You didn't do the laser
Yeah,
test.
yeah. You wanna jump to different things, but here's the problem. There's methods on how you can do something when it
Just holding
comes
you
to like
consistent,
what we
man.
talk
Holding you
about.
consistent.
Well, you
It
could
is.
go
I am
you could go repeat it here on Earth. Anything done
it's
here on
different.
Earth, you can verify yourself by doing it yourself. You can do
Yeah, it's
that.
different from you
That's a
saying.
possibility.
It's different from you saying that you believe some guy did something somewhere, isn't it, Scott? Answer my question, isn't it different?
Yeah, we can't even
Doing
go
something that's
verify the somewhere is real, can we?
It sounds exactly the same to me. How is it
Can we?
No,
different?
how is it the same, dude? Like one
We
is
can't
hearsay, the
go.
other is an actual method.
We
How
can't
is it
go to
hearsay?
where they say they were. That's how it's different. You
Well,
couldn't
answer
go
my
there if
question,
you
Scott.
wanted
Why are
to.
you
Are you gonna
silent?
see exactly
Why
what
are
they
you
saw?
silent, bro? Answer my question, dude. You're so happy to chime in on the behest of.
Battlemont's talking. I don't want to talk over him. That's why I'm silent, because I'm polite.
Oh my God!
All right,
Whatever,
wait for him to
dude.
finish.
Like
Now ask the question.
this is
I'll
your
answer it.
shtick.
Well,
You
thank
see,
you,
Mike,
Scott.
answer
The
this
it.
is
floor is
his
yours.
shtick.
Okay.
Yeah,
Ask
this
the
is his
question. I will
shtick. He
answer it.
just wanted to overtalk you, Mike. That's it. That's all,
Oh,
his only objective.
I specifically don't overtalk Mike, and then you tell me my objective was to overtalk Mike. That's
Well, that's the
insane.
logic right there.
yeah, no comment. But we can't go to space and verify that even the where is true. I mean, you talk about the Holocaust or World War. We can go to where it supposedly happened. We can look for evidence right there in the woods, the forest, the ground.
What would we find?
Well, who knows until we go there? That's kind of a dumb question. That's like asking me what's wrong with your car before I fucking look at it.
It's like
Based on the funny noises you spit out in your mouth, I'm supposed to know something.
It's like you can take me to Auschwitz. That doesn't prove to me or show me any evidence that like the Jews were killed there.
Yeah, let's not go. You want to take it to the place where you can
We
get
could
some
test for
kind of
the
fucking TOS violation. You're not going to get a TOS violation
Right.
from us, and you need to stop talking about that because that stuff can get some people here. These are these tactics, dude. Your gimmicks aren't going to work.
Yeah.
We're not going to fall for them. Oh, let's talk about Auschwitz. We're not going to
Okay,
do
then I'll
it,
talk
man.
about,
And as a matter of fact, you better be watching out what you're saying because
And
you're
you know-
teetering on that TOS violation that's going to escort you out of politics for good. You
Sure,
you
then
want
let's-
that? I'll be happy to do that for you.
Okay.
Most
then we
people
can
don't
talk about- then we
take
can talk
history
about-
for 100% true anyway.
Then
We compare it from source to source, and that's how we observe history. So historical events are kind of lame for arguing truth because you don't know the 100% truth of any historical event. You might think you do, but you're just wrong.
Yep. And so I want to capitalize on that, Mike. The whole previous conversation about NASA, Warner von Braun, and all this other shit. How do you guys know what both sides, flat Earth and globe Earth? I'm gonna stick it to you like this: you guys are debating. Do you know that you're fucking debating? It's all what
History.
you're doing right now. You don't have any primary knowledge of what they ate on Sunday. On their whatever. Like, there's no idea. You guys are just like debating these ideas of that something happened in a particular way. You weren't there. You don't know what Warner von Braun did or what they were thinking about or the ideas of any of the corporation of NASA. You don't have any idea. But you want to argue that here. We don't care about that stuff. We only care about what can be proven. What can you prove?
Is speculation Saturday or Sunday? I forget, Mickey.
Speculation.
Yeah, it's Sunday.
Okay, all right.
The problem is with these other guys who think space is real are gonna say, "Nuh-uh, that's not the case," and you guys and the flat Earth side's gonna be like, "Yeah, he was a bad dude," like, and all
Yeah.
that shit. And that's
Yeah,
great.
I know, and you
Yeah,
don't even know that these people actually exist. You just know the historical accounts that we use to research them from.
So it's a moot point at this particular junction. What are we gonna do with that information? You and Scott, everybody sounds like they're. Well, no, that's not what he did. Well, really?
Well, yeah,
how do you know?
30 people wrote books about him. 30 people that didn't know him, they wrote books about him, so we know.
Yeah, exactly.
A justice system because nobody walks into a courtroom and their legal defense is, but you what?
Yeah, so evidence is not proof, right? So if you say, "Oh, I got all this evidence that shows that this person was doing X, Y, and Z," that's great. Now, what's the proof? How did you provide that as evidence or proof? You can't prove it. You just hear what you heard in the historical context. That's it.
I like
Historical
to
context is giving you some type of idea, and then you're just like, "Well, he was this way," and the other guy's like, "Nah, I don't think he was that way. He was a nice dude." Really? Based
Evidence
on
is
what?
not proof, Earther. Nice.
I like to put it evidence is proof of verification. How? How so?
Evidence is not proof, Earther.
Yeah.
No,
So
how does evidence become verification?
It's corroborated.
Well, so collaboration equals causation? Is that?
What? No, I never said anything about causation. What? We're talking
Oh,
about
okay, so two collaborating comments or testimony equals concretism.
if we have a large like corroborating body, like something that just
Does
so
it's
absurd.
consensus causation? Does it
we're
give
not
you
talking about-
causation because you have an agreement
Why are
on
we talking
a
about
given principle?
causation? Why are
Well,
we
you're
talking about
acting
causation?
like just because 5 people agree on something, it must be true, and that's fucking. What if we picking 5 special ed motherfuckers and we're asking them real intricate questions about life, reality, consciousness? Are we going to take their consensus on a point as fact?
Yeah, tart.
No, we don't take your consensus as fact. You're correct. We don't do that.
True.
Okay, well, you needed that jab, and I don't need the jab, so that's why I didn't take the
Yeah,
jab. And
hold on.
I'm
We
not
can't talk
sick
about
from
that
it.
either. We can't talk about that either.
There is no we here, brother. It's only you. You are the we, and we're the we.
Yeah, don't Mike. Don't let them bait you into saying TOS violations, bro.
Oh,
What? That's not a
know-
TOS violation.
No,
Yeah,
I said
dude,
he was
Told him not
taking,
to.
he was taking a jab
Yeah.
at me. He needed it. I'll give it to him. I'm a fair man. I mean, you're so low at the bottom. The only thing you can do is jump up and try to whack me in the nuts with a stick, but you can't find a long enough stick.
Yeah, that's.
It's because your
All
balls
right,
haven't
so-
dropped.
Yeah, we're not worried about. Listen,
You're
we're,
on
we're only
drugs,
talking
man.
about. Yeah, Mike. So we're only worried about that. You guys don't have any evidence for the Earth being a globe. The only thing you got is stories. You only stick to these stories because that's all you have to cling to. You can say, "Well, I see something in the sky, therefore space is real." That's all you guys have. You have nothing that you can provide as evidence that you're going to say, "Okay, that evidence checks out. It proves itself true because it's self-evident." Nothing. There isn't anything you can say. You only say, "Well, I see the sun moving across the sky,
He
15
had that
degrees
weak
per hour."
appeal to consensus and collaboration.
Were you alive before the year 2000, Miggy?
Oh, that's a dumb question.
No,
I don't
no,
know,
hold
I don't
on.
know what that.
Okay, hold on. Were you
Yeah,
alive?
so
before-
what?
Okay.
Yeah.
Was the ISS in the sky yet? Yeah, I mean it was, but it wasn't very big, right?
What do you mean the ISS? Allegedly, it was supposed to be in the sky in 1998. Allegedly.
So, did you see it change over time, or did you see it at all? Did you see it not before
I'm
2000?
not. There's like all the changes and stuff. Like, just get to your point. Like, I don't know where you're going with that. Just get to your
Where's
point.
the video of that shit being built and placed in space?
There's plenty of video of them attaching.
What's your
missiles to the
What's your point?
What my point is?
Trigonometry. What's your point?
My
Video
point is
productions, yeah.
Jeez, man. My point is the ISS like natural? Jesus, what the hell?
My bad.
Yeah. Is the ISS a natural satellite of Earth, just like the planets, or was it man-made?
A natural satellite.
Yeah, is it man-made?
What does
like,
that mean? It's synthetic.
Like the
yeah.
moon.
Allegedly,
just that-
it's something that man has made and put up into the thermosphere. Yeah. Why?
No, but do you believe it's man-made?
It's technology that's flying above your head.
All right, and it's flying pretty fast, right?
Well, yeah, people track it. You can see it, but whatever it is, they're saying that it's a specific thing. It's not just the idea that you got technology above your head. It's a tin can with humans inside of it, going at
Yeah.
a specific velocity.
So it's like a hypersonic balloon or something?
Did I say
Why are
that?
you speculating? Like, do
I
you
don't
think we're
know.
a bunch
I
of weirdos?
It's either in space or it can't be in space, or it can't be in the
It's
atmosphere.
in low Earth orbit.
On that.
Trigonometry, you don't even know. Listen, the story that you've heard doesn't even match what people are saying about
Earth
it.
orbit is space. Retard.
What do you know about? Wait. What do you know about the space station?
It's
How fast is
orbit's-
it going?
It's like 7.9 kilometers per second or so. It's 420
Okay, how
kilometers.
how many rotations? How many times does it go around the Earth?
It's like
The
420
globe.
kilometers. How many times has it gone around the globe since?
Yeah, every
it was-
minute, in minutes. How many times
Takes
a
about,
minute?
it takes
does
about
it go
90
around?
minutes for it to go around once.
Okay.
Yeah, don't think I don't know what I'm talking about, Miggy, because I'll sit
So
you.
I
the
don't
fuck
think
down
I
and
don't
shit
think
like
you know
this,
what
okay?
you're talking about. To be honest,
Yeah, you don't?
I don't think you know what you're talking
Oh.
about, boy.
Yeah, Miggy, I'll sit you down with
Go
stuff
ahead.
like this. Don't think I don't know about shit like this.
Yeah, sit me down. It doesn't matter. How are you going to provide the proof that
Give
that
me
thing
all
is
the
in
trivia.
what you
I'll
say it
answer
is?
you anything. I'll answer you anything.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll be your fucking trivia man.
Provide the evidence that you know that it's in the thermosphere. Go.
I can provide the evidence that it's going at a certain speed.
No, answer my question.
That's a funny
Provide
word.
the
You care to
evidence that's in
explain
the
what it is?
thermosphere.
That's a funny word.
It can't
We're
be
not gonna
going
talk
at
to
a
you.
lower altitude because if it's going at a lower altitude, it would just burn up, right?
You know
We're not talking about that. That's not. Listen, you're telling me what it's not and where it's not. I don't care about where it's not. Provide the proof that it's in the thermosphere right now.
Yeah, it's called deductive reasoning, Miggy. I don't know if you have it, but
I don't
if
care
I know,
about your deductive reasoning.
Yeah, I know
want
you
to
don't
provide
care.
me
I
the
know.
proof. Provide me the proof right now. You want to sit me down? Provide me the proof that it's in the thermosphere right now in front of everybody. Let's
Yep.
see what you got.
Okay. Yep. So we're gonna
Yep.
use deductive reasoning here, Miggy. If you
No,
want
we're
to
not
look.
going to use deductive reasoning.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
not going to use deductive reasoning. No.
Yep. See,
you
look, he doesn't.
don't
He
have.
can't use logic.
You don't.
He
yeah,
can't use logic.
Look. No, you don't
Miggy,
have the proof
sit
that
down.
it's in the thermosphere.
Miggy, sit down.
You don't have the
You can't
proof.
use logic. You can't use logic. You just said you can't
Okay,
do
here's,
deductive reasoning.
here's some deductive reasoning for you, okay? The temperatures in the thermosphere exceed the melting points of the metals that they constructed these things out of. So how's your deductive reasoning handle that one?
No, we're not. That's another thing that we don't do. Yeah, if it doesn't line up that logically it would be in that place that they say that it's in, but they have
Really,
their
why not?
workarounds. So we're not even going to talk about that. We're going to talk about how he's going to provide the proof that he knows that it's in the thermosphere. Not that
if it was,
he
if it was going
logically
any
deducts
if it
that-
was going any
Miggy.
if it was going any lower, it would burn up.
He's
of its
claiming
speed.
a deduction,
No,
which would be a proof. It could
Yeah.
it could lead to
Yeah.
a proof if it is a deduction.
Miggy's
So
a
I kind of want to
retard.
hear this.
Yeah, Miggy's a retard.
Yeah.
He can't use logic.
No,
Look at him.
check this
Look at
out.
him flapping his
Yeah,
lips.
check this out. You only no, because you think that it's in the place that you're saying that it is based
See?
on some
Amish,
kind of
you should
idea
mute
that
him.
they've given
You
you.
should mute him, Amish.
No,
Come
I'm
on.
actually going to mute you. You want to be muted for the rest of the day and not talk? Not have
Yeah,
a voice
you
in
don't
this
know
channel?
logic. You don't know logic. Why should I talk to you?
Answer the question about your stupid logic. If you say that the thing is in the thermosphere, how are you
Can
going
I
to provide
Can I
the
use
proof?
deductive reasoning?
No. You're going to
No?
have to tell me
Okay.
how it's
Nice.
possible.
The
How
fun
it's
part is
possible that it's there.
a deduction
Because you only
requires
listen.
starting with the theory and ending with observation. So I kind of want to know what
Yeah.
how he's
Well,
going to be proving
it's not
through
okay with Miggy.
observation.
It's not okay with Miggy, apparently. Yeah,
Well,
Miggy doesn't know anything
okay,
about
so
logic.
what's your proof?
My proof
What's your
is
proof?
that given if I can observe a transit of it going around a certain portion of the sky, I can get a speed of it, right? From two observers. I can see how fast it's traveling. And if it's traveling at any lower of an altitude, it would burn up because things can't go 7 kilometers per second in atmosphere.
Yeah, so you're telling us where it's not.
See, yeah,
Where
Right.
Miggy
it's
can't
not.
do
What
deductive
good is that
reasoning.
going to do?
So no, yeah, you're now leading to an induction instead of a deduction, as Mickey's pointing out.
What are you saying that objects can go 7 kilometers per second in atmosphere without burning up?
You're
I'm not
telling us
saying
where
anything.
it's not.
Which should tell you where it is.
Yeah, I'm telling you that
No,
it's
it's
not
not
in the
telling you where
atmosphere.
it is.
Yeah, I'm telling you that it's not in the atmosphere because it can't be in the atmosphere.
Yeah,
Yeah.
what's
How did you
so?
observe it in the thermosphere? How did you observe it?
I didn't observe it in the thermosphere, but I know it's
Okay,
not in
all
the
right, so you're
atmosphere.
There, that's it. That's it.
he's done.
That's
The end.
the point that I'm
Yeah,
making.
The
okay.
end.
Nice.
The end.
You're done. The end. You didn't do anything.
So here's how you should have
Yeah,
done
for
it.
all
Miggy.
you
You just
Globers
went.
that are in here, now I'm just going to capitalize on this point. For all you Globers that are in here, I'm going to do the same thing to you that I did to him. I'm going to ask you how you know something is where you say it is, and then you're going to do the same thing that he did. You're going to squirm, and then at the very end, you're going to say, well, I can't see it in the thermosphere. I know that. So does everybody else with a logical thinking brain. So then how are you then claiming that it's in the place that you say that it is? And then, well, it can't be in another place, therefore it's in the place. No, it's not. You don't know that. You hear stories about the atmosphere and how elevation, or excuse me, altitude, things that go in altitude are going to be in a specific place. But you don't know that. There's no way you can tell that by looking at something, which is my point. And this is where I get you guys every time. And all you have is stories to back your claims up. That's it. And I have primary evidence that you don't have that knowledge for that. My point, and I stand on that. That's it. You guys have nothing to say. With shut mouths, you're going to be in here every single time. Listen to me do that to the rest of your Globe fans. Thank you.
What primary knowledge do you have? Because I can show you that the ISS is at the height that they about claim it to be.
No,
And
I
you
want
can-
you.
yeah.
Okay, provide evidence that you know, or excuse me, the proof that you know that it's in the thermosphere. Go.
Yeah,
You
sure.
don't learn. So you guys don't learn. You're setting yourself up for failure, and you don't learn. So here, let's do it again. Give me the proof that it's in the thermosphere.
Have you ever heard of was it triangle proofs?
No, I don't want to
Triangle
hear
proof
about
theorem?
triangles or anything. I want you to
Okay.
prove that it's in the thermosphere.
Yeah,
getting
you don't know
there.
math,
Prove it.
Mickey. I
I'm
know.
getting there. Do you know
I'm
what
not
trigonometric
talking to you,
proofs are?
trigonometry.
Have you ever used trigonometric proofs or no?
We don't
Just tell
talk about that. Listen,
Just tell me you
is
haven't
that
passed
looking
the
at
10th
some
grade.
trigonometric proof is going to give you some idea that it's in a place? You're just doing maths.
Yeah, it's
I
gonna
want
tell
you to
you
tell
how-
me how you have primary. How do you have primary evidence that it's in the thermosphere?
I'm getting
Dude.
there if you just play along with my questioning game.
No, I don't want to play along with your question.
Okay,
I don't
then I'll
care
just
about
explain
your
it to you.
mathematics.
I'll just
No, well,
explain it
just
to you.
you're not really going to do that. I need you to provide the proof that it's in the thermosphere. Do
I'm
it.
getting there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
so we
what
can.
thermosphere? What
You should have got there
thermosphere?
already.
Can you prove?
Yeah,
Can
we
you prove
can.
a
Oh my
thermosphere?
God, am I gonna be like? Why is Amish talking? I'm trying to speak with
Well,
one guy
you
at
need
a
to prove
time.
a thermosphere
Am
first.
I a chimera? Do I have 3 heads?
Yeah, you need to prove a thermosphere.
Okay, I'm gonna speak to one person at a time. I'm not a chimera. I have 1 head, 1 mouth. So, like I was trying to say, Alpha, using simple trigonometric proofs, we
No, we're not going to talk about your mathematics. Next guy. Mathematics is not
Dear
not
Lord.
proving that it's in it. They don't know that the thermosphere even exists, like the way they're claiming it does. Let alone something in that place. Really, guys, like it's. Well, we got the maths. Really, you're looking at maths and then saying, "Well, that's proof." You guys are funny, dude. You go from not being able to provide that proof that I need to like looking at numbers. Okay. I mean, you guys are really indulging yourself in this globe fantasy. No wonder you guys are the way you are.
So help us out, Miggy. What do you consider a proof?
I just told you, primary evidence, Scott. How many
What does
times
that
do you want me
mean?
to say that?
I don't understand what primary evidence
Oh yeah,
means.
what does that mean? Of course you're lost with primary evidence because your whole
Okay.
world's built on fantasy. It's built
Okay.
on fantasy, Scott. So to you, you accept what people say. Hearsay is an
So
actual
help me
proof
out here.
of something.
So help me out here. What's
I
primary
already did.
evidence then?
I already did. It's primary
didn't,
evidence.
Primary
Yeah, I
evidence
did.
is primary evidence. Okay.
Yeah. So how can you validate? Let me just tell you this way. How can you validate that the ISS is in the thermosphere? Go ahead,
Well,
Scott. Tell us how you can validate that.
we have ways that we consider proving it.
Ways.
You reject those ways. Yeah, one of the ways is
maths.
Taking
Maths?
Yes, maths. Yes.
Okay,
Math is largely
good for
considered to be
you.
by most adults to be proofs
Yeah.
of things.
No.
Why
Maths are
do you
not
think it's
reality,
not?
Scott. Maths
But
are not
most
reality.
of the world thinks it is. Most of the world thinks it is. Why do you think it's not?
Yeah, because they're deluded just like you. Most of the people
so-
that think that maths are reality, yeah, people that think maths are reality are deluded because I can tell you with maths you can do anything. You can conceptualize the idea of Superman flying. You can conceptualize
No, you can't.
the idea that the coyote can chase the roadrunner with a rocket
No,
strapped to its
I
back
can't.
with
I
maths.
can't.
Oh, yes,
I
you
can't.
can, dude.
No,
Maths
I
can
can't.
do
I can't.
anything that you
I can't.
You know why? Let me tell you why. Maths is a language. It's not reality, Scott. It's just a language that helps to describe things. However, it in and of itself is not reality. You guys get
So you-
burnt every time you go down the math route. Every single time. You don't.
Yeah, look,
You never
you
learn.
make up shit
It's
about
like
it.
the kid
You-
that burns his hand on fire and doesn't learn the next time. And so I'm
Yeah,
showing you, maths are not reality.
but you didn't show me anything. You just said words.
Scott, the thing is, if you use math for something to do a mathematical proof, you have these variables in play in these mathematical equations. What's in contention here are the variables themselves, and basically the thing on whether or not the supposed variables are actually legitimate, right? So if you say distance of x multiplied by whatever, okay, well, how'd you get the distance? Oh, said speed divided by whatever. Okay, well, what's the speed? That all these types of things. This is why it can get hairy, and this is why people dig into that kind of questioning before the maths come up, because these
I would
things
love for you
are
to dig in, but you never
proven.
dig in. Yeah, that'd be great. That's what I'm trying to get you all to do, is dig in just once in your lives. Just dig in for once.
Yeah, we do. We dig in. You know what?
How
How we dig in? We ask for measurements of those variables like curvature, and we don't get any.
But we weren't talking about curvature right now. And we do provide these measurements all the time, and you guys just say no.
You need curvature for the ISS orbit.
But the point is, we would really like for you guys once to get into the maths. I think that'd be a great day if I can get you guys to actually look into the math.
Did you say map or math?
The math.
Oh, the math? Yeah, we look into the math.
Somebody was just saying a second ago that, the variables are the things that are in contention. I agree. Let's talk about the variables. What are the variables for you guys?
Well, they begin with measurements. You don't need math for measurements.
We do when the thing we're measuring is very large and we can't reach it. Do we not? What's wrong with that statement?
Well, it depends what you're doing. And we like to talk about what it is you need to do.
Yeah, how were these things derived in the first place?
How was what derived in the first place? Let's stay specific. Don't use all these supposed. Just say a specific thing. What specific thing? How was it derived?
So granted, granted, right? So if you say I can prove X by this math equation, before digging into the math, normally humans would say in this equation you have said variable, and said variable, right? These came from so-and-so measurements, right? So instead of diving right into the equation and doing all sorts of derivations and trying to prove it and shit and whatever, we want to ask, okay, where did these variables come from? So you guys have to say, okay, these are where the variables came from. So
and we tell you, and then you say no.
Well, if they're being scrutinized and there's issues with that come up in the scrutiny, well, sorry, but those are valid points to look at. To be
if your variables come out of statistical models instead of actual measurements, then we're going to have a problem with that.
Okay. So, but the second ago, I asked you for a specific example of specific variables that you're specifically questioning, and you specifically avoided that. Can you go back to a specific
I specifically
example,
said
and we
Earth's
can
radius.
specifically tell you?
I specifically said Earth's radius is a variable. It's r, and I want the proof of that.
That's a good point. That's the foundational point of it all.
Yeah, we can show that by reciprocal zenith angles. What's wrong with that?
Hey, you got those theodolite specs yet? How about that?
Yeah, see, this is you trying to say we can't
The problem is the method. The problem is the method used to acquire those.
I'm saying your data is bullshit because your measuring tools are faulty or probably inaccurate.
It's
and
not
if we're
the measuring
wrong,
tools.
we'd like
It's not the measuring tools. It's the process. The process assumes a sphere in the first instance and applies a coordinate reference system. Yeah, that's what lat and long are. Yeah, in every instance I've seen of a reciprocal zenith angle claim, you had to have latitude and longitude between 2 points of interest and a distance that's calculated between them.
No, it doesn't.
And show me one that doesn't have lat and long and calculated distance.
You can measure the difference you can measure the distance between 2 points with a laser rangefinder, right?
Okay. Show me reciprocal zeniths that doesn't use latitude and longitude to get control points. Yeah, we're back to that.
Concession.
It's not a concession. We can easily, you guys can do this yourselves. But this is just you guys again saying we can't
Do
know
it.
things. And it's your
Bring,
and
bring,
it's your and
bring
it's
the,
your way.
get
For
the
some
specs.
reason, you guys need to reject knowledge
Get the specs.
because you don't
Scott.
like what it comes. You don't like what the conclusion is.
No, get the specs, Scott. We've asked you probably like dozens of times at this point on the same argument.
And you really don't see how this is just you trying to find a way to reject knowledge. Interesting.
Get the specs, Scott.
I heard you the first 22 times you said it.
Yeah, and you won't do it. I wonder why.
I wonder why you need them. What do you think it's going to do for you?
It's been explained also dozens
It
of
hasn't.
times.
No, it hasn't.
It has. I'll do it one more time out of courtesy. Okay. If you want to measure something, but your measuring tool is out of scope for the purpose in question, you've got to make accommodations. In the act of trying to accommodate, you're prone to errors. And if you don't factor those errors into things, then they propagate and they get assumed as part of the outcome, and then you get faulty results.
Okay, let's talk about a specific tool. Let's talk about a
specific
theodolite.
tool. I'll give you the same.
Let's talk about
example.
a theodolite.
I'll give you a similar example.
What does a theodolite do?
I'll give you an example. If you use a meter stick and you want to calculate the distance between here and somewhere like 2,500 kilometers, if you're going to do step by step, taking a meter stick, going over a meter, shuffling it over, on and on, you get to your destination, you're going to get a reading that is probably going to be either more or less than 100 kilometers. Why? You're shuffling over a thing. You miss out on precision when you do that. Therefore, your result has an error value in it that unfortunately is unknown.
Okay,
So,
what do meter sticks measure?
Distance.
They measure length, right? Or distance, same thing,
Length.
right? They measure length. Meter sticks
Yes.
measure length, right? And you just gave an example of we're trying to measure the length of something with a particular device that is not of that length, right?
No. That's
Really?
not what we're measuring here.
You said if we're trying to measure something that's kilometers long with a meter stick.
My apologies. In this example, yeah, I thought you were talking about the actual
Okay.
thing we're in question.
Okay. So in your example, you just gave an example that says we can't use a thing to measure the thing that it measures length because it's not long enough to measure it. We have to compound the use of these lengths.
I
And
didn't
therefore
say
that
use
introduces
it.
errors.
I didn't say you can't use it. I
You
said
said it
can't use
introduces
it
errors.
without having to factor in the potential of incurring errors. Yes.
Okay.
And unfortunately, in this situation, the errors are unknown because of the method used.
Yes. And so you're saying we can't measure something greater than the length of a thing if we're measuring lengths. It's hard and introduces errors. Okay. What does a theodolite do?
You tell me.
It measures angles.
Okay.
Now, and when we're doing this measurement with a theodolite, does it compound the angle? Are we having to take multiple angles, or we just take one angle? Does it fit well within the capabilities of the device of the tool we are using to measure that? In your example, would it be in this case less than or more than a meter if we're using a meter stick?
Okay, there's a false equivalence, Scott. Just because I'm not saying you have to take multiple measurements. I'm alluding to an example where the device in question is out of scope is being used out of scope. And in this situation, you have a device that's spec'd for a certain range, a certain whatever.
It measures angles. It's all it does is it measures angles.
How do you obtain these angles of what you're looking at? You have to
you pointed at it.
You have to
You
look
don't
at
know
it.
if you're getting you don't know if you're getting the correct angle.
Yeah, you don't know that you're getting the correct angle because if you're looking at something that's at a far distance, you guys squawk refraction as something that goes on when you look at things at far distances. And if you don't have all the variables in question that are involved in that process, like temperature, air pressure, all these things, you can't accurately account for whatever the refraction
Trust
is.
the tools.
And
So,
what?
so it is is it a problem of the device, or is it a problem of that the thing it's measuring may be changing its direction?
There's nothing wrong with the device itself, because it's the, if the device is brand new and it passed the tests or whatever, then it's fine. It's the application of this device in and what it's being used for that is beyond the scope of what it was made for. And those in question who are using it, they're not using it appropriately, and they're not factoring in the variables appropriately. So of course they're going to get error.
So is there any way that we can measure the angle to a distant object?
I would suggest, and I'm not a professional.
It's a simple
one would
question, man.
assume
Just
that if
answer
you're
the
going to have,
fucking
if you're going to,
question.
Not for you, Scott.
Is there any way you can? Is there any way you can measure the angle to a distant object? It's a yes or a no question.
Oh, of course it is. Of
Okay,
course.
how do we do that?
Get a device that's built for the purpose. Or
And what would such a device be?
Or if you don't have access to that, have something that is probably close to it as possible, but appropriately account for all the variances, and then make approximations to adjust for that.
Okay, now let's get back to specifics. What would such a device be?
Okay, if you wanted to use a theodolite to measure something 100 kilometers away, we'll get one that's built for that. Do they exist?
Okay, what would such a device be?
I just told you. You can use a theodolite if there was one that was built for that.
What would the difference between the theodolites be, one that's built for it and one that's not?
You tell me. I'm not a manufacturer
The
for
entire
it.
line of this
There's reasons why they
is off the topic. The reason you don't do it at a long distance is because
Let Mike come in.
the air increases with distance, and so we keep it in short distances because we know it's an approximation only anyway, and we want to make the most accurate approximation. So it's not about capability, it's about usefulness. If we're going to do this for survey, it might be useful, but how close do you need it to be? Because a measurement with that is just an approximation, because it's a visual angle, and the room for error is exponential, and it increases over distance. So it's a standard of people who use that in their industry to do it at short distances. Now, nobody's telling you can't, but the question then becomes, should we accept that as concrete reality when we know it's an approximation, and we absolutely know that error increases over distance because of every variable you brought up.
What error increases over distance?
Good point.
All error. Tell me
How
one that
much-
doesn't. You want to try to play specific, Scott. Tell me one that doesn't increase over distance.
How much does the angle increase?
What
over?
error? What is an error? You tell me.
Error is
In
the
survey with a total station, what would you consider an error? Would it be
I'm
a
asking
plate
about-
a plate error, alignment error, a refraction error, operator error? What
I'm
are
asking-
the known errors, Scott?
I'm asking about the angle. What error?
What are the
What angle?
Yeah,
Or what error? What error does
the
distance
possibility
introduce to
for
the angle?
error all the way through the entire process increases over distance, Scott. This is known. This is why professionals have a standard. That's why they don't do it at the distances you say. These people on the internet are the only motherfucker that tries to tell me in my profession that I've done for 20, 30 years that I could go outside of my standard and rely on it because some idiot on the internet says so. Well, I disagree through experience and practice.
And here's a good. And
You know what?
Listen,
Mike.
Listen,
So
to boot,
you can't measure anything then.
to boot, you say what error increases, and that only shows your ignorance on what would be considered a fault or an error with that survey technique.
So we can't measure anything then, right?
That's not what was said, and the fact that you can't
can't.
specifically
You can't.
address what was said means you have no experience with the tool.
Well, yeah, if
Yeah, I
errors
was
are
I was just gonna
everywhere,
say that. Hold on, Scott. I was just gonna say that you don't have the experience that Mike has. He has primary knowledge of using a total station, so you don't know that all the variables that he's accounting for if he's going to use it. And other professionals that use a device, you're some guy on the internet who's heard from your friend Larry that this is possible. Well, you've never done it yourself. You don't know the parameters at which you set the total station to. You think that there are unlimited ways that you could use it. And he's just outlining the problem, why it's not possible.
okay, Mike, what parameters do you set the total station to?
What parameters? You're going to get into 1 arc second and act like that's the only margin of error that applies to it?
Well, maybe,
Yes or no?
Maybe just a suggestion.
Yes or no?
I don't
Because I
understand the
didn't set
question.
the standard. I didn't set the standard, Scott.
I know.
The
Well, what
Society of
parameters-
Engineers did.
I got you. But Miggy just suggested that you set your total light parameters to something. I'm just wondering what you do to your total
Oh,
light.
well,
your
you
total station.
make sure the motherfucker's zeroed out. Yes, there's a process you go through to make sure it's zeroed out. But that doesn't address, listen, this isn't addressing the capability of it to go outside the distance that's been literally developed for the practice standard for accuracy on approximation. All the numbers, there's no absolute. You guys always go to this within 1 arc second. Yeah, that's an approximation because there's a 15% error margin there.
Okay,
So
but
that's why we call it an approximation.
But getting back to what Miggy just said, is there anything you do to your total station to set parameters on it?
Yeah, I zeroed out. That would be a
Okay.
plate. That would be a plate error. We make sure the plate's level, the bubbles level, the tripod's level, everything's working. When was the last time we had it certified? Yes, there are certain things we do to make sure it's working within certain standards, and that's where your benchmark should start. Anybody that tells you your benchmark starts with plotting your first angle just has never done it. It actually starts with first making sure your equipment is working proper, and then finding a known position to start off depending on what coordinate system you're working on.
But you wouldn't do anything different. There's no knob you can turn on your total
What do you
station.
mean different? Different from what? Relative to what?
I was getting there, man. I was getting there. If you were going to point at something 20 feet away versus something 200 feet away, is there any adjustment?
Oh, we could
on
do
your total
that.
station?
Yes, that would be part of our process. Yeah.
Is there an adjustment
zero
you do on your total
process.
station? But you zero it the same way. You zero it the same way, regardless of what you're going to point at, right?
Yeah, but you forgot to mention, Scott, that different theodolites or total stations are used for this purpose. Like, they're not, so let's say a land surveyor who's using this job in his profession is not just going to say, hey, hand me any old theodolite total station. Just give me whatever you got.
Well, they're not
in the trunk.
actually the same, Miggy. One's computer,
Well,
one's digital, and one's not.
And what I'm telling Scott is that he's basically saying it doesn't matter about the specs of the device, so you don't need to know any of that information. Why would then there be some that cost more than others if they're all the same?
Because they're more accurate.
Why?
No, they have more functions and more functionability. Some will work with a laser system, a laser level system where you can have multiple lasers. Some
There you
don't. So it's some have different applications than others.
Well, there you go. There's your answer, Miggy.
Yeah, and which one of those, like from the one that you're talking about was used? And that's what I've been asking you for as long as you brought this reciprocal zenith angles out argument.
What kind?
Which one was used there?
Yeah, what series station was used? Is it an
And-
antique one? Is it a newer one? Is it
The
Jesse
very fact-
Patholites?
The very
fact
that he's refusing to bring it up or to procure this information is very sus to me. I don't know about anybody else, but this is what I'm saying, Mike. This is the only thing that I'm saying is that the reason he doesn't bring it up is because he knows that once you find out which one it is that he's using, you're gonna be like, oh, you can't do that with that. He knows that, so he wants to keep it
Here's the
ambiguous
thing.
where you don't know.
I'm not going to be
Funny, the stories you
semantical
tell
about
yourself,
your
Miggy.
piece of equipment
They're
when
cute.
you're working outside of a standard that's been set for quality and precision. You know, an industry standard that's set for a reason. When you work outside of that, I don't care what kind of equipment you're using. You're just outside of what's known to be the most accurate way of doing it. So the amount of error increases, and anybody that is a civil engineer would agree.
Okay, so back to the original question: can we measure angles to distant objects?
You can, but the question
How?
is accuracy.
Okay, how would we do it?
You can do it any way you want, Scott.
How would if you and I were tasked with measuring the angle to a distant object, what would you suggest I do?
Well, let's be specific about that distant object. Is it on Earth? Because I can survey from me to it all the way and be within the standard all the way. Or I can be a dumbass and try and do the entire distance at once.
Okay, so let's say
myself, I would, if it's too far, I would start a year-long process because it's going to be a long survey. That's why it takes.
If it was from the bottom of a valley floor to the mountaintop, what would you do?
That doesn't give me a distance. Like I do 300 miles of highway, Scott, and we do it within 7 days. It still takes 7 days.
Okay, but so we're at Death Valley, right? And we're going to survey to the top of Mount Whitney, I think it is. How would we do it?
Survey for what?
To see the height. We want the angle.
It's awfully ambiguous. Well, the height I would take from as close to the base of the mountain as I could, so angular size reduction didn't affect my angle of elevation.
Okay, so what would you do?
I would do it as close to the base of the mountain, just like I said, as I could.
Okay,
and I would call that true height.
What would be step two? You would go to the you would go close to the base of the mountain. Then what would you do?
Well,
yeah. Step one is go to the base of the mountain. What's step two?
Plot your angles. Come on, Scott.
It set up your total machine. Look at the top of the mountain.
Yeah. Listen, set it up. It depends. If all you want is a goddamn elevation of the mountain, I don't
That's
have
all
to
I
do
want.
it.
That's all I want. What do
I
I
just
do?
plot my angles, and I might want to do that angle from multiple positions so that I know I'm getting a true angle.
And so,
because if you
Mount
don't have
Whitney,
anything to compare it to, then you have no reference to acknowledge your error. But I guarantee you one
Mount
thing.
Whitney's 14,000 feet. Could I just point to the top of Mount Whitney at 14,000 feet away from the base of the mountain and get an angle of elevation to it?
At 14,000 foot away from the base of the mountain?
Yeah. Well, no. At the top of the mountain is 14,000 feet. Well, it's not directly up. We're in the middle of the mountain. If we're directly up, we're looking up at an angle, right? Because we're at the.
No, I wouldn't be. I said as close to the base as I could get, and I wouldn't be right at the base. I would probably do it within a quarter mile.
Okay, so you're a quarter mile from the base, and you just take your station, you set it up there, and you point to the top of the mountain, right?
You're going to plot your angles, yeah. Well, you're going to get multiple angles.
Okay.
But you're going to get multiple. One reading isn't good enough. You need them from multiple angles and multiple positions.
Okay, so
that's how you check for accuracy.
So you would agree that it would be a perfectly reasonable thing to do is to take your theodolite or your total station, set it at the bottom of the mountain, maybe a few quarter mile away or a mile away, 2 miles away.
No.
And point at the top of the mountain, right?
There. No.
Okay. Sorry, what?
Anything outside of the 1,200, the quarter? No.
Wait, 1,200 a quarter? I don't know what that means.
The quarter mile. Anything past the quarter mile, no. Why? Because angular size begins to reduce, and it's going to affect my angle of sight. And since it's a line of sight angle, then obviously that's going to affect the accuracy of my angle.
Wait, when you say outside of a quarter mile?
Yeah, you're looking too
distance
much
from the thing?
Does angular size reduce at a distance? Yes or no?
Angular size does, yes.
Okay, so we don't want to have to account for that.
Okay, so once again, how do we get the angle of elevation from some point not on Mount Whitney to Mount Whitney? Walk me through the steps again. I thought I followed you, but I guess I didn't.
You walked me through the steps. Pick your distance. Take multiple angles from multiple positions and then compare them.
But it's somewhere not on the mountain, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you can go to the top and get the angle down to the bottom if you prefer, but
Okay, how do we do that? What would we do to do that?
I wouldn't do that.
Why not?
Nobody ever does that. That's why I was joking about you saying from the fucking bottom, man. Is there another fucking way? What
Okay,
the
so,
fuck, man?
so can we or can't we?
See, if you actually had some experience in this, Scott, you would be able to ridicule me a little better on this.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. That's hold on, I'm not talking. He's all worked up.
You can't listen. You need multiple angles, not just one. You need something to refer to compare it, to see whether or not, or consider whether or not you're having a error due to refraction or equipment or any of the above. Distance. You want to compare that, and to know that, you actually take them from one distance, then another. One angle, then another. You have comparative angles. See, you guys think it's, oh, we go out and measure an angle. Like, normally I will measure 18 different angles on a plot. So when I'm getting from parameters, the lines I'm setting, I'll have them lines plotted from 16 different angles on both sides of the highway. 16 different measurements, and then I'll compare the two sets, and I'll average them and approximate them. That's why it's an approximate. Because what we bookmark, is based on the average of 5 or more accounts of the same measurement, if you can get that.
Battlebot, I have a question for you.
So you're not taking one angle and writing that in your blue book. You're going to put the average of 5 angles in the blue book. And that's going to be your angle.
Scott isn't even here.
Hold on, Mike.
By the way, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, hold on, Mike. Scott just bounced.
I bet, because it's starting to get deep about what we actually do. These guys say,
Yeah, he's all worked up, man. He gets this way every time he talks about this because this is his like one major, I guess, proof of the Earth being a globe. So when he gets like somebody that knows what they're talking about to talk to him about it, because he's never done it and he doesn't know what he's saying, that's why he's all over the
Sounds
place.
like you, Miggy. Jeez.
Yeah, you have to excuse him, man.
Sounds like you.
He gets all worked up.
Battlebot, I have a question for you. One of the things I've been kind of, I guess I was kind of speculating when I would throw this up. It would seem it's something that would make sense to me, but maybe for to ask you and confirm it with you, since you work with this in the field. If you were taking an angle measurement to something that you had no ability to get any closer within the range of the specs of the device, and you had to account for something like refraction, would you just kind of like guess what the refractive index is, or would you try to gather the variables that are used to calculate what the refraction is first, and then build it yourself, basically? As in, like, instead of saying, "Oh, refraction is on average 7/6R" or something like that, would you say, "Oh no, okay, well the temperature is this, the pressure, the air pressure was this at this time, so therefore the refractive index would be this other thing," and go with that? Or would you just go with an average? No answer? Okay.
He's got company, Mick. So there was people around him.
We don't.
Yeah, we're not. I was telling you, Mick. Scott's never going to bring you the specs so that we can investigate what he used, because he's never used anything. So he only heard about an argument that thinks it's possible, and because he's never had experience with using these devices, he's going to speak out of turn and think that he knows everything.
Yeah.
So you have to excuse him, man. He gets all worked up.
No problem. I've been pretty sure for a few weeks now that he was never going to do it. The reason why I bring up that thing is when he's getting to a point where he's the room is concluding, or seems to be concluding, on his premise, because we know this now. I throw that in there just more of like throwing a monkey wrench into the spokes, because it is bullshit, and just to make sure kind of he knows that we all know, or he knows that somebody in here really still knows that, he's not standing on solid ground. And it's just more of a reminder and, stir things up a bit because it's not conclusive.
Yeah, he'll go relax and watch some MSNBC and then come back in after he feels better.
Probably going to mow the lawn too or something.
Maybe.
Starts off with a big problem, right? Because he says that light curves. He's starting off with one straight line and one curved line. Yet he's reciprocal.
That's the whole point.
That's it.
Does anyone here like iCarly?
I don't know. Maybe Miggy does. He sounds like he's into stuff like that.
Alright, you'll love this then.
5, 4, 3, 2. Ano.
What the fuck?
Wow. Really?
They made it the wrong way with that troll. Good on them.
What?
I'm not going to say it again.
No, I didn't hear you. Seriously.
It wasn't really worth hearing. It's okay.
Okay. It sounded like you congratulated me. I just had to check. You said
No, I was
something.
congratulating the troll
Oh, I thought you were congratulating me.
on that
I'm
really
sorry.
successful troll that they just did. Just pulled it off. Made it really far with that. That was good work.
Feeling better, Scott? Went and had a glass of milk, came back.
Well, you guys muted me. I figured you don't want to talk to me anymore, so.
Oh, you got all worked up, man. You
Stepped
need
away
to
for a
just
bit.
relax, take a chill pill.
I was not worked up at all.
I think you were. You know that.
I'm pretty sure I wasn't.
You were
But,
all giddy about going on top of mountains and on the bottom, and you just need to just relax. We're here 24/7. We ain't going nowhere.
I know. But I was just wondering if we can measure the distance at the angle of elevation, different angles. I think we can.
Oh, Mike.
I think in the year
Yeah, Mike told you.
2024, I think in the year 2024 we've mastered that. You guys seem
Okay,
to think we haven't. Do you not think we've mastered elevation angles by this time in our development as a
Well,
species?
of course.
Okay, so how do we measure the angle of elevation of something then? I think it's pretty easy, but you guys don't seem to think my way is valid.
Well, you don't have experience with any of this. You just have like this mental process of how you would go about doing it. That's the issue.
Yeah, I know, but do you think we could if we wanted to, you and me?
Of course.
How would we do it? What would you think you would do if you wanted to try to understand this world we live in? What would you do?
Well, first, there's a means by which it has been done. So what has been done before in the past that has worked? We're going to look at any methods that have been done, and we're going to see if we can replicate that and what we're going to do. Pretty simple. You don't have to overcomplicate things and try to use scenarios in which you're taking specific ways that have been done out of context so that it can fit some narrative that you have. We're not going to do that.
All right, so give me a specific then. What specifically would you do if you wanted to do this?
Well, what's the purpose? What's the goal? What are we
Measure
saying we want to do? What are we trying to achieve?
We want to measure the angle to a distant object. That's our goal.
Yeah, why?
It doesn't matter. It's our goal.
Well, no, it does matter because it's like
It matters
we
to
can't
you.
we
I
can't
get
say
that.
the goal of our method of what we're gonna do is gonna be just to measure an angle. Like that's so what? People do it all the time. Like it's not the goal. The goal is so that we can find out if it's possible that by doing this we're gonna know yes or no if the Earth is a globe or not in any way. And that's the point.
Yeah, I know, and that's what you need to avoid, right?
No, that's what you need to avoid because you don't want to. You see, the thing is, you're being
Well, I'm
dishonest, right?
willing to
You're
go
not
do
telling.
it.
So just like NPR, you're not telling people the rest of the story, Scott. So you're not letting them know that the reason why you want to do this, is so you can find out if the Earth is a globe with your reciprocal zenith angles. You're not telling them that. You're kind of very sly and to kind of say that this method can be done. And once everybody agrees on that, you're like, aha, therefore the Earth's a globe. You want to
Correct.
capitalize on that. You're not going to
Correct.
get that satisfaction. Right.
Yes, we're trying.
You're not
We're
going to get
trying
that
to.
satisfaction.
We're trying to investigate the shape of the Earth. Yes, I agree with that. We're trying to do that. Do you
Well,
not want to
that's what
investigate the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, that's what I was telling you. Like, how are we not going to be honest intellectually and say this is the end game? The goal of our method is so that we could find out if it's possible that this can be done over a curving surface. That's what we're saying, right? Or no?
But it seems to me you're going to reject the method because you know what it's going to conclude, and so therefore you just have to reject the
No,
method entirely. You don't like the
the
result.
method itself. Yeah, no, dude. You're forgetting that the method itself requires you to use specifics in mathematics that does not apply on a curving surface, and which is what I was telling you before. It's like you think that it's possible because people have done the method, but it doesn't apply to the type of methodology that would need to be done on a curving surface, which is what I'm telling you.
But you just didn't say anything there. It has nothing to do with reciprocal zenith angles.
Yeah,
Nothing
because like you said,
right
you
there.
want to know if the Earth is a globe, right?
I would want the angle taken from multiple points at multiple distances so I can compare the two.
I agree.
What if at 50 meters I get 13.5 and at 100 meters I'm getting 14.8? Then which variable do I use to get the true elevation or height of the mountain?
Wait, was it 13.5, 15.8, or what?
Angles of degree to the mountain.
Well, of course, the further you
To the
move.
tip. So
Yeah.
So I'm getting two different angles, two different distances. We can call one point P, the other point N.
Well, of course you're going to get two different angles from two different distances.
Do you know what we do? First, we make sure it comports with our coordinate system that we're working from. Then we'll take multiple angles from multiple distance and we'll average them out. And that's why it's called an approximation.
But there's nothing.
So nobody's given the... And we also know that the true height of the mountain will
How do we know that? That's what we're trying to find.
never reflect the angular height to the mountain from any view. We know that to be true.
How do we know that to be true?
Because
Who told
the
us that?
angular size reduction.
Who told us that, though?
Nobody told us that. We learned it through experience trade, Scott. Over and over again, we've done it. We measured it mountains from distances, but when we took actual measurements or we flew across the peak, we found that it was somewhere different from the angle measurements that we used to get its original height. And that's how the peaks of mountain changes as the process is refined. The height change. You don't, or do you believe mountains grow and shrink?
Well, they do grow a little bit and they shrink a little bit.
Some people say that, true, but we've never seen evidence of it.
Well, the evidence that you'll accept at least.
When
But
was
let's
the
not
last
go
time
into
we
size.
measured
Let's
it?
not go into the size of the mountains. That's just another rabbit hole to take us away from the simple question of can we measure angles to distant objects? It's a very, very simple question.
Listen,
God,
the
why are you getting
easy
worked up,
answer
bro?
is
I think the answer is yes. I think the answer is
because
yes.
he doesn't like the answer. Listen, the answer is yes.
I
The
like
question,
the answer. Okay.
but with that answer comes how accurate will it be, and would it be accepted for application anywhere in any industry? Your
Application of
measurement,
what?
your single measurement. Jesse only does one fucking measurement. He don't do them from varying distances. He
Application
doesn't
of
have
what?
anything. Listen, he couldn't find the error if he wanted to because he doesn't have any measurements to compare it against.
You just basically outlined Scott's method, Mike.
I did. One shot, bam, there's our angle. Well, nobody, not your township, your city, your state, nobody's going to accept that. You job, don't apply for survey. Don't try to be a civil engineer because you won't get the job. You have to do.
Okay.
It takes more
Thanks for
work
playing, Scott.
than just
Okay.
one fucking angle, man. And that's what irritates me about these people. They say, just admit we can measure an angle. Okay, we can measure an angle. We don't lose just because we admit that. You can measure an angle from whatever fucking distance you want to, but how accurate will it be, and what will it be good for? It won't be an accurate representation of reality, and we know that through practice and experience.
How do you know it's not going to be an accurate representation of practice?
Practice and experience. I preface that.
I know, but what about your?
We know
practice
the
and experience?
accuracy decreases over distance. It's
I know,
I
but
played it
how-
out for you. You just deny it from
No,
a non-experienced point of view. You just deny it. From a
I'm not denying
standpoint of
anything.
ignorance, you think one measurement is accurate to define an angle.
I
Am
never
I
once
right,
said
Scott?
that. I never
Oh
once
yeah,
said that.
no.
that'd
You
be
say,
stupid.
can we measure an angle? Sure. Would that
Yes,
one
can
angle
we?
be accepted
No,
by
I said
anybody? Any industry standard of survey or civil engineering, would they accept your survey of that mountain with one measurement?
no.
Fuck no. You need at least two for an idiot. Idiots would do two because they're not dumb. They need something to compare it to. They're just an idiot. So, but an experienced man would take multiple angles.
Okay, so we
He would
take
go
multiple.
above the standard of practice.
Okay, so we go above the standard of practice and we take multiple angles to the same mountaintop. Have we now determined its angle?
We
From
will
your point.
determine its angle. Yes, we will have an approximate average of 5 or 6 angles, and we use that for approximation. But when we get into more accurate ways of heights of mountains, we might find that the height will vary from our angle. And that's just because of angular size reduction and the way eyesight works. We know that. We don't just throw it out.
Okay,
We're
so
professionals.
go back to the simple question again. Can we determine the angle of elevation
Already
to a
answered
different
it.
object? The answer is yes, right?
I already answered. You can plot whatever angle you want from whatever distance you want, but would it be accepted by people? No. Since it is my
So
standard, I
we
do
can't
go by
determine
that.
so we can't determine the angle then, is what you're saying. No, we can't.
No, that's not what I said. I said you can take a measurement from anywhere you want for a line of sight angle. Now, if you believe that to be more meaningful than it actually is, that's your problem. It's not mine.
And so why would
When I take my work and I turn it in, I'm giving it to the state, and I'm hoping the state accepts it. Because believe it or not, if they don't accept my survey, then I have to start all over again, Scott.
And so the state is the people who
But here
determine
you
whether
are,
something's accurate or not?
unquestioned, and nobody reviews your work, and you can just hand in whatever shoddy work you want. You and Jesse both. You can stand on your shoddy work for a lifetime. I hope it brings you peace in the grave.
Okay, so then the state determines what's accurate or not.
No, the state measures your practice in relative to the standard. Industry
Sounds like appeal
standard.
to
So,
authority to me. That's a fallacy. You don't appeal to
Well-
authority. You're appealing to the state.
I'm not appealing to the state. I'm appealing to the fact that it's not a professional measurement, but I will accept that as an appeal to an authority as long as you accept that it's not a professional measurement.
Yeah, but is the state?
Is it done by a standard of practice for engineers? Yes, I'm appealing to engineers, so engineers wouldn't accept it, and that's my only point. I don't really care what you go with it. Yeah, call it an appeal to authority. So what can you do with it? Can you make money? Can you build anything? Are you going to have at best what you can do is start a wiki page and say, this is the height I say this mountain is. 20% of this mountain is missing from 200 fucking miles away. Well, go ahead and make your wiki page. That's cool, but I mean, I'm just not going to accept it. I'm not even going to reference any of Jesse's work as if it's valid. And I'm not basing it on his equipment. I'm basing it on his standards of practice. They're outside of what's been deemed through repetition to be accurate.
Yeah, I know
Or
engineers.
near approximate. Yeah, well, you can say I'm not, but that doesn't stop my fucking income from flowing.
Yeah, it's actually an appeal to an appropriate authority, not an inappropriate authority. So it's valid. It's not a
It's
fallacy.
established through experience. So I mean, you can do what you want with it. You know, that's measure your angles all day long. I don't give a shit. Just don't expect me to accept it as if it's equal to what I do on a daily basis. It's not. In no
Have
way,
you
shape, or
submitted
form.
anything to the state?
Because I have a higher standard of process. Yes, I'm a highway engineer. I pave highways. Our season is starting right now. Yeah. Yep. I have.
What is their response?
Generally, our work is we don't have to redo our work because we try to go above the standard. So generally, it's just accepted, and that's a plotted course of movement in a timely manner. So I have to give how long it can be done, how many miles I'm going to do a day. Here's what I surveyed, and the survey goes towards material costs. So you got to understand, it's all about the cost of the fucking highway for the state. But it has to be true to what it was in the first place. So you got to be capable of centering it there, you know? You can't move the highway 5 foot over.
So it's not anything regarding flat Earth that you're submitting to them?
Who said it was? Hey, measuring angles at a distance. Do you have anything on that topic, or do you just want to talk about people's careers?
No, I was just curious if you're formally submitting something.
So do you believe that you can measure an angle from 300 miles and it should be accurate and accepted by somebody who actually surveys for a living?
Oh, Polaris is over than 300 miles. So.
That
yeah. And we navigate with that all the time. Got real quiet with that one.
We're talking about how valuable is a thing in application. Could I use it?
It's very valuable to know where Polaris is. That's how we navigate around the globe. Right? I know it's.
Yeah, I don't need the numbers or the azimuths if I can visually see and identify Polaris in the sky. So I don't see how they're comparable.
Is Polaris over 300 miles away though?
I don't know. You judge that
You
distance.
don't know.
I'm not judging it. Yeah, I don't know. But are we trying to measure the absolute height, or are we just?
I'm not even talking about height at this point.
Listen, you're not talking about height. They're two different things. It's an elevation angle. You're not talking about the true height of a mountain and saying you can measure it from a mile, from 300 miles, 110 miles away from the mountain. I'm going to get the true height of the mountain visual angle through the atmosphere. That's asinine. And we know from practice it's just not true. So, I mean, you guys can scrub the floor all day long with your tongues, but it's not going to get any cleaner.
What's the error margin for a 100-mile measurement? Like what sort of?
Well, nobody knows because we don't do a 100-mile measurement in practice.
That's weird. I know.
You haven't been listening.
Why don't you just do 3 100-mile measurements of the highway that you did?
Because of the accuracy.
Accuracy.
Because of accuracy. In the first place, any measurement you take with that tool is an approximation anyway. And the reason it's an approximation is because we take 3 different, 4 different, 5 different measurements and we average them. And the average angle will be the angle that we keep.
All right, so if you like averages, then why don't we do it just to make sure refraction isn't doing a huge play in things? We
do account for refraction in
hold on, let me
survey. That's another reason we don't. The error due to refraction is exponential with distance too. So that's a good point. The further away it is, the more atmosphere you're looking through, the greater the possibility for operator error.
Yeah. So why don't we?
Bingo! Now you set a standard that keeps you away from that.
Let me. I was gonna say if you like averages and
I don't like averages. This is what I do for a living, guy.
Yeah.
Don't
Okay.
Don't
Yeah,
imply I like this shit.
All right. Okay, so
You don't know what I
you-
like. You don't listen. You listen to
Oh my
respond. You don't listen to hear.
I did hear you, and I'm gonna.
You're just trying to
respond
find a
based on what you
got
heard.
you, and
No, I'm not.
you haven't asked one honest
Okay,
question
yeah.
about my
Don't let me
profession.
finish.
No,
All right. No, I'm gonna ask you a question.
it's so
I'm going to
easy,
ask you a
man. That's
question
why
about
I
your
do
profession.
it, bro.
All
I want to
right,
call
so
you Timmy Triggy. Can I call
I'm
you
trying
Timmy?
to make it. I'm trying to make it easier
Timmy,
for you.
my man Timmy.
Can you give me like 30 seconds?
Whatever. Go ahead. I'll quit
All
picking
right.
on you.
All right. So in order to make your job easier and to take averages of stuff over like a day, or you said it took 7 days to do the whole highway. So why don't we take
What do you mean by full highway? I said greater distance take longer time. It's really that simple.
Didn't you say you did a 300-mile highway once?
I said yes. We surveyed 300 miles of highway in 7 days. Yes, I did.
All right. So
But that gives no reference to what the
all right.
distances
Yep.
are that we're measuring at.
So
That's a 1,000 foot at a time.
All right. So what we do is we take an observation every hour for, let's say, 8 hours each day. And we
Well, the
average
problem
them
is
out.
we're talking about
Okay,
these
yeah.
measurements that
Nice,
Scott.
thank you.
Hold on, dude. Listen, you're bringing up a new idea when we were on the measurements that Scott and Jesse Pathelite took. So we can't change the measurement that they presented. This is the standard and the practice they've already given, and it's not going to change unless they go out and redo it. So you need to tell them about it, and maybe I'll accept it. If you can get them to follow you into some standard, some form. They have no standard of practice right now. They just say, yeah, we can measure an angle from a great distance. And that's asinine. To think it would be accurate and useful for application or building or construction or anything, or the actual height of the fucking mountain, and you're going to base your ideal of the known world on this shit that nobody would even build on.
If I can get like 5 words
that's
out
your
at a
problem,
time,
not
then
mine.
maybe I could, say
Listen,
something.
it's about his measurement that he presented, not about how you would do it.
And I'm trying to make your job easier, Why don't we just take average measurements over like 3 days or so? We should be able to get a
Well,
good
we're talking about a
direction of error.
specific measurement, and that he didn't do that.
Yeah, but why can't we do that?
So
in
that's
your
what
job?
we're talking about is his standard of
But
practice.
why can't we do that in your job? Why do we always have to do it within, a certain?
I'm a dinosaur. Wait, now I never told you that it all has to be done in one day. We do that in my job. We might take some measurements this day and then go back the next day and take them and compare them.
Yeah, but why
do
can't I do
that
the whole 300 miles in one day?
because of accuracy.
Because of accuracy. Can I even see the object? if it's
Well,
300
first
miles
off, I covered this on a state job that they don't allow that practice or procedure to be done on their highways, and for some idiot to accept it as accurate. So they wouldn't accept a survey that you did at a distance of 300 miles with only one angle. The state would laugh at me and they'd be like, bitch, if you want this multi-million-dollar contract, you need to get to work, man. You know you need multiple angles. What are you, a dumbass? I thought you were certified in this.
Yeah, so that's
That's what they'd say to me.
We take multiple
If they didn't
measurements.
just cut my contracts.
Yeah, we take multiple measurements over, days, and we just average
That's what
them
we
out.
do. It took us 7
so-
days to plot out one survey sector. Yeah,
All right, so
I said that.
why don't we do it from 300 miles away, but we do multiple
Okay,
measurements
go
at
back
different
and
times?
redo all Jesse Pathelite's measurements, and then come back and we'll have a different conversation.
Jesse Path of Light? What is this?
You really don't listen. You should pick and choose. You're white knighting something you don't even know what it is, bro.
No, I was just interested. I don't.
You get
Scott,
with your
are you
boy
here?
Scott Mackey. Go to your leader or your prophet Jim Pandas, and they will instruct you further on the force.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. Yeah.
It's with the force. Use the force, Luke.
Yeah.
No, I'm serious. Listen, it's not about what could we do, what would we do, can we change this, can we change that. I was specifically addressing the measurements that they did and how they're not done to any standard of practice that a civil engineer would be held to, and that nobody would accept it for the purpose of construction or mapping cartography. So we do measure that stuff for cartographers. But they have a rigorous fucking process that we have to go through, and that's why we don't take those survey jobs. They want fucking 36 angles. When you're
So,
talking about a mountain range,
I mean, I've never
motherfucker, there
used a
could be
theodolite
hundreds of measurements just on one peak. If you're
I've
talking
never
about a
used
range,
I never used a theodolite before, so I was just like, I have no
I
experience.
have only in college. Once you get out, everybody uses a total station. That antique shit, I got one on my mantle. We
They
do
still
use them on some jobs just for sighting in, but you're gonna
are they still
just sighting
accurate
your
to
lines
a pretty good degree, or
when they're used properly. It's accurate enough to build a foundation for a building, map out a 300-acre plot in sections. It depends. You say accurate, but I say for what purpose?
for determining that the Earth is not flat?
I mean, I know you say that, but you're just taking a line of sight angle, a visual angle. I don't know how you can get the dip in the horizon and call that the curvature Earth when the distance to the horizon and the horizon itself, it moves constantly. You can have that when you're in swampy areas, man. That shit can affect you 15 minutes later. You can go to lunch and you had one angle and you come back and you got another angle and you're like, what the fuck, So now you got to throw out your whole shit and do all of them again. Because why? The conditions done change. So now you're starting over. You people think it's drop, plop, and call an angle, but it's not. It's actually more rigorous than that, man. I mean, if you fuck up my property line, I'm gonna be mad, right? Fuck the state. You're gonna have to pay with. You're gonna have to answer to me. But if you build your shit on my property, if your surveyors don't use a standard of practice, then your building might be half on my property, and I'm gonna be pissed off. There's reasons they do it. And, I've never told a guy that you can go outside the standard and you can do whatever you want. But as a professional, the question becomes, should I accept it? Or should I even debate it like it's valid when it wasn't done to any standard of practice? I mean, these guys think we just get an angle and we write it down, and that's not true. We get multiple angles, average it out, and then we write that down.
I thought surveying was just guesswork.
Was what?
Was just guesswork.
I don't know what point you're trying to hyperinflate. It's not absolute. It is an approximation. You can call an approximation guesswork if you want to, but I call it what it is, an approximation.
So do you have error margins of error in your work, in your field?
I don't know what you mean by margin of error. You have a standard of practice.
So, like, would it be acceptable if you were off by, like, a 100th of an arc second? And, like, measuring an angle?
On what? One measurement? Or
On all
5
your
measurements?
On all your measurements. 5 measurements. You're off by 1/100th
Well,
of an
that
arc second.
depends. We're going to have to go back and compare them now to the datum that we're stating from and what the datum says we should be getting. So from the NSGS or the North American datum, and it doesn't comport with the datum, then yes, that would be outside of it, and we'd throw it out and start over again. Because we're restricted by that datum, so the margin of error becomes that datum.
Yeah, so
And
there's no margin of error in surveying.
That's not entirely true. You're misrepresenting it. You're like, oh, so what can I accept as an angle? There's an entire process for that. It's not just one angle and drop and, oh, it doesn't suit the margin of error. How would you put a margin of error on that one angle? That's the question. It's got to be accurate within this much. Well, how do we know if it's accurate if we don't have anything to compare it to? So the standard wouldn't be on a margin of error, but whether or not your multiple, your average, your approximate numbers comport with your datum. So this is what shows that you guys don't know what you're talking about other than just reading Google and the accuracy of 1 arc minute. You're trying to give me the accuracy of 1 arc minute. Well, that's only if your eye is that good, to be honest, because you're visually sighting it. And your optics. Most people don't even know you can change the optics. I can have a 30 millimeter, 50 millimeter, 100 millimeter optic. You guys have no idea what you're talking about. But then you want to argue and try to sound like you do. And to everybody that has no experience in it, you might sound like you know something.
Well, I never proclaimed to know anything about the autolights. I've just been asking questions.
Yeah, well, the arc second accuracy is based on the equipment itself. It has nothing to do with the margin of error for the standard of practice. The margin of error is the standard of practice. If it's outside of the standard, then you can assume it's outside the margin of error. It doesn't comport. It doesn't comport. It doesn't comport with the datum.
So I'm asking.
Yeah, I bet you couldn't find any of that, could you?
So let me ask this, Mike.
Standards
Mike,
of
let me-
practice and procedure. So I
Yeah,
mean,
I
look.
couldn't. I never.
You can
claimed
look
to
it
know
up by
anything
the
about
state, by the county. Depends on.
So-
There isn't one
Mike-
general standard, but it depends on the township or the county you're in. I heard you, bro. Just let me finish what I'm saying, please. I'm done now. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So let me ask you this then. So when like out on the job, right? When does it become evident that
You
there's
have
an
an
error?
error?
That's a significant error that must
When
be
it doesn't comport
accounted
with
for.
the datum you started, or it makes no sense in your coordinate system that you're working in.
No, but I mean like as in how does it affect the job you're doing? Like you're out there, you do it,
Placement.
like you.
Placement.
Right.
I want the
So that would-
foundation to be in the right place, right?
So that would mean someone's come along and double checked it with some other method and said this isn't matching. With some
Such
other
as?
tools, levels, measuring from from where the grade was to a
walk
height or
take.
something like
Yeah,
that.
I'm with you. They walked it off. Yeah, that could be somebody checked it with. They walked it off and they said there's no way at that distance, at the angle, it doesn't comport with the datum, so we're going to redo it because we don't want to place the footers for the building on the edge of somebody else's property or have it cross the property line. So if you want to center a building in a plot, first you survey the plot. You have to find the center of the plot. If any of that is off, yeah, they think it's just take a measurement and la-di-da, there it is. There's my angle. My angle says 30 foot is missing from the mountain. Now, I don't have to show you my work, but that comports with a globe model. I can just assert that. I don't have to show you mathematically where the globe would predict that. I just can assert it now because I took one angle and I got a missing 30 feet. Well, they when you tell them, hey, I would predict that when you measured that one angle from 300 miles, they laugh at me, and I'm thinking, yeah, you'd never make it in this industry because that's just the truth.
Yeah, you sat him down, Mike. Scott's thoroughly sat down. Anybody else who has any of these questions, and usually I wanted them to hear like what you have to say about it because you've worked with the theodolite or the total station that you've used.
Listen,
and
I'm not
I
gonna
think
lie.
that's important.
Yeah, I have, but today, in today's terms, when I go to work, I'm getting high in the foreman's truck, and I'm going out and I'm talking to these college kids, and I'm just looking for holes, and I'm trying to catch them doing wrong. I'm not actually doing the work. I'm critiquing their work. But I want that gotcha moment so I can bitch for a minute. Oh man, this doesn't comport with it. That's out of place. What the fuck? You gonna cut the fiber optics on the side of the highway? You know. So I just form in the shit. But honestly, you laugh about that. But if you go a little bit to the right on the highway outside of parameters, they're going to cut these fiber optic cables that they're laying to connect all the counties together with this high-speed internet through fiber optic cable. You cut that, I just lost $4 million $8 million, depending on how much I got to pay this guy that gets $350 an hour to sit there and weld fiber optics back together because your dumbass cut it. Now I'm not making any money on that job or the 5 other jobs I'm doing after it. I'm working just to pay the state back, and then I didn't make anything. I paid for everything. So yeah, it really matters if you go outside the standard of practice, because it could be the difference between a successful business and a bankrupt business.
Yeah, we call those people hacks. I think they know what they're doing and they have no idea of how to operate in a professional manner.
Yeah, some hack could cost you $10 million in a sewage system repair.
Indeed.
Yeah, indeed.
So what you're saying is you can be a hack all day long and think you're right and then be a professional and know you are. Isn't that right, Mike?
Pretty much, yeah. Or, well, I would have a better competence in mind than yours because it's done to a standard. I'm not just doing one measurement. What is one measurement? What is that? You can't. What are you going to compare it to? How do you know it's correct?
That's globe proof right there.
Yeah, how do you know it's correct? You could have taken multiple angles from the same distance, one further to the left, one further to the right, and compared them, and I would have considered that a little more approximate, you know? I'd have give you a attaboy for at least doing
I'm
one
just rubbing
more.
salt. I'm just rubbing salt in the wound right now. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
why
because
didn't-
if you
why
go at
didn't you wanna
300
use-
miles and
why
you
didn't you
start
wanna
creeping closer and you go 50 miles at a time till you get 50 miles from the mountain, compare every measurement you take from 300, 250, 200, 150, 100, all the way down to 50 miles. You'll see that none of them are the same. And when you do the math on the height from each and every one, you get a different height. And I guarantee that. I bet money on it. Change the distance, you're going to change. It'll never equal true height of the mountain.
We agree, but we have an explanation for that. It's called the Earth curve.
Oh, there you go. There you go, Mike.
Yeah, you
That's
proved
just
the
your
Earth curve right there, Mike.
Well, I didn't. Only
yeah.
in your mind, only to the internet, because in reality, it just proves you don't know anything about how the atmosphere works as it's compared to taking a line of sight angle.
Well,
I would expect it. Listen, I would
include
expect
the Earth curve in your calculations. See if they come out any more accurate. I bet they do.
How would you know? You've never done it.
That's the reason I don't give two shits about Jesse's measurements. He doesn't consider that the ideal that it actually would be predicted by a real civil engineer. That loss of height, it would be predicted not due to curvature, but due to angular size reduction.
You know you can compensate for angular size reduction, right?
Well, you can, but to do that, you have to actually computate it, right? The dude didn't do that. So the fact that you can and the fact that he didn't, you're just further ridiculing him better than I am. Thank you.
You can just zoom in on an object and increase the size.
Yeah, that guy didn't even, he doesn't consider that it could be a possibility, so he didn't factor it in there.
Yeah, to be fair, I don't know what this Jesse guy is to begin with. The first place, I was just.
Oh, what's your point? Trigonometry, if you don't have one or an example that you're pointing to, you're really just saying nothing at this point.
I was just asking.
Nothing with F's.
I was just asking BattleMod some questions about what he does. Like, I was not making a claim or anything.
No, you're trying to make it seem as if an argument that you can construct within the one that was previously stated is something that you can go off on to say, well, can this work? Could this be possible? Based on the idea that you want to measure a height to a star.
Yeah,
from what I gather, your argument is from.
You need to give that advice to Jesse Patholight, and then maybe his work will get refined and get better through refinement, just like the process did with the industry. Through experience, you refine it. And that's how you come to a quality standard where you can say, I'm doing it the best that it could be done, and not just hacking shit up and saying, yep, there it is. No, we're doing it with the experience of every engineer before us. That's what the Engineer Society is about. They set the
That's not the-
standards, and the state accepts them. Well, that's just a standard of work, and it's the standard is developed through practice, experience.
Right.
So these
There's nothing
guys
wrong with that.
experience errors at a great distance, so they reduce the distance at which they survey. Is that not intelligent? I mean, you can go outside of
very.
it, but people who have experienced problems with it in the application of their field decided that it shouldn't be done at that distance for accuracy. And if you're going to do it at that distance, don't claim it to be accurate to them. Anybody else, that's fine. You can get every Tom, Dick, and Harry to accept on the internet you want. But the guy that does this for a living, he's just going to laugh at you people. Jesse spent 2 years coming in trying to get me to argue and address it, but he only took one angle to every object, and I wouldn't even argue it. You know why? Because I'm not going to give it any kind of validation. It was done to no standard of process, and I wouldn't accept it, and that's where it stops. I won't accept that as a true angle or a true measurement of reality. You can. I can't stop you from that. But with the experience I have, I'm not going to. And if I argue it, that somehow adds validity to it. It's not valid. It doesn't need rebuttal. It's nothing. It's worthless. It's no different than an image with a fisheye lens from a 50,000 foot hot air balloon. It's not going to end the argument. Just some other grandstand bullshit that says I'm right, you're dumb. It's just a bunch of dumb little kid shit.
Yeah, that's what Scott was saying with his reciprocal zenith angles at 75 miles. What he was saying.
What?
Scott's argument. The argument that he.
I
You
was
can
just
accept
asking,
it if you want
no,
to.
I was just asking. I was just
if you-
asking questions after the argument already ended.
You can accept it if you want to. You know, I can't tell you you can't, but I would say
No,
it's
you're confusing me for somebody else if you think I'm trying to like argue. I was just trying to like ask questions after the argument.
oh, you
already
ain't the
died.
one? He said he ain't the one, Mickey. You got to quit fucking with
Yeah,
him. I
yeah, he's
am.
not the one.
He ain't
Well,
I.
no, he's basically very new to this whole thing. This guy.
Maybe.
So for
no, I've
him,
been in here for like 5 years. What do you mean?
Yeah, I remember that dude from 24/7. Listen, that's my boy.
oh, this guy.
Yeah, he's all right. Trig's all right. I understand how everybody else finds him annoying, but he doesn't bug me.
Oh, he's not on my radar, so
Yeah, I'm
he's
Gamma No Hat.
not.
He's just trying to fit in.
Whatever that means.
Also,
That's fine.
previously
He can try to fit it, but he doesn't have like this method like Jesse, or he doesn't come in with an argument like Scott does. He basically tries to conjure up an argument saying that you can't measure to, or a challenge. I think he as he puts it, you can't measure the distance to Polaris on a flat Earth, and he offered like $5,000 for that. And I told him when he made this argument, I'm like, you don't even do it for the globe. You guys, and I even specifically told him, what's the distance to Polaris? He didn't know. So it's like, well then, how are you going to do something that you don't even know on the globe, give it to Flat Earth and say, here, because you guys can measure angles, you'll know the distance to the star.
Well, because it would be illogical, right? Like, is Polaris in different multiple positions at the same time? Obviously not. Okay, I mean, that's a
What
flat
does
Earth
that
problem,
mean?
not a globe Earth. How can Polaris be at multiple heights at the same time?
I don't know. Maybe by apparent position and not actual position.
All right, apparent position is fine. That's how we're using to calculate the angle of elevation, right? It's apparent.
No, you're not. You're forgetting about that's just
not how
atmospheric.
sections work? Well, you're going against Nathan Oakley there, bud. That's how sections work.
No, I'm going against your. Listen, I'm going against the
that's
idea that you live on.
Yep.
You know how to relax, dude, so I can finish my point.
He ain't got that one down
a
yet.
10-minute long monologue.
All right, well, go ahead. Yeah, go on.
Yeah.
You done?
I'm trying to. No, I'm not done. I can just monologue for 10 minutes like you do. You know.
Well, get it done, man. We're waiting.
Yeah,
Come on, man. I'm not gonna keep promoting you, man. If you're gonna be like this, just do your
it's the
monologue.
same-
He
it's
gave you
same
the floor.
thing. Yeah. It's
Mm-hmm.
the
Oh,
same
you don't
thing.
like being interrupted?
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's an angle of elevation, right, on a baseline. It's the same thing as measuring, the angle of elevation to Polaris to do navigation, celestial navigation and stuff. Like,
Yeah, but
the
you,
only thing you're doing is just completing the triangle. You're just solving for the opposite
you,
side of the
you,
triangle.
yeah, but you can't have a triangle on a curved baseline. That's the adjacent of a triangle. How are you measuring angles when
I
you
never
can't
said
even get a
anything about
90 degree?
I never said anything about a curved line.
That's the
Not
baseline for the Earth being a globe.
Nope, that's the baseline for the Earth being flat. I'm trying to say this on a flat Earth, it wouldn't work. Not on a globe Earth.
Is that your hypotenuse?
Nope, that's not my hypotenuse. Hypotenuse is the longest
Man,
side
you
of a
can't
triangle.
even get him. Damn it.
Yeah, he's just a moving target.
He's sharp.
Or or at least he thinks he is. He's a secret king in his own world.
Yeah.
Hey, he doesn't have anything to offer this room except for him chiming in every now and again. But his little, he put $5,000 up to anybody that can measure the distance to Polaris when that's nobody's argument. He basically built this whole argument off of the idea that you could measure an angle to Polaris and find out its distance.
Well, what's
And
stopping
that's nobody's
me
argument.
what's stopping me other than the fact that you won't do it because you're scared of it? Iggy?
Because you're trying to say that the Earth isn't flat when you're not trying to prove that the Earth is a globe. And that's what we're here for. We're here for you to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe, not that it's not flat. That you're saying your argument incorrectly. You have to
Who are you
provide
to
that
say what my
thing,
claim should
the
be?
proof.
Who are you to say
Because
that
that's
my
what we're
claim
all
should
here
be?
for. Everybody's here for the people that are coming to this channel to see if the evidence of the globe stands or substantiated, and you don't have that.
So they
Which is
wouldn't
the
want to
case.
see if something wouldn't stand on a flat Earth?
No. No. We
Yeah,
don't
they would.
want to talk about that. The argument is, do you have evidence and proof that the Earth is a globe?
Yep, we
Do
don't
you
want
have
to talk
that?
about how it wouldn't work on a flat Earth. We have to
No, answer my
the
question.
red herring.
Answer my
Yeah,
question.
see, no one has ever been able to
Answer my question.
talk to me in good faith about this. I'm not answering your question.
Why not? Are you triggered? Trigonometry? Triggered that you don't have the proof that the Earth is a globe?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, I think you are. Otherwise, you'd give me the proof that the Earth is a globe. Go ahead. What's your best proof that the Earth is a globe?
The fact that this wouldn't work on a flat Earth.
Oh, so this can't work on a flat Earth, therefore the Earth is a globe? What if the Earth is something else other than a globe? We contemplated that?
Then at least we know it's not.
Well, at least we know what?
At least we know it's not flat then.
Yeah, but you didn't provide evidence that it's a globe, so nobody knows what the Earth is then.
Well,
Right?
I mean that at least
What?
eliminates it down from globe to flat. I mean, we're getting somewhere, right? If we're trying to discover the true nature of reality.
No, you haven't provided evidence that the Earth is a globe, so how do you know it's anything else?
I never made the claim that it isn't in this
What?
argument. It's just about if the Earth is flat or not, or if it would work on a flat Earth.
Well, it is because there's no elevation change over distance. There's no drop over distance. We don't have the Earth conforming to the spherical nature of the Earth being a globe. That's what you don't understand. That's what.
I know.
Yeah, the evidence behind that is not substantiated. You can't say that because you do something, you're going to find out that the proof of that is going to be a globe. What do you have to bring to the table that the Earth is a globe? What do you have?
Can I prove that it's not flat?
No, I don't. We don't care about that.
I can't prove.
We want to know.
Okay, unfalse.
Okay, so do you have evidence? That's what I'm asking you.
Why are you so scared of this?
You are actually, not me. This room is designed for this.
I made an
That's what it's here for.
observation that any.
No, that's not the argument. Argument when you come into this room is provide the proof that the Earth is a globe.
All right, so
Simple.
this is a.
Yeah, so we're on about the Earth being a globe. Do you have any proof that it is?
This is the biggest red herring.
Yeah, I'm gonna, I guess now what I'm gonna do is make it my business that every time you have the mic, you're gonna provide evidence that the Earth is a globe. How about that?
And every time you're here, you have to explain Polaris.
No, you got a choice. You can have the floor. Tell everybody how the Earth is a globe. Bring your best evidence, or else just sit on a red mic.
I'll sit on a red mic.
What do you want to do? Okay then. And when you're ready to bring some proof, I'll unmute you and you can say what you want. Bring us the proof. Otherwise, your gimmick's not going to work over and over and over again. I know that's your gimmick, but that's all you got. Otherwise, you'd be telling us how the Earth is provably a globe, and you'd be bringing your best evidence. You don't have that. See, what I wondered about this, Mike, is that they want to stick to their gimmick. They don't want to provide evidence that the thing that we've all been here for over 10 years, we're waiting for somebody to bring an argument in and show us how that's possible. At least Scott's trying to attempt to do that. Or Jesse Path of Light. But this guy, No Gamma or whatever his name is, like, he's irrelevant. Like, he's only talking about some gimmick that he was bringing forward and thinking that that's going to be something that the whole room wants to talk about. Nobody cares about that. We want that evidence, that golden proof. Yeah, see, it doesn't work because you can't spin it around and say that we don't want to talk about the Earth being flat. We want to talk about the Earth being a globe. You need to have the evidence for that. Now that you said everything else is a red herring, that means that you don't want to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe. Therefore, your voice here should be irrelevant. Right? Why are you afraid? You merely adapted to the darkness. I was born in it. What's up, guys? Marvis, what up, man? T-Dub. What time is it for you over there, T-Dub? It's probably late over there, huh? Or early morning?
It's almost 8:20 in the morning.
You got to work today?
No, Sunday here.
Oh, no work?
No.
What you doing on your day off, man? Just hanging out?
Pretty much, yep.
Same.
Debating Globers?
No, I'm not doing that.
Chime in sometimes.
Rich, what's your best evidence that the Earth is a globe?
The observed curve of water.
Really?
Yes.
How much is it curving by? What's the standard by which we know that it's curving?
It obstructs the other side of the lake.
Okay, how much is it measured to be curving? What's a drop over distance?
It's a relative observation, right?
Well, I'm asking for specifics as far as like measurements go.
I haven't like pulled out the protractor or anything or done anything like that. But you can watch the video that I will cite about it.
Well, I don't want to watch a video. I want the metrics. So give us the values. Rich?
Yeah,
So
those
we
are in
can
the.
investigate.
That's in the video.
So you don't know?
No,
You
I've
don't know
just
the
given
values?
it. I've given it so many times in this room, and it gets hand waved the same way. So you can watch
Well,
the
I mean,
video
if
if you
you had
want.
some,
I'm done. You asked me
yeah,
what my best proof was. I
really,
gave it to you.
I'm done. All right, so one and done. Here you go. There's a video. That's all I gotta do. Wash my hands with it. I'm done. You don't get away that easily. You either have the
Sorry, are
metrics
you
to
saying I'm
substantiate
somehow
your claim.
compelled to say more?
No, I think that you need to be compelled to say more because if you think that it is
Thanks
passes
for your
for
opinion.
the proof, yeah, well, it's not an opinion. People need some metrics by which they can say, okay, let me check this out. If you don't have something for them to check out, then what good is it? Especially if you can't even recall what the metrics were for the
It was about
video that you see.
7 kilometers of distance. I don't remember. I
Yeah.
don't remember the exact amount of obstruction. That is. I can pull
Well,
up the video if you want, but I'm thinking you should probably watch it at this point.
no, I'm thinking you need to do some more research and come back with your metrics because when you're asked these questions and you don't know, it sounds like you're ignorant. At least to everybody here.
Rather be ignorant than arrogant.
Okay. Then that means you don't know the Earth's a globe. Well done.
That's quite arrogant of you because that's not what it means.
Well, it doesn't matter. If somebody can be arrogant and be informed versus somebody who's ignorant and not. Right? Right.
Yes, and someone who's
Rich.
arrogant can also be misinformed, right? Right?
Right, that could be
Right?
the case. But is this the case? No, of course not. Because
that is
if
the
you
case
had the
with the video.
information, well, if you had the information to support the claim, then you'd be able to put it forward, which you haven't. So we're still
Okay,
waiting
I'll
on that.
post the video again just for you, Alpha.
You can post the video all day long, like in a row. It's not going to help your case because you don't know
Well,
the
then-
information yourself.
I don't know why you keep asking for something you're not going to watch.
Because see, here's the thing: you could articulate your point and say, "I know this is a drop over distance," and people can start working on. Okay, if he knows, then I can see what type of numeric values we can apply to some math.
3.4633 meters of obstruction.
And how did you measure that?
That's the calculation.
Yeah, but how did you measure that?
Who said I measured it?
Well, how did you figure it out?
It was calculated. Like I just
How
said.
did you do it? Walk us through the method of your calculation.
I took what do you it's
What?
the Earth curve calculator.
Mhm.
You can find it online.
I know that. I point people to it.
Oh wow. Really? You did know that?
Yeah.
That's surprising.
Yeah, I did know that. I knew that, but like I didn't know that you knew the information. So the calculation came from what? What did you use for that calculation?
Numbers.
Numbers.
Mhm.
That's very coherent. You don't
Yeah,
know how to articulate your point, Rich.
Equations
You're
without
just like
numbers
Steph
are
Mackey, bro.
coherent.
You guys are just ball believers. Yeah, you're ball believers.
Equations without numbers are coherent. I've never heard that before.
No, equations without you being able to specify the method of which you were able to understand that these are the equations for the sides of the Earth. The metrics, man. You haven't done anything to specify how you know this information is true, even in the calculation.
Well, I've given you the video. I mean, you can go and
I know.
address
I know you
all
did
of the
this.
evidence within the video, or you
Yeah,
can
I addressed
just
all the evidence. You
ignore
didn't
it.
address anything. Oh, I'm
Ignore
ignoring
it
your
like
ignorance.
you always have.
I'm ignoring your ignorance. That's what I'm ignoring.
You haven't addressed
Not-
the video whatsoever.
Yeah, because
See,
you
the
don't know
last time
anything
I brought
about
this
it.
video up, you disregarded it because it said flat Earth in the title of the video.
No, it doesn't matter. Like, I think to me,
that's how fallacious your thinking is.
okay, to me, I think the only thing that's important is that you retain the information that demonstrates that the Earth is a globe by way
Regardless
of
of
measurements.
whether or not I retain it, it's still the truth.
Well, that's the problem, though. You think you can stand on information just because you simply imagine it to be the case, and that's not the way it goes here. You're going to have to be able to make a claim, substantiate the claim, be able to provide the evidence that is what the Earth should be, and then the proof that it stands to reason that it is exactly what you say it is based on a method. but you haven't done any of that. You just said, "Here's my globe proof. You guys can have at it." Like, that's not the way this works. This room is built on people being able to articulate their point in such a way that everybody else can understand the method by which they've understood that the Earth is a globe. You
Well,
haven't
you know what you should
demonstrated
do?
that. You don't
should
know.
put the list of things that you require in order for someone to prove something into the rules.
Well, that's actually a standard for anyone. If you say, "Hey, I know
That's a standard for you.
No, it's a standard for everyone. Because if you
No,
say that
it's a
I
standard
know
for
that
you.
the Earth is a specific size, if the Earth is a specific size, and you don't know how you arrived to the specific size, you just say, "I just know that it is." That's not evidence. You have to know. You tell somebody the method by which you derived that size from how you understand it to be in reality. You haven't done that, Rich.
In order to show that you are good faith, would you like to make a claim and substantiate it in that regard?
No, I think the good faith comes from
Okay.
you actually being intellectually. Listen, the good faith comes from the intellectual honesty from your position to say that you don't know the Earth is curving. Be intellectually honest and say that, Rich. You just believe it to be so. You don't know it. Just be intellectually honest with everybody here. Go ahead. See how you don't want to do that?
How about Rich? Do you, in your worldview, can you know anything? That you, a person, is it possible for a person to know something?
You couldn't handle my honesty.
Now, Rich is here to spin wheels, Mike. He's not here to articulate his point.
I like Rich too. He's a cocky little sumbitch.
Yeah, see, he drops videos in the text channel and says, "Well, there's my evidence, guys. Thank you and good night."
Yeah, he doesn't want to debate it. It's just an absolute proof to him, and that's that's acceptance, blind acceptance. If that's how you want to live your life, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, and we say that too in here. It's like, it's not what you think it is. By you coming in here and saying, "Well, I have a video and I'm good, guys. Accept the Earth as a globe or don't accept it. There's my video." Like, that's imagine if we've done that to those guys. Well, we got a laser test.
Imagine if you guys had just posted a picture in chat and said, "Welcome to the
I don't
flat
use
Earth," over
pictures
and over
as
and over
evidence of. I don't use a picture.
This is quite
as
ironic
evidence
coming
of
from you
anything.
guys.
I don't quote videos or pictures because they're absolute distortions of reality. No matter what camera you're using or how you're using it, it's going to play tricks on the image. They all have issues. So an image is a distortion of reality, even if you took it, and intelligent people know that. I mean, how else could I make a model car sitting in my driveway look like an actual Nova in my driveway? Well, perspective with a camera. Doesn't matter what quality of camera. The better the camera, just the more it looks real.
Yeah, one of the things I was explaining to Rich, Mike, was that when you come into this room, if you can't articulate your points, you're just a regular normie. That's still one of the old people that on the internet just wishing that the Earth was a globe, and you can rally behind one of your globe champions that come in here. That's fine. You can cheerlead them all you want, but you're not the guy to bring the evidence that the Earth is a globe. You're just merely someone who believes that it is based on another globe champion.
Yeah, as compared to you bringing all that flat Earth proof, right? You come in here in such good faith, making an argument for your position all the time.
I can do it all day long, but I don't
That was being
indulge in that
facetious,
because
eh?
Hey, all bullshit aside,
I can do it all day long.
He's got a point, all bullshit aside. The only proof you should use, it doesn't have to be the best one. It's the one that you understand the most and you can articulate the best. The argument that you can build a bridge on. So you can say, you think this, I think that, and here's a bridge for you to get from where you are to where I am. So if you can't explain a thing in detail, then you really don't understand it as well as you think you do. And the fact that you accept it, even though you don't understand it, and you
So
can't
what you're
articulate
saying
it,
is,
your best proof is the one you can actually back up.
right. So, like, let's say there was someone in this
can
chat
debate.
right now making a case for why the Earth can't be flat based on the actions and observations of Polaris.
No,
you
no,
wouldn't
that's
you wouldn't
incorrect.
like mute
No,
them and
hold
not
on a minute.
allow them
Wait,
to
wait,
give
wait.
their evidence,
No.
right?
No, that's incorrect. No, so the statement
I
should
would.
be, because that's malformed. That's malformed. It's not that the Earth is not flat. It's that the Earth is a globe, and you're not doing that. So the evidence for your case would be that the Earth is a globe. I have to tell you guys this because you need help, right? So the hand holding that I'm going to do is showing you when you come into this room, it should be formed as, I know that the earth is a globe. Here is my evidence. Not the earth is not flat and this is my evidence. Like
You're
you
not.
guys can't
Yeah,
provide it.
you're
Like,
not here to disprove the flat Earth. You're here to prove the globe and debunk the flat Earth through that.
Yeah, you
That's what
guys are
he's
just
saying.
here to debunk
But
the
listen.
globe and not provide proof for the flat Earth.
Listen, Triggy does listen. You should pay attention to your boy Trig. He can argue all the way down to the foundational principles. Most things.
Yeah, that's why you got muted.
Most things that he brings, and I mean, if you would just do that, I really.
You guys
I'm
are
not
scared to
one-
handle them.
No, I'm just being honest. It's more powerful when you know when you can walk a
You're being
person
a
all the
cheerleader,
way
Rich.
through it. So I'm just saying, Rick,
you can't sit on a high horse
I'm
being like,
just
we
saying-
want you to provide your strongest
I'm
evidence,
not-
and then
Well,
someone does that and they
that's
get
not
muted.
what I'm saying.
finish?
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is your strongest evidence isn't here's your video, accept it or don't. The strongest way to present your evidence is to say, here's the video, would you like to do a watch along while I walk through you with it? I mean, we'll do that. We put it up, we live strat it to everybody, and we go through it step by step. That's more powerful than just, here it is, what he says is true.
Okay, let's do
Yeah,
that.
you know what's different? What's different, Mike, is that the fact that when I asked him, is there any? Because he's seen the video. I'm like, can you articulate the point of how they came up with the calculation? And he can't even do that because based on his own video that he wants to present to everybody else, he doesn't even know what the contents of the video contain. So that's important, right? Because the rest of the room are going to be like, dude, you don't even know about your video. Why do you want me to
He
watch it
should
with
be
you? I
straight
don't
to
think so.
missing shoreline, missing portion of tree, curvature Earth. There you go, bam, Earth's a globe. Yeah, I can steel man his argument better than he can, but like I said, he's not the first one to post that video. We've seen that video when it first came out, right? We're the first people to see the debunk flat Earth videos because you guys come here as soon as they're out, and you keep giving them to us, and then every day a new anti-flat earther is born, and he discovers it and he brings it right back. So we see them over and over again. We walk through them. We can jerk this motherfucker off from every
You'd
angle.
think if you'd seen them so much, you'd have a rebuttal for them.
No, we
listen,
don't need to have a rebuttal to your nonsense because you don't know how
Here's
to.
it, yeah.
So the whole point we're making is
I
when you
don't
come
need
into this
rebuttal
room,
valid points.
you don't know how to articulate your point, and so you cheerlead like trigonometry on because that's all you can do because you don't have the words to
No, I was
stand up for your claim.
merely pointing out the
Easy.
inconsistency in your actions compared to
No,
your.
I'm pointing out the fact that you're coming in here without any evidence and you're cheerleading other people on because
I
you
provided the
yourself
evidence,
can't
bro.
articulate.
You can't just say I didn't provide evidence.
Okay,
when I provided you
okay. So
evidence.
if you provided evidence, articulate your point right now for
Now
everybody.
you're just moving the goalpost, right?
How does it prove?
No.
Yeah, how that
Yeah,
video
you're saying I
prove
now
that
have to
Earth is
articulate
globe?
and show it, like recite it
How does
perfectly
the
in order
video-
to say that I presented it.
Earth's a
That's not the
globe.
case.
I watched the video. I don't understand it. I can't see how he proved Earth is a globe. Can you explain that to
Well,
me?
try again.
Yeah.
I
See, he
watched the
doesn't do it
video
right.
twice. I watched the video twice. I didn't see how it proved any curvature. Could you show that to me in your video, your proof?
Turn on the monitor and your speakers and try again.
Yeah, I did that. I
doubt
listened
it.
to every.
See,
I
Mike, I
replayed
told
it.
you.
And I still don't see where that dude doesn't know his ass from a hole in the ground. So can you build the bridge for me? I mean, otherwise I'm just going to hand wave it because it's just a heaping mess of bullshit. Combobulated. The dude can't even speak true English. Like fucking Canadian, eh? He's out here in the fucking woods, eh? And he's like, oh, hey, globe, eh? Did you account for refraction? No, eh? It's either curve or flat, no refraction, eh?
Yeah, Rich
Google
is the
Earth.
guy.
He didn't even measure nothing. Google Earth measured everything for him. And we know that Google Earth distances aren't absolute distances. Now, if you're GPS in 2 different points, I would accept that. That's a standard of practice, Whatever you're doing, you're practicing it. And if you're going to practice something, you shouldn't half-ass it. Don't do anything you're going to half-ass. If you're going to
Which is
take
what
the
Rich
image
did.
and not
He
account
just
for
came in
all
here,
the
dropped the video, and
variables,
just Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Don't
just,
wonder
and
why
I'm just,
people laugh at you, right? I mean,
yeah, because I'm just, and, you know, it's different when other people come in and they try to articulate their point. You know, they're telling you the method, they're trying to walk you through some steps, and Rich is not even doing any of that.
hey,
So
it's
his
like this.
ignorance is.
Hold on. Maybe we can get it through like this. Like, I took your mom out the other day, and she said, "Should I wear my blue dress?" She asked me, but she knew her best presentation was in the red dress. So I said, "Yeah, I like the blue dress," but she said, "No, I'm going to choose the red dress because it's the one I'm with, and it accents all my curves." And your mom was banging. I'm not going to lie. So she chose the red dress, which was a good choice.
To be fair, right? The only reason I didn't want to keep engaging is because I didn't want to go down the script. Alpha just asked me for my favorite piece of evidence. I provided it to you. That he didn't want to engage with, and even admitted in his own words that he wasn't going to make a case for his own position.
Yeah,
so
but you don't even
why
know what
engage
you
with
don't know
someone
what
who's
you're
such a
presenting,
bad
right?
faith
Alpha,
interlocutor?
how's your mother's vagine tonight? How's your mother's pussy tonight? I've been clapping it all night. It smells like something I get from the fish market. How you been, bud? How you been, retard?
That's the best you guys have.
Hey, Alpha, you retard. How you been, dumbass? No long time no see.
Oh, hey.
You still on here? You still on here debating about what are you debating now, retard? What are you doing?
We're sharing your mom's phone number. What's up? What do you think about your mom in that red dress?
No, we're
So the
talking
best
about
club
we're talking about Alpha's mother. Yeah, her vagine smells like fucking cheese down.
No, hey, I was talking about your
So the
mom.
best evidence. So the best evidence we got is that these guys come in here all triggered and whatnot.
Well, they got hot
You
moms
see, Rich?
too. I've met all their moms, bro.
Yeah. See, the thing is, Rich. Like, you guys are all filled with the idea that it is what you think it is, but you don't have any evidence.
Your mama
That's very
don't
telling.
hate flat earthers. She loves them. She
It's
said,
very
"Put your
telling.
clothes on
That
the flat earth,
means
Mike,
nothing
and get in
coming
this
from
bed."
someone who can't substantiate a single claim.
We should bring six
Yeah, but
back.
you try to.
I got,
you try to.
I got
turn it-
pictures of your mom. Hold up. How do I substantiate that claim? I do have images of your mom in that red dress and without it.
Yeah, you guys can't substantiate the evidence that the Earth is a globe, so you resort to these tactics. You try to reverse the burden of proof onto me when you know that you don't have the evidence. So it's very
Why should
telling,
I
man.
care what a person
Very
who can't
telling.
make or substantiate a single claim has to say?
See, reversing the burden onto me. That's all
No,
you
I'm
got,
asking
Rich?
you a
Really?
question.
I don't substantiate
Why should
your
I care?
claims. That's something you
Yeah,
do.
but you like to reverse the burden just so that you can make it sound like you have a point. What you're taking the focus
He's
off
trying to
yourself.
sound
Good
like
one,
he
Rich.
actually is intelligent.
Good one.
But it's
Yeah, I know,
not
but
working.
you see
It's not working.
Yeah, and the point is, Mike, whenever he's like, look, listen, I'll do this. I'll give you the floor, articulate your point for your video, and let's see what you got. Go ahead. I'm gonna mute up. Give us.
Yeah, why
give us
should I
what
do
your
that
best.
with someone who can't
Oh.
even justify a single
Bro, you're not
position
even
on their own
qualified to
position?
deliver pizzas, man. What the fuck are we talking to this guy for?
Yeah, I have a driver's license.
Yeah,
Can I
that
see it?
doesn't qualify you to get the pizza there on time, buddy. How many drunk drivings you got?
How many drunk drivings do I got? None.
Well, I don't know about that. Now let's.
I guess we're done.
Driver's license and registration, please. Proof of insurance.
How many times have you been brought to court on your sovereign citizen bullshit?
Yeah. Okay. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that, Rich. Come on now.
Listen,
no evidence for the globe doesn't excuse you to say whatever you want. Okay.
Listen.
Just relax, bud.
No, it being a free country allows me to say whatever the fuck I want, Alpha.
Yeah, I've never
Actually,
claimed
no.
sovereign
Free
citizen.
country.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You think this room is a democracy, bro? You think it's a free?
No, I
What
got a
are you
question.
talking about?
If you hear somebody say the word sovereign, does that automatically mean they're talking about sovereign citizens? If I say this, if I say constitutionally speaking, the states are sovereign, am I promoting a sovereign citizen? Because you can't be, that's an oxymoron. You can't be sovereign and be a citizen at the same time. So I would never say that, because a citizen is property of a fiction, better known as a state.
Yeah, he throws out red herrings so that people can chase his bunny trails, because what he does is it's called an
clarified that.
obfuscation.
I know.
It's an obfuscation tactic. He wants to take the heat off of himself
not
so
a
that he doesn't
citizen,
look
though.
like a fool.
I'm a man.
He doesn't want to look like a fool, not providing evidence for the Earth is a globe, but it's too late for that. You've
not a
already
person
demonstrated the fact that you're not able to show that you know what you're talking about, Rich.
I'm
Which
that
is what I
motherfucker
demonstrated
formerly
thoroughly.
known as B-Mod. And I'd show you my mark, but you'd get offended. And then 7 days
Anyway.
later, you'd disappear.
I gotta head out, but I'm gonna be on listening mode.
You going to work?
Yeah, I'm at work actually, but I just haven't clocked in yet.
Cool.
I'm gonna do that.
Secretary.
So, do we
comes
have
out.
anybody else's? Yeah, exactly. Do we have anybody that's gonna take over the convo? Any mods?
Starts looking at you all crazy. There's plenty of guys here. I'm not gonna hang out all night tonight. I got shit going on after a minute. Company coming.
I'll be back in a few.
Sovereign citizen is not a citizen of their own state. That's a state nationalist. You're confused. Echoplex. So a state nationalist is sovereign, personal to their state. A state nationalist, but if you're a state citizen, then you're a federal citizen, and you're property of the U.S. corporation by law. A person's would be any citizen or property of any fiction or organization or corporation. And the law is very technical, so I'm not just being semantical. It's the law that is semantical. Need legal advice from some idiot on Discord. I didn't get where I am in life by taking advice from idiots. Or just people I don't know that aren't tried and true. I will not enter into a legal debate with any of you because in court I'd win. And if I thought I wasn't gonna, I'd hire extra legal teams. Teams, not one lawyer. I don't. Who the fuck hires just one lawyer? That's not too smart.
Yeah, I like to have at least 3 legal teams. You have to have an offense, a defense, and then like a special teams, you know?
Well, contract lawyers that know contract law. So it's best to have a legal firm, to employ a legal firm if you're in business. So you know how many lawsuits I have in a year just being a contractor? How many people don't want to pay? And we're not talking about just the citizen, you know, commercial, residential. The resident that I did his driveway, sometimes it'll be Lowe's or fucking what's that sporting goods store? They didn't want to pay me one year. The tool place, not just Lowe's, but Foot Locker. Foot Locker didn't want to pay me. I did a bunch of parking lots for a guy that owned multiple cellular service stores, and he didn't want to pay. You know, I had to sue him. So you got to have a legal team, or you write it off as a loss. You know, at a certain point, you're just dumping more money into trying to get it back than you've already lost. So, but for a large corporation or business, where you're doing work, there's going to be a lot of lawsuits, and it could be the people who contracted you, or you're suing them, or they're suing you. It can be both ways. But 300, 600, 800 lawsuits in a season, that's average. A lot of people don't want to pay. That's why to save money on legal teams, I switched my motto to where you don't pay it until you're satisfied on big jobs. We're not talking about your seal coat and yearly maintenance crap. I filled a couple potholes for you and sealed your driveway, and maybe you owe me $1,500. No, I'm talking about a $50,000, $350,000 parking lot. You know, you don't want to pay for it. because you say one thing's fucked up. Well, that's fine. I don't argue that. I'll send a crew over there and we'll fix that one thing to your liking, but you're going to pay. And if you don't, I'll be back to rip the fucking parking lot up. You won't get no business because there won't be no place to park. And I'll make sure of that. This is Michigan. We don't play. I don't know what you other people do, but say the state echoplex in reference to the federal government is that the state, the federal government's a state, huh? No, legally speaking, it's all different. A sovereign citizen, there's no such thing as a sovereign citizen. It's just doesn't exist, dude. You won't get diplomatic immunity by claiming sovereign citizen, so I don't see any legal benefit to. You can make that claim, but I don't see any legal benefit for it because there's no precedent based on that term. You can be a straight nationalist. You can get diplomatic immunity. That you can do. You can also be a postmaster general. Because every nation needs a postmaster. So when you become a nation unto yourself, which is a nationalist, in a part of a conglomerate of nations, which would be your state, legally, it's a corporation. Contract law is the law that people should study. You're in contract.
Yep, everything is contracts.
Yep, you're bound by contracts right now that you don't even know you're bound by.
Now, the one that nobody ever pays attention to is the citizenship contract that basically was imposed upon you at the day of your birth, but they don't think about that.
Right. So what law imposed Social Security card and Social Security number? Most people don't know that. When was tax legal? It never was. Never. It's imposed. A tax was supposed to be a willing contribution to the current status of the state or the nation, which actually was a republic. So you want to donate to your republic to finance the roads, fine. You can do that, but you don't have to because it's unlawful and unconstitutional. Only in wartime, and that's why they've always kept us at a state of war. When we weren't at declaring war on another nation, we were declaring war on drugs at home so we could say, well, we're at war with drugs, so we still need your tax money, and it would be legally binding so long as you accept that contract. Nobody's saying you can be totally free, but you will enjoy more freedom when the legal system works for you and the contracts work for you. Or you at least know all the rules and definitions of the. Then you can get the most out of the contract.
I could check.
What's up? It's working. Slicing and dicing. Boom. I'm not hot micing. Mike Tyson. You bitches think you're fighting, but you can't get none. This motherfucker, that motherfucker, you're all dumb. Your rhymes are basic. Couldn't see mine with LASIKs, because your mind is vacant. Yeah, I got the hot horse chick lady from down the street who I bought a horse from just so I'd know her. Just so I could meet her. She's come down to play chess. I seen a chessboard out in her horse stall. her and her daughter playing chess, and there's a sick horse, you know. So she's like me. Me and my kids, my children, we'll hang out with the animals when they're sick too, to make, well, just to watch over them in case anything changes, you know. But we'll sit out there and listen to music and play chess and do internet. So her and her daughter do it, and I had to crack on it. Like, hell, me and you could play chess in your barn while your daughter and my daughter play chess in our barn. What's up? I'm seeing the Brady Bunch hook up. The joys of being single. This lady got money. She raises prize horses and trotters for harness race. She's not that big of a girl, but man, she'll wrestle a horse, throw a harness up there, and go as fast as she can go on a harness. That shit's crazy. I get to ride a horse with a harness for the first time, and I actually, that's pretty cool, man. That's like the Amish, fast-ass Amish sport car, you know? One Arabian in a harness, you know? You just keep whipping him. It's like the Mustang of Amish wagons. I live in a Amish area too, so, you know, the first thing I thought was, you get guys on the road, you know, and you just know you're going slow from there. You pass them in your truck, that's not so powerful. But if I had one of these Arabian horses and this racing harness, I could pull out on them and look at them like, you want to run it? Let's run them. Oh, Jacob might want to race then. I guess you got to live in my area to get the joke. You got to see these Amish people at the party store and blocking the road in town because their wagon wheel done fell off. Motherfucking Amish dude change a whole wagon wheel and build a new one in like 15 minutes. So the motherfuckers are awesome. The neighbor kid, man, I always see him walking to town. His dad will send him to town for shit. And I'm like, you want to ride? He's like, yes, please. Don't tell my dad, Michael. I'm like, dude, we already know. We already know the terms. Get in. But I guarantee you his dad grew up walking. His dad never took a ride. He is Amish. He loves being Amish. The children would like to lighten their load a little bit. I try to tell that kid, you know, that normal city kids, you don't fuck with the Amish people. Just so you know, you city boys that think you're gangster and shit, don't fuck with them Amish dudes, man. They fucking plow fields with fucking cows and goats and walk behind fucking plows. Leave them boys to their own shit. Don't fuck with them. They will fuck you up.
I'm gonna plow your mom.
Well, that's cool. I already plowed yours.
Hey, you can say that, bitch, you little...
I can, because I did. I also fertilized her.
I don't
And
think
what-
that's a very nice thing to say, and I won't take it. But
Well, when my son is born, you just call him brother and treat him like you love him, okay?
nah, I don't think that's right. I think you went overboard.
You could call
in
me
my bad.
stepdaddy too, you know.
I'm gonna rape you. I ain't gonna.
You need some clothes, you got some nice clothes, you got your own place. Stepdaddy might help you out. Depends on how much
Listen.
I like you.
Listen here, you round earther. I ain't
I could give
taking
you
that
2
shit.
goats and $300 if you marry my daughter.
Okay, we got a deal there, right?
Yeah, look, oh, his whole hookup change. He's like, hold up, man, now you're talking my language. You're
I'm
not
gonna-
even going to try to make sure you get a female and a male goat? You're just
Nah,
going
boy, I'm gonna give you half a cow and a pig, and I think we got a deal right there.
to, well, I got plenty of cows, so we'll eat your half right now. That's cool. But I'm going to give you 2 male goats, motherfucker, so you got to buy the female.
Listen here, mate. I think we're gonna get a big feast and we can celebrate a brotherhood right here.
Yeah, that way you can't get no milk either. You got to buy milk off me.
Hell no, I got a good goat cheese guy right down the street. He got the best goat cheese.
rank them.
Any new people today? Want to talk about the globe or the flat Earth or questions or any of that stuff? Zimfo, you look new. XIMFO. You want to have a chat about anything, bro?
Not really, man. I just believe that the Earth's round. That's it, really. Like, I think flat Earth is just a conspiracy to just to like rebel against the government. I don't think it's really like. I don't think flat Earth. I think that's what flat Earth really want to do. Not really like it's like a symbolic thing, if you know what I mean. Like, oh, they want to go against NASA, the government, or whatever. Like that's what I believe. But, yeah.
So, what benefit do you think the flat Earth believers, as you would probably call them, what are they going to gain by pointing out that the Earth is measurably flat?
I don't even know, to be honest. I don't know.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. Why would we bother? I mean, because there's really no benefit to pointing out that NASA or any other government agency is lying, right? I mean, and that's not even really the goal. We just go ahead and measure the Earth, and turns out it measures flat. So there's really no conspiracy. If there's any conspiracy, it would probably be on those who are perpetuating the idea that the Earth is a globe. Those would be the conspirators.
Well, I don't know, man.
I mean, I don't think there's a conspiracy. I can go out and measure the Earth, fairly easily. It's actually quite easy, considering the size that they say it is. And it turns out it's not curving anywhere. But, I mean, that may not be that accessible for you. I don't know where you're at and how you may have any means to do such a measurement. So I think for someone who's curious about the topic and comes into a room like this, let me give you something a bit more accessible. Do you feel like you're moving right now?
No, not really, no. I feel like I'm
Okay.
still.
Yeah. So I don't know where you're at on the Earth, but if it were a ball, right, and the latitude that you were at, it's going to be in the hundreds of miles per hour in an angular velocity, which is an acceleration, which you should feel. In fact, you should notice it if there's a Coriolis effect, because everything that's not attached should be deflecting at several hundred miles per hour. But you don't experience any of that, do you?
No, I don't.
Okay. So why do you believe that you're spinning if you don't experience spinning?
Yeah, the reason is because physical velocity of space, like as in like the Earth, I mean, like rotating around the sun is really like fast, but the angular velocity isn't really as big as is not as in like the absolute angular velocity of the Earth the speed at which it's spinning isn't really fast, because it's really hard to explain because.
So there's at least 4 different vectors that we can talk about. I'm only talking about the one, which is the axial rotation and the angular velocity of the Earth. And at the equator, it's 1,038 miles per hour. Now, you could say, and this is the argument, right, that from far away, if you were to look at the Earth, that is, why they say 15 degrees per hour, you wouldn't really notice that very much. But on the other scale, where you're on the Earth, 1,038 miles an hour is 1,038 miles per hour. I mean, if you're in a car, even though this is not analogous to the Earth, if you're in a car but you're going around a racetrack at, let's say, 100 miles an hour, right, like the NASCAR guys, 150 miles an hour, you feel that angular velocity. That's That's 150, 200. We're talking about several hundred miles per hour, which you don't experience. Why?
Thing is, I don't really debate it, I can't lie. Just came in just to, say something.
No, I'm not debating you. I'm just having a conversation with you. I'm asking you why it is that you don't experience this. Don't you ever wonder about that?
To be honest, you raise a good question. Well, I think it's because it's really, yeah. To be fair, that's a really good question. I kind of wonder that too.
I mean, these are things I wondered when I was growing up, because I got the same model that you did of the Earth, right? And I was told all the same things that you were told. And I, at the same time, went like, yeah, but how come I don't experience this, right? That doesn't make any sense to me. Certain things just never really made sense. But I believe, like, I was a NASA guy. I gobbled it up. I loved sci-fi. But until I actually began to challenge some of these accounts and stories and claims made by, or given to us regarding the globe Earth, did I really discover that, man, that a lot of these things don't hold any water in reality. There's the story that you're given, and then there's the reality of the situation, and they never comport. In fact, rarely are they even fairly, they don't coincide a lot of the time either. But I never bothered to question them until I was later in life. You can measure the Earth. Turns out it doesn't curve anywhere. I mean, we've got topography, but it's not curving, not at the rate that they say. You got to the beach, it's not there. It's not spinning. We don't experience any spinning. One of the four vectors, there's the axial rotation. Then there's the ellipse around the sun. That's supposed to be like 66,000 miles an hour. Then there's the solar system hurling through the galaxy. That's supposed to be in like the hundreds of thousands of miles per hour. And then there's the galaxy itself hurling through the never-ending, ever-expanding vacuum of space, which we don't experience that either. So none of these vectors do we experience. It's like a tilt-a-whirl on steroids. Don't feel a thing. Another consequence of motion, or being on something that is supposed to be moving or rotating, but let's take a car, for instance. If the air is stationary, which it rarely ever is, very rare that you have stagnant, non-moving air. But if you're in a car and you're traveling through this air that supposedly is stationary, like the ground would be, but the car is moving at 60 mile an hour. Well, that's essentially a 60 mile an hour wind. Okay, and that would be the same thing with the Earth. If the Earth is indeed rotating on an axis, and all of that air not attached is in a different reference frame, then you would be feeling the air hit you in the face on the equator at 1,038 miles per hour. Now, if that's the case, if everything deflects that's not attached, then the amount of erosion that would occur on an Earth spinning at 1,038 miles per hour, angular velocity at the equator, this Earth would be quite smooth. There would be no life, guaranteed, even if the rest of the story was true. That stuff tumbling and sandblasting and water and all the other elements of the Earth tumbling around, spinning, hurling, eroding the surface of this water ball that we're supposed to be on. Unless someone wants to tell me that that the air is somehow magically velcroed to the Earth, even though it is moving in all different vectors, which happen to be described in relationship to a horizontal plane, north, south, east, and west winds. Then I guess we can throw the Coriolis effect out. Got to pick your poison.
This is who? Hello? I wanted to ask a question. I was listening to what you were saying on live stream, and why would the air be hitting things on the Earth if the air is moving with the same velocity as the Earth itself? So we would be stationary relative to the air.
What velocity of the Earth?
The angular velocity of the Earth. The Earth would be moving with the same.
Yeah, how's that measured? Can you show me the measurement of the angular velocity of the Earth?
With gyroscopes, for example, or a Fugger pendulum.
Yeah, just show me the gyroscopes measuring the angular velocity of the Earth, Embo.
Okay. Where was it? I mean, I don't have an entire gallery of videos like you have on your server with categories, so...
No, I just need you to show me the gyroscope measuring the speed, the angular velocity of the Earth.
I'm doing that, but just letting you know that I'm not going to do it immediately.
Okay, well, we'll talk when you have it.
No problem. I got it. It's in the side chat. It's really just the same examples or all over again. Because a laser mounted to the gyroscope, a laser pointer. So when the gyroscope processes, it has a scale on a wall, probably, I guess. So you can tell how the gyroscope moves by seeing how the laser moves through that scale. Because the laser rotates with the gyroscope. And he controlled for different things by placing it the other way around. I have no idea what he was supposed to control for, to be honest. This was made by a flat earther, this entire experiment, so I guess he was just hoping that there is some factor that could make these measurements look like the Earth is rotating, and that he can counter it by just doing these things, but it didn't seem to work, even though he doesn't know what this factor is. And of course there is the law of conservation of angular momentum. Here you have this law breaking, because the gyroscope starts processing magically. So I guess there's no other way than just the Earth itself rotating. Unless you think that a law of conservation of angular momentum is fake, but in that case I would love to see evidence for that.
Wait a minute. So you've got a precession of a gyroscope.
Yes.
Okay. How does that show me that the Earth is moving?
Because gyroscope, due to the law of conservation of angular momentum, keeps its orientation.
What angular momentum? What angular momentum? Of the gyroscope?
Yeah, in this case it would be 0, right? So if you don't act with any force on the gyroscope, that momentum, that angular momentum should remain 0. But
Well, this is fascinating. Can you show me another one of these? Is this repeatable? This is just fascinating to me. Do you have another one?
Yeah, I believe because this isn't video that was made by Jesse. He just re-uploaded it because the original person deleted it. I believe Jesse has also a video where he did the same thing by himself with gyro
No, I'm talking about somebody else, Embo. Somebody else.
somebody else.
Yeah. You have one example of a gyroscope doing something. Now we need to repeat this, right? Next step is repeatable. So everyone should be doing this, right?
I mean, maybe people just don't have motivation for doing that.
You tell me people don't have
Everyone has
motivation
a
to do
gyroscope
something.
like this at home.
Yeah, exactly, because someone like isn't motivated to do the same thing doesn't mean that it is impossible.
Embo, you telling me that people aren't going to be really excited to show me that every gyroscope shows a precession, especially in this day and age when this topic is this highly debated? You're telling me there should be about 1,000 of these. Where's another one?
Here is another one. Wait a moment. I'm just going to delete the timestamp. I don't know about this one that much as about the previous one. I watched the previous one from beginning to the end. But from the title, the video claims to measure the rotation of 50.
These are all from Jesse Gordon?
Yes.
You said it was a flat earther.
The first one was by a flat earther who deleted the video, so Jesse re-uploaded it. This is just by Jesse that he physically made it.
Okay. How about another one? You got another one?
I have no idea, to be honest. I would have to search more. I recall seeing a video that was made by some French guy. At one point in time, I had it recommended to me on YouTube that also claimed to measure it using a gyro. But I think I didn't save the link anywhere.
So we've got 2.5 gyroscopes processing. That's what you got. Two and one that you think might exist.
Yeah, if you want to switch to another method, because there isn't, this isn't the only method for detecting it. You also have the famous pendulum. If you want to also include that,
So everything is deflecting like the pendulum means that footballs and bullets and everything that's not attached is going to deflect on Earth, right? Helicopters?
Regardless if attached or not, it just has to be moving relative to the Earth.
No, that's the baseless assertion that you just made. That's not the case. So everything that leaves the Earth's reference frame, no, that's not how Coriolis force works. A Coriolis is an apparent deflection viewed from a rotating non-inertial reference frame into an inertial reference frame.
Okay, so if you're standing on a rotating object, then you would see a deflection of something that is moving. But
like helicopters? Like a helicopter?
If a helicopter moves, then yes, but...
No.
But you seem to use
as soon as the helicopter... Dude, yeah, so why when the helicopter leaves the reference frame, the rotating non-inertial reference frame, is it not deflecting?
It is still rotating. It's still in the same system.
No, it isn't. You said everything that's not attached deflects. Coriolis, remember? Just like the pendulum?
Yeah, but this isn't dependent on being attached or not. It's just a matter of moving relative to the Earth.
Oh, so now so there's no Coriolis effect. Everything moves in lockstep, like the air and everything is velcroed to the Earth?
No. Everything that moves relative to the Earth will experience Coriolis force.
Everything that moves relative... What does that mean, everything that moves relative to the Earth? What does that mean?
Yeah, if you have a reference frame where the Earth is stationary, like for example for a person standing on the Earth because he just moves with the Earth, then if something moves relative to the Earth, like let's say someone is walking, then he would experience Coriolis force. But if someone is stationary relative to the Earth, like for example just standing, or that helicopter just hovering over one place, it wouldn't.
So there is a Coriolis effect, or there's not a Coriolis effect?
There is, but I feel like you have some certain misconceptions about how it works.
No, I think you have certain misconceptions about the Coriolis effect.
Okay.
Coriolis effect is an apparent, it's a quasi-force, it's a pseudo-force, first of all. It's an apparent effect. It's something that is viewed from a non-inertial spinning reference frame into an inertial reference frame, as Wikipedia tells you, and as everybody agrees. So now you're telling me things are deflecting or they're not deflecting. Which one is it?
They are.
They are deflecting. So I should be seeing the helicopter deflecting as it leaves the reference frame, right? Into the inertial reference frame now?
No, you know what is the Newton's second law of motion?
Well, you haven't even established that the Earth is moving yet. You're supposed to be using the Coriolis as evidence that it's moving, but now you're telling me that nothing's deflecting.
No, I'm saying that it is deflecting, but you seem to give examples where you wouldn't expect it.
Is it deflecting? How much can we measure this deflection with the helicopter?
If it's hovering, then 0.
So no Coriolis effect.
No, there is a Coriolis effect, but yeah, there is a Coriolis effect, but it doesn't work like that.
It doesn't work like that. So how do you? So you're making it up as how you think it should work. So now it's the conservation of angular momentum. We haven't established any angular momentum yet.
I would say that I have already sufficiently established it with the gyroscope.
The gyroscopes, the two that you showed me.
Yes.
Both of them happen to be uploaded by a guy who is famously anti-flat Earth. You'll have to, excuse me if I don't just really appreciate Jesse Gordon's examples. Do you have any examples that you could show me? Gyroscopes aren't that hard to get a hold of.
I would say it's perfectly understandable, but I would say that's already more evidence than just 0, so you can't claim that...
I don't experience any deflection. I don't experience any deflection. I don't experience any motion. You don't experience any of these things.
Yeah, but because I've never made any test designed to actually show it.
Hey, where can I feel this Coriolis force? If it's a force,
yeah.
Where can I see it? At work. And how do I correlate the cause with the phenomena? The effect. You got to correlate cause with effect to say this causes that. Period. If you don't correlate the cause with the effect, then you've just postulated a theory.
No, I don't want correlation. I want proof. I don't want no correlation. I want proof.
That's the point of science.
That's what I'm saying, not correlation. Cause and effect relationship is established through experimentation and demonstration, right?
Right.
Right. So I'm not talking
so far
about correlation.
Yeah.
This correlates with that. No. Show me the cause and effect in an experiment, and then we'll consider your premise. Your premise.
How would you differ a correlation from cause and effect? Except
correlation is this goes along with what we say, but that doesn't absolutely, by the laws of logic, mean what you say is true. So correlation isn't causation. In experimentation, you manipulate the cause, showing that the effect is caused by it by making the cause vary. The effect varies also. Then you've established the relationship, that this is in fact the cause of that. Otherwise, you're just making a bunch of claims. Earth rotation causes this. This aligns with Earth rotation. That's because of Earth rotation. Nobody's ever shown that if you stop the Earth's rotation, this doesn't happen no more. So they didn't prove their premise. They've tried to through other demonstrations that I believe to be category errors, but if you're talking about a force, then manipulate the force and show me that in real time. Don't call that force then weight and manipulate the weight and act like you manipulated the force by changing the weight, because it's only in theory that the weight is caused by the force. So it's circular reasoning, fallacious, illogical.
I don't think what you said made much sense because you can have two things correlated. So when you manipulate one variable, you get change in another variable, but that doesn't mean they have to be one has to cause another. If you have correlation, then it's logical. Then if you change value of one thing,
if
then
you're trying to show
value
a
of another thing changes.
cause effect relationship, you have to manipulate the cause, nothing else. I mean, if you're just trying to show the effects of water or sunlight on plant growth, then sure, have fun. But you're saying this hidden force causes that, and I would like to see you demonstrate that.
Well, we would have to kind of establish an effect first, right, Mike?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's the effect the natural effect that we're trying to study here?
The direction of rotation of hurricanes.
No, it was the deflection of something due to a pseudo force. That's what we're on, Coriolis. Deflection.
Yeah, but that's what is supposed to be established
postulated
as.
rotation and pseudo force.
That's what it's supposed to be established as the cause of the effect, right?
No. You're talking. You want to talk about Coriolis effect, which is an apparent effect, something that you see occurring, right?
Right.
Yeah.
It's an apparent effect, so you see it.
And they call it a
Not a
force because
Yeah.
it appears to be a force, or it might act like a force, but it's not a force, and that's the definition of a pseudo force.
Right.
Yes, exactly. So I observe that.
What are you observing?
So
I
you
look
make a
at-
postulation, and you don't get it. You just postulated that this is true. You haven't proven it's true.
I'm looking at wind patterns, and I see a pattern that, depending on the hemisphere, I
How
don't
do
know.
you show that Coriolis force causes wind patterns? Because all winds don't rotate with the Earth, so I don't know how the
Yeah.
fuck you're going to prove that anyway. Trade winds and other winds go opposite the rotation.
I can.
The winds in the jet stream, so nothing's in lockstep because we know the winds go all different directions on Earth. They don't all go one way.
I can make a model of.
We got
of
maps
winds.
of that for your model.
I can make a model of winds based on the assumption of
Nobody
the Coriolis
cares.
force, and
Nobody
I can
cares.
see the result
We
of
can,
that.
we can reify a lot of things, Embo. We can reify a lot of stuff.
That doesn't make it real.
Yeah, but it's an evidence.
That's like
for it.
saying I
It
have an
doesn't have-
explanation and
evidence.
you
It's
don't.
a
So that
reification fallacy.
listen, that's like saying I have an explanation, but you have no explanation. So the lack of your explanation proves my explanation to be right, and that's just not true. That's I don't know how the fuck you even come to that point of logic and call it logic. To be honest, it's feral, just like winds. Pun intended.
It sounds like nonsense to me.
Why do they
It
call
is
them
nonsense.
feral
It's-
winds? Says who? Why is it called a feral wind? Because it goes any fucking way it wants to. It's not dependent on rotation or assumed rotation or Coriolis force. Neither is the vortex of a motherfucking tornado, but a lot of people will postulate it is.
Then
The thing is, they can't make any correlation between this Coriolis force and the actual causing of a tornado or its rotation. You can't establish that. You can only postulate it.
Well, what you would have to do, number one, is throw out all the other observations of the winds doing all the things that they do, selectively pick a hurricane, and then say, okay, the next thing I have to do is stop the Earth from rotating to see if that changes my effect.
Yeah, if the hurricane stops all of a sudden, yeah.
Yeah.
But you would expect.
Something like that, Embo?
I mean, you would expect catastrophic failure anyway if you could stop the Earth from rotating. If it did, so an intelligent
Right.
man wouldn't do it if he could.
if you stopped it from rotating, then what would happen is basically what says. who
Well, we
said
know you
what
have
would
a
happen
whole
if
an
it was
entire
rotating.
fairy tale based on your rotating axis. We know that. We've heard it all.
No,
From
there's no
Pangea,
whole.
from Pangea all the way to Armageddon. We know it. We know this story, bro. My mama
There's no
used to
hole.
tell me this story at night. Did yours says who?
Yes, yes, the
You know where
Coriolis
she
story.
fucked
Yes.
up? She used to read me them fucking Private Eye Nancy Boy or the Nancy Drew and the Hardy Boy Mysteries. I used to read the Sherlock Holmes books. It gave me deductive reasoning, and I was like, hold up, 1 and 1 and this doesn't equal 2, so that's bullshit in the algebraic formulation. 1 + 1 equals bullshit. Because you don't have 1 and 1 in your story, but
I don't think you really actually know the story, considering what predictions you would expect from
Coriolis
Coriolis.
force, you're telling me I observe a force, I insert the word Coriolis, therefore it's been proven. And we're talking about cause and effect relationships, and you can't even grasp it. The only truth in life is causality and change. Those are the only two truths in life. Change is always going to fucking come, and cause and effect is everything.
Yeah, so with that Foucault pendulum, for example, I can change
Yeah,
my
there's no
latitude.
cause and effect relationship with that either.
Yeah,
No,
I can
there
change
is,
my.
because a man has to manually
Listen,
swing
well,
the pendulum.
listen.
So the cause is the man.
Listen, you can say it aligns with a rotating Earth. I can say it aligns with a vortex energy from a rotating toroidal field. Neither one of us can prove that we're right because we can't manipulate the toroidal field or the rotation of Earth. So now we're just in the battle of my assertion versus yours, and which one
I
is the
wouldn't.
best. We can never have a concrete Mr. Binks, would you sit down and be quiet in class? It'd just be a battle of models. Am I wrong?
I wouldn't agree with that because I can actually
So
explain.
show the cause and effect
Can you please
relationship.
let me speak?
I can explain the relationship between the magnetic vortex and the relationship
so.
from longitude and latitude, but it
Then do
doesn't
so.
prove that it wouldn't prove
Show the
that
mathematics.
it doesn't prove that the magnetic flow is the truth and that I'm right, because I can't establish a cause and effect relationship. I can't stop the magnetic field and then say, look, it doesn't do nothing at all because I was right. And you can't
How are
stop
you
the
going?
rotation. I'm honest and you're not.
How are you going to establish anything if you don't have predictions in the first place? Contrary to you, I can actually explain and derive
You test. We're
why
two
I would
different breeds
expect
of
these
science,
things
bro.
to happen, assuming this hypothesis, right?
See, I'm doing Gen X science and you're doing millennial science.
No, I'm just doing science. There's no anything.
Well, then you know
to
how
it.
to establish a cause and effect relationship. Correlation doesn't equal causation, and you know that. If we're doing the
Yes, I
same
know that.
science, yeah, there you go.
I don't think we're doing the same science because I don't know. I'm not sure if you know what science is.
You're doing philosophy, and that's a branch of science, but it's not science, and it's not the method. You're not following any method. You're just making assertions and saying, well, that correlates with my theory. Well, a lot of things could correlate with your theory and still be wrong. Intelligent people know that.
Science isn't philosophy. Philosophy is what determines what is science. Like people.
I'm not going to argue that. I said philosophy is just a subset, branch, whatever. I don't care. Category.
Science is just a method.
That doesn't
You
prove
can
nothing.
philosophize about